We are back with the Army vet who is diving into the next chapter of his life, celebrating his 90th birthday. Brownie Cox decided to take to the skies to ring in his special day. John Edwards from our Columbus affiliate has the story.
And I do a lot of walking, and I got 10-pound weights that I do about 100 a day on each arm.
Brownie Cox has a goal of 10,000 steps a day. He already stepped more than 11,000 by noon when I met him.
And that's all there is to it. That keeps your hands straight up.
You see, Brownie was in the Army. He trained paratroopers for the 82nd Airborne to deploy to Korea during the war.
I got out of the Army in 1954. I made 38 jumps altogether. I made 12 night jumps.
Recently, Brownie Cox suited up one more time for a skydiving trip to Colorado. Most would be a little nervous.
I jumped out of airplanes so damn many times that it was nothing to me.
But he was a little surprised.
The wind was so strong that it felt like it just peeling the skin off your face. But that just lasts until you got done free falling.
And Brownie says skydiving just came naturally to him. Last year, he celebrated his 89th birthday ziplining over a 1,200-foot gorge.
And I was never afraid of heights or nothing, and I was always a little bit crazy. And I got to do it. The kids all chipped in and bought my ticket and everything. And that was the best thing that they could have ever bought me.
And Brownie has advice that just makes sense.
You got to enjoy life. If you don't enjoy life and let yourself go, you end up being a grumpy old man.
All right, thanks to John Edwards for sharing that story. Man, that is one smooth, cool cat with everything he's done,
yeah,
right?
I mean, what a thrill seeker, too. And zip lining, I mean, that was nothing compared to jumping out of a plane.
And there's weights, everything that he does.
And on top of that, he has one of the cooler names I've ever heard, too.
Right.
Brownie Cox. How about that?
Super cool.
All right, you're now going to be able to drive your little red Corvette down a highway honoring Prince. Maybe Brownie will head down this highway. The Minnesota Senate passed a bill to rename a portion of State Highway 5 the Prince Rogers Nelson Memorial Highway, after the late pop star, of course. The highway runs through the Minneapolis suburbs of Chanhassen and Eden Prairie, and it stretches 7 miles past Prince's Paisley Park Studios. And, as you might imagine, the signs that will be going up, you see them right there, will be the color purple.
Yeah, if only those signs there were in the shape of his guitar, that would take it a little step further.
A little hard to read, I think, at that point.
Probably.
Yeah.
The fact that they're even doing it to honor Prince is honor enough.
Yeah, very cool.
Thanks for kicking off your week with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. What was supposed to be a day out shopping turns into the second deadliest shooting in the country so far this year. Another community is left mourning as the cries for action against gun violence grow louder.
Border agents brace for an influx of migrants as the clock winds down on the lifting of Title 42. We'll go live to Capitol Hill with the latest.
Pull out those little red Corvettes, ready to go crazy for a new stretch of road named in honor of Prince.
And the ultimate dose of inspiration, how this woman didn't let tragedy stop her from reaching her goals. It's Monday, May 8th. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. We begin in Allen, Texas, where vigils are being held after Saturday's horrific mass shooting. Impromptu memorials are appearing outside the mall where 9 people died, including the alleged gunman. And hundreds attended a vigil in Cottonwood Creek Church, where Allen's mayor, Ken Folk, said, quote, "We will recover." As a devastated community tries to come to terms with tragedy, police are searching for a motive, focusing on the suspect's apparent neo-Nazi sympathies. Priscilla Thompson starts us off.
Gunshots shattering the peace of a Saturday afternoon shopping trip.
We need an ambulance. Yeah, we can't get these people to the ambulance.
8 people were killed and 7 more injured, including children, police say, after a gunman opened fire at this sprawling outlet mall in Allen, Texas, just north of Dallas. The victims' identities not yet revealed.
Got one more whiter Hispanic male subject wearing black tactical garb, armed with an AR. He's got some white lettering on the vest that says police or security.
Dash cam video shows the moment the alleged shooter got out of his car and began firing. The suspect was killed by an officer who police say was already on scene for an unrelated call.
He heard gunshots, went to the gunshots, engaged the suspect and neutralized the suspect.
Law enforcement officials say the shooter was 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, who had interacted with neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. Officials searching the home of the alleged shooter as neighbors watched in disbelief.
It's kind of quiet, kind of, wore a little hoodie, just walk up and down the block, didn't say to himself, just always alone.
He went to high school with some of the neighbors, and they just said he was just always very quiet.
This scene, one that is all too familiar. Americans in fear, forced to run, hide, and pray.
We ran to the back, barricaded it with some concrete bricks, and then right then on the security camera, thank God we went in the back at that time, we saw him walk right by, masked up, fake police outfit on.
Survivors returned to the scene to collect their vehicles, many still in shock.
We heard all these shots started, and she had just been out there, and if she hadn't come in the store, she'd have probably
on the edge of the...
As another grief-stricken community gathers to mourn and to heal.
Our thanks to Priscilla for that report.
A controversial Trump-era immigration policy is set to end this week and is expected to make the ongoing border crisis worse. Title 42 allows Border Patrol agents to quickly deport migrants crossing America's southern border, and it restricts how many are allowed over the border. It's set to coincide with the official end to the COVID-19 national emergency, which is what allowed for Title 42 in the first place. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. So what's the plan once Title 42 is gone?
Good morning, Philip. Well, there is a new policy, Title 8. It's expected to take effect after Title 42 ends on Thursday. Now, this would deny asylum to most migrants if they pass through another country on their way to the U.S. Once Title 42 is gone, border officials are expecting to see a surge in illegal crossings. Aid workers at the border right now are also worried about the influx. Many shelters are already at capacity.
Some of them have been here for 2 days. Some of them have been here for 24 hours or more. And so we're just concerned that there's a risk to their livelihood if they stay here for a much longer period of time.
And U.S. officials are hoping that Title 8 lets them quickly process incoming migrants and deport them if they do fail that initial asylum screening.
Hi, Bree, so how are those border towns preparing for Thursday?
Well, several Texas cities, including El Paso, Laredo, and Brownsville, have already declared a state of emergency. The federal government is also sending support to the area. Nearly 500 immigration officials have been assigned to help process the expected migrants. The Pentagon is also sending 1,500 troops to support the Border Patrol agents. So federal, state, and local officials are all bracing for what's to come.
And we've already seen what is now. All right, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen doubles down on her debt ceiling warnings. Yellen said the U.S. will be unable to pay its bills as soon as early June. She reiterated that the Treasury has been using extraordinary measures to give the country as much runway as possible. Without movement from Washington lawmakers, Yellen says the U.S. is headed toward what she called an economic calamity. President Biden has invited party leaders from the House and the Senate to the table this week to try and break the impasse. That meeting is set for tomorrow, May 9th.
At least one Republican official in New York is pushing back against the New York City's mayor's plan to relocate hundreds of homeless men to the suburbs. On Friday, Mayor Eric Adams announced that the city would be paying for 300 men to be housed at hotels in Orange and Rockland counties. Following the announcement, Rockland County Executive Ed Day declared a state of emergency to try and block the measure. Back in October, Adams declared his own state of emergency here in New York City and asked the federal government to send resources to deal with the influx of migrants to the area. The New York Times reports that more than 60,000 migrants have arrived in New York City since last spring.
Protesters across New York City are calling for criminal charges for the former Marine who choked homeless man Jordan Neely to death on the subway. This as lawyers for that Marine give his side of the story. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the latest.
Outrage over the chokehold death of Jordan Neely intensifying this weekend.
Say his name!
They're calling for criminal charges in the case and better city support for mental health. Protesters clashed with the NYPD and spilled onto subway tracks. A train scene stopped just down the line.
Until we see justice and accountability, we will be out here, we will be online.
He was murdered because he was poor. He was murdered by the system.
The MTA called the track takeover, which led to more than a dozen arrests Saturday, dangerous and reckless, playing out nearly a week since this minutes-long deadly struggle on the subway. The rider holding Neely in the chokehold that authorities say killed him was questioned by police but not charged. Lawyers identifying him as 24-year-old college student and Marine veteran Daniel Penny. They say he, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves, adding he never intended to harm Mr. Neely and could not have foreseen his untimely death. Several 911 callers that day reported Neely had been making threats, according to a source. The 30-year-old Michael Jackson impersonator was homeless and had struggled with mental illness since his mother's brutal murder in 2007, according to his family's attorney. Police say he had 42 prior arrests.
Even to say who he was as a person and what his history is, it had nothing to do with this incident. So what we're asking is, why did Daniel Penny get the benefit of doubt? We know for a fact that he killed Jordan Neely. If there's a defense to it, charge him and let him bring that defense.
Our thanks to Emma Lakeda for that report.
In the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, 5 people were injured Sunday after a series of attacks, including from the wreckage of a fallen drone. This comes as Russia is upping its strikes against Ukraine, while Moscow gears up to celebrate an important anniversary for them. For more on this, we go to NBC's Josh Letterman in London. Josh, what's the latest from the capital city?
Well, the Ukrainian armed forces are saying that the damage caused by that drone came during a wave of some 35 drones from Russia's military that they say were Iranian-made Shahed drones that targeted the capital of Kyiv. Ukraine's military claiming that they were able to shoot all of them down, but saying even 100% success rate in shooting down drones does not mean that people on the ground are safe, because what goes up must come down, and the damage, the shrapnel, the parts of those drones as they fall to the ground can really cause those injuries. They say there also may have been fatalities. They are trying to figure out exactly what the damage was from that wave of drones targeting Kyiv, as Russia's military also launched airstrikes overnight at the city of Odessa along the Black Sea coast. Ukraine's military, meanwhile, over the weekend, able to shoot down, they say, a Russian hypersonic missile, which travels about 10 times the speed of sound. Ukraine saying they were able to use that Patriot anti-missile battery provided by the United States government to Ukraine to, for the first time in this war, shoot down a hypersonic missile. But it all comes as tensions are really rising ahead of Russia's Victory Day tomorrow, a major Russian military holiday that takes place every year that's really an attempt by President Putin to galvanize support for the war. We expect to see tanks marching through Red Square, military parades in cities all across Russia as President Putin tries to use the language of victory against the Nazis in World War II to justify his invasion of Ukraine today, trying to describe it almost as unfinished business as Russia maintains that it is fighting Nazis in Ukraine. The Ukrainian government, meanwhile, President Zelensky today declaring it a day of Europe tomorrow, instead saying they will not allow anyone to misappropriate the memory of World War II to justify this invasion of their country. Philip?
I'm Josh Letterman with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Josh, thank you.
Okay, let's look at our weather now. We've got a rough start to the week. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking some storms, even hail in parts of the country. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're looking at the chance for hail, some very large hail as well, even a few tornadoes, really heavy rainfall, and we're seeing heavy rainfall even early this morning, portions of Nebraska into Missouri. You can see those brighter colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where we're seeing the heavy rain falling. And we have a frontal boundary that's kind of draped from the mid-Atlantic to portions of the southern plains. So we're going to see rounds of showers and storms along this boundary system. And that's going to bring the chance for flash flooding. It's going to bring the chance for some pretty strong storms as well. Then Then we go throughout tomorrow, isolated flash flooding risk from Texas all the way to Nebraska, and a severe threat continues in the southern plains. This is what it looks like from the Severe Prediction Center. We're looking at 17 million people at risk. Winds could gust up to 60 miles per hour. Could see that large hail. Could also see a few tornadoes possible, especially where you see the yellow area. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a warm one in the northeast. We're looking at temperatures in the 70s, the 80s in the mid-Atlantic. Also looking at the chance for showers and storms in parts of the Ohio Valley. Could see some storms, too, in the southern plains. And we're looking at temperatures soaring into the 90s, 91 in San Antonio. All right, stormy today. We do have some storms in the forecast throughout the week. We'll take a look at that in just a few minutes.
All right, Michelle, talk to you in a few. Thank you. All right, let's turn north of the border where 100 wildfires are burning in Western Canada. Officials said the fires have torched more than 300,000 acres of land and forced 24,000 residents out of their homes. The province of Alberta declared a state of emergency on Saturday. The emergency response team has been in contact with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's office.
Coming up, the high school senior with nearly 200 college offers. He picks his school for the next 4 years. When Early Today is back in 60 seconds.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
CDC Director Rochelle Walensky has resigned, saying that the subsidizing COVID-19 pandemic was a good time for a transition. She has headed up the agency since President Joe Biden took office. Confirming her departure, the White House said that Walensky, quote, has saved lives with her steadfast and unwavering focus on the health of every American. Despite CDC figures showing that around 1,000 Americans still die from COVID each week, the U.S. government will end the public health emergency that has been in place for years.
It's official. Dennis Barnes, the New Orleans high school student who set a record in the U.S. for collecting over $10 million in scholarships, is Ivy League bound. After receiving scholarship offers from 149 colleges and universities, Barnes announced that he plans to attend Cornell University to study computer science. The 16-year-old will graduate from the International High School of New Orleans on May 24th.
Oh, the places he will go. Still to come, the MTV Movie and TV Awards looked a little different this weekend. We'll share what the big winners had to say.
And later, a tribute to the high priest of pop hits, The Open Road.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
we begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Almost all great comedy starts with great writers. I stand here before you tonight, side by side with my sisters and brothers from the WGA that are fighting right now, fighting for the rights of artists everywhere.
That was Jennifer Coolidge's message at the MTV TV and Movie Awards last night. She accepted the Comedic Genius Award and chose to voice her support of the writers on the strike across the country. She looks great, though, doesn't she? Less than 24 hours before air, reports were circling about plans for a WGA strike outside the show. It forced producers to make the call to switch from a live show to a pre-taped one. And it wasn't too big of an overhaul since the show had no red carpet or no host. That's after Drew Barrymore pulled out last week. She cited the WGA strike, but has agreed to host the show in 2024. But that didn't stop the golden popcorn from flowing. Pedro Pascal was the big winner of the night, taking home 3 awards, including Best Hero and Best Duo for HBO's The Last of Us. And you got Tom Cruise, who won Best Movie Performance for Top Gun Maverick. And the best part about Tom Cruise was his acceptance speech, because he was actually filmed in a fighter plane with headsets with a popcorn statuette accepting his award. But she looks ridiculously amazing. I'm like, I know lighting is TV magic.
Sure.
And I'm like, wow. Go, Jennifer Coolidge.
Yeah, I also saw too right there on our screen that she won Most Frightened Performance in a White Lotus. If you've watched that, you may know exactly what they're talking about there. But yeah, Tom Cruise, like you mentioned, just trying to prove again, the bravest guy around, I guess, when it comes to being an actor. I mean,
he's just gonna have to one up himself.
Upping the stakes
always
at all costs. All right, you're now going to be able to drive your little red Corvette down a highway honoring Prince. The Minnesota State Senate passed a bill to rename a portion of State Highway 5 the Prince Rogers Nelson Memorial Highway after the late pop star. The highway runs through the Minneapolis suburbs of Chanhassen and Eden Prairie. It stretches 7 miles past Prince's Paisley Park studios. Purple signs are expected to go up, of course, right? I mean, what other color. It would be, they would be really missing the mark there if they didn't have a purple sign for him.
That's really, really cool, too. So you got, you know, in addition to what they're doing, you also have friends and family who are going to foot the bill for a lot of that going on, too, to honor him. So what better way to do it when the purple signs are right down? We just need the little red Corvettes to speed right down through it. Maybe that'll do it when they open it. We'll get a whole bunch.
I'm pretty sure that's the idea they're going to go with. All right, coming up, Michelle is here. She's looking at our weather for the week ahead.
And later, the incredible journey for one woman to walk across the stage at her graduation.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back on this Monday. We're looking at a stormy start for many of us. We have a frontal boundary that's straight from the mid-Atlantic to the southern plains. That's going to bring the chance for rounds of showers and storms, especially from parts of the Midwest into the middle Mississippi Valley, the Ohio Valley, also parts of the southern plains. Plenty of sunshine in the southwest, cool and soggy in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to see some higher elevation snow and also rain, pockets of rain in the southern plains by Wednesday.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storms.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are. Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here. How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Now to the story of strength and determination. A tragic accident got in the way of Shima Nixon's life goals, but one step at a time, she pushed forward to accomplish her dreams. Our Kate Snow has more.
Let's celebrate Shima Nixon.
This is what strength and determination look like.
We did it. We made it.
That's 31-year-old Shima Nixon.
Shima Nixon.
Graduating with a master's degree on Friday from Alabama State University.
Oh, I love y'all.
It's a dream come true that almost didn't happen.
This guy hit me and pinned me in between my car and his car. The next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital, then not being able to move anything from the waist down.
Shima was studying to be a nurse in 2013 when the accident happened. She lost both her legs.
I remember like, okay, this is how life is going to be now. So I just have to roll with the punches.
It took too long. I'm going to try again.
During the crucial months that followed, she found strength in faith and family.
As he inspires them.
But also in new friends, like a mentor named Stephen Shope, a bilateral amputee working with Hanger Clinic, a company providing custom care, support, and solutions for people with physical challenges.
Oh my gosh, Stephen, when he came into my room, it was just like, girl, like, you got this. So at that moment, I was like, you know, I'm not the only amputee in the world.
Meeting someone with similar challenges put Shima on a life-changing path, giving her the courage to push through the pain. She finished college and graduate school, focusing on a degree in prosthetics and orthotics. And inspired by other clinicians of color, she's now starting a residency at Hanger Clinic, determined to make a difference for other amputees.
I want them to know that although they may have a different ability, look at this Black girl from the small country town that lost both of her legs, and see how far she's come, see how far she's grown.
Using her journey to now inspire others, one step at a time.
Our thanks to Kate for sharing that very inspiring story for us, the infectious optimism that she has, that sense of service after all of this.
She had so many just challenges going through all of this, and with that big, huge smile along the way. Little by little, you know, you could see her not only the inspiration, but within herself, and where she's even going to go from this point on. True inspiration we can all have.
That's right.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Monday. See you tomorrow.
What was supposed to be a day out shopping turns into the second deadliest shooting in the country so far this year. Another community is left in mourning as the cries for action against gun violence grow louder.
Border agents brace for an influx of migrants as the clock winds down on the lifting of Title 42. We will go live to Capitol Hill with the latest.
Mortgage misconception. People are running to social media to clear up confusion after new mortgage rates sent buyers into a frenzy.
And a veteran celebrating a milestone birthday to new heights. It's Monday, May 8th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin in Allen, Texas, where vigils are being held after Saturday's horrific mass shooting. Impromptu memorials are appearing outside the mall where 9 people died, including the alleged gunman. And hundreds attended a vigil at Cottonwood Creek Church, where Allen's mayor, Ken Falk, said, quote, "We will recover." As that devastated community tries to come to terms with the tragedy, police are searching for a motive, focusing on the suspect's apparent neo-Nazi sympathies. Priscilla Thompson starts us off this morning.
Gunshots shattering the peace of a Saturday afternoon shopping trip.
We need an ambulance. Yeah, we can't get these people to the ambulance.
8 people were killed and 7 more injured, including children, police say, after a gunman opened fire at this sprawling outlet mall in Allen, Texas, just north of Dallas. The victims' identities not yet revealed.
Got one more whiter Hispanic male subject wearing a black tactical garb, armed with an AR. He's got some white lettering on the vest that says police or security.
Dash cam video shows the moment the alleged shooter got out of his car and began firing. The suspect was killed by an officer who police say was already on scene for an unrelated call.
He heard gunshots, went to the gunshots, engaged the suspect and neutralized the suspect.
Law enforcement officials say the shooter was 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, who had interacted with neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. Officials searching the home of the alleged shooter as neighbors watched in disbelief.
It's kind of quiet, kind of, wore a little hoodie, just walk up and down the block, didn't say to himself, just always alone.
He went to high school with some of the neighbors, and they just said he was just always very quiet.
This scene, one that is all too familiar. Americans in fear, forced to run, hide, and pray.
We ran to the back, barricaded it with some concrete bricks, and then right then on the security camera, thank God we went in the back at that time. We saw him walk right by, masked up, fake police outfit on.
Survivors returned to the scene to collect their vehicles, many still in shock.
We heard all these shots started, and she had just been out there, and if she hadn't come in the store, she'd have probably
on the edge of the...
As another grief-stricken community gathers to mourn and to heal.
Our thanks to Priscilla for that report.
A controversial Trump-era immigration policy is set to end this week, likely making the ongoing border crisis worse. Title 42 allows Border Patrol agents to quickly deport migrants crossing America's southern border and restricts how many are allowed over the border. It's set to coincide with the official end of the COVID-19 national emergency, which is what allowed for Title 42 in the first place. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, good morning. What is the plan once Title 42 is gone?
Good morning, Francis. Well, there is a new policy, Title 8. It's set to go into effect once Title 42 ends on Thursday. Now, this would deny asylum to most migrants if they pass through another country on their way to the U.S. Once Title 42 is gone, border officials are expecting to see a surge in illegal crossings. Aid workers at the border right now are also worried about the influx. Many shelters are already at capacity.
Some of them have been here for 2 days. Some of them have been here for 24 hours or more. And so we're just concerned that there's a risk to their livelihood if they stay here for a much longer period of time.
And U.S. officials are hoping that Title 8 lets them quickly process incoming migrants and deport them if they do fail that initial asylum screening. Francis.
And Bree, talk about how border towns are preparing for this on Thursday.
Yes, several Texas cities, including El Paso, Laredo, and Brownsville, Texas, have already declared states of emergency. The federal government is also sending support to the area. Nearly 500 immigration officials have been assigned to help process the expected migrants, and the Pentagon is also sending 1,500 troops to support the Border Patrol agents. So federal, state, and local officials, they are all bracing for what's to come.
Yeah, and that's given the fact that there's already a desperate situation there right now. Bree, thank you.
Protesters across New York City are calling for criminal charges for the former Marine who choked homeless man Jordan Neely to death on the subway. This as lawyers for that Marine give his side of the story. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the latest.
Outrage over the chokehold death of Jordan Neely intensifying this weekend. Say his name! Calling for criminal charges in the case and better city support for mental health, protesters clashed with the NYPD and spilled onto subway tracks. A train scene stopped just down the line.
Until we see justice and accountability, we will be out here, we will be online.
He was murdered because he was poor. He was murdered by the system.
The MTA called the track takeover, which led to more than a dozen arrests Saturday, dangerous and reckless. Playing out nearly a week since this minutes-long deadly struggle on the subway. The rider holding Neely in the chokehold that authorities say killed him was questioned by police but not charged. Lawyers identifying him as 24-year-old college student and Marine veteran Daniel Penny. They say he, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves, adding he never intended to harm Mr. Neely and could not have foreseen his untimely death. Several 911 callers that day reported Neely had been making threats, according to a source. The 30-year-old Michael Jackson impersonator was homeless and had struggled with mental illness since his mother's brutal murder in 2007, according to his family's attorney. Police say he had 42 prior arrests.
Even to say who he was as a person and what his history is, it had nothing to do with this incident. So what we're asking is, why did Penny get the benefit of doubt? We know for a fact that he killed Jordan Neely. If there's a defense to it, charge him and let him bring that defense.
Thanks to Emily for that report.
Let's turn now north of the border, where over 100 wildfires are burning in western Canada. Officials said the fires have torched more than 300,000 acres of land and forced 24,000 residents out of their homes. The province of Alberta declared a state of emergency on Saturday, and the emergency response team has been in contact with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's office.
In the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, officials say 5 people were injured Sunday after a series of attacks, including from the wreckage of a fallen drone. This comes as Russia is upping its strikes against Ukraine, while Moscow gears up to celebrate an important anniversary for them. For more on this, we go to NBC's Josh Letterman in London. Josh, good morning. What's the latest from the capital city?
Philip, Ukrainian military officials saying it was a bombardment by Russia of the capital of Kyiv with some 35 Iranian-made Shahed drones. Ukraine's military saying they were able to shoot down all of them, but saying even if they have a 100% success rate in shooting down drones, there is still serious risk to the people on the ground because of that wreckage that can fall and injure people, which it apparently did, as Ukraine's military tries to figure out the full scope of the damage, including any potential fatalities from that wave of drone attacks on the capital overnight, which came as Russia also struck the key port city of Odessa with airstrikes overnight, according to Ukraine's military, which had its own success over the weekend, claiming that it was able to shoot down a Russian hypersonic missile, which can travel 10 times the speed of sound, using that new Patriot air defense system provided to Ukraine by the United States. That new wave of attacks coming as both sides are really looking to use tomorrow and a major holiday to try to rally support for their sides. Russia celebrating its Victory Day, a major day in which Russia honors its victory over the Nazis in World War II. President Putin trying to use that to describe the current war as a continuation of that fight, while President Zelensky in Ukraine today declared tomorrow a day of Europe, saying that just like 80 years ago, Ukraine and Europe are fighting for a full, fair, and free Europe in the future. Philip?
Battling over land, freedom, and even dates on the calendar. All right, Josh, thank you.
In Ukraine, the situation around Europe's largest nuclear power plant is becoming increasingly unpredictable and potentially dangerous. That's according to the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The IAEA says that their experts on the ground regularly hear shelling around Zaporizhzhia plant in southeastern Ukraine. Both Russia and Ukraine have blamed each other for the close calls that have been raising fears of a serious nuclear accident. The plant is currently operated by Ukrainian technicians, despite the Zaporizhzhia complex being occupied by Russia for over a year.
Hundreds of people have been killed by floods in eastern Congo. Officials tell the AP that the confirmed number of dead stands at 394, but that will still likely increase because the search is still ongoing. The torrential rains began Thursday, and flash floods swept away almost all the buildings in 2 villages in the South Kivu province. The Congolese government has declared today a national day of mourning.
And we have got a rough start to the week when it comes to the weather. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking some storms, even hail in some parts. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Happy Monday. And yeah, we're tracking some storms. That's going to be all throughout today, especially this afternoon and evening hours. We're even tracking some rain early this morning. We do have some severe thunderstorms as well. We're looking at heavy rain falling. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. So throughout Nebraska, Illinois, also Missouri, we are in an unsettled pattern. We have a frontal boundary that's draped from the mid-Atlantic to the plains. Along this front, we're going to see some storms. We're going to see some strong storms as well. Isolated risk for flooding from Wisconsin to Louisiana. Then by tomorrow, we have heavy rain developing in southeast Texas. That severe threat will continue in the plains as well. As we look at that severe threat for today, what are we expecting? Well, we could see winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some large hail as mentioned. A few tornadoes are possible, and really heavy rainfall is likely. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the Northeast in the 70s, the 80s. We're looking at sunshine in the Northeast. The Mid-Atlantic could see some storms. Looking at some storms possible in the Southern Plains as well. And it is summer-like in many spots. 90s in parts of Arizona, New Mexico, and also Texas. All right, guys, so we're tracking the storms, and we are looking at more storms throughout the work week. We'll take a look at that in just a few minutes.
Okay. Thanks so much, Michelle. See you in a bit. Early today is back in 60 seconds, and we'll clear up some viral misinformation on mortgage rates.
But first, a fast food king waves goodbye to a whopping number of stores.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
While the UK welcomed a new king over the weekend, America is saying goodbye to some. Restaurant Brands International, the parent company of fast food giant Burger King, announced that the chain will be closing up to 400 locations by the end of 2023. This comes in spite of increased sales for the company during the first quarter of the year. CEO Joshua Kobsa said that they plan to work with smaller BK franchisees in order to improve the overall health of the franchise system.
The Federal Housing Finance Agency is trying to clear up confusion for potential home buyers after some misleading information about mortgage rates went viral on social media. The FHFA changed its pricing model back in January, and under the new rules, some buyers with higher credit scores would see their upfront fees increase, while some buyers with lower credit scores would see their upfront fees slashed by nearly half. But the devil is in the details here, as the New York Times put it. Under the new rules on a $300,000 house, a borrower with a 740 credit score and a down payment of 20% would see upfront fees go up to 0.875% of the loan from 0.5% last year. Now follow me here. For a borrower with a credit score of 630 and a down payment of just under 5%, the fee drops to 1.75% from 3.5%. So that may sound bad, but if you actually look at the numbers, the buyer with a higher credit score would still be paying a lot less in upfront fees. Here's the example. $2,625 now, up from $1,500 versus $5,250 down from more than $10,000 last year.
All right, still to come here in early today, Oprah returned to her alma mater, offering some words of wisdom to the class of 2023. Her message is next.
And the high schooler who broke records with his college acceptances makes his highly anticipated choice.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
You're acutely aware that voting rights are being gutted, women's rights are being dismantled, books are being banned, history is being rewritten, the Supreme Court is being corrupted, the debt ceiling is being held hostage, the climate is changing, the LGBTQ community, LGBT plus community is under attack. The leaders are behaving like children. The children are being gunned down by military-grade assault rifles. But I can't just tell you what desperate shape the universe is in and send you on your way, so I'm going to leave you with this instead. Anything is possible. The wheels are still in spin. Saints walk among us. And as Nelson Mandela so brilliantly demonstrated, it's better to be hopeful than fearful, if for no other reason than the fact that hope brings us one step closer to joy. And I leave you with this.
Oprah Winfrey delivering wisdom to the graduating class at Tennessee State University. The TSU alum was the keynote speaker this weekend, and when you hear that was just like 52 seconds of her words. compared to, you know, like what, over an hour, I'm sure, of her speech. I miss her. I really miss hearing her speak in a public forum, you know, just everything that comes out of their mouth, we just literally hang on to.
I was thinking the same thing as she was talking, but it was Nelson Mandela's words, which she said there, right? Hope brings us one step closer to joy. I hadn't heard that, but wow, this really, it hits you, you know, when she's saying that, especially when she started off that clip we saw there with, it's true, just racking up all the things that are really wrong with our world. Yeah, you gotta have something bright to look forward to.
Just like this guy, right?
That's right. His name is Dennis Barnes, and it is official now. This New Orleans high school student who set a U.S. record for collecting over $10 million in scholarships is now Ivy League bound. After receiving scholarship offers from 149 colleges and universities, he announced that he plans to attend Cornell University to study computer science. The 16-year-old will graduate from the International High School of New Orleans on May 24th. And like you were just saying, I mean, the future is so bright for this kid. I can't imagine having that many people court you. I mean, that's better than, you know, the pro league going after you, you know?
And look at him already, 16. He's taken to the podium, taken to the mic.
That's
he
right.
is a master. Imagine what he's going to do, man. Good for him. And we welcome you here in New York when you head this way. All right. Well, when we come back, Michelle has a forecast to kick off your work week.
And later, Minnesota is painting the highway purple in honor of a late music legend.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back on this Monday. It's going to be cool and soggy in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to see some lower elevation rain, and then in the higher elevations of the Cascades, could see a mixture of rain and snow. Plenty of sunshine throughout the Southwest. Also tracking the chance for storms in the middle Mississippi Valley, parts of the Ohio Valley, into the southern plains. It's all due to a frontal system that's kind of draped over that area. By Wednesday, pockets of rain throughout the southern plains. Could be heavy at times, pleasant in the mid-Atlantic. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels.
storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with the Army vet who is diving into the next chapter of his life, celebrating his 90th birthday. Brownie Cox decided to take to the skies to ring in his special day. John Edwards from our Columbus affiliate has the story.
And I do a lot of walking, and I got 10-pound weights that I do about 100 a day on each arm.
Brownie Cox has a goal of 10,000 steps a day. He already stepped more than 11,000 by noon when I met him.
And that's all there is to it. That keeps your hands straight up.
You see, Brownie was in the Army. He trained paratroopers for the 82nd Airborne to deploy to Korea during the war.
I got out of the Army in 1954. I made 38 jumps altogether. I made 12 night jumps.
Recently, Brownie Cox suited up one more time for a skydiving trip to Colorado. Most would be a little nervous.
I jumped out of airplanes so damn many times that it was nothing to me.
But he was a little surprised.
The wind was so strong that it felt like it just peeling the skin off your face. But that just lasts until you got done free falling.
And Brownie says skydiving just came naturally to him. Last year, he celebrated his 89th birthday ziplining over a 1,200-foot gorge.
And I was never afraid of heights or nothing, and I was always a little bit crazy. And I got to do it. The kids all chipped in and bought my ticket and everything. And that was the best thing that they could have ever bought me.
And Brownie has advice that just makes sense.
You got to enjoy life. If you don't enjoy life and let yourself go, you end up being a grumpy old man.
All right, thanks to John Edwards for sharing that story. Man, that is one smooth, cool cat with everything he's done,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, what a thrill seeker, too. And zip lining, I mean, that was nothing compared to
And
jumping out of a plane.
weights, everything that he does.
And on top of that, he has one of the cooler names I've ever heard, too.
Right.
Brownie
Brownie?
Cox. How about that?
Super cool.
All right, you're now going to be able to drive your little red Corvette down a highway honoring Prince. Maybe Brownie will head down this highway. The Minnesota Senate passed a bill to rename a portion of State Highway 5 the Prince Rogers Nelson Memorial Highway, after the late pop star, of course. The highway runs through the Minneapolis suburbs of Chanhassen and Eden Prairie, and it stretches 7 miles past Prince's Paisley Park Studios. And, as you might imagine, the signs that will be going up, you see them right there, will be the color purple.
Yeah, if only those signs there were in the shape of his guitar, that would take it a little step further.
A little hard to read, I think, at that point.
Probably.
Yeah.
The fact that they're even doing it to honor Prince is clever enough.
Very cool.
Thanks for kicking off your week with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, massacre at the mall. Overnight, a vigil for the victims of the second mass shooting in Texas in just a week. 8 people were killed, several others hurt when a gunman opened fire at an outlet mall near Dallas. What we're learning about the frightening moments as hundreds of shoppers took cover. Plus, what investigators are learning about the suspected gunman this morning. Another tragedy in Texas, this time near the Mexican border. Police say a car drove into a crowd outside a migrant shelter, killing 8 people. The new information coming in about the man behind the wheel. Plus, the latest on the surge of migrants at the border as officials get ready to lift Title 42 restrictions this week. Also this morning, thank a teacher. Today kicks off Teacher Appreciation Week, a time to recognize all those hardworking educators who often feel underappreciated and underpaid. The U.S. Education Secretary and the 2023 Teacher of the Year will join us this hour with what they want people to remember this week and what can be done to address issues like teacher shortages and pay. Plus, Speak Now, Taylor. Superstar Taylor Swift announces she's releasing another re-recorded album, the 2010 hit Speak Now. We'll show you how she dropped the surprise on fans this weekend, plus what to expect from the new recordings, as Taylor once again gets to call this album the best thing that's ever been mine. I feel like Savannah should be here when we do that.
Well, she was at Taylor last night, which is why she's not here this morning. So we'll hear more later this week.
All right, we are going to shift gears, though, and start with those developments on 2 tragedies we're following out of Texas.
Yeah, let's start with the latest on that deadly mass shooting at a mall near Dallas, Texas on Saturday. 8 people were killed, 7 others were hurt. Police identified the gunman as 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia. He was shot and killed by a police officer who was already at the mall on an unrelated call. Now, we do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see is difficult to watch. We are not going to show anyone being struck by gunfire. Now, police are reviewing this video very closely. It shows the moment the gunman jumped out of his car and opened fire on innocent shoppers. Investigators say he was armed with an assault-style rifle and a handgun, and that he was wearing a tactical vest. Say he also had more weapons and ammunition in his car.
It's still so traumatic to talk about.
I can imagine that.
It was on the news this morning. And I mean, you know, innocent people lose their lives on the count of, you know,
one person with a gun. I've never in my entire life encountered anything like this. This is...
It's like a movie that's, you know, you're part of and you know it's not happening, it's real.
For more on all this, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who is in Allen, Texas. Priscilla, good morning to you. I mean, this all happened very quickly, so explain how it all unfolded and what is the latest on the investigation.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And as you heard there, people are still in shock and disbelief, those who were here and witnessed or experienced all of this unfolding. And all of the witnesses say that this came out of nowhere. They were enjoying a Saturday afternoon shopping when all of a sudden, as you saw in that dash cam video, someone pulls up to the mall, gets out of the car, and just starts firing. And to give you a bit of context, this is an outdoor outlet mall. We're talking about more than 100 stores, so there may have been certainly hundreds, if not thousands, of people that were milling about this mall as this shooter went on this rampage here. We know that there was an officer who was already on scene for a different call that immediately ran towards that gunfire and was able to ultimately shoot and kill that suspect. But it's unclear at this point how much time had passed, how much time where there was shooting going on. But obviously we know that in that time there were 8 people who were murdered and 7 more who were injured. And as for the latest in the investigation, police have not held a briefing in more than 24 hours. They are revealing very little information in terms of the investigation and how all of this unfolded. Instead, right now, they are asking anyone with videos or who may have been witnesses to this to continue to come forward as they try to piece together a TikTok of how all of this played out here on Saturday. Joe?
So, Priscilla, even though investigators are at least publicly a little bit tight-lipped, we are learning more about the shooter. What can you tell us about what we've learned about Mauricio Garcia?
Yeah, so they have identified him as a 33-year-old male, and senior law enforcement officials tell us that they are looking at investigating this crime as something that could have been racially or ethnically motivated. We know that senior law enforcement officials say they have seen hundreds of social media posts from this suspect that is espousing neo-Nazi rhetoric and also white supremacist rhetoric. Officials say that he interacted with that type of content online, and they did search his family home overnight on Saturday. We went out there and spoke to some neighbors to see what they knew of this suspect, if there were any red flags. I want to play a little bit of some of those conversations.
From what I've seen of the guy, I mean, I didn't see any red flags that described what he had, apparently been said that he had done.
He went to high school with some of the neighbors, and they just said he was just always very quiet.
And the sense I got from speaking to those neighbors is that people would say hello in passing, but didn't really seem to know him. And I should point out that police, while they are investigating the white supremacist neo-Nazi themes here, they have not specified a motive as they are continuing to investigate this case. They've also not said how the shooter obtained all of those weapons. Joe?
And quickly, Priscilla, what are we learning about some of the victims here?
Yeah, so police have not identified the victims publicly, but we are beginning to hear from some of the family members of those 8 who were killed, including 20-year-old Christian LaCour is among the victims. His grandmother posting on Facebook that he was a security guard at the mall, that he had big plans for his future. She called him a beautiful soul and said that this tragedy has just been unbearable on his family. And we're also learning the name of a second victim, Ashwara Thadikonda, an Indian woman who worked as an engineer here. We actually spoke with a nonprofit group that was on the ground yesterday trying to verify whether she was among the victims, because her family in India had not been able to get in touch with her, and we have now confirmed that she is among the victims. And also, in addition to those 8 that were killed, there were 7 who were injured. We know that 6 of them remain hospitalized, 3 in critical condition, including children aging from 5 years old to 61 years old. Joe?
All right, we are thinking of all of them. Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, thank you.
For more now, we are joined by Deshaun McDaniel, who was an eyewitness to the attack. Deshaun, thank you so much for being here. We are so sorry that this is happening in your community and you're having to deal with all this. First of all, just want to ask you how you're doing.
It's still just surreal right now. Trying to stay strong through processing all the information, but yeah, it's just a matter of staying strong, and it keeps hitting you that it's real. It's like how most people keep saying it was a dream. It feels like a dream. That's what it feels like until you keep seeing the things that you see every day on the news. You're like, dude, that's real. Alan, and the common things that you pass by every day. So it just keeps hitting you over and over.
Take us back to Saturday as much as you can here. Where were you, and what happened when you realized something was wrong? What did you see? What did you do?
It was crazy because before we got to the Allen Mall, the outlet mall, my boxing coach, he was a Marine, and he was texting me about someone in a different case that was planning a shooting. So he kind of sparked that thought process in my mind before I even got there. So I was there with my wife and my 3 daughters. And as we were shopping, I kept reminding my daughters, hey, look up from your phone, stay alert, right? Pay attention to your surroundings. Wow. Make sure you know what's going on around you. And that energy was with me the whole entire time. So it's just crazy that it ended up being that way. And then as we were shopping, I was feeling the urge to leave. So we were there a shorter shopping trip than we usually are. I was the whole time, I'm like, yeah, let's just leave. Let's shop another time. Right. So as we are exiting and we see the police officer that end up stopping the shooter, we're right next to the police officer, and we end up leaving. My daughter wanted to go get ice cream from the shopping place at the outlet, and we told her, let's go to the gas station. We could just get ice cream from the gas station. It's a little cheaper. And with doing that, we just escaped the shooting maybe by 1 or 2 minutes. So it was just surreal that everything that led up to us leaving end up saving our life, because we was in the same spots that I'm seeing on the news where the other people got shot. We were in that same spots. And it's just crazy that if one thing changed, it could have been us right there.
I'm so sorry that you and your kids had to go through that. Obviously, thankful you're all okay. But now that you've had, I mean, really just a day and a half to sort of process, and of course, the process will be much longer than that. But what do you want people to know?
To just stay alert, because like Allen is supposed to be one of the safest towns, right? So as most of us, and as we're shopping, we have this in mind. We have this natural feeling of being safe, nothing to worry about. But like I was saying, stay alert. I was always alert. My boxing coach trained us to stay alert. He was a Marine. He always put it in our mind. So anywhere you at, no matter how safe it's supposed to be, to just stay alert, because anything could happen, you know?
Deshaun McDaniel, thank you so much for your time. Glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Now to the other tragedy out of Texas that we are following this morning. At least 8 people were killed and nearly a dozen others were injured when a driver plowed into a bus stop on Sunday. It happened outside of a shelter for migrants in the border town of Brownsville. That town and many others have seen an influx of migrants ahead of the expected expiration of a COVID-era border restriction, Title 42. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
The horrific aftermath on the streets of Brownsville, Texas, just miles from the southern border, after police say a man plowed his car into a group of pedestrians waiting at a bus stop.
A gray Land Rover disregarded a red light and ran over several individuals standing at a bus stop across the street from our local homeless shelter.
The shelter is a partner of Catholic Charities.
They were all from Venezuela. They were all young men that had already been there for a day or two and had contacted their families and had already bought their tickets to travel. And they were enthusiastic about being here already in the United States, and they're ready to go to meet their family.
Law enforcement officials telling NBC News the suspect, a Hispanic male, rammed into the crowd with his vehicle. Police say he has been arrested and charged with reckless driving, and they're investigating whether this was an intentional act. Just days earlier, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced a new temporary processing center nearby to help with the anticipated migrant surge in the area. Already, thousands are gathering at the southern border ahead of the Biden administration's lifting of Title 42 on Thursday, a COVID-era policy that restricted the number of migrants entering the country. But the Biden administration's new immigration policies may be even stricter. None of that is stopping the migrants in hope of a better life.
All right, Guad, thank you for that report. The FBI is helping out with the investigation. Officials say the driver is being uncooperative. They are running toxicology reports to see if he had been drinking as they try to figure out a motive.
Turning now to the latest on the civil rape case against former President Donald Trump. As part of this case, Trump has been sued for battery and defamation, and we now know Trump will not testify in his own defense after a deadline assigned by the judge came and went, and it comes after both sides rested their cases. Writer E. Jean Carroll accuses Trump of raping her in a department store in the mid-90s. The former president has continued to deny those allegations. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now. So, Danny, good morning. The judge gave Trump's lawyers until 5 p.m. last night to let him know if Trump wanted to testify. They did not make any such filing. What do you think is the strategy behind that?
They could have given him another month, and it never would have happened. The reality is this. Is that Trump was never going to testify. It was, whether he realized it or not, it's really just a troll that would have gotten the plaintiff's attorneys to do an extra night of work prepping for a cross-examination that even they knew was not likely to come. But in reality, it might not have even been as thought out as that. It may have just been some random comments by Trump on a golf course that set everyone else spinning, including his own defense team. But I imagine his own defense team knew he was never going to show up and testify because the risk was simply too great. Far better to let them read into the evidence, the deposition transcripts. And by the way, how helpful were those for Trump? Not very much. So it gives you a good idea of how well he would have acquitted himself had he taken the stand live in real time.
Let's go ahead and show some of the taped deposition of Donald Trump that was shown to the jury.
I don't even know who the woman, let's see, I don't know who.
It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah. That's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carol.
Oh, is that?
The person you just pointed to was
I
E. Jean
see.
Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
Point, your wife. And the woman on the right is your then wife,
I don't know.
Ivana?
This was the picture.
Ivana.
I assume that's John Johnson. Is that?
That's Carol.
Carol?
All right, everybody, we're going to show the same photo that Trump was looking at. Danny, what are your thoughts on that moment?
I think, and maybe I'm overthinking this, that this is Trump's approach to a deposition. He's the I don't know nothing guy, and that's kind of a character that you'll find a lot in depositions, the person who just doesn't know anything. It's consistent with his theme of I don't know anything about this because it didn't happen. So it's his way of somewhat being unhelpful and not knowing anything and looking at a picture and saying, but I don't know, who is that? Is that Waldo? Is that the plaintiff? I have no idea who's here. I don't know nothing about anything. And I think it's a kind of a cultivated attitude in these legal cases that he thinks will help him. But what he probably didn't realize is that by doing that, he set himself up for people saying, well, if you say that person is not your type and you mistook her for your wife, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
All right, Danny Savalas, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with a look at your week ahead. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you. And it is a unsettled start to the work week. We're looking at stormy start. We're looking at some storms in portions of the Ohio Valley into the middle Mississippi Valley. And that's going to be the case as we go throughout this Monday. We have a frontal boundary that's draped from the mid-Atlantic all the way to the southern plains. And you can see some rain falling right now, some heavy rain falling throughout portions of the Midwest, the Tennessee Valley. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. So this is a setup here. There's that frontal boundary I was just talking about, stretching all the way to the plains. We're seeing isolated risks for flooding from Wisconsin to Louisiana with really heavy rainfall. And in the southern plains, we could see up to 4 inches of rain over the next couple of days. So then by tomorrow, heavy rain developing in southeast Texas. That severe weather threat does continue in the southern plains. So we have the threat today, also tomorrow into Wednesday as well, as we're going to see that risk continuing on Wednesday. This is what it looks like today for the severe weather risk. 17 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. It could be large, and also a few tornadoes are possible. It's kind of feeding off the moisture from the Gulf. It's really warm, so we're going to see that cold front interacting with that warm air, and that's going to spark the chance for those storms, especially where you see the yellow. So places like St. Louis, Indianapolis, Lexington, Paducah, even just north of Nashville, we could see some strong storms. Into the southern plains, that will be the case as well. And then we're looking at the chance for heavy rain. Notice in parts of Oklahoma into Texas, some really dark colors. That's where we're expecting heavy rain falling over the next few days. Dallas, you are looking at the chance for some heavy rain, as well as Houston down to Corpus Christi. So we do have a flooding risk, but we have a flash flooding risk as well. So where you see the blue, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of rain falling and the chance for some flooding as well. Tuesday, the severe weather threat impacts 5 million people, damaging hail, again, large hail, winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, a few tornadoes, and that heavy rain falling. And we could see hail even up to tennis ball size. We saw that yesterday in spots, and we could see that once again on Tuesday. The flash flood risk includes portions of the northern plains, the central plains, into parts of the southern plains. So San Antonio, Houston, Laredo, you could see the risk for flash flooding. It's really warm, too. We're looking at summer-like air in parts of the southern plains, 90 degrees today in Little Rock. That's 11 degrees above normal for this time of year. San Angelo, near 100 degrees. And we're going to see this warm air moving to the east as we go throughout the next couple of days. Back to you both.
All right, summer in May. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Sure. All right, coming up, a lot of us can remember a teacher, maybe more than one, who had a really big impact on our lives.
In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, we're going to talk to the Secretary of Education and this year's Teacher of the Year, what they have to say about the challenges of staff shortages, changing curriculum, and burnout, plus their message to educators next.
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
It is Teacher Appreciation Week. It is a time to celebrate our nation's educators and the vital role they play in children's education. We were both talking in the break about teachers who made an impact in our lives.
Yes, we all have at least one, if not many ones. But the challenges teachers must overcome have only grown more challenging. In recent years, teachers have had to navigate everything from staff shortages to a nationwide drop in test scores to all the troubles tied to the pandemic, including teacher burnout. So we want to take some time to talk about those challenges and also recognize teachers across the country, thanking them for everything they do. Joining us now to help us do that is Education Secretary Dr. Miguel Cardona and also Rebecca Peterson, who is the 2023 National Teacher of the Year. Good morning to both of you. Thank you for joining us for this important conversation. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to begin with you because I want to know what message you would like to send to our nation's educators on this Teacher Appreciation Week, and what is the best way we can all celebrate and honor our teachers?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. And Rebecca is such a wonderful representative of the entire profession. She's amazing. I got a chance to meet her and her family last week. Look, to the educators that are watching, we see you. We recognize that celebrating teachers is more than having coffee in the teacher's lounge during this amazing week, but it's also fighting for your agency, for better working conditions, and for competitive salary, which is what you deserve. And that's what we're doing NBC for our educators. Everyone knows a teacher that has changed their lives. It's time that we lift up the profession and support our teachers.
Secretary, on that note, we are seeing teacher shortages in schools across the country. A lot of that is being blamed on underfunding, teacher burnout. And there are some proposals, some lawmakers want to do things like minimum salaries, of course, pay increases, bonuses. Is there support for incentives like that? And what else needs to be done?
Yeah, there is support. Not enough support. Unfortunately, we're also seeing attacks on curriculum, attacks on the profession. But there is support for that. We're certainly supporting in our proposed budget dollars to make sure we're incentivizing the profession, creating pathways from high school to college to the classroom. Everything starts with a good educator in the classroom, regardless of curriculum, or schools don't function without strong teachers, and we need to make sure we're investing in teachers.
Secretary Cardona, a report out just last week showed U.S. history scores, they're the lowest recorded in nearly 30 years. That follows declines in reading and math scores. We're seeing this debate around the country, debates over what we should talk about and whether to avoid talking about some of the darker parts of American history. What do you think is behind this decline? Is it concerning to you that we're seeing this trend in history scores?
Well, number one, it's concerning to me that the student performance is where it is. We have to do better. Our students deserve better. And we have a pathway to get there. We are discussing raising the bar at the Department of Education. We have a plan to do that. But we see that we need to stop this revisionist history or attacks on curriculum or history because it doesn't align with what some people want our students to learn and erase parts of our history. Unfortunately, that's become a hot button issue in many places. And we have to make sure that you could have the best curriculum, but if you're not hiring highly qualified teachers, it doesn't matter. It's not going to go forward. Look, we know what to do. We're proposing in our budgets and in our guidance how to support the profession, how to lift it up. Our students deserve better. The data that came out in the recent civics tests and even the nation's report card, it shows that we really need to focus on supporting our schools, having highly qualified teachers, and making sure that we're giving our educators and families an opportunity to engage in good instruction around topics that matter. Literacy, numeracy, and history are critically important for the success of students.
Rebecca, let's go ahead and bring you in here. Congratulations on being named the 2023 Teacher of the Year. I mean, this is your 14th year in education. What does it mean to you to receive an honor like this, and how has your job changed over those past 14 years?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, Mr. Secretary. It's so good to see you again as well. What a joy it is to represent this profoundly impactful and powerful profession that I just hold so dear. I always want to make clear that I wasn't chosen, I wasn't selected because I'm the best teacher. There's no such thing as the best teacher. There's an infinite number of ways to be highly effective, right? And so my hope this year is just to act as a sort of mirror, right? I hope that my colleagues resonate with a piece of me or my story or my classroom. But ultimately, what science has taught us is that mirrors reflect light. And there's just so much light all across our country through our teachers in their classrooms. And I hope that I can reflect that light and spread their message even further.
Rebecca, you've used your platform as Teacher of the Year to create the Teachers of Oklahoma campaign. That's where you actually visit teachers across the state, highlight the great work that they're doing. Tell us more about this campaign, why it's so important.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, as Oklahoma Teacher of the Year this past year, I had the joy of working on a passion project. And so I launched this project called Teachers of Oklahoma, kind of like Humans of New York. And I logged over 20,000 miles driving to teachers' schools, watching them in their natural habitats of the classroom and just leaning into their work. And then I write about the good and important work that I see them and their students doing and publish it on social media and in print. And I think just telling teachers' stories and listening to teachers' stories is vital now more than ever. You know, teachers hold story after story, year after year. And so my hope here in telling their stories is that the rest of us hold them as well and hold their stories also.
And Rebecca, you wrote an open letter to your fellow educators, and you talk about the challenges that teachers are facing post-pandemic. What are some of those challenges?
Yeah, there's a few. The one that I think is piercing our hearts most is our students' cry for mental health care, right? Their cry for mental health care, particularly as a high school teacher, it's piercing my heart, piercing my colleagues' heart. We know we have research showing that our students' brains have literally changed post-pandemic, right? And so that's very sobering news. So now more than ever, I think it's incumbent upon us to not just have best practices for our academic contents, but also best practices for teaching the whole child, for teaching social and emotional learning as well. The research is sobering, but the science is also really clear. And the good news is that connection is how we heal. So now more than ever, we have to teach connection.
What a great message. Rebecca Peterson, Teacher of the Year, and Education Secretary Dr. Miguel Cardona, thank you for joining us for this important conversation on Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thanks so much for having us.
Man, teachers do a lot.
They do.
All right, turning now to international news, we are going to start with some serious flooding in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Lindsay, good morning. Yes, according to local officials, the death toll from floods in Congo rose to at least 401 since rivers broke their banks last week due to torrential rain, sweeping away entire villages in the South Kivu province. Another official said thousands of people remain missing, while the search and rescue operation is hampered by the damage caused by the floods to main roads. Now let's go to Canada, where throughout the weekend, tens of wildfires had forced thousands of people to evacuate. Officials in Alberta said more than 100 fires broke out since Saturday in the western part of the country. Now on Sunday, some cooler temperatures and a bit of rain brought some relief, but officials warned the blazes could grow bigger in the next days due to high winds. And finally, China's state media reported that an experimental Chinese spacecraft returned to Earth on Monday after staying in orbit 276 days. The unmanned spacecraft was launched in August 2022, but its mission has largely remained under wraps. State media said the tests mark an important breakthrough in China's research into reusable spacecraft technology that will make future space missions more convenient and inexpensive, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, a new way to help the homeless community.
We are going to show you how the simple message of love your neighbor is helping people get off the streets in one major city and how it could help other cities combat the growing homelessness crisis. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Well, it was a historic weekend in the UK as King Charles III and Queen Camilla were crowned Saturday at London's Westminster Abbey, the first coronation in the UK in 70 years.
God save the King! God save the King!
The momentous occasion marked with shouts of God Save the King, as you heard there, as the Archbishop of Canterbury placed the crown on the King's head before the royal procession went back to Buckingham Palace.
And joining us right now to discuss is author of New Royals and royal editor at Vanity Fair, Katie Nichol. Katie, good morning. Thanks for being with us. I mean, for the most dramatic part of the day, the anointing, King Charles was actually hidden from view. So walk us through what happened, some of the moments we didn't see, and what were some of the moments we did see that stood out for you?
Well, I think that moment that you just mentioned was such an important moment, that anointing with the holy oil from Jerusalem. It's just steeped in, well, such an ancient tradition. It goes back to the Old Testament. You had this amazing combination of a sort of medieval ceremony with all the touches of a modern king, which give us an indication of the king he's going to want to be. But the images that you're showing now are of this beautiful screen that was erected around the king as he was anointed. Now, we weren't sure whether we were going to see this moment. If you compare that to 1953, the last coronation, the Queen was beneath a canopy. You could actually see much more of the Queen being anointed than you could of Charles. But he wanted this moment to be an absolutely sacred moment between him and God. And I have to say, I think that was the right thing to do. I think it was incredibly powerful. There were so many wonderful images and have been so many amazing images of this whole weekend. To have seen the regalia up so close and the sparkling crowns and the scepter and the orb. I mean, it was majesty. That's the one word I think we can use to sum up the entire weekend. And when I reflect on the Prince of Wales's words at last night's concert at Windsor, which was another feast for the eyes, another sort of piece of wonderful theatre, he said, coronations are a declaration of our hopes for the future. That was what the late Queen said. And I think they're very apt words, because as we look at these historic images, this is our first king and queen since 1937. It is a moment in history. 20 million people tuned in to watch this ceremony, this pageant, a military procession, the likes of which, well, I've been doing this job for 20 years. I can tell you I've never seen a military procession on this scale. The rain was torrential, biblical, of epic proportions, but then it was on the Queen's coronation day too. Hopefully it's a good omen for the King.
So, Katie, of course, this majestic day was all about King Charles, but another royal really once again stole the show. We're talking about 5-year-old Prince Louis. Talk to us about that.
Well, Prince Louis, you're absolutely right. He did steal the show. In fact, he's out today on his first official engagement. He's out with the Scouts, with his mother, his father, and his brother and sister, and they're currently renovating a Scout shed over in Slough. So quite a big thing for him to be doing his first engagement. But these pictures are of him at his first official state occasion, and it doesn't get any bigger than a coronation. In fact, the next coronation that Louis is going to see, of course, will be his father's. There was a bit of a last-minute question mark over whether Louis was even going to attend. There was a plan in place that he'd arrive at the service, be part of that procession, and then be quietly squirreled off, which is, I think, what most people with a 5-year-old would probably do, because anyone with a small child knows that you're taking a big risk having them at a 2-hour ceremony. He was ferried out for a little while, but he was there for the end for the national anthem. And what a special thing for that little prince to witness.
Katie, you mentioned the concert and what Prince William said there. How did the concert go down with the Brits?
Well, you know what? It's funny, because I think we were all expecting it to be a bit of a disappointment, because that's what we Brits seem to do. We start off with low expectations, and you might remember there were reports that Ed Sheeran had turned it down, Elton John had turned it down. It was all going to be a bit of a disaster. Well, you know what? It wasn't. It was absolutely breathtaking. We've never seen Windsor Castle lit up the way it was. This, I think, was one of the biggest stages ever built. Katy Perry in that phenomenal Westwood gown. What a wonderful tribute to the late Vivienne Westwood. I mean, you know, it was sensational. And I spoke to someone close to the King this morning who had been with him actually last night. There was a pre-party before the concert and an after party. And I said, how is His Majesty feeling after this epic weekend? He said, elated, exhausted, and absolutely knackered.
That's a good word right there. I feel that just watching all the festivities. So imagine actually taking part in it.
And you're not 75.
Right, exactly.
Katie Nickel, thanks so much.
The race for the Republican presidential nomination is heating up. While polling shows former President Trump with a healthy lead, rival candidates like former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson are planning their strategies to try and campaign against Trump. Hutchinson sat down with our very own Chuck Todd for this week's Meet the Press.
Well, hello there, Joe and Lindsay. This week on Meet the Press, I had Republican presidential candidate, former Governor of Arkansas, Asa Hutchinson, join me. And he joined to discuss his run for the 2024 nomination. This is what he had to say about trying to go head-to-head with former President Donald Trump.
He was responsible for a lot of the failure and growth that we expected and wins in a number of different states. And so his numbers were down. Since then, his numbers have gone up because he's played the victim. People believe he's been picked on because of some prosecutions. I joke in some ways that his campaign manager is Alvin Bragg of New York City. That indictment caused those numbers to go up because they don't believe they're fair. This will settle out over time. And so let's judge it, understanding that we're early in the campaign. We've got a lot of room to grow.
It's funny you bring up the legal issues, the seditious conspiracy convictions of the Proud Boys. That was a tall task for justice to prove that case. They were able to prove it. You have experience dealing in the Justice Department as a former U.S. attorney. Were you surprised they were successful, and do you think this is a dire outcome for the former president?
Well, they are difficult cases to make. It's a high bar, and they were successful in it. And I think it really reflects the seriousness of the offense of January 6th in undermining our democracy and how seriously the jury considers this, that found them guilty of that. Whenever you look at the impact on the future, Donald Trump has a moral responsibility for what happened on January 6th.
You can see my full interview and a lot more at meetthepress.com. You can also get a lot more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
Make sure to check it out. Chuck Todd, thank you.
A nonprofit group in Texas is looking to create a new path for people who are experiencing homelessness. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a closer look.
In this otherwise unremarkable area of Austin, Texas, there is a community that very well might be an answer, even the answer, to a problem plaguing cities coast to coast.
And we have a phrase that housing alone will never solve homelessness, but community will.
Community.
It's about community. It's about people being lonely, man.
We're in the middle of the Mobile Loaves and Fishes Community First Village with founder and CEO Alan Graham. What started with a few used trailers has now grown to scores of tiny houses. There will be more than 500 units by the end of the year. There's a waiting list of 160. As for rules, restrictions for drug or alcohol dependency do not exist. Zero.
We live in a world where we have been experimenting with prohibiting those things for over 100 years here in the United States. And how successful are we?
The village is faith-based. Its ethos found in both the Old and New Testaments. Love your neighbor.
Boiled eggs?
Sprinkled among the formerly homeless are people like Neil and Lynn Nolan, who chose to leave their affluent Austin neighborhood and instead live here, as the Bible says, among the least of these.
You two have been out there almost a year now. What's the most important thing you've learned?
It's easy to say I'm going to meet people on their level, but it's another thing to actually live it and do it on a daily basis.
It's evangelism minus the sermons. It's faith with works.
What we want people to do is preach the gospel often and only when necessary use words.
No proselytizing allowed.
That's why most of our neighbors love Christ but can't stand Christians.
In the village, there's an art studio and work opportunities. A hydroponic garden supplies free fresh produce. But utopia, this is not.
The two essential human needs are the need to be fully and wholly loved and fully and wholly known. When you bring all that to the table, it creates an environment of welcoming. But Harry, it has a side salad of tension. It's life. It's real life with all the beauty and the marinade of the dysfunction all put into that one little tasty gumbo, man.
JR figures he may have been on the street for 20 years, but no more.
And you'll never find another place that cares about people like this.
If this place didn't exist, would you still be on the street?
If this place didn't exist, I'd be dead. That's just the truth.
We sat with JR on his porch, listening to him play the blues, mournful notes that belied a hymn of gratitude.
Our thanks to Harry Smith for that report. And according to Mobile Loaves and Fishes, more than 300 people are now living in the community.
Coming up, more and more companies are already using AI for jobs once held by humans.
We'll show you just how AI is taking over the workforce, why some experts are worried about where things are headed. You're watching Morning News Now.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
From
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Back now with some financial headlines. The Biden administration is expected to announce some new rules that could change the way airlines handle delays and cancellations.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Joe and Lindsay. Yep, the White House says President Biden will announce today that the administration aims to write new rules to protect airline passengers. The Department of Transportation would require airlines to compensate people for major flight delays or cancellations when the airlines are responsible. Expenses could include hotels and meals. Most airlines voluntarily committed last year to offering hotels and meals, but have resisted providing cash for delays. Meantime, AI is everything, everywhere at once these days, it seems. Google plans to upgrade its search engine, reportedly, to make it visual, quote, snackable, personal and human. The Wall Street Journal reports that Google is going to nudge the service further away from the 10 blue links, which is the traditional format of presenting search results, planning to incorporate more human voices. At its annual developers conference this week, Google is expected to debut new features, allowing users to have conversations with an AI program, a project that's codenamed Magi. Meantime, Carl's Jr. and Hardee's are rolling out artificial intelligence in the drive-thru lane. CKE Restaurants, the parent company of the fast food chains, is partnering with several startups to automate voice ordering at participating locations nationwide. The move is aimed at boosting accuracy, speed, and revenue, and helping restaurants manage staffing shortages. Carl's Jr.'s and Hardee's have about 2,800 locations in 44 states, and apparently in the places where they've beta tested this, people like it. It's much more efficient. My worry is if it hooks up with my phone and says, you know, Bertha, your LDL is getting a little high. Do you really want to be having that cheeseburger this week?
Might help you out.
That's my real concern.
Well, that's why
it might
AI
help
is
me,
snackable. Right.
Yeah, and that's
right.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you.
Let's keep this conversation going. Silicon Valley is facing a major shakeup after a pioneer of artificial intelligence, Geoffrey Hinton, stepped down from Google.
He says the program's may be headed down a dark path, but not everybody in tech agrees with him. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has the details.
You've seen the movies. Humans build robots.
What am I?
Robots rebel.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
It all goes bad.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
And already, in these early days of AI chatbots, we've seen some pretty weird behavior from tech like ChatGPT.
AI doesn't have to be sentient to be scary.
The first release of Microsoft's AI-powered chatbot tried to convince a New York Times reporter to leave his wife.
I said, you know, I'm married, and it said, well, you're married, but you're not happy. And you're not happy because you're not with me.
And now, an early AI pioneer has retired from Google and is speaking out about it.
I wanted to be able to talk about what I thought were some looming problems.
It's what comes after ChatGPT that has Geoffrey Hinton worried.
ChatGPT knows much more than any one person. It doesn't yet know it very deeply. It's not yet very good at reasoning, but that'll change. There's a small chance that it could get smarter than us in the next 5 years or so. There's a much larger chance it can get smarter than us in the next 20 years.
Already, companies like IBM are announcing plans to slow hiring for positions that AI could replace. And intelligence officials have been sounding the alarm about AI dangers, like supercharging misinformation campaigns.
Democracies with open information environments are the most vulnerable to them.
Some argue the worry is overblown.
Of course, powerful technologies have risks. The alarmism, the part that I'm much more skeptical of, is AI taking over the world, doomsday. And frankly, there's no data to support that.
But even as tech leaders like Google's former CEO praise the possibilities,
getting better materials, solving climate change, managing our energy systems better.
He says companies need to get better about seeing the threats early.
If left to our own devices, our industry is going to maximize revenue because they're good business people, right? And I'm proud to be one of those people. But the fact of the matter is there should be some limits on what can be done. 15 years ago, I was a huge proponent of social media in all forms. And I did not see that it could be misused. I just didn't see it.
And while Hinton says there are enormous benefits to the technology he spent a career building, the risks are too large to ignore.
That's why I'm speaking out publicly. I want to get a lot more people thinking about how we're going to keep control of this stuff.
All right, thanks to Jake Ward for that report. A lot to think about.
It definitely is. All right, coming up, it will not be a cruel summer for Swifties.
Taylor Swift is releasing the re-recorded version of her Speak Now album. We've got more on that and some of the surprises she's including in this new recording next.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest from a bigger piece to the puzzle?
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The MTV Movie and TV Awards took place yesterday, but not how organizers originally planned. It was the first award show to take place since the start of the writers' strike, with Drew Barrymore pulling out of hosting in solidarity with WGA members. So the ceremony was not broadcast live, but there were still some popular winners. Best movie went to the horror classic, calling it a classic, I guess, Scream 6. Actor Tom Cruise received a popcorn statuette for best performance in Top Gun Maverick. The Last of Us won Best Show, and its star Pedro Pascal also won Best Hero. Meanwhile, Jennifer Coolidge won the Most Frightened Performance Award for her role in White Lotus, because all those gays were after her.
She was fighting for her life.
She was frightened. All right. She is wowing arenas on her Eras tour and has an incredible 10 albums in the top 100 of the Billboard 200 albums chart. Now Taylor Swift fans have even more reason to celebrate.
And after weeks of speculation and some cryptic clues scattered across social media, the star announced she would be re-releasing another one of her classic albums, 2010 Speak Now. Take a look at how she unveiled the surprise.
I thought I would just show you. So if you would direct your attention to the back big screen that we have.
Everybody goes crazy.
That was a response.
Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Cart, joins us now to talk about this. So what do we know? Do we have a date yet? And what are some things fans can look forward to?
Well, if you could hear above the screaming, you know, I think I heard it around the country the day that she announced this on her Nashville Eras tour. First stop in Nashville on Eras tour. Yes, Speak Now, Taylor's version, is coming out July 7th, which is a little bit of an Easter egg in and of itself. And the reason is she loves, like, just popping things into fans. I mean, she uses social media kind of in the best way. And July 7th is actually National Koi Fish Day, and she's had a lot of koi fish in the last few music videos that she's released. Bejeweled had it in, Anti-Hero she had it in, Lavender Haze. So fans were all about this, and they're super excited to see this.
That is a puzzle I would have never put together right there. So good for those fans who would have figured that out. We should note, by the way, our senior Taylor Swift correspondent, Savannah Sellers, was at the concert in Nashville last night, which is why she's not here
still
this
alive?
morning.
Like,
we haven't. I don't. We should check.
Yeah.
Sure.
I was saying.
She might have lost her hearing.
Thinking
that's for
of
sure.
that.
Remind us why we got to this point. Why is Swift re-recording so many of these albums?
Yeah, music is a complicated business, and Scooter Braun decided to buy her entire catalog from Big Machine when she was originally recording this stuff, and so that was without Taylor's permission. So in order for her to take back her words, take back her album, she's actually re-recording all of these albums kind of one by one. We've seen 2 of these versions before. I'm sure we're going to get more. So this happened a few years ago, and this is kind of her big middle finger to the music industry, if you will, in that way.
So, I mean, how do some of these re-recordings differ from the originals?
Well, sometimes, you know, it's kind of this new adult Taylor, a little bit of a version.
I mean, different sound, right?
A little bit of a different sound. Of course, you know, she's older now. You know, originally Speak Now was recorded in 2010, between the ages of 18 and 20. Now it's 13 years later. So she's a full-grown woman. I mean, even on the album cover, you kind of see she's in a similar dress, but she's not the same demure 20-year-old of recording this album anymore. So you get the adult version. In Speak Now, she's doing 6 new tracks of just unreleased songs from her vault. So you're going to get kind of this new flavor, this new spice of Taylor, and it's just been so fun to watch her. I mean, she really is so good to her fans, and she's incredible.
Music, I mean, still, you can have even different meanings, like, why you gotta be so mean? I mean, that's like an anthem today, too.
Well, as you know, things change in your 20s to your 30s, and so, you know, there's a lot more kind of meaning behind all of this stuff, and getting to watch her kind of be an adult. I mean, she's kind of been preparing this her entire time. She really is like a true artist.
We have about 20 seconds left here, but I mean, just what's the legacy she is creating right now this far into her career?
I mean, she's been doing this on the Eras tour, then she released Midnights. I mean, she constantly, it feels like she's reinventing herself, even though she's still so young. I don't really look at her as this artist that needs to reinvent herself, because she's still coming out with music, and yet she's surprising us all the time. I mean, she really is building such a solid legacy, and I think she's only getting started.
I think it's funny. She's like winning like Lifetime Achievement Awards already.
She's younger than me. I have a complex. I'm having a complex.
All right. Don't have a complex. You're doing great.
Yes.
We're all doing great.
Yeah,
all right.
we're doing great.
Darren Karp, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a broken community. Overnight, this emotional vigil taking place in North Texas. They were remembering the 8 lives lost in that state's second mass shooting in a little more than a week, this time at a mall just outside of Dallas. The lone gunman was killed by police. We are learning chilling new information about him. Plus, we're going to hear from an eyewitness who was there. Also in Texas this morning, tragedy on the border. Police say 8 people, some of them migrants from Venezuela, were killed, several more injured when a car plowed into them in the border city of Brownsville.
They were enthusiastic about being here already in the United States and they're ready to go to meet their family.
Investigators now trying to uncover a motive, a tragedy that comes with a surge of migrants expected this week as a controversial COVID-era border policy is set to be lifted. Also this morning, Flight for Your Right. New rules from the Biden administration aimed at holding airlines accountable for those lengthy delays and maddening cancellations. What's going to change and how it could affect your next trip? And it was a lavish weekend of pomp and pageantry in Britain as King Charles III officially became king. We've got all the highlights, the controversies, and what's next for the fractured royal family as His Majesty takes the throne. Remember, people up early on Saturday morning, I DVR'd it.
What? You don't want to watch it with the world?
I didn't want to watch it with the world. I knew what was going to happen. But we will recap it for you, whatever you missed, or if you want to relive those moments. We're going to begin this hour with new developments in the investigation into that mass shooting in Texas.
Police have identified a single gunman who will be charged with was killed after opening fire at a Dallas area outlet mall, killing 8 people and injuring 7 others. The youngest victim, just 5 years old. And this morning, we're learning more about the alleged gunman and what officials say may have led him to commit this horrible act. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Allen, Texas with the latest.
Yeah, here in Allen, this massive complex remains very much an active crime scene with law enforcement keeping it locked down as a memorial grows for those 8 lives lost. And this mall has been a shopping destination for families all across North Texas. Many of those families since scrambling for cover when that gunman opened fire Saturday afternoon. And we do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see is disturbing. Overnight, a community marred by gun violence coming together to mourn. A vigil honoring the 8 lives lost in what is now the second deadliest mass shooting this year.
Gunshots at the outlet mall.
The frantic scene unfolding in Allen, Texas, just north of Dallas. Police say 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia opened fire on Saturday at this crowded outlet mall.
I've got victims. We need an ambulance.
Law enforcement officials tell NBC the crime's now being investigated as a case of racial or ethnically motivated violent extremism. 2 officials say the suspect interacted with neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. One official telling NBC authorities found a patch with a right-wing acronym on his chest. Sources also confirm police are reviewing this footage, showing the moment the gunman began to open fire on innocent shoppers as families barricaded themselves inside. Authorities tell NBC News the shooter wore a tactical vest and was armed with a rifle and handgun. More weapons and ammunition were later found inside his car.
I heard pow, 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 shooting, and everybody ran.
The suspect fatally shot by an officer who police say was already there for an unrelated call.
Everybody, I got it.
Amid the chaos, acts of heroism. Some people were huddled inside an H&M store. One of them called his father, former police officer Stephen Spainhauer, who raced to the scene. He immediately began performing first aid on victims, but for some, it was too late.
The young child was underneath one of the victims, okay, laying on the ground.
And their parent?
They were on the ground. They were dead.
The father forced to wait agonizing minutes as officers led hundreds of shoppers out of the mall before he was finally reunited with his son. The former officer agreeing with so many others that something needs to change.
This is not a Democrat thing. It's not a Republican thing. It's an American problem.
Now, as for the victims in this shooting, we know of the 8 people taken to area hospitals. 1 of them was a 5-year-old child, and 3 victims remain in critical condition. And we've also learned about one of the lives lost. He's been identified as 20-year-old Christian LaCour, who was working as a security guard here at the mall when those gunshots rang out. Over the weekend, his grandmother took to Facebook, posting, "He was just 20-year-old with so many goals. He was such a beautiful soul. I was so proud of him." We'll send it back to you.
Morgan, thank you.
For more now, we are joined by Freddie Spainhour, who was a witness to that attack, whose father you just heard from in Morgan's report. Freddie, thank you for being with us. Glad to see that you're okay. Let's take us back to Saturday. As Morgan mentioned, you were barricaded inside the H&M store break room. What is it you were doing when you first heard the gunfire, and what happened next?
Well, I was taking my 15-minute break when the shots rang out, and I was about to go out on the floor to do my job after my break. And at first I thought the shelves fell because we get like heavy loads every now and then. And after that, there was complete silence. And my coworker and I just looked at each other like, what's going on? And then there were more loud muffles that started to take place, and that's when we knew, okay, something ain't right. And that's when we turned right around the corner from the break room, and that's when I noticed that all the managers and the customers that started rushing in over into the back towards the stock room.
You called your father, who is a former police officer. What did he tell you to do?
I called my dad, like right around like 3 minutes after the shots rang out. He just told me to get to safety, which already was at this point, and we were trying to barricade the doors as quickly as possible with different boxes and totes that we could find. And Dad said that he was on his way.
Your father actually arrived, he says, before many police officers did. I want to play something he told our Morgan Chesky, and then I'll ask you a question on the other side.
To see your son come out with his hands over his heads and have to walk past dead bodies, it's not something any parent or anybody should ever have to see.
Freddie, your reaction to hearing your father say that and just that moment when you two did reunite?
It was difficult seeing the carnage and the aftermath. And I do admit, I mean, when I was in high school and everything, I mean, I've seen a lot of graphic footage before over in high school and everything, ranging from Live Leak to even like some of the footage of September 11th. But to see something like this in real life is just heartbreaking. And it's like, this is something totally different that I'd never seen before. And I was outside of the outlet mall for quite a bit until my dad called me to tell me where he was. And that's when I walked over, and we really reunited. And Mom, Dad, and I, we didn't let go from hugging each other for about a few minutes. It was really, we just basically held each other together.
Which we all completely understand. Freddie, grateful that you're okay, grateful for everything that your father did to help so many people in that moment. We wish you well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There was another tragedy in Texas this weekend. An SUV plowed into a group of people outside a migrant shelter in the border town of Brownsville, Texas. At least 8 people were killed, nearly a dozen hurt. While police are still investigating why this happened, the incident occurred just days ahead of the lifting of Title 42, the COVID border restriction, and that's prompted a new wave of migrants trying to cross the border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Brownsville with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Good morning. As you mentioned, overnight the death toll here rose from 7 to 8, and law enforcement officials now tell NBC News they're looking into whether this driver may have plowed his SUV into this crowd intentionally or whether it was an accident. And we should also warn you that some of the video of the crash and its aftermath is disturbing. This surveillance video shows the seconds right before an SUV plowed into a crowd waiting at a bus stop Sunday outside a migrant shelter in Brownsville, Texas. The mayor says 8 people were killed, some of them migrants from Venezuela. At least 9 others were injured. This morning, investigators are still trying to determine a motive.
1, it could be intoxication. 2, it could be just an accidental one. Or 3, it could be intentional.
A bystander telling NBC News that he heard from other witnesses that the driver yelled anti-immigrant language, but police say they can't substantiate the allegation and it's still under investigation. Law enforcement officials tell NBC News the driver is a Hispanic male who is not cooperating with investigators. He's been arrested and charged with reckless driving, but more charges could be pending.
Just a terrible situation to witness such a tragic loss of so many lives.
The migrant deaths come just days after Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited Brownsville, touting a new processing center ahead of the lifting this week of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42. The policy change is expected to bring yet another migrant influx to the southern border, as many as 10,000 people a day.
The situation at the border is a very serious one.
Last week, we visited Juarez, Mexico, where thousands of migrants have already gathered.
What's been the hardest part? ¿Cuál ha sido lo más duro de esperar aquí?
The hardest part is never having work, food, or water, this man from Guatemala told us, saying he planned to cross the border with his 2-year-old son. The Biden administration is preparing for the end of Title 42 by sending 1,500 active duty troops to the border and setting up asylum processing centers in Guatemala and Colombia. But the president telling MSNBC's Stephanie Rule that Congress needs to act.
There has to be a legal pathway to citizenship.
Meanwhile, back here in Brownsville, makeshift memorial is growing outside of this migrant shelter, and the mayor says that several of those who were injured in the crash remain in critical condition. Joe and Lindsay.
Gabe, thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the case of Jordan Neely, the New York City man who was on the subway when he was put in a fatal chokehold by a fellow passenger.
Over the weekend, protests in the city heated up, at times even sending parts of the nation's largest mass transportation system to a halt. Those protests continue to mount as calls for criminal charges against the man who choked Neely continue.
NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with more on the story. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's been now a week since Jordan Neely's death, and no charges have been filed. According to 2 sources familiar with the matter, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office plans to present the case to a grand jury, which will determine if we'll see any charges. So it's not clear exactly when that will happen. Meanwhile, protests here in New York are intensifying, with more set to play out today. And just a warning, some of the images that you're about to see may be difficult to watch. This morning, growing outrage surrounding the chokehold death of 30-year-old Jordan Neely. Demonstrators demanding justice and calling for criminal charges. Some even jumping onto subway tracks in protest, leading to clashes with police. Authorities say 13 people were arrested so far. It comes as we're learning more about what happened on that deadly train ride when Neely was placed in a headlock by another passenger for at least several minutes. That passenger now identified as 24-year-old Daniel Penny, a college student and Marine veteran. In a statement, his lawyer writing, when Mr. Neely began aggressively threatening Daniel Penny and other passengers, Daniel, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves until help arrived. Adding, Daniel never intended to harm Mr. Neely. While Penny was questioned by police, he has not been charged with a crime. But calls for his arrest are intensifying.
We will try our hardest to make sure that he's held accountable.
A source telling WNBC's Jonathan Deans that before help arrived, NYPD dispatchers received 5 911 calls, including several people reporting a man making threats on board. Neely, who police say was arrested more than 40 times, was homeless and known to be struggling with mental illness since his mother's murder in 2007. Still, his family attorney says he was a talented street performer who loved to dance and make other people happy.
He had demons. And we all know people who are on the brink of going through something major, and that's where he was. But he had a life that he was living.
And this morning, Jordan's family put out a new statement saying, in part, Daniel Penny's press release is not an apology nor an expression of regret. It is a character assassination and a clear example of why he believed he was entitled to take Jordan's life. The investigation is ongoing. The other riders you saw in the video have not been identified. Meanwhile, the NYPD says they're still looking for 6 more people involved in Saturday's protest in that subway station. Something to watch.
Definitely. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Today, the Biden administration is expected to announce new rules for airlines in an effort to boost flyer rights. In the case of, quote, any controllable cancellations or significant delays, airlines can now be held accountable to address any expenses or inconveniences experienced by passengers. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National Airport. Joins us now to break this down. I mean, that controllable sounds a little vague. Any expenses that they incur sounds a little vague. What can people expect?
Bottom line, this is the beginning of a rule-making process. In other words, it's not going to happen overnight. It will not happen by the summertime. It's a typical government bureaucratic process that takes a while. But today, President Biden and Secretary Buttigieg will unveil this new proposal. And the bottom line, they want to compensate you, the passenger, with cash if the airline has to cancel or delay because of things in its control. In other words, a maintenance issue, a staffing issue. It's taking too long to load the bags. All of that would therefore allow you to receive cash compensation from the airline specifically. That's very important. It would also mean a meal voucher and or overnight hotel accommodations and rebookings. Now, this all comes, of course, after we had the Southwest Airlines meltdown over the holidays, and then last summer, of course, the major travel mess. It's also, it says, going to encourage and ensure that the airlines are offering timely customer service during this entire process. This is all coming, we should tell you, at a time when the airlines are under pressure going into the summer holiday, rather, not to repeat what happened last summer, not to repeat what happened in Southwest over the Christmas holidays. But again, these new passenger regulations, which are built largely on what the Europeans have already built into their system, they would not take effect probably for months at the earliest. Lindsay?
So for right now, when it comes to these rules, since that's not going to be in place for a little while, what can people do if they have questions about what their rights are right now?
So flightrights.gov. Flightrights.gov is the DOT's website where they really detail out what your rights are, but also which airlines are doing what. So, for example, right now, there are 10 of the largest airlines are guaranteeing meals and free rebookings on the same airline. 9 right now are guaranteeing hotel accommodations. No airline right now is guaranteeing cash compensation in cases of preventable delays or cancellations. So that would all be a part of this new DOT regulation. I mentioned that it was built on the European experience. Let me just tell you what happened to me. Recently, I was flying from Oslo to Copenhagen back to the States. My flight from Oslo to Copenhagen was delayed, not much, 45 minutes. I still made my connection, but because my flight was delayed by 45 minutes, the government required that I was offered cash compensation. That's what the European law requires. I personally thought that that was kind of crazy. I mean, I still made my connection, right? No big deal. I didn't request the money, but that's kind of what the Biden administration is proposing here.
All right. We'll see how it all unfolds. Tom, thanks.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather for the week ahead.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you. And we are starting out stormy in spots. We're going to see storms for the next few days in spots as we go throughout this work week. Taking a look at radar, you can see some rain falling in portions of the Midwest. That's where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's the heavy rain falling. And we are expecting heavy rain today, tomorrow through Wednesday in some spots. So taking a look at the week ahead, this is today. Strong storms, especially this afternoon, this evening into the Ohio Valley. portions of the middle Mississippi Valley, but we have rain stretching, at least a chance of rain, from the Midwest all the way down to portions of the plains. Plenty of sunshine in the Southwest. It's going to feel like summer there with temperatures into the mid-90s, even upper 90s in some spots. And then the Pacific Northwest, we have a new system moving onshore. That's going to bring cool and soggy conditions. So some lower elevation rain in the valleys, the coastal parts of the Northern California into the Pacific Northwest. And then we're going to see some higher elevation snow mixing in with some rain in the Cascades. As we look towards Wednesday, below average temperatures in parts of the west, more showers and storms stretching from the northern plains to the central plains into the southern plains. We're worried about or concerned about the chance for some flooding conditions there. Pleasant really along the Carolina coast into the mid-Atlantic, the northeast with lots of sunshine. Really nice temperatures on Wednesday in those areas. By Friday, May warmth, we're going to see temperatures into the 80s in the northeast. Midwest storms once again, and a lot of rain for many on Friday, stretching from the Intermountain West into the plains, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley, and also along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. It'll be warm in the Pacific Northwest. Notice those highs in Northern California into the upper 80s. So for today, over the next few days, we have a frontal boundary system that's sort of draped from the mid-Atlantic all the way down to the plains, and that's going to bring the chance for showers, some storms, even a flooding risk from Wisconsin to Louisiana. The best chance for storms would be in portions of the Ohio Valley into parts of the plains. We have heavy rain developing the southeast in southeast Texas, severe threat continuing in the southern plains, and then by tomorrow we'll see that flooding threat into parts of southeast Texas, the chance for some severe storms. And when we say severe storms, what does that mean? Well, we're looking at the chance for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also the chance for some hail. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, the debt ceiling fight on Capitol Hill heating up ahead of that critical June 1st deadline.
We'll take a look at the key meeting between President Biden and congressional leaders tomorrow. Is a deal possible? And what could happen if one isn't reached? We'll take a closer look next.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back, and the clock is ticking for Congress to raise the debt ceiling before June 1st. That's the date when Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned the U.S. could breach the debt ceiling. But reaching a deal is going to take a lot of work. Over the weekend, 43 senators sent a letter to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. In it, they said, quote, "We will not be voting for cloture on any bill that raises the debt ceiling without substantive spending and budget reforms." Now, Democrats are vowing not to negotiate if Republicans insist on tying a debt ceiling vote to spending cuts. President Biden is set to meet with congressional leaders at the White House tomorrow to try and hammer out a deal. In an exclusive interview on the 11th hour with Stephanie Ruhle, President Biden had this to say.
Is Kevin McCarthy an honest broker for you to negotiate with?
I think he's an honest man. I think he's in a position, though, he had to make a deal that was pretty, 15 votes. 15 votes that where he just about sold away everything.
Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on all this. Ryan, good morning. So House Republicans are demanding President Biden and Democrats agree to these significant fiscal reforms in exchange for raising the debt limit. What are some of their demands, and how is the White House responding to this?
Well, they want a number of different provisions that would really rein in spending at the federal level. Among them, clawing back some of the COVID money that's gone unspent. They want to install permitting reform. They've also talked about things like reducing spending back to 2022 levels. They've got a long list of provisions that they passed in the House back bill. And that 43 number that you point to in that letter that was sent by senators to President Biden is important because it shows that Republicans in the Senate can hold back any momentum that a deal that could potentially be cut, because it would require 60 votes to pass in the Senate. So the Republicans right now go into this meeting tomorrow with an important hand. They've already passed the bill, and now it's incumbent on Democrats to say what they'd be willing to negotiate to get this debt ceiling bill over the finish line. Joe.
So tomorrow's a big day. President Biden is set to meet with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Speaker McCarthy, and then the House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Seems both sides are obviously pretty far apart, even for a short-term deal right now.
Yeah, it does seem that way, Joe. At least that's their public position, right? I think what many are hoping is that when they get behind closed doors, that's where the real negotiating can happen. We could see if there's any ability for President Biden to try and provide some sort of exit ramp here, where not necessarily a bill that's tied to the debt ceiling, but some sort of negotiation that would tie these negotiations to the negotiation over the spending plan, which is due in September. That would be a scenario where perhaps you'd see this pushed off into the fall. At this point, though, their public positions have not changed an inch, despite that alarming letter from the Treasury Secretary saying that this could be as soon as June 1st, where we're dealing with the situation where America could default on its loans. So this meeting is as high stakes as it gets, Joe.
Yeah, and quickly remind us about what's at stake here, Ryan. What are the potential impacts if we do breach the debt ceiling?
I mean, not to understate it, Joe, you really can't. It could be economic calamity. It could lead to a stock market crash. It could mean 401ks could implode. It could also mean things like the housing sector could crash. There's also the risk of federal benefits being able to be paid out for things like veterans benefits and things along those lines, SNAP benefits. Everything that the federal government spends money on is potentially in the crosshairs here if they are not able to come up with a debt ceiling agreement. And it would, of course, be the first time ever that the United States defaulted on its loans. It could mean that going forward, America always has to pay more for the interest that it takes out. So the stakes here are very, very large.
June 1st, now 3.5 weeks away. All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Turning now to the legal troubles surrounding convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh. Earlier this year, the disgraced lawyer was convicted of murdering his wife and son. And now Murdaugh has made a major confession in a life insurance fraud lawsuit that was filed against him over the death of his longtime housekeeper. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from Walterboro, South Carolina with the latest. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. Another legal battle heating up here. Attorneys for Alex Murdaugh's former housekeeper say today they're going to release new audio recording and new documents tied to her case. This as an insurance company is fighting to recover that $3.8 million settlement money. And Alex Murdaugh from prison is admitting that he didn't tell the truth again in connection to another mysterious death.
Alec Murdaugh is changing his story once again, this time from a prison cell, after admitting during his trial to lying about his alibi the night his wife and son were killed.
I did lie to them.
Murdaugh is now confessing to even more lies, this time surrounding the mysterious death of the family's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield. She died at the Murdaugh home after allegedly suffering a fall in 2018. The disgraced lawyer originally told his insurance company that the family's dogs caused her to trip and fall. He later collected millions in settlement money intended for Satterfield's sons, who say they never saw any of it.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alec Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
Back in 2021, Satterfield's son Tony told Craig Alec Murdaugh promised he would help him and his brother get an insurance settlement for the accident.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, of course. Well, why not?
He said, I want to make sure the boys are taken care of because he loved Gloria that much.
Now, a legal storm is brewing over Murdaugh's latest confession. In a new statement made in response to a recent lawsuit filed by an insurance company looking to recover the $3.8 million it paid Murdaugh for Satterfield's death, Murdaugh now claims he fabricated his initial story, writing, "No dogs were involved in Satterfield's death," adding he invented the situation to force his insurers to make a settlement payment. Murdaugh also says the Satterfield family did actually receive the fraudulent funds. Lawyers for the Satterfields family deny they got money from the insurance company, saying the new claims lack credibility, much like Alec Murdaugh.
The question is Alex to be believed? Alex, at this point in time, will say anything to try to preserve his own skin.
Police have reopened the investigation into Satterfield's death. We reached out to Murdaugh's attorney, who had no comment about the lawsuit or why Alec Murdaugh is once again changing his story from behind bars.
Murdaugh is now serving 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and son, but he still faces nearly 100 other charges ranging from money laundering to stealing from his clients. Murdaugh's attorney says they have filed that notice to appeal, and they intend to do so in coming months. Lindsay?
All right, Katie, thank you so much.
Now to some international headlines. Rescuers are searching for survivors after a tourist boat overturned in southern India.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Lindsay, Joe, good morning. Yes, at least 22 people have so far died after a tourist boat capsized in India on Sunday night. Now, officials say the double-decker tourist boat was carrying 50 people, or double its capacity when it overturned, and blame overcrowding for the incident. At least 4 people were taken to hospital and are in critical condition, and the death toll is expected to rise as the number of missing passengers is still unknown. Survivors told local media that many on board were not wearing life jackets. Let's go to Ukraine, where an official appointed by Russia said that almost 1,700 people were evacuated from areas near the nuclear plant of Zaporizhia on Sunday. Now, the announcement comes a day after the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency said the situation around the plant has become increasingly unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Ukraine is expected to start soon a counteroffensive to retake Russian-held territory, including in the region around the nuclear plant. And finally, winter has come early to Australia. The southeast of the country has been battered by a cold front that brought high winds, snow and hail that could last until the middle of this week. Temperatures along the east coast dropped below zero, bringing some snow even in the capital Canberra, as shown by videos shared on social media. In Sydney, flights were delayed temporarily on Sunday due to strong winds, guys.
All right, beginning to look a lot like winter there. Thank you, Claudio. Appreciate it.
Coming up, there's been an increase in anti-LGBTQ bills in Republican-led state legislatures lately.
And those bills, along with the rhetoric surrounding them, are having a major impact on groups like drag performers. When we come back, we're going to hear from some of those performers speaking out just ahead of Pride Month. That's next.
Monday.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
A wave of anti-LGBTQ bills has been introduced in Republican-led states, spreading fear among those in the community, including drag performers.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke to performers in Tennessee, where a statewide ban on drag shows was passed in March. Here's just some of what she discussed for the season premiere of Meet the Press Reports.
As a transgender woman raised in Tennessee, she spent years hiding who she was. It wasn't until she turned 18 and stepped out onto her first drag show stage that she realized it didn't have to be that way.
And I didn't have the words for it. It was one of the few times I felt powerful, I felt seen, I felt right in my skin. I can do anything I need to do when I'm in drag.
Wait, are all the children out of the building? Are there any children? Look around. If you're a child, raise your hand. Not emotionally, I mean like legally.
For Story and her friend who performs under the name Harry Scary, it's begun to feel like their very existence is a political act.
The agenda is to just exist and to feel valid.
The agenda is to be able to go to the bathroom without having to worry about being punched in the face.
State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, a Republican from Franklin, Tennessee, sponsored the new restrictive legislation. The law targets adult-oriented performances that are harmful to minors. It doesn't say exactly how performances will be determined to be harmful or sexual. Have you been to drag shows?
Have not. But I've seen videos. I've seen videos of drag. Well, and I guess I should say, have I been to places where a man was dressed as a woman and performing or singing, and maybe they were dressed, it was a Halloween party and they were dressed up as Dolly Parton? Of course I have.
Are you trying to send a signal?
Of course
that
not.
Some types of communities, some types of people aren't welcome here in Tennessee?
The only signal I'm trying to send is that you shouldn't be doing sexually graphic, you shouldn't be simulating sex acts in front of children.
And NBC's Antonia Hilton joins us now with a closer look at her reports. So walk us through, because I think there's still some confusion over these bills and the impact they're having, especially in Tennessee right now, which is sort of the first, and others are looking at this, right?
That's right. So this is the first law that's been passed of its kind, but it might not be the only. In about 17 states, very similar bills are under consideration right now. And they're a little bit different, but what they mostly look like are restrictions on drag performances and trying to keep these performances away from children in public or anywhere a child might see them. And that's part of what's fostered this confusion. That means if you're on the rooftop of an adult venue, but a child might be able to see you from another building, that could cause a challenge for the business that you run, for the performance that you're hosting. That means that events like festivals, parades that LGBTQ people might want to attend, if children happen to be nearby, that could put these performers in legal jeopardy. And so that's part of what has caused so much fear. And so this bill is actually right now under a temporary restraining order due to the actions of a Trump-appointed judge just a couple weeks ago. But we'll find out soon in a few weeks, is this law going to be moving forward? Will it be implemented in the state? Or are performers going to have to go to trial to defend their art form?
Are you finding that they're already making changes, like, for example, I'm not going to perform unless there's security?
Absolutely. We are hearing that every single day from performers right now, that on an individual level, they're changing their routines, frightened that people will take a video of them, post it on social media, and that their lives will be threatened. They're hiring private security to work with them or with the venues and the businesses that they are attached to. And many of these organizations, they don't have a whole lot of money. This is extremely costly for them. So there are also some performers who are simply taking a step back from their work right now and not sure, what their connection to the drag community might look like going forward.
You also spoke with some leaders of drag story hours. This is when drag queens read for kids in local libraries. What did you hear from them, and how worried are some of them about their safety and security?
They're very, very worried, Joe. And that's because Drag Story Hour has really been at the center of a lot of the extremist response. We have seen Nazis, we have seen extremist organizations like the Proud Boys go to story reading hours and intimidate many of the performers. In fact, as part of the extended version of this story, we sit down with a performer who had Proud Boys storm their reading in front of children. And so they are forming security and volunteer groups. They're getting trained on CPR, gunshot wound response. And so that is the level of seriousness here, that people are really reevaluating performances, events at libraries that used to be pretty simple and straightforward. There is now a lot of work and security steps that performers are taking before they ever even step foot in these libraries right now.
You've been spending a lot of time reporting on this. What do you want to leave people with? One of the takeaways, and how can people watch your reporting?
I think one of the major takeaways right now is that we're hearing a lot of politicians talk about parental rights, because that's driving what's behind a lot of this fear that drag performances are inappropriate for children, and that parents have the rights to reach out to libraries and to cancel these performances, to keep certain people from coming to schools for events. And I think it's important to listen to those parents' voices, but also remember that there are parents of LGBTQ children, parents who are LGBTQ, and they have other opinions on these matters. And when you talk about parental rights, you have to remember all parents have a seat at the table, and we've tried to do that in this story.
Because they're worried their rights are being infringed upon to be able to talk about their lives.
That's what we're hearing.
All right, Antonia, thank you so much. And to reiterate, you can stream the full episode of Meet the Press Reports Anti-Drag Movement anytime on the Peacock app and YouTube. Antonia, thank you as always for your reporting.
Still to come, offering life after enduring some of the most difficult parts of a loved one's death.
After the break, we're going to show you how one group is changing the lives of families who choose to donate their loved ones' organs, offering growth through grief. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inlet?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Researchers are taking a closer look at the benefits of grief support, a service provided to those who lose a loved one.
And for one family, that additional help was crucial when deciding whether to go through the organ donation process. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal has that story.
Christopher Moss, coming off his 20th wedding anniversary with wife Denise, started to have chest pain one evening in 2022.
We were actually sitting here in the family room.
Right here?
Yes, yes.
He was taken to the hospital, where doctors confirmed the worst. He had died from a heart attack.
I felt like everything had just, my whole world had ended.
Struck by grief, Denise was faced with the ultimate question: what to do with Chris's organs.
At first, I told them I can't have this conversation right now. I needed some time. They had called again, and I had finally started talking with some people. I knew in my heart it was the right thing to do.
Was there a part of you that was scared?
Yes, I was, because it was hard for me to figure out what he wanted to do.
After donation, Denise was put in touch with Taylor's Gift, a nonprofit organization that provides emotional support for donor families grieving the loss of a loved one.
When you think of organ, eye, and tissue donation, people's immediate thought is surrounding death. But organ, eye, and tissue donation is all about life. That's what it's about. And so we want to change that conversation.
Tara Storch and her husband Todd founded Taylor's Gift in 2010 after losing their daughter Taylor in a ski accident, leaving them to grieve without much help.
Our focus is to help families like ours. From our experience, our personal experience, there really wasn't a dedicated grief support service specifically for donor families.
Dr. Macy Levin, director for the Center for Surgical and Transplant Applied Research at NYU Langone Health, has been working with Taylor's Gift to study how it's changing the lives of families undergoing organ donation. She says not enough families have access to this kind of life-changing service.
Donation circumstances are very unexpected and they are very tragic. And the people that are with the Taylor's Gift Foundation have actually walked the walk before. So you're really talking and walking with someone who has also suffered a loss.
Now, Taylor's Gift says they've helped millions of people register for organ donation since 2010. And in less than a year, its grief support program has provided free counseling to more than 200 family members of organ donors. For Denise, after weekly phone calls over the course of a year, a new outlook on life and joy in Christopher's donation.
I'm just really proud of her. Thank you. She's done so well, and I'm really proud of how much she's grown.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, NBC News.
Financial headlines now. A new survey by Bankrate finds money is often a major cause of stress for most Americans, even more than last year.
All right, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other news. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, more than half of adults say money has a negative impact on their mental health. That is up from 42% a year ago, according to a new survey from Bankrate. People say they experience money concerns at least once a week. And of that group, more than 80% of them say stress and anxiety are caused by economic factors, including rising prices and interest rates and just not having a stable income or job security. Bankrate says Americans are feeling pretty bad about their finances, with inflation at the center of a lot of worries. Despite a strong job market, wage growth just hasn't kept pace with the rising cost of living. Personal debt is increasing, and for a number of folks, savings are dwindling. Binance, meantime, has lifted a pause on Bitcoin withdrawals after halting them twice this weekend. The crypto exchange blaming the move on high volume, saying its platform was congested with too many pending transactions. The firm says to prevent a similar occurrence in future, it's adjusted its transaction fees. Binance has slid down the ranks for Bitcoin trading volume and is no longer among the world's top 10 exchanges. And Chris Pratt reigns at the box office. Well, he has already for a month. So he dethroned himself. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 topped the weekend box office with a $114 million take. That according to ComScore, which ends the 4-week streak of the Super Mario Brothers, which Chris Pratt is in, which had been at #1. The latest Guardians installment from Disney and Marvel matching projections in North America, and it's also the 32nd straight Marvel film to debut at #1. Marvel also accounts for half of the 12 movies that have opened with more than $100 million since the start of the pandemic. And you know what that means? There will be more Marvel films to come.
I think Marvel's figured out this movie thing. I think they got it down.
I think so, right?
Bertha, thank you.
Coming up, it was a weekend of pageantry and celebration fit for a king. We've got everything you might have missed from the coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, in case you didn't DVR it like Joe, including what's next for Prince Harry, who was notably absent from that famous balcony wave. We've got you covered after the break.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was a weekend of parties over in the UK as the country celebrated the coronation of King Charles and Queen Camilla.
NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us through the most memorable moments.
Yeah, the weather has not improved since Saturday. At least it is not driving rain like we saw at certain moments on Saturday. But we got a front row seat just around the corner from Buckingham Palace, right on the Mall, with the crowds, the faithful who had been camping out. A lot of history-making moments and a couple of very cute moments as well with the littlest royals. Take a look.
From start to finish, it was a spectacular affair. The kind of pageantry the Brits do so well in the kind of weather the Brits know so well. Through the driving rain, King Charles and Queen Camilla arriving at Westminster Abbey, their pages of honor, including 9-year-old Prince George, doing the heavy lifting. The Waleses, all stunning, Kate and Charlotte in matching Alexander McQueen, and 5-year-old Prince Louis with a big yawn caught on camera. Prince Harry arriving at the Abbey with cousins Eugenie and Beatrice, smiling, a quick wave to his aunt, Princess Anne. The crowning moments all went to plan.
God save the king! God save the king!
And outside, braving the elements, the tens of thousands on the Mall singing along to God Save the King.
God save the king!
We were amid the faithful who'd been waiting for hours, even days, for this moment.
And you can hear the deafening cheers around me. That was pretty exciting. I think I just made eye contact with King Charles.
And then the mall opened and the excited, albeit soggy, crowds headed for Buckingham Palace.
Are you excited?
But they had to pass us on the way there.
A few thousand of Molly Hunter's best friends.
Stepping out onto the balcony, the King and Queen, the pages of honor, working royals, and of course, Charlotte and Louis too. But no Prince Harry. He got into a car right after the service, seen later at Heathrow Airport as expected, missing the rest of the weekend's blowout festivities. But Prince William taking center stage at the coronation concert at Windsor Castle.
As my grandmother said when she was crowned, coronations are a declaration of our hopes for the future. And I know she's up there, fondly keeping an eye on us, and she'll be a very proud mother.
Even little Princess Charlotte up way past her bedtime singing along. An extravagant end to a weekend 70 years in the making.
Now, last night at the coronation concert, of course, that happened at Windsor Castle in the back in the beautiful gardens. The King and Queen, after a very heavily scheduled, perfectly choreographed weekend, actually took a little leave and had some fun with the American Idol audience, made an appearance with Lionel Richie and Katy Perry. Pretty fun to see that. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, looks like fun. Molly, thank you.
Molly's got the wave down.
No kidding.
Joining us now to discuss is NBC News royal commentator and talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, good morning. Let's talk about the dress code here. A little more relaxed in an effort to look more modern, of course, with the exception of the king, senior royals, of course.
Hard to look casual in a crown.
Right. Walk us through some of the major fashion moments from the event.
Well, funny enough, you say that the king looked formal, but the king traditionally should have been wearing breeches and stockings, so he did ditch them for something a little more modern. But it's the Queen I want to start with. She was wearing this stunning Bruce Oldfield dress, but the thing that you couldn't see when you first looked at her was the fact that right at the bottom of the dress were two little embroidered Jack Russell dogs, and that was because of her beloved rescue dogs, Beth and Bluebells, and she also had the names of her grandchildren embroidered into the dress. So you could see there that they really wanted to bring in the family, canine or human, into the fashion. Then, of course, if we move on to the Queen in waiting, if you like, to Kate, wearing that stunning McQueen dress. And again, talking about formality, she was very formal because the King and Queen had said that they wanted both William and Kate to wear their full regal regalia. So over the dress, the McQueen dress, she was wearing her Royal Garter Order robes. And that really, in a way, set her apart. It made her look much more like a queen in waiting.
Well, speaking of fashion, let's talk about what the American First Lady, Jill Biden, she attended the coronation with her granddaughter, dressed in the colors of Ukraine's flag, blue and yellow. Should we assume that was not a coincidence?
Personally, I don't think any of these things are ever a coincidence. If you think that you spot a message, you probably have spotted a message. It was very notable that there she was in this beautiful Ralph Lauren blue outfit with Finnegan, her granddaughter, in buttercup yellow. And in fact, many people were making the observation that the centre of Westminster Abbey had these yellow and blue carpets. Now, in fact, that was coincidental because they're the traditional coronation colours. But I think there was clearly a message there. Interesting also to see First Lady Jill Biden spending a lot of time with our Prime Minister's wife, Rishi Sunak's wife. She was out at a street party yesterday handing food out. So there's clearly some friendship forming there.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but what did you make of Prince Harry not having a formal role in the ceremony, but at least being there in support of his father?
It really was a blink and you miss it. He was at Heathrow Airport before the King had even made it back here to Buckingham Palace. We do know that at the informal lunch afterwards, the King toasted his grandchildren, including Archie, on his 4th birthday, even though Harry wasn't there.
All right, Daisy McAndrew, we're seeing some little chats that Harry's having, you know, in that 3rd row there with some of his family members. But
folks were keeping a close eye on every little move throughout, even though there wasn't a lot to take in. Exactly.
Daisy,
all right.
thank you.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, massacre at the mall. Overnight, a vigil for the victims of the second mass shooting in Texas in just a week. 8 people were killed, several others hurt when a gunman opened fire at an outlet mall near Dallas. Well, we're learning about the frightening moments as hundreds of shoppers took cover. Plus, what investigators are learning about the suspected gunman this morning. Another tragedy in Texas, this time near the Mexican border. Police say a car drove into a crowd outside a migrant shelter, killing 8 people. The new information coming in about the man behind the wheel. Plus, the latest on the surge of migrants at the border as officials get ready to lift Title 42 restrictions this week. Also this morning, thank a teacher. Today kicks off Teacher Appreciation Week, a time to recognize all those hardworking educators who often feel underappreciated and underpaid. The U.S. Education Secretary and the 2023 Teacher of the Year will join us this hour with what they want people to remember this week and what can be done to address issues like teacher shortages and pay. Plus, Speak Now, Taylor. Superstar Taylor Swift announces she's releasing another re-recorded album, the 2010 hit Speak Now. We'll show you how she dropped the surprise on fans this weekend, plus what to expect from the new recordings, as Taylor once again gets to call this album the best thing that's ever been mine. I feel like Savannah should be here when we do that.
Well, she was at Taylor last night, which is
go.
why she's not here this morning. So we'll hear more later this week.
All right, we are going to shift gears, though, and start with those developments on 2 tragedies we're following out of Texas.
Yeah, let's start with the latest on that deadly mass shooting at a mall near Dallas, Texas on Saturday. 8 people were killed, 7 others were hurt. Police identified the gunman as 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia. He was shot and killed by a police officer who was already at the mall on an unrelated call. Now, we do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see is difficult to watch. We are not going to show anyone being struck by gunfire. Now, police are reviewing this video very closely. It shows the moment the gunman jumped out of his car and opened fire on innocent shoppers. Investigators say he was armed with an assault-style rifle and a handgun, and that he was wearing a tactical vest. Say he also had more weapons and ammunition in his car.
It's still so traumatic to talk about.
I can imagine that. It was on the news this morning.
And I mean, you know, innocent people lose their lives on the count of, you know,
one person with a gun. I've never in my entire life encountered anything like this.
It's like a movie that's, you know, you're part of and you know it's not happening, it's real.
For more on all this, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who is in Allen, Texas. Priscilla, good morning to you. I mean, this all happened very quickly, so explain how it all unfolded and what is the latest on the investigation.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And as you heard there, people are still in shock and disbelief, those who were here and witnessed or experienced all of this unfolding. And all of the witnesses say that this came out of nowhere. They were enjoying a Saturday afternoon shopping when all of a sudden, as you saw in that dash cam video, someone pulls up to the mall, gets out of the car, and just starts firing. And to give you a bit of context, this is an outdoor outlet mall. We're talking about more than 100 stores, so there may have been certainly hundreds, if not thousands of people that were milling about this mall as this shooter went on this rampage here. We know that there was an officer who was already on scene for a different call that immediately ran towards that gunfire and was able to ultimately shoot and kill that suspect. But it's unclear at this point how much time had passed, how much time where there was shooting going on. But obviously we know that in that time there were 8 people who were murdered and 7 more who were injured. And as for the latest in the investigation, police have not held a briefing in more than 24 hours. They are revealing very little information in terms of the investigation and how all of this unfolded. Instead, right now, they are asking anyone with videos or who may have been witnesses to this to continue to come forward as they try to piece together a TikTok of how all of this played out here on Saturday. Joe?
So, Priscilla, even though investigators are at least publicly a little bit tight-lipped, we are learning more about the shooter. What can you tell us about what we've learned about Mauricio Garcia?
Yeah, so they have identified him as a 33-year-old male, and senior law enforcement officials tell us that they are looking at investigating this crime as something that could have been racially or ethnically motivated. We know that senior law enforcement officials say they have seen hundreds of social media posts from this suspect that is espousing neo-Nazi rhetoric and also white supremacist rhetoric. Officials say that he interacted with that type of content online, and they did search his family home overnight on Saturday. We went out there and spoke to some neighbors to see what they knew of this suspect, if there were any red flags. I want to play a little bit of some of those conversations.
From what I've seen of the guy, I mean, I didn't see any red flags that described what he had, apparently been said that he had done.
He went to high school with some of the neighbors, and they just said he was just always very quiet.
And the sense I got from speaking to those neighbors is that people would say hello in passing, but didn't really seem to know him. And I should point out that police, while they are investigating the white supremacist neo-Nazi themes here, they have not specified a motive as they are continuing to investigate this case. They've also not said how the shooter obtained all of those weapons. Joe?
And quickly, Priscilla, what are we learning about some of the victims here?
Yeah, so police have not identified the victims publicly, but we are beginning to hear from some of the family members of those 8 who were killed, including 20-year-old Christian LaCour is among the victims. His grandmother posting on Facebook that he was a security guard at the mall, that he had big plans for his future. She called him a beautiful soul and said that this tragedy has just been unbearable on his family. And we're also learning the name of a second victim, Ashwara Thadikonda, an Indian woman who worked as an engineer here. We actually spoke with a nonprofit group that was on the ground yesterday trying to verify whether she was among the victims, because her family in India had not been able to get in touch with her, and we have now confirmed that she is among the victims. And also, in addition to those 8 that were killed, there were 7 who were injured. We know that 6 of them remain hospitalized, 3 in critical condition, including children aging from 5 years old to 61 years old. Joe?
All right, we are thinking of all of them. Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, thank you.
For more now, we are joined by Deshaun McDaniel, who was an eyewitness to the attack. Deshaun, thank you so much for being here. We are so sorry that this is happening in your community and you're having to deal with all of this. First of all, just want to ask you how you're doing.
It's still just surreal right now. Trying to stay strong through processing all the information, but yeah, it's just a matter of staying strong, and it keeps hitting you that it's real. It's like how most people keep saying it was a dream. It feels like a dream. That's what it feels like until you keep seeing the things that you see every day on the news. You're like, dude, that's real. Alan and the common things that you pass by every day. So it just keeps hitting you over and over.
Take us back to Saturday, as much as you can here. Where were you, and what happened when you realized something was wrong? What did you see? What did you do?
It was crazy because before we got to the Allen Mall, the outlet mall, my boxing coach, he was a Marine, and he was texting me about someone in a different case that was planning a shooting. So he kind of sparked that thought process in my mind before I even got there. So I was there with my wife and my 3 daughters. And as we were shopping, I kept reminding my daughters, hey, look up from your phone, stay alert, right? Pay attention to your surroundings. Wow. Make sure you know what's going on around you. And that energy was with me the whole entire time. So it's just crazy that it ended up being that way. And then as we were shopping, I was feeling the urge to leave. So we were there a shorter shopping trip than we usually are. I was the whole time, I'm like, yeah, let's just leave. Let's shop another time. Right. So as we are exiting and we see the police officer that end up stopping the shooter, we're right next to the police officer, and we end up leaving. My daughter wanted to go get ice cream from the shopping place at the outlet, and we told her, let's go to the gas station. We could just get ice cream from the gas station. It's a little cheaper. And with doing that, we just escaped the shooting maybe by 1 or 2 minutes. So it was just surreal that everything that led up to us leaving ended up saving our lives, because we was in the same spots that I'm seeing on the news where the other people got shot. We were in that same spots. And it's just crazy that if one thing changed, it could have been us right there.
I'm so sorry that you and your kids had to go through that. Obviously thankful you're all okay. But now that you've had, I mean, really just a day and a half to sort of process, and of course the process will be much longer than that. But what do you want people to know?
To just stay alert, because like Allen is supposed to be one of the safest towns, right? So as most of us, and as we're shopping, we have this in mind. We have this natural feeling of being safe, nothing to worry about. But like I was saying, stay alert. I was always alert. My boxing coach trained us to stay alert. He was a Marine. He always put it in our mind. So anywhere you at, no matter how safe it's supposed to be, to just stay alert, because anything could happen, you know?
Deshaun McDaniel, thank you so much for your time. Glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Now to the other tragedy out of Texas that we are following this morning. At least 8 people were killed and nearly a dozen others were injured when a driver plowed into a bus stop on Sunday. It happened outside of a shelter for migrants in the border town of Brownsville. That town and many others have seen an influx of migrants ahead of the expected expiration of a COVID-era border restriction, Title 42. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
The horrific aftermath on the streets of Brownsville, Texas, just miles from the southern border. After police say a man plowed his car into a group of pedestrians waiting at a bus stop.
A gray Land Rover disregarded a red light and ran over several individuals standing at a bus stop across the street from our local homeless shelter.
The shelter is a partner of Catholic Charities.
They were all from Venezuela. They were all young men that had already been there for a day or two and had contacted their families and had already bought their tickets to travel. And they were enthusiastic about being here already in the United States, and they're ready to go to meet their family.
Law enforcement officials telling NBC News the suspect, a Hispanic male, rammed into the crowd with his vehicle. Police say he has been arrested and charged with reckless driving, and they're investigating whether this was an intentional act. Just days earlier, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced a new temporary processing center nearby to help with the anticipated migrant surge in the area. Already, thousands are gathering at the southern border ahead of the Biden administration's lifting of Title 42 on Thursday, the COVID-era policy that restricted the number of migrants entering the country. But the Biden administration's new immigration policies may be even stricter. None of that is stopping the migrants in hope of a better life.
All right, Guad, thank you for that report. The FBI is helping out with the investigation. Officials say the driver is being uncooperative. They are running toxicology reports to see if he had been drinking as they try to figure out a motive.
Turning now to the latest on the civil rape case against former President Donald Trump. As part of this case, Trump has been sued for battery and defamation, and we now know Trump will not testify in his own defense after a deadline assigned by the judge came and went, and it comes after both sides rested their cases. Writer E. Jean Carroll accuses Trump of raping her in a department store in the mid-90s. The former president has continued to deny those allegations. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now. So, Danny, good morning. The judge gave Trump's lawyers until 5 p.m. last night to let him know if Trump wanted to testify. They did not make any such filing. What do you think is the strategy behind that?
They could have given him another month, and it never would have happened. The reality is this. Is that Trump was never going to testify. It was, whether he realized it or not, it's really just a troll that would have gotten the plaintiff's attorneys to do an extra night of work prepping for a cross-examination that even they knew was not likely to come. But in reality, it might not have even been as thought out as that. It may have just been some random comments by Trump on a golf course that set everyone else spinning, including his own defense team. But I imagine his own defense team knew he was never going to show up and testify because the risk was simply too great. Far better to let them read into the evidence, the deposition transcripts. And by the way, how helpful were those for Trump? Not very much. So it gives you a good idea of how well he would have acquitted himself had he taken the stand live in real time.
Let's go ahead and show some of the taped deposition of Donald Trump that was shown to the jury.
I don't even know who the woman, let's say I don't know who
It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah. That's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carol.
Oh, is that?
The person you just pointed to was
I
Eugene
see.
Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
Point, your wife. And the woman on the right is your then wife,
I don't know.
Ivana?
This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that?
That's Carol.
All right, everybody, we're going to show the same photo that Trump was looking at. Danny, what are your thoughts on that moment?
I think, and maybe I'm overthinking this, that this is Trump's approach to a deposition. He's the I don't know nothing guy, and that's kind of a character that you'll find a lot in depositions, the person who just doesn't know anything. It's consistent with his theme of I don't know anything about this because it didn't happen. So it's his way of somewhat being unhelpful and not knowing anything and looking at a picture and saying, but I don't know, who is that? Is that Waldo? Is that the plaintiff? I have no idea who's here. I don't know nothing about anything. And I think it's a kind of a cultivated attitude in these legal cases that he thinks will help him. But what he probably didn't realize is that by doing that, he set himself up for people saying, well, if you say that person is not your type and you mistook her for your wife, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
All right, Danny Savalas, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with a look at your week ahead. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you. And it is a unsettled start to the work week. We're looking at stormy start. We're looking at some storms in portions of the Ohio Valley into the middle Mississippi Valley. And that's going to be the case as we go throughout this Monday. We have a frontal boundary that's draped from the mid-Atlantic all the way to the southern plains. And you can see some rain falling right now, some heavy rain falling throughout portions of the Midwest, the Tennessee Valley. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. So this is a setup here. There's that frontal boundary I was just talking about, stretching all the way to the plains. We're seeing isolated risks for flooding from Wisconsin to Louisiana with really heavy rainfall. And in the southern plains, we could see up to 4 inches of rain over the next couple of days. So then by tomorrow, heavy rain developing in southeast Texas. That severe weather threat does continue in the southern plains. So we have the threat today, also tomorrow into Wednesday as well, as we're going to see that risk continuing on Wednesday. This is what it looks like today for the severe weather risk. 17 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. It could be large, and also a few tornadoes are possible. It's kind of feeding off the moisture from the Gulf. It's really warm, so we're going to see that cold front interacting with that warm air, and that's going to spark the chance for those storms, especially where you see the yellow. So places like St. Louis, Indianapolis, Lexington, Paducah, even just north of Nashville, we could see some strong storms. Into the southern plains, that will be the case as well. And then we're looking at the chance for heavy rain. Notice in parts of Oklahoma into Texas, some really dark colors. That's where we're expecting heavy rain falling over the next few days. Dallas, you are looking at the chance for some heavy rain, as well as Houston down to Corpus Christi. So we do have a flooding risk, but we have a flash flooding risk as well. So where you see the blue, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of rain falling and the chance for some flooding as well. Tuesday, the severe weather threat impacts 5 million people, damaging hail, again, large hail, winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, a few tornadoes, and that heavy rain falling. And we could see hail even up to tennis ball size. We saw that yesterday in spots, and we could see that once again on Tuesday. The flash flood risk includes portions of the northern plains, the central plains, into parts of the southern plains. So San Antonio, Houston, Laredo, you could see the risk for flash flooding. It's really warm, too. We're looking at summer-like air in parts of the southern plains, 90 degrees today in Little Rock. That's 11 degrees above normal for this time of year. San Angelo, near 100 degrees. And we're going to see this warm air moving to the east as we go throughout the next couple of days. Back to you both.
All right, summer in May. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, coming up, a lot of us can remember a teacher, maybe more than one, who had a really big impact on our lives.
In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, we're going to talk to the Secretary of Education and this year's Teacher of the Year, what they have to say about the challenges of staff shortages, changing curriculum, and burnout, plus their message to educators next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
It is Teacher Appreciation Week. It is a time to celebrate our nation's educators and the vital role they play in children's education. We were both talking in the break about teachers who made an impact in our lives.
Yes, we all have at least one, if not many ones. But the challenges teachers must overcome have only grown more challenging. In recent years, teachers have had to navigate everything from staff shortages to a nationwide drop in test scores to all the troubles tied to the pandemic, including teacher burnout. So we want to take some time to talk about those challenges and also recognize teachers across the country, thanking them for everything they do. Joining us now to help us do that is Education Secretary Dr. Miguel Cardona and also Rebecca Peterson, who is the 2023 National Teacher of the Year. Good morning to both of you. Thank you for joining us for this important conversation. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to begin with you because I want to know what message you would like to send to our nation's educators on this Teacher Appreciation Week, and what is the best way we can all celebrate and honor our teachers?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. And Rebecca is such a wonderful representative of the entire profession. She's amazing. I got a chance to meet her and her family last week. Look, to the educators that are watching, we see you. We recognize that celebrating teachers is more than having coffee in the teacher's lounge during this amazing week, but it's also fighting for your agency, for better working conditions, and for competitive salary, which is what you deserve. And that's what we're doing in DC for our educators. Everyone knows a teacher that has changed their lives. It's time that we lift up the profession and support our teachers.
Secretary, on that note, we are seeing teacher shortages in schools across the country. A lot of that is being blamed on underfunding, teacher burnout. And there are some proposals, some lawmakers want to do things like minimum salaries, of course, pay increases, bonuses. Is there support for incentives like that? And what else needs to be done?
Yeah, there is support, not enough support. Unfortunately, we're also seeing attacks on curriculum, attacks on the profession. But there is support for that. We're certainly supporting in our proposed budget dollars to make sure we're incentivizing the profession, creating pathways from high school to college to the classroom. Everything starts with a good educator in the classroom. regardless of curriculum or schools don't function without strong teachers, and we need to make sure we're investing in teachers.
Secretary Cardona, a report out just last week showed U.S. history scores, they're the lowest recorded in nearly 30 years. That follows declines in reading and math scores. We're seeing this debate around the country, debates over what we should talk about and whether to avoid talking about some of the darker parts of American history. What do you think is behind this decline? Is it concerning to you that we're seeing this trend in history scores?
Well, number one, it's concerning to me that the student performance is where it is. We have to do better. Our students deserve better. And we have a pathway to get there. We are discussing raising the bar at the Department of Education. We have a plan to do that. But we see that we need to stop this revisionist history or attacks on curriculum or history because it doesn't align with what some people want our students to learn and erase parts of our history. Unfortunately, that's become a hot button issue in many places. And we have to make sure that you could have the best curriculum, but if you're not hiring highly qualified teachers, it doesn't matter. It's not going to go forward. Look, we know what to do. We're proposing in our budgets and in our guidance how to support the profession, how to lift it up. Our students deserve better. The data that came out in the recent civics tests and even the nation's report card, it shows that we really need to focus on supporting our schools, having highly qualified teachers, and making sure that we're giving our educators and families an opportunity to engage in good instruction around topics that matter. Literacy, numeracy, and history are critically important for the success of students.
Rebecca, let's go ahead and bring you in here. Congratulations on being named the 2023 Teacher of the Year. I mean, this is your 14th year in education. What does it mean to you to receive an honor like this, and how has your job changed over those past 14 years?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, Mr. Secretary. It's so good to see you again as well. What a joy it is to represent this profoundly impactful and powerful profession that I just hold so dear. I always want to make clear that I wasn't chosen, I wasn't selected because I'm the best teacher. There's no such thing as the best teacher. There's an infinite number of ways to be highly effective, right? And so my hope this year is just to act as a sort of mirror, right? I hope that my colleagues resonate with a piece of me or my story or my classroom. But ultimately, what science has taught us is that mirrors reflect light. And there's just so much light all across our country through our teachers in their classrooms. And I hope that I can reflect that light and spread their message even further.
Rebecca, you've used your platform as Teacher of the Year to create the Teachers of Oklahoma campaign. That's where you actually visit teachers across the state, highlight the great work that they're doing. Tell us more about this campaign, why it's so important.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, as Oklahoma Teacher of the Year this past year, I had the joy of working on a passion project. And so I launched this project called Teachers of Oklahoma, kind of like Humans of New York. And I logged over 20,000 miles driving to teachers' schools, watching them in their natural habitats of the classroom and just leaning into their work. And then I write about the good and important work that I see them and their students doing and publish it on social media and in print. And I think just telling teachers' stories and listening to teachers' stories is vital now more than ever. You know, teachers hold story after story, year after year. And so my hope here in telling their stories is that the rest of us hold them as well and hold their stories also.
And Rebecca, you wrote an open letter to your fellow educators, and you talk about the challenges that teachers are facing post-pandemic. What are some of those challenges?
Yeah, there's a few. The one that I think is piercing our hearts most is our students' cry for mental health care, right? Their cry for mental health care, particularly as a high school teacher, it's piercing my heart, piercing my colleagues' heart. We know we have research showing that our students' brains have literally changed post-pandemic, right? And so that's very sobering news. So now more than ever, I think it's incumbent upon us to not just have best practices for our academic contents, but also best practices for teaching the whole child, for teaching social and emotional learning as well. The research is sobering, but the science is also really clear. And the good news is that connection is how we heal. So now more than ever, we have to teach connection.
What a great message. Rebecca Peterson, Teacher of the Year, and Education Secretary Dr. Miguel Cardona, thank you for joining us for this important conversation on Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thanks so much for having us.
Man, teachers do a lot.
They do.
All right, turning now to international news, we are going to start with some serious flooding in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Lindsay, good morning. Yes, according to local officials, the death toll from floods in Congo rose to at least 401 since rivers broke their banks last week due to torrential rain, sweeping away entire villages in the South Kivu province. Another official said thousands of people remain missing, while the search and rescue operation is hampered by the damage caused by the floods to main roads. Now let's go to Canada, where throughout the weekend, tens of wildfires had forced thousands of people to evacuate. Officials in Alberta said more than 100 fires broke out since Saturday in the western part of the country. Now on Sunday, some cooler temperatures and a bit of rain brought some relief, but officials warned the blazes could grow bigger in the next days due to high winds. And finally, China's state media reported that an experimental Chinese spacecraft returned to Earth on Monday after staying in orbit 276 days. The unmanned spacecraft was launched in August 2022, but its mission has largely remained under wraps. State media said the tests mark an important breakthrough in China's research into reusable spacecraft technology that will make future space missions more convenient and inexpensive, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, a new way to help the homeless community.
We are going to show you how the simple message of love your neighbor is helping people get off the streets in one major city and how it could help other cities combat the growing homelessness crisis. Stay with us.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, it was a historic weekend in the UK as King Charles III and Queen Camilla were crowned Saturday at London's Westminster Abbey, the first coronation in the UK in 70 years.
God save the King! God save the
The momentous occasion marked with shouts of God Save the King, as you heard there, as the Archbishop of Canterbury placed the crown on the King's head before the royal procession went back to Buckingham Palace.
And joining us right now to discuss is author of New Royals and royal editor at Vanity Fair, Katie Nichol. Katie, good morning. Thanks for being with us. I mean, for the most dramatic part of the day, the anointing, King Charles was actually hidden from view. So walk us through what happened, some of the moments we didn't see, and what were some of the moments we did see that stood out for you?
Well, I think that moment that you just mentioned was such an important moment, that anointing with the holy oil from Jerusalem. It's just steeped in, well, such an ancient tradition. It goes back to the Old Testament. You had this amazing combination of a sort of medieval ceremony with all the touches of a modern king, which give us an indication of the king he's going to want to be. But the images that you're showing now are of this beautiful screen that was erected around the king as he was anointed. Now, we weren't sure whether we were going to see this moment. If you compare that to 1953, the last coronation, the Queen was beneath a canopy. You could actually see much more of the Queen being anointed than you could of Charles. But he wanted this moment to be an absolutely sacred moment between him and God. And I have to say, I think that was the right thing to do. I think it was incredibly powerful. There were so many wonderful images and have been so many amazing images of this whole weekend. To have seen the regalia up so close and the sparkling crowns and the scepter and the orb. I mean, it was majesty. That's the one word I think we can use to sum up the entire weekend. And when I reflect on the Prince of Wales's words at last night's concert at Windsor, which was another feast for the eyes, another sort of piece of wonderful theatre, he said, coronations are a declaration of our hopes for the future. That was what the late Queen said. And I think they're very apt words, because as we look at these historic images, this is our first king and queen since 1937. It is a moment in history. 20 million people tuned in to watch this ceremony, this pageant, a military procession, the likes of which, well, I've been doing this job for 20 years. I can tell you I've never seen a military procession on this scale. And the rain was torrential, biblical, of epic proportions, but then it was on the Queen's coronation day too. Hopefully it's a good omen for the King.
So, Katie, of course, this majestic day was all about King Charles, but another royal really once again stole the show. We're talking about 5-year-old Prince Louis. Talk to us about that.
Well, Prince Louis, you're absolutely right. He did steal the show. In fact, he's out today on his first official engagement. He's out with the Scouts, with his mother, his father, and his brother and sister, and they're currently renovating a Scout shed over in Slough. So quite a big thing for him to be doing his first engagement. But these pictures are of him at his first official state occasion, and it doesn't get any bigger than a coronation. In fact, the next coronation that Louis is going to see, of course, will be his father's. There was a bit of a last-minute question mark over whether Louis was even going to attend. There was a plan in place that he'd arrive at the service, be part of that procession, and then be quietly squirreled off, which is, I think, what most people with a 5-year-old would probably do, because anyone with a small child knows that you're taking a big risk having them at a 2-hour ceremony. He was ferried out for a little while, but he was there for the end for the national anthem. And what a special thing for that little prince to witness.
Katie, you mentioned the concert and what Prince William said there. How did the concert go down with the Brits?
Well, you know what? It's funny because I think we were all expecting it to be a bit of a disappointment, because that's what we Brits seem to do. We start off with low expectations, and you might remember there were reports that Ed Sheeran had turned it down, Elton John had turned it down. It was all going to be a bit of a disaster. Well, you know what? It wasn't. It was absolutely breathtaking. We've never seen Windsor Castle lit up the way it was. This, I think, was one of the biggest stages ever built. Katy Perry in that phenomenal Westwood gown. What a wonderful tribute to the late Vivienne Westwood. I mean, you know, it was sensational. And I spoke to someone close to the King this morning who had been with him actually last night. There was a pre-party before the concert and an after party. And I said, how is His Majesty feeling after this epic weekend? He said, elated, exhausted, and absolutely knackered.
That's a good word right there. I feel that just watching all the festivities. So imagine actually taking part in it.
And you're not 75.
Right, exactly.
Katie Nickel, thanks so much.
The race for the Republican presidential nomination is heating up. While polling shows former President Trump with a healthy lead, rival candidates like former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson are planning their strategies to try and campaign against Trump. Hutchinson sat down with our very own Chuck Todd for this week's Meet the Press.
Well, hello there, Joe and Lindsay. This week on Meet the Press, I had Republican presidential candidate, former Governor of Arkansas, Asa Hutchinson, join me. And he joined to discuss his run for the 2024 nomination. This is what he had to say about trying to go head-to-head with former President Donald Trump.
He was responsible for a lot of the failure
and growth that we expected and wins in a number of different states. And so his numbers were down. Since then, his numbers have gone up because he's played the victim. People believe he's been picked on because of some prosecutions. I joke in some ways that his campaign manager is Alvin Bragg in New York City. That indictment caused those numbers to go up because they don't believe they're fair. This will settle out over time. And so let's judge it, understanding that we're early in the campaign. We've got a lot of room to grow.
It's funny you bring up the legal issues, the seditious conspiracy convictions of the Proud Boys. That was a tall task for justice to prove that case. They were able to prove it. You have experience dealing in the Justice Department as a former U.S. attorney. Were you surprised they were successful, and do you think this is a dire outcome for the former president?
Well, they are difficult cases to make. It's a high bar, and they were successful in it. And I think it really reflects the seriousness of the offense of January 6th in undermining our democracy and how seriously the jury considers this, that found them guilty of that. Whenever you look at the impact on the future, Donald Trump has a moral responsibility for what happened on January 6th.
You can see my full interview and a lot more at meetthepress.com. You can also get a lot more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
Make sure to check it out. Chuck Todd, thank you.
A nonprofit group in Texas is looking to create a new path for people who are experiencing homelessness. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a closer look.
In this otherwise unremarkable area of Austin, Texas, there is a community that very well might be an answer, even the answer, to a problem plaguing cities coast to coast.
And we have a phrase that housing alone will never solve homelessness, but community will.
Community.
It's about community. It's about people being lonely, man.
We're in the middle of the Mobile Loaves and Fishes Community First Village with founder and CEO Alan Graham. What started with a few used trailers has now grown to scores of tiny houses. There will be more than 500 units by the end of the year. There's a waiting list of 160. As for rules, restrictions for drug or alcohol dependency do not exist. Zero.
We live in a world where we have been experimenting with prohibiting those things for over 100 years here in the United States. And how successful are we?
The village is faith-based. Its ethos found in both the Old and New Testaments. Love your neighbor.
Boiled eggs?
Sprinkled among the formerly homeless are people like Neil and Lynn Nolan, who chose to leave their affluent Austin neighborhood and instead live here, as the Bible says, among the least of these.
You two have been out there almost a year now. What's the most important thing you've learned?
It's easy to say I'm going to meet people on their level, but it's another thing to actually live it and do it on a daily basis.
It's evangelism minus the sermons. It's faith with works.
What we want people to do is preach the gospel often and only when necessary use words.
No proselytizing allowed.
That's why most of our neighbors love Christ but can't stand Christians.
In the village, there's an art studio and work opportunities. A hydroponic garden supplies free fresh produce. But utopia, this is not.
The two essential human needs are the need to be fully and wholly loved and fully and wholly known. When you bring all that to the table, it creates an environment of welcoming. But Harry, it has a side salad of tension. It's life. It's real life with all the beauty and the marinade of the dysfunction all put into that one little tasty gumbo, man.
JR figures he may have been on the street for 20 years, but no more.
And you'll never find another place that cares about people like this.
If this place didn't exist, would you still be on the street?
If this place didn't exist, I'd be dead. That's just the truth.
We sat with JR on his porch, listening to him play the blues, mournful notes that belied a hymn of gratitude.
Our thanks to Harry Smith for that report. And according to Mobile Loaves and Fishes, more than 300 people are now living in the community.
Coming up, more and more companies are already using AI for jobs once held by humans.
We'll show you just how AI is taking over the workforce and why some experts are worried about where things are headed. You're watching Morning News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city. Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Back now with some financial headlines. The Biden administration is expected to announce some new rules that could change the way airlines handle delays and cancellations.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Joe and Lindsay. Yep, the White House says President Biden will announce today that the administration aims to write new rules to protect airline passengers. The Department of Transportation would require airlines to compensate people for major flight delays or cancellations when the airlines are responsible. Expenses could include hotels and meals. Most airlines voluntarily committed last year to offering hotels and meals, but have resisted providing cash for delays. Meantime, AI is everything, everywhere at once these days, it seems. Google plans to upgrade its search engine, reportedly, to make it visual, quote, snackable, personal, and human. The Wall Street Journal reports that Google is going to nudge the service further away from the 10 blue links, which is the traditional format of presenting search results, planning to incorporate more human voices. At its annual developers conference this week, Google is expected to debut new features allowing users to have conversations with an AI program, a project that's codenamed Magi. Meantime, Carl's Jr. and Hardee's are rolling out artificial intelligence in the drive-thru lane. CKE Restaurants, the parent company of the fast food chains, is partnering with several startups to automate voice ordering at participating locations nationwide. The move is aimed at boosting accuracy, speed, and revenue, and helping restaurants manage staffing shortages. Carl's Jr.'s and Hardee's have about 2,800 locations in 44 states, and apparently in the places where they've beta tested this, people like it. It's much more efficient. My worry is if it hooks up with my phone and says, you know, Bertha, your LDL is getting a little high. Do you really want to be having that cheeseburger this week?
Might help you out.
That's my real concern.
Well, that's why
it might
AI
help
is
me,
snackable. Right.
Yeah, and that's right. Exactly.
Bertha,
thank you.
Let's keep this conversation going. Silicon Valley is facing a major shakeup after a pioneer of artificial intelligence, Geoffrey Hinton, stepped down from Google.
He says the program's may be headed down a dark path, but not everybody in tech agrees with him. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has the details.
You've seen the movies. Humans build robots.
What am I?
Robots rebel.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
It all goes bad.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
And already, in these early days of AI chatbots, we've seen some pretty weird behavior from tech like ChatGPT.
AI doesn't have to be sentient to be scary.
The first release of Microsoft's AI-powered chatbot tried to convince a New York Times reporter to leave his wife.
I said, you know, I'm married, and it said, well, you're married, but you're not happy. And you're not happy because you're not with me.
And now, an early AI pioneer has retired from Google and is speaking out about it.
I wanted to be able to talk about what I thought were some looming problems.
It's what comes after ChatGPT that has Geoffrey Hinton worried.
ChatGPT knows much more than any one person. It doesn't yet know it very deeply. It's not yet very good at reasoning, but that'll change. There's a small chance that it could get smarter than us in the next 5 years or so. There's a much larger chance it can get smarter than us in the next 20 years.
Already, companies like IBM are announcing plans to slow hiring for positions that AI could replace. And intelligence officials have been sounding the alarm about AI dangers, like supercharging misinformation campaigns.
Democracies with open information environments are the most vulnerable to them.
Some argue the worry is overblown.
Of course, powerful technologies have risks. The alarmism, the part that I'm much more skeptical of, is AI taking over the world, doomsday. And frankly, there's no data to support that.
But even as tech leaders like Google's former CEO praise the possibilities,
getting better materials, solving climate change, managing our energy systems better.
He says companies need to get better about seeing the threats early.
If left to our own devices, our industry is going to maximize revenue because they're good business people, right? And I'm proud to be one of those people. But the fact of the matter is there should be some limits on what can be done. 15 years ago, I was a huge proponent of social media in all forms. And I did not see that it could be misused. I just didn't see it.
And while Hinton says there are enormous benefits to the technology he spent a career building, the risks are too large to ignore.
That's why I'm speaking out publicly. I want to get a lot more people thinking about how we're going to keep control of this stuff.
All right, thanks to Jake Ward for that report. A lot to think about.
It definitely is. All right, coming up, it will not be a cruel summer for Swifties.
Taylor Swift is releasing the re-recorded version of her Speak Now album. We've got more on that and some of the surprises she's including in this new recording next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. only on Today.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The MTV Movie and TV Awards took place yesterday, but not how organizers originally planned. It was the first award show to take place since the start of the writers' strike, with Drew Barrymore pulling out of hosting in solidarity with WGA members. So the ceremony was not broadcast live, but there were still some popular winners. Best movie went to the horror classic, calling it a classic, I guess, Scream 6. Actor Tom Cruise received a popcorn statuette for Best Performance in Top Gun Maverick. The Last of Us won Best Show, and its star Pedro Pascal also won Best Hero. Meanwhile, Jennifer Coolidge won the Most Frightened Performance Award for her role in White Lotus, because all those gays were after her.
She was fighting for her life.
She was frightened. All right. She is wowing arenas on her Eras tour and has an incredible 10 albums in the top 100 of the Billboard 200 albums chart. Now Taylor Swift fans have even more reason to celebrate.
And after weeks of speculation and some cryptic clues scattered across social media, the star announced she would be re-releasing another one of her classic albums, 2010 Speak Now. Take a look at how she unveiled the surprise.
I thought I would just show you. So if you would direct your attention to the back big screen that we have.
Everybody goes crazy.
That was a response.
Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Derek Hart, joins us now to talk about this. So what do we know? Do we have a date yet? And what are some things fans can look forward to?
Well, if you could hear above the screaming, you know, I think I heard it around the country the day that she announced this on her Nashville Eras tour. First stop at Nashville Eras tour. Yes, Speak Now, Taylor's version, is coming out July 7th, which is a little bit of an Easter egg in and of itself. And the reason is she loves, like, just popping things into fans. I mean, she uses social media kind of in the best way. And July 7th is actually National Koi Fish Day, and she's had a lot of koi fish in the last few music videos that she's released. Bejeweled had it in, Anti-Hero she had it in, Lavender Haze. So fans were all about this, and they're super excited to see this.
That is a puzzle I would have never put together right there. So good for those fans who would have figured that out. We should note, by the way, our senior Taylor Swift correspondent, Savannah Sellers, was at the concert in Nashville last night, which is why she's not here this morning.
And she's still alive?
Like, we haven't... We should check.
Yeah.
Sure.
I was saying,
she might have lost her hearing.
Thinking
that's for
of
sure.
that,
Remind us why we got to this point. Why is Swift re-recording so many of these albums?
Yeah, music is a complicated business, and Scooter Braun decided to buy her entire catalog from Big Machine when she was originally recording this stuff, and so that was without Taylor's permission. So in order for her to take back her words, take back her album, she's actually re-recording all of these albums kind of one by one. We've seen 2 of these versions before. I'm sure we're going to get more. So this happened a few years ago, and this is kind of her big middle finger to the music industry, if you will, in that way.
So, I mean, how do some of these re-recordings differ from the originals?
Well, sometimes, you know, it's kind of this new adult Taylor, a little bit of a version.
I mean, on this sound, right?
A little bit of a different sound. Of course, you know, she's older now. You know, originally Speak Now was recorded in 2010 between the ages of 18 and 20. Now it's 13 years later. So she's a full-grown woman. I mean, even on the album cover, you kind of see she's in a similar dress, but she's not the same demure 20-year-old of recording this album anymore. So you get the adult version. And Speak Now, she's doing 6 new tracks of just unreleased songs from her vault. So we were going to get kind of this new flavor, this new spice of Taylor, and it's just been so fun to watch her. I mean, she really is so good to her fans, and she's incredible.
Music, I mean, still, you can have even different meanings, like why you got to be so mean. I mean, that's like an anthem today too.
Well, as you know, things change in your 20s to your 30s, and so there's a lot more kind of meaning behind all of this stuff. And getting to watch her kind of be an adult. I mean, she's kind of been preparing this her entire time. She really is like a true artist. It's
we have about
incredible.
20 seconds left here, but I mean, just what's the legacy she is creating right now? This far into her career.
I mean, she's been doing this on the Eras Tour. Then she released Midnights. I mean, she constantly, it feels like she's reinventing herself, even though she's still so young. I don't really look at her as this artist that needs to reinvent herself because she's still coming out with music, and yet she's surprising us all the time. I mean, she really is building such a solid legacy, and I think she's only getting started.
I think it's funny.
Crazy.
She's like winning like Lifetime Achievement Awards already.
She's younger than me. I have a complex. I'm having a complex.
All right. Don't have a complex. You're doing great. We're all doing great.
Yeah,
all right.
we're doing great.
Darren Karp, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a broken community. Overnight, this emotional vigil taking place in North Texas. They were remembering the 8 lives lost in that state's second mass shooting in a little more than a week, this time at a mall just outside of Dallas. The lone gunman was killed by police. We are learning chilling new information about him. Plus, we're going to hear from an eyewitness who was there. Also in Texas this morning, tragedy on the border. Police say 8 people, some of them migrants from Venezuela, were killed, several more injured when a car plowed into them in the border city of Brownsville.
They were enthusiastic about being here already in the United States and they're ready to go to meet their family.
Investigators now trying to uncover a motive, a tragedy that comes with a surge of migrants expected this week as a controversial COVID-era border policy is set to be lifted. Also this morning, Flight for Your Right. New rules from the Biden administration aimed at holding airlines accountable for those lengthy delays and maddening cancellations. What's going to change and how it could affect your next trip. And it was a lavish weekend of pomp and pageantry in Britain as King Charles III officially became king. We've got all the highlights, the controversies, and what's next for the fractured royal family as His Majesty takes the throne. Remember, people up early on Saturday morning, I DVR'd it.
What? You don't want to watch it with the world?
I didn't want to watch it with the world. I knew what was going to happen. But we will recap it for you, whatever you missed, or if you want to relive those moments. We're going to begin this hour with new developments in the investigation into that mass shooting in Texas.
Police have identified a single gunman who will be charged with was killed after opening fire at a Dallas area outlet mall, killing 8 people and injuring 7 others. The youngest victim, just 5 years old. And this morning, we're learning more about the alleged gunman and what officials say may have led him to commit this horrible act. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Allen, Texas with the latest.
Yeah, here in Allen, this massive complex remains very much an active crime scene with law enforcement keeping it locked down as a memorial grows for those 8 lives lost. And this mall has been a shopping destination for families all across North Texas. Many of those families since scrambling to recover when that gunman opened fire Saturday afternoon. And we do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see is disturbing. Overnight, a community marred by gun violence coming together to mourn. A vigil honoring the 8 lives lost in what is now the second deadliest mass shooting this year.
Gunshots at the outlet mall.
The frantic scene unfolding in Allen, Texas, just north of Dallas. Police say 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia opened fire on Saturday at this crowded outlet mall.
I've got victims. We need an ambulance.
Law enforcement officials tell NBC the crime's now being investigated as a case of racial or ethnically motivated violent extremism. 2 officials say the suspect interacted with neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. One official telling NBC authorities found a patch with a right-wing acronym on his chest. Sources also confirm police are reviewing this footage, showing the moment the gunman began to open fire on innocent shoppers as families barricaded themselves inside. Authorities tell NBC News the shooter wore a tactical vest and was armed with a rifle and handgun. More weapons and ammunition were later found inside his car.
I heard pop, 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 shooting, and everybody ran.
The suspect fatally shot by an officer who police say was already there for an unrelated call.
He never everybody. I got
Amid the chaos, acts of heroism. Some people were huddled inside an H&M store. One of them called his father, former police officer Stephen Spainhauer, who raced to the scene. He immediately began performing first aid on victims, but for some, it was too late.
The young child was underneath one of the victims, okay, laying on the ground.
And their parent?
They were on the ground. They were dead.
The father forced to wait agonizing minutes as officers led hundreds of shoppers out of the mall before he was finally reunited with his son. The former officer agreeing with so many others that something needs to change.
This is not a Democrat thing. It's not a Republican thing. It's an American problem.
Now, as for the victims in this shooting, we know of the 8 people taken to area hospitals. One of them was a 5-year-old child, and 3 victims remain in critical condition. And we've also learned about one of the lives lost. He's been identified as 20-year-old Christian LaCour, who was working as a security guard here at the mall when those gunshots rang out. Over the weekend, his grandmother took to Facebook, posting, "He was just 20-year-old with so many goals. He was such a beautiful soul. I was so proud of him." We'll send it back to you.
Morgan, thank you.
For more now, we are joined by Freddie Spainhauer, who was a witness to that attack, whose father you just heard from in Morgan's report. Freddie, thank you for being with us. Glad to see that you're okay. Let's take us back to Saturday. As Morgan mentioned, you were barricaded inside the H&M store break room. What is it you were doing when you first heard the gunfire, and what happened next?
Well, I was taking my 15-minute break when the shots rang out, and I was about to go out on the floor to do my job after my break. And at first I thought the shelves fell because we get like heavy loads every now and then. And after that, there was complete silence. And my coworker and I just looked at each other like, what's going on? And then there were more loud muffles that started to take place, and that's when we knew, okay, something ain't right. And that's when we turned right around the corner from the break room, and that's when I noticed that all the managers and the customers that started rushing in over into the back towards the stock room.
You called your father, who is a former police officer. What did he tell you to do?
I called my dad, like 3 minutes after the shots rang out. He just told me to get to safety, which already was at this point, and we were trying to barricade the doors as quickly as possible with different boxes and totes that we could find. And Dad said that he was on his way.
Your father actually arrived, he says, before many police officers did. I want to play something he told our Morgan Chesky, and then I'll ask you a question on the other side.
To see your son come out with his hands over his heads and have to walk past dead bodies, it's not something any parent or anybody should ever have to see.
Freddie, your reaction to hearing your father say that, and just that moment when you two did reunite?
It was difficult seeing the carnage and the aftermath. And I do admit, I mean, when I was in high school and everything, I mean, I've seen a lot of graphic footage before over in high school and everything, ranging from live leak to even like some of the footage of September 11th. But to see something like this in real life is just heartbreaking. And it's like, this is something totally different that I'd never seen before. And I was outside of the outlet mall for quite a bit until my dad called me to tell me where he was. And that's when I walked over, and we really reunited. And Mom, Dad, and I, we didn't let go from hugging each other for about a few minutes. It was really, we just basically held each other together.
which we all completely understand. Freddie, grateful that you're okay, grateful for everything that your father did to help so many people in that moment. We wish you well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There was another tragedy in Texas this weekend. An SUV plowed into a group of people outside a migrant shelter in the border town of Brownsville, Texas. At least 8 people were killed, nearly a dozen hurt. While police are still investigating why this happened, the incident occurred just days ahead of the lifting of Title 42, the COVID border restriction, and that's prompted a new wave of migrants trying to cross the border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Brownsville with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Good morning. As you mentioned, overnight the death toll here rose from 7 to 8, and law enforcement officials now tell NBC News they're looking into whether this driver may have plowed his SUV into this crowd intentionally or whether it was an accident. And we should also warn you that some of the video of the crash and its aftermath is disturbing. This surveillance video shows the seconds right before an SUV plowed into a crowd waiting at a bus stop Sunday outside a migrant shelter in Brownsville, Texas. The mayor says 8 people were killed, some of them migrants from Venezuela. At least 9 others were injured. This morning, investigators are still trying to determine a motive.
1, it could be intoxication. 2, it could be just an accidental one. Or 3, it could be intentional.
A bystander telling NBC News that he heard from other witnesses that the driver yelled anti-immigrant language, but police say they can't substantiate the allegation and it's still under investigation. Law enforcement officials tell NBC News the driver is a Hispanic male who is not cooperating with investigators. He's been arrested and charged with reckless driving, but more charges could be pending.
Just a terrible situation to witness such a tragic loss of so many lives.
The migrant deaths come just days after Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited Brownsville, touting a new processing center ahead of the lifting this week of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42. The policy change is expected to bring yet another migrant influx to the southern border, as many as 10,000 people a day.
The situation at the border is a very serious one.
Last week, we visited Juarez, Mexico, where thousands of migrants have already gathered.
What's been the hardest part? ¿Cuál ha sido lo más duro de esperar aquí?
The hardest part is never having work, food, or water, this man from Guatemala told us, saying he planned to cross the border with his 2-year-old son. The Biden administration is preparing for the end of Title 42 by sending 1,500 active duty troops to the border and setting up asylum processing centers in Guatemala and Colombia. But the president telling MSNBC's Stephanie Rule that Congress needs to act.
There has to be a legal pathway to citizenship.
Meanwhile, back here in Brownsville, a makeshift memorial is growing outside of this migrant shelter, and the mayor says that several of those who were injured in the crash remain in critical condition. Joe and Lindsay.
Gabe, thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the case of Jordan Neely, the New York City man who was on the subway when he was put in a fatal chokehold by a fellow passenger.
Over the weekend, protests in the city heated up, at times even sending parts of the nation's largest mass transportation system to a halt. Those protests continue to mount as calls for criminal charges against the man who choked Neely continue.
NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with more on the story. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's been now a week since Jordan Neely's death, and no charges have been filed. According to 2 sources familiar with the matter, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office plans to present the case to a grand jury, which will determine if we'll see any charges. So it's not clear exactly when that will happen. Meanwhile, protests here in New York are intensifying, with more set to play out today. And just a warning, some of the images that you're about to see may be difficult to watch. This morning, growing outrage surrounding the chokehold death of 30-year-old Jordan Neely. Demonstrators demanding justice and calling for criminal charges. Some even jumping onto subway tracks in protest, leading to clashes with police. Authorities say 13 people were arrested so far. It comes as we're learning more about what happened on that deadly train ride when Neely was placed in a headlock by another passenger for at least several minutes. That passenger now identified as 24-year-old Daniel Penny, a college student and Marine veteran. In a statement, his lawyer writing, when Mr. Neely began aggressively threatening Daniel Penny and other passengers, Daniel, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves until help arrived. Adding, Daniel never intended to harm Mr. Neely. While Penny was questioned by police, he has not been charged with a crime. But calls for his arrest are intensifying.
We will try our hardest to make sure that he's held accountable.
A source telling WNBC's Jonathan Deans that before help arrived, NYPD dispatchers received 5 911 calls, including several people reporting a man making threats on board. Neely, who police say was arrested more than 40 times, was homeless and known to be struggling with mental illness since his mother's murder in 2007. Still, his family attorney says he was a talented street performer who loved to dance and make other people happy.
He had demons. And we all know people who are on the brink of going through something major, and that's where he was. But he had a life that he was living.
And this morning, Jordan's family put out a new statement saying, in part, Daniel Penny's press release is not an apology nor an expression of regret. It is a character assassination and a clear example of why he believed he was entitled to take Jordan's life. The investigation is ongoing. The other riders you saw in the video have not been identified. Meanwhile, the NYPD says they're still looking for 6 more people involved in Saturday's protest in that subway station. Something to watch.
Definitely. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Today, the Biden administration is expected to announce new rules for airlines in an effort to boost flyer rights. In the case of, quote, any controllable cancellations or significant delays, airlines can now be held accountable to address any expenses or inconveniences experienced by passengers. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National Airport. Joins us now to break this down. I mean, that controllable sounds a little vague. Any expenses that they incur sounds a little vague. What can people expect?
Bottom line, this is the beginning of a rule-making process. In other words, it's not going to happen overnight. It will not happen by the summertime. It's a typical government bureaucratic process that takes a while. But today, President Biden and Secretary Buttigieg will unveil this new proposal. And the bottom line, they want to compensate you, the passenger, with cash if the airline has to cancel or delay because of things in its control. In other words, a maintenance issue, a staffing issue. It's taking too long to load the bags. All of that would therefore allow you to receive cash compensation from the airline specifically. That's very important. It would also mean a meal voucher and or overnight hotel accommodations and rebookings. Now, this all comes, of course, after we had the Southwest Airlines meltdown over the holidays, and then last summer, of course, the major travel mess. It's also, it says, going to encourage and ensure that the airlines are offering timely customer service during this entire process. This is all coming, we should tell you, at a time when the airlines are under pressure going into the summer holiday, rather, not to repeat what happened last summer, not to repeat what happened in Southwest over the Christmas holidays. But again, these new passenger regulations, which are built largely on what the Europeans have already built into their system, they would not take effect probably for months at the earliest. Lindsay?
So for right now, when it comes to these rules, since that's not going to be in place for a little while, what can people do if they have questions about what their rights are right now?
So flightrights.gov. Flightrights.gov is the DOT's website where they really detail out what your rights are, but also which airlines are doing what. So, for example, right now, there are 10 of the largest airlines are guaranteeing meals and free rebookings on the same airline. 9 right now are guaranteeing hotel accommodations. No airline right now is guaranteeing cash compensation in cases of preventable delays or cancellation. So that would all be a part of this new DOT regulation. I mentioned that it was built on the European experience. Let me just tell you what happened to me. Recently, I was flying from Oslo to Copenhagen back to the States. My flight from Oslo to Copenhagen was delayed, not much, 45 minutes. I still made my connection, but because my flight was delayed by 45 minutes, the government required that I was offered cash compensation. That's what the European law requires. I personally thought that that was kind of crazy. I mean, I still made my connection, right? No big deal. I didn't request the money, but that's kind of what the Biden administration is proposing here.
All right. We'll see how it all unfolds. Tom, thanks.
Time for a check on your morning news now weather for the week ahead.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you. And we are starting out stormy in spots. We're going to see storms for the next few days in spots as we go throughout this work week. Taking a look at radar, you can see some rain falling in portions of the Midwest. That's where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's the heavy rain falling. And we are expecting heavy rain today, tomorrow through Wednesday in some spots. So taking a look at the week ahead, this is today. Strong storms, especially this afternoon, this evening into the Ohio Valley, portions of the middle Mississippi Valley, but we have rain stretching, at least a chance of rain from the Midwest all the way down to portions of the plains. Plenty of sunshine in the Southwest. It's going to feel like summer there with temperatures into the mid-90s, even upper 90s in some spots. And then the Pacific Northwest, we have a new system moving onshore. That's going to bring cool and soggy conditions. So some lower elevation rain in the valleys, the coastal parts of the Northern California into the Pacific Northwest. And then we're going to see some higher elevation snow mixing in with some rain in the Cascades. As we look towards Wednesday, below average temperatures in parts of the west, more showers and storms stretching from the northern plains through the central plains into the southern plains. We're worried about or concerned about the chance for some flooding conditions there. Pleasant really along the Carolina coast into the mid-Atlantic, the northeast with lots of sunshine. Really nice temperatures on Wednesday in those areas. By Friday, May warmth, we're going to see temperatures into the 80s in the northeast. Midwest storms once again, and a lot of rain for many on Friday, stretching from the Intermountain West into the plains, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley, and also along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. It'll be warm in the Pacific Northwest. Notice those highs in Northern California into the upper 80s. So for today, over the next few days, we have a frontal boundary system that's sort of draped from the mid-Atlantic all the way down to the plains, and that's going to bring the chance for showers, some storms, even a flooding risk from Wisconsin to Louisiana. The best chance for storms would be in portions of the Ohio Valley into parts of the plains. We have heavy rain developing the southeast in southeast Texas, severe threat continuing in the southern plains, and then by tomorrow we'll see that flooding threat into parts of southeast Texas, the chance for some severe storms. And when we say severe storms, what does that mean? Well, we're looking at the chance for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also the chance for some hail. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, the debt ceiling fight on Capitol Hill heating up ahead of that critical June 1st deadline.
We'll take a look at the key meeting between President Biden and congressional leaders tomorrow. Is a deal possible? And what could happen if one isn't reached? We'll take a closer look next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original, Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I woke up smiling on
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
from
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back, and the clock is ticking for Congress to raise the debt ceiling before June 1st. That's the date when Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned the U.S. could breach the debt ceiling. But reaching a deal is going to take a lot of work. Over the weekend, 43 senators sent a letter to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. In it, they said, quote, "We will not be voting for cloture on any bill that raises the debt ceiling without substantive spending and budget reforms." Now, Democrats are vowing not to negotiate if Republicans insist on tying a debt ceiling vote to spending cuts. President Biden is set to meet with congressional leaders at the White House tomorrow to try and hammer out a deal. In an exclusive interview on the 11th hour with Stephanie Ruhle, President Biden had this to say.
Is Kevin McCarthy an honest broker for you to negotiate with?
I think he's an honest man. I think he's in a position, though, he had to make a deal that was pretty, 15 votes. 15 votes that where he just about sold away everything.
Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on all this. Ryan, good morning. So House Republicans are demanding President Biden and Democrats agree to these significant fiscal reforms in exchange for raising the debt limit. What are some of their demands, and how is the White House responding to this?
Well, they want a number of different provisions that would really rein in spending at the federal level. Among them, clawing back some of the COVID money that's gone unspent. They want to install permitting reform. They've also talked about things like reducing spending back to 2022 levels. They've got a long list of provisions that they passed in the House back bill. And that 43 number that you point to in that letter that was sent by senators to President Biden is important because it shows that Republicans in the Senate can hold back any momentum that a deal that could potentially be cut because it would require 60 votes to pass in the Senate. So the Republicans right now go into this meeting tomorrow with an important hand. They've already passed the bill, and now it's incumbent on Democrats to say what they'd be willing to negotiate to get this debt ceiling bill over the finish line. Joe.
So tomorrow's a big day. President Biden is set to meet with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Speaker McCarthy, and then the House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Seems both sides are obviously pretty far apart, even for a short-term deal right now.
Yeah, it does seem that way, Joe. At least that's their public position, right? I think what many are hoping is that when they get behind closed doors, that's where the real negotiating can happen. We can see if there's any ability for President Biden to try and provide some sort of exit ramp here, where not necessarily a bill that's tied to the debt ceiling, but some sort of negotiation that would tie these negotiations to the negotiation over the spending plan, which is due in September. That would be a scenario where perhaps you'd see this pushed off into the fall. At this point, though, their public positions have not changed an inch, despite that alarming letter from the Treasury Secretary saying that this could be as soon as June 1st, where we're dealing with the situation where America could default on its loans. So this meeting is as high stakes as it gets, Joe.
Yeah, and quickly remind us about what's at stake here, Ryan. What are the potential impacts if we do breach the debt ceiling?
I mean, not to understate it, Joe, you really can't. It could be economic calamity. It could lead to a stock market crash. It could mean 401ks could implode. It could also mean things like the housing sector could crash. There's also the risk of federal benefits being able to be paid out for things like veterans benefits and things along those lines, SNAP benefits. Everything that the federal government spends money on is potentially in the crosshairs here if they are not able to come up with a debt ceiling agreement. And it would, of course, be the first time ever that the United States defaulted on its loans. It could mean that going forward, America always has to pay more for the interest that it takes out. So the stakes here are very, very large.
June 1st, now 3.5 weeks away. All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Turning now to the legal troubles surrounding convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh. Earlier this year, the disgraced lawyer was convicted of murdering his wife and son. And now Murdaugh has made a major confession in a life insurance fraud lawsuit that was filed against him over the death of his longtime housekeeper. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from Walterboro, South Carolina with the latest. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. Another legal battle heating up here. Attorneys for Alec Murdaugh's former housekeeper say today they're going to release new audio recording and new documents tied to her case. This as an insurance company is fighting to recover that $3.8 million settlement money. And Alec Murdaugh from prison is admitting that he didn't tell the truth again in connection to another mysterious death.
Alec Murdaugh is changing his story once again, this time from a prison cell, after admitting during his trial to lying about his alibi the night his wife and son were killed.
I did lie to them.
Murdaugh is now confessing to even more lies, this time surrounding the mysterious death of the family's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield. She died at the Murdaugh home after allegedly suffering a fall in 2018. The disgraced lawyer originally told his insurance company that the family's dogs caused her to trip and fall. He later collected millions in settlement money intended for Satterfield's sons, who say they never saw any of it.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alec Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
Back in 2021, Satterfield's son Tony told Craig Alec Murdaugh promised he would help him and his brother get an insurance settlement for the accident.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? He said, I want to make sure the boys are taken care of because he loved Gloria that much.
Now, a legal storm is brewing over Murdaugh's latest confession. In a new statement made in response to a recent lawsuit filed by an insurance company looking to recover the $3.8 million it paid Murdaugh for Satterfield's death, Murdaugh now claims he fabricated his initial story, writing, "No dogs were involved in Satterfield's death," adding he invented the situation to force his insurers to make a settlement payment. Murdaugh also says the Satterfield family did actually receive the fraudulent funds. Lawyers for the Satterfields family deny they got money from the insurance company, saying the new claims lack credibility, much like Alec Murdaugh.
The question is Alex to be believed? Alex, at this point in time, will say anything to try to preserve his own skin.
Police have reopened the investigation into Satterfield's death. We reached out to Murdaugh's attorney, who had no comment about the lawsuit or why Alec Murdaugh is once again changing his story from behind bars.
Murdaugh is now serving 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and son, but he still faces nearly 100 other charges ranging from money laundering to stealing from his clients. Murdaugh's attorney says they have filed that notice to appeal, and they intend to do so in coming months. Lindsay?
All right, Katie, thank you so much.
Now to some international headlines. Rescuers are searching for survivors after a tourist boat overturned in southern India.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Lindsay, Joe, good morning. Yes, at least 22 people have so far died after a tourist boat capsized in India on Sunday night. Now, officials say the double-decker tourist boat was carrying 50 people, or double its capacity when it overturned, and blame overcrowding for the incident. At least 4 people were taken to hospital and are in critical condition, and the death toll is expected to rise as the number of missing passengers is still unknown. Survivors told local media that many on board were not wearing life jackets. Let's go to Ukraine, where an official appointed by Russia said that almost 1,700 people were evacuated from areas near the nuclear plant of Zaporizhia on Sunday. Now, the announcement comes a day after the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency said the situation around the plant has become increasingly unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Ukraine is expected to start soon a counteroffensive to retake Russian-held territory, including in the region around the nuclear plant. And finally, winter has come early to Australia. The southeast of the country has been battered by a cold front that brought high winds, snow and hail that could last until the middle of this week. Temperatures along the east coast dropped below zero, bringing some snow even in the capital Canberra, as shown by videos shared on social media. In Sydney, flights were delayed temporarily on Sunday due to strong winds, guys.
All right, beginning to look a lot like winter there. Thank you, Claudio. Appreciate it.
Coming up, there's been an increase in anti-LGBTQ bills in Republican-led state legislatures lately.
And those bills, along with the rhetoric surrounding them, are having a major impact on groups like drag performers. When we come back, we're going to hear from some of those performers speaking out just ahead of Pride Month. That's next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A wave of anti-LGBTQ bills has been introduced in Republican-led states, spreading fear among those in the community, including drag performers.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke to performers in Tennessee, where a statewide ban on drag shows was passed in March. Here's just some of what she discussed for the season premiere of Meet the Press Reports.
As a transgender woman raised in Tennessee, she spent years hiding who she was. It wasn't until she turned 18 and stepped out onto her first drag show stage that she realized it didn't have to be that way.
And I didn't have the words for it. It was one of the few times I felt powerful, I felt seen, I felt right in my skin. I can do anything I need to do when I'm in drag.
Wait, are all the children out of the building? Are there any children? Look around. If you're a child, raise your hand. Not emotionally, I mean like legally.
For Story and her friend who performs under the name Harry Scary, it's begun to feel like their very existence is a political act.
The agenda is to just exist and to feel valid.
The agenda is to be able to go to the bathroom without having to worry about being punched in the face.
State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, a Republican from Franklin, Tennessee, sponsored the new restrictive legislation. The law targets adult-oriented performances that are harmful to minors. It doesn't say exactly how performances will be determined to be harmful or sexual.
Have you been to drag shows?
Have not. But I've seen videos. I've seen videos of drag. Well, and I guess I should say, have I been to places where a man was dressed as a woman and performing or singing, and maybe they were dressed, it was a Halloween party and they were dressed up as Dolly Parton? Of course I have.
Are you trying to send a signal?
Of course
that
not.
Some types of communities, some types of people aren't welcome here in Tennessee?
The only signal I'm trying to send is that you shouldn't be doing sexually graphic, you shouldn't be simulating sex acts in front of children.
And NBC's Antonia Hilton joined us now with a closer look at her reports. So walk us through, because I think there's still some confusion over these bills and the impact they're having, especially in Tennessee right now, which is sort of the first, and others are looking at this, right?
That's right. So this is the first law that's been passed of its kind, but it might not be the only. In about 17 states, very similar bills are under consideration right now. And they're a little bit different, but what they mostly look like are restrictions on drag performances and trying to keep these performances away from children in public or anywhere a child might see them. And that's part of what's fostered this confusion. That means if you're on the rooftop of an adult venue, but a child might be able to see you from another building, that could cause a challenge for the business that you run, for the performance that you're hosting. That means that events like festivals, parades that LGBTQ people might want to attend, if children happen to be nearby, that could put these performers in legal jeopardy. And so that's part of what has caused so much fear. And so this bill is actually right now under a temporary restraining order due to the actions of a Trump-appointed judge just a couple weeks ago. But we'll find out soon in a few weeks, is this law going to be moving forward? Will it be implemented in the state? Or are performers going to have to go to trial to defend their art form?
Are you finding that they're already making changes, like, for example, I'm not going to perform unless there's security?
Absolutely. We are hearing that every single day from performers right now, that on an individual level, they're changing their routines, frightened that people will take a video of them, post it on social media, and that their lives will be threatened. They're hiring private security to work with them or with the venues and the businesses that they are attached to. And many of these organizations, they don't have a whole lot of money. This is extremely costly for them. So there are also some performers who are simply taking a step back from their work right now and not sure, what their connection to the drag community might look like going forward.
You also spoke with some leaders of drag story hours. This is when drag queens read for kids in local libraries. What did you hear from them, and how worried are some of them about their safety and security?
They're very, very worried, Joe. And that's because Drag Story Hour has really been at the center of a lot of the extremist response. We have seen Nazis, we have seen extremist organizations like the Proud Boys go to story reading hours and intimidate many of the performers. In fact, as part of the extended version of this story, we sit down with a performer who had Proud Boys storm their reading in front of children. And so they are forming security and volunteer groups. They're getting trained on CPR, gunshot wound response. And so that is the level of seriousness here, that people are really reevaluating performances, events at libraries that used to be pretty simple and straightforward. There is now a lot of work and security steps that performers are taking before they ever even step foot in these libraries right now.
You've been spending a lot of time reporting on this. What do you want to leave people with? What are the takeaways, and how can people watch your reporting?
I think one of the major takeaways right now is that we're hearing a lot of politicians talk about parental rights, because that's driving what's behind a lot of this fear that drag performances are inappropriate for children, and that parents have the rights to reach out to libraries and to cancel these performances, to keep certain people from coming to schools for events. And I think it's important to listen to those parents' voices, but also remember that there are parents of LGBTQ children, parents who are LGBTQ, and they have other opinions on these matters. And when you talk about parental rights, you have to remember all parents have a seat at the table, and we've tried to do that in this story.
Because they're worried their rights are being infringed upon to be able to talk about their lives.
That's what we're hearing.
All right, Antonia, thank you so much. And to reiterate, you can stream the full episode of Meet the Press Reports Anti-Drag Movement anytime on the Peacock app and YouTube. Antonia, thank you as always for your reporting.
Still to come, offering life after enduring some of the most difficult parts of a loved one's death.
After the break, we're going to show you how one group is changing the lives of families who choose to donate their loved ones' organs, offering growth through grief. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Researchers are taking a closer look at the benefits of grief support, a service provided to those who lose a loved one.
And for one family, that additional help was crucial when deciding whether to go through the organ donation process. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal has that story.
Christopher Moss, coming off his 20th wedding anniversary with wife Denise, started to have chest pain one evening in 2022.
We were actually sitting here in the family room.
Right here?
Yes, yes.
He was taken to the hospital, where doctors confirmed the worst. He had died from a heart attack.
I felt like everything had my whole world had ended.
Struck by grief, Denise was faced with the ultimate question: what to do with Chris's organs.
At first, I told them I can't have this conversation right now. I needed some time. They had called again, and I had finally started talking with some people. I knew in my heart it was the right thing to do.
Was there a part of you that was scared?
Yes, I was, because it was hard for me to figure out what he wanted to do.
After donation, Denise was put in touch with Taylor's Gift, a nonprofit organization that provides emotional support for donor families grieving the loss of a loved one.
When you think of organ, eye, and tissue donation, people's immediate thought is surrounding death. But organ, eye, and tissue donation is all about life. That's what it's about. And so we want to change that conversation.
Tara Storch and her husband Todd founded Taylor's Gift in 2010 after losing their daughter Taylor in a ski accident, leaving them to grieve without much help.
Our focus is to help families like ours. From our experience, our personal experience, there really wasn't a dedicated grief support service specifically for donor families.
Dr. Macy Levin, director for the Center for Surgical and Transplant Applied Research at NYU Langone Health, has been working with Taylor's Gift to study how it's changing the lives of families undergoing organ donation. She says not enough families have access to this kind of life-changing service.
Donation circumstances are very unexpected and they are very tragic. And the people that are with the Taylor's Gift Foundation have actually walked the walk before. So you're really talking and walking with someone who has also suffered a loss.
Now, Taylor's Gift says they've helped millions of people register for organ donation since 2010. And in less than a year, its grief support program has provided free counseling to more than 200 family members of organ donors. For Denise, After weekly phone calls over the course of a year, a new outlook on life, and joy in Christopher's donation.
I'm just really proud of her. She's done so well, and I'm really proud of how much she's grown.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, NBC News.
Financial headlines now. A new survey by Bankrate finds money is often a major cause of stress for most Americans, even more than last year.
All right, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other news. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, more than half of adults say money has a negative impact on their mental health. That is up from 42% a year ago, according to a new survey from Bankrate. People say they experience money concerns at least once a week. And of that group, more than 80% of them say stress and anxiety are caused by economic factors, including rising prices and interest rates and just not having a stable income or job security. Bankrate says Americans are feeling pretty bad about their finances, with inflation at the center of a lot of worries. Despite a strong job market, wage growth just hasn't kept pace with the rising cost of living. Personal debt is increasing, and for a number of folks, savings are dwindling. Binance, meantime, has lifted a pause on Bitcoin withdrawals after halting them twice this weekend. The crypto exchange blaming the move on high volume, saying its platform was congested with too many pending transactions. The firm says to prevent a similar occurrence in future, it's adjusted its transaction fees. Binance has slid down the ranks for Bitcoin trading volume and is no longer among the world's top 10 exchanges. And Chris Pratt reigns at the box office. Well, he has already for a month. So he dethroned himself. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 topped the weekend box office with a $114 million take. That, according to ComScore, which ends the 4-week streak of the Super Mario Brothers, which Chris Pratt is in, which had been at #1. The latest Guardians installment from Disney and Marvel matching projections in North America, and it's also the 32nd straight Marvel film to debut at #1. Marvel also accounts for half of the 12 movies that have opened with more than $100 million since the start of the pandemic. And you know what that means? There will be more Marvel films to come.
I think Marvel's figured out this movie thing. I think they got it down.
I think so, right?
Bertha, thank you.
Coming up, it was a weekend of pageantry and celebration fit for a king. We've got everything you might have missed from the coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, in case you didn't DVR it like Joe, including what's next for Prince Harry, who was notably absent from that famous balcony wave. We've got you covered after the break.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was a weekend of parties over in the UK as the country celebrated the coronation of King Charles and Queen Camilla.
NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us through the most memorable moments.
Yeah, the weather has not improved since Saturday. At least it is not driving rain like we saw at certain moments on Saturday. But we got a front row seat just around the corner from Buckingham Palace, right on the Mall, with the crowds, the faithful who had been camping out. A lot of history-making moments and a couple of very cute moments as well with the littlest royals. Take a look.
From start to finish, it was a spectacular affair. The kind of pageantry the Brits do so well in the kind of weather the Brits know so well. Through the driving rain, King Charles and Queen Camilla arriving at Westminster Abbey, their pages of honor, including 9-year-old Prince George, doing the heavy lifting. The Waleses, all stunning, Kate and Charlotte in matching Alexander McQueen, and 5-year-old Prince Louis with a big yawn caught on camera. Prince Harry arriving at the Abbey with cousins Eugenie and Beatrice, smiling, a quick wave to his aunt, Princess Anne. The crowning moments all went to plan.
God save the King! God save the King!
And outside, braving the elements, the tens of thousands on the Mall singing along to God Save the King.
God save the King!
We were amid the faithful who'd been waiting for hours, even days, for this moment.
You can hear the deafening cheers around me. That was pretty exciting. I think I just made eye contact with King Charles.
And then the Mall opened and the excited, albeit soggy, crowds headed for Buckingham Palace.
Are you excited?
But they had to pass us on the way there.
A few thousand of Molly Hunter's best friends.
Stepping out onto the balcony, the King and Queen, the pages of honor, working royals, and of course, Charlotte and Louis too. But no Prince Harry. He got into a car right after the service, seen later at Heathrow Airport as expected, missing the rest of the weekend's blowout festivities. But Prince William taking center stage at the coronation concert at Windsor Castle.
As my grandmother said when she was crowned, coronations are a declaration of our hopes for the future. And I know she's up there, fondly keeping an eye on us, and she'll be a very proud mother.
Even little Princess Charlotte up way past her bedtime singing along. An extravagant end to a weekend 70 years in the making.
Now, last night at the coronation concert, of course, that happened at Windsor Castle in the back in the beautiful gardens. The King and Queen, after a very heavily scheduled, perfectly choreographed weekend, actually took a little leave and had some fun with the American Idol audience, made an appearance with Lionel Richie and Katy Perry. Pretty fun to see that. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, looks like fun. Molly, thank you.
Molly's got the wave down.
No kidding.
Joining us now to discuss is NBC News royal commentator and talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, good morning. Let's talk about the dress code here. A little more relaxed in an effort to look more modern, of course, with the exception of the King, senior royals, of course.
Hard to look casual in a crown.
Right. Walk us through some of the major fashion moments from the event.
Well, funny enough, you say that the King looked formal, but the King traditionally should have been wearing breeches and stockings, so he did ditch them for something a little more modern. But it's the Queen I want to start with. She was wearing this stunning Bruce Oldfield dress, but the thing that you couldn't see when you first looked at her was the fact that right at the bottom of the dress were two little embroidered Jack Russell dogs, and that was because of her beloved rescue dogs, Beth and Bluebells, and she also had the names of her grandchildren embroidered into the dress. So you could see there that they really wanted to bring in the family, canine or human, into the fashion. Then, of course, if we move on to the Queen in waiting, if you like, to Kate, wearing that stunning McQueen dress. And again, talking about formality, she was very formal because the King and Queen had said that they wanted both William and Kate to wear their full regal regalia. So over the dress, the McQueen dress, she was wearing her royal garter order robes. And that really, in a way, set her apart. It made her look much more like a queen in waiting.
Speaking of fashion, let's talk about what the American First Lady, Jill Biden, she attended the coronation with her granddaughter, dressed in the colors of Ukraine's flag, blue and yellow. Should we assume that was not a coincidence?
Personally, I don't think any of these things are ever a coincidence. If you think that you spot a message, you probably have spotted a message. It was very notable that there she was in this beautiful Ralph Lauren blue outfit with Finnegan, her granddaughter, in buttercup yellow. And in fact, many people were making the observation that the centre of Westminster Abbey had these yellow and blue carpets. Now, in fact, that was coincidental because they're the traditional coronation colours. But I think there was clearly a message there. Interesting also to see First Lady Jill Biden spending a lot of time with our Prime Minister's wife, Rishi Sunak's wife. She was out at a street party yesterday handing food out. So there's clearly some friendship forming there.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but what did you make of Prince Harry not having a formal role in the ceremony, but at least being there in support of his father?
It really was a blink and you miss it. He was at Heathrow Airport before the King had even made it back here to Buckingham Palace. We do know that at the informal lunch afterwards, the King toasted his grandchildren, including Archie, on his 4th birthday, even though Harry wasn't there.
All right, Daisy McAndrew, we're seeing some little chats that Harry's having, you know, in that 3rd row there with some of his family members. But
folks were keeping a close eye on every little move throughout, even though there wasn't a lot to take in. Exactly.
Daisy,
all right.
Thank you.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a broken community. Overnight, this emotional vigil taking place in North Texas. They were remembering the 8 lives lost in that state's 2nd mass shooting in a little more than a week, this time at a mall just outside of Dallas. The lone gunman was killed by police. We are learning chilling new information about him. Plus, we're going to hear from an eyewitness who was there. Also in Texas this morning, tragedy on the border. Police say 8 people, some of them migrants from Venezuela, were killed, several more injured when a car plowed into them in the border city of Brownsville.
They were enthusiastic about being here already in the United States and they're ready to go to meet their family.
Investigators now trying to uncover a motive, a tragedy that comes with a surge of migrants expected this week as a controversial COVID-era border policy is set to be lifted. Also this morning, Flight for Your Right. New rules from the Biden administration aimed at holding airlines accountable for those lengthy delays and maddening cancellations. What's going to change and how it could affect your next trip. And it was a lavish weekend of pomp and pageantry in Britain as King Charles III officially became king. We've got all the highlights, the controversies, and what's next for the fractured royal family as His Majesty takes the throne. A number of people up early on Saturday morning. Yeah. I DVR'd it.
What? You don't want to watch it with the world?
I didn't want to watch it with the world. Oh. I knew what was going to happen. Okay. We will recap it for you, whatever you missed, or if you want to relive those moments. We're going to begin this hour with new developments in the investigation into that mass shooting in Texas.
Police have identified a single gunman who will be charged with was killed after opening fire at a Dallas area outlet mall, killing 8 people and injuring 7 others. The youngest victim, just 5 years old. And this morning, we're learning more about the alleged gunman and what officials say may have led him to commit this horrible act. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Allen, Texas with the latest.
Yeah, here in Allen, this massive complex remains very much an active crime scene with law enforcement keeping it locked down as a memorial grows for those 8 lives lost. And this mall has been a shopping destination for families all across North Texas. Many of those families since scrambling for cover when that gunman opened fire Saturday afternoon. And we do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see is disturbing. Overnight, a community marred by gun violence coming together to mourn. A vigil honoring the 8 lives lost in what is now the 2nd deadliest mass shooting this year.
Gunshots at the outlet mall.
The frantic scene unfolding in Allen, Texas, just north of Dallas. Police say 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia opened fire on Saturday at this crowded outlet mall.
I've got victims. We need an ambulance.
Law enforcement officials tell NBC the crime's now being investigated as a case of racial or ethnically motivated violent extremism. Two officials say the suspect interacted with neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. One official telling NBC authorities found a patch with a right-wing acronym on his chest. Sources also confirm police are reviewing this footage, showing the moment the gunman began to open fire on innocent shoppers as families barricaded themselves inside. Authorities tell NBC News the shooter wore a tactical vest and was armed with a rifle and handgun. More weapons and ammunition were later found inside his car.
I heard pop, 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 shooting, and everybody ran.
The suspect fatally shot by an officer who police say was already there for an unrelated call. Amid the chaos, acts of heroism. Some people were huddled inside an H&M store. One of them called his father, former police officer Stephen Spainhauer, who raced to the scene. He immediately began performing first aid on victims, but for some, it was too late.
The young child was underneath one of the victims, okay, laying on the ground.
And their parent?
They were on the ground. They were dead.
The father forced to wait agonizing minutes as officers led hundreds of shoppers out of the mall before he was finally reunited with his son. The former officer agreeing with so many others that something needs to change.
This is not a Democrat thing. It's not a Republican thing. It's an American problem.
Now, as for the victims in this shooting, we know of the 8 people taken to area hospitals. One of them was a 5-year-old child, and 3 victims remain in critical condition. And we've also learned about one of the lives lost. He's been identified as 20-year-old Christian LaCour, who was working as a security guard here at the mall when those gunshots rang out. Over the weekend, his grandmother took to Facebook, posting, "He was just 20-year-old with so many goals. He was such a beautiful soul. I was so proud of him." We'll send it back to you.
Morgan, thank you.
For more now, we are joined by Freddie Spainhauer, who was a witness to that attack, whose father you just heard from in Morgan's report. Freddie, thank you for being with us. Glad to see that you're okay. Let's take us back to Saturday. As Morgan mentioned, you were barricaded inside the H&M store break room. What is it you were doing when you first heard the gunfire, and what happened next?
Well, I was taking my 15-minute break when the shots rang out, and I was about to go out on the floor to do my job after my break. And at first I thought the shelves fell because we get like heavy loads every now and then. And after that, there was complete silence. And my coworker and I just looked at each other like, what's going on? And then there were more loud muffles that started to take place, and that's when we knew, okay, something ain't right. And that's when we turned right around the corner from the break room, and that's when I noticed that all the managers and the customers that started rushing in over into the back towards the stock room.
You called your father, who is a former police officer. What did he tell you to do?
I called my dad, like 3 minutes after the shots rang out. He just told me to get to safety, which already was at this point, and we were trying to barricade the doors as quickly as possible with different boxes and totes that we could find. And Dad said that he was on his way.
Your father actually arrived, he says, before many police officers did. I want to play something he told our Morgan Chesky, and then I'll ask you a question on the other side.
To see your son come out with his hands over his heads and have to walk past dead bodies, it's not something any parent or anybody should ever have to see.
Freddie, your reaction to hearing your father say that, and just that moment when you two did reunite?
It was difficult seeing the carnage and the aftermath. And I do admit, I mean, when I was in high school and everything, I mean, I've seen a lot of graphic footage before over in high school and everything, ranging from Live Leak to even like some of the footage of September 11th. But to see something like this in real life is just heartbreaking. And it's like, this is something totally different that I'd never seen before. And I was outside of the outlet mall for quite a bit until my dad called me to tell me where he was. And that's when I walked over, and we really reunited. And Mom, Dad, and I, we didn't let go from hugging each other for about a few minutes. It was really, we just basically held each other together.
Which we all completely understand. Freddie, grateful that you're okay, grateful for everything that your father did to help so many people in that moment. We wish you well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There was another tragedy in Texas this weekend. An SUV plowed into a group of people outside a migrant shelter in the border town of Brownsville, Texas. At least 8 people were killed, nearly a dozen hurt. While police are still investigating why this happened, the incident occurred just days ahead of the lifting of Title 42, the COVID border restriction, and that's prompted a new wave of migrants trying to cross the border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Brownsville with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Good morning. As you mentioned, overnight the death toll here rose from 7 to 8, and law enforcement officials now tell NBC News they're looking into whether this driver may have plowed his SUV into this crowd intentionally or whether it was an accident. And we should also warn you that some of the video of the crash and its aftermath is disturbing. This surveillance video shows the seconds right before an SUV plowed into a crowd waiting at a bus stop Sunday outside a migrant shelter in Brownsville, Texas. The mayor says 8 people were killed, some of them migrants from Venezuela. At least 9 others were injured. This morning, investigators are still trying to determine a motive.
1, it could be intoxication. 2, it could be just an accidental one. Or 3, it could be intentional.
A bystander telling NBC News that he heard from other witnesses that the driver yelled anti-immigrant language, but police say they can't substantiate the allegation and it's still under investigation. Law enforcement officials tell NBC News the driver is a Hispanic male who is not cooperating with investigators. He's been arrested and charged with reckless driving, but more charges could be pending.
Just a terrible situation to witness such a tragic loss of so many lives.
The migrant deaths come just days after Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited Brownsville, touting a new processing center ahead of the lifting this week of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42. The policy change is expected to bring yet another migrant influx to the southern border, as many as 10,000 people a day.
The situation at the border is a very serious one.
Last week, we visited Juarez, Mexico, where thousands of migrants have already gathered.
What's been the hardest part? ¿Cuál ha sido lo más duro de esperar aquí?
The hardest part is never having work, food, or water, this man from Guatemala told us, saying he planned to cross the border with his 2-year-old son. The Biden administration is preparing for the end of Title 42 by sending 1,500 active duty troops to the border and setting up asylum processing centers in Guatemala and Colombia. But the president telling MSNBC's Stephanie Ruhle that Congress needs to act.
There has to be a legal pathway to citizenship.
Meanwhile, back here in Brownsville, makeshift memorial is growing outside of this migrant shelter, and the mayor says that several of those who were injured in the crash remain in critical condition. Joe and Lindsay.
Gabe, thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the case of Jordan Neely, the New York City man who was on the subway when he was put in a fatal chokehold by a fellow passenger.
Over the weekend, protests in the city heated up, at times even sending parts of the nation's largest mass transportation system to a halt. Those protests continue to mount as calls for criminal charges against the man who choked Neely continue.
NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with more on the story. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's been now a week since Jordan Neely's death, and no charges have been filed. According to 2 sources familiar with the matter, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office plans to present the case to a grand jury, which will determine if we'll see any charges. So it's not clear exactly when that will happen. Meanwhile, protests here in New York are intensifying, with more set to play out today. And just a warning, some of the images that you're about to see may be difficult to watch. This morning, growing outrage surrounding the chokehold death of 30-year-old Jordan Neely. Demonstrators demanding justice and calling for criminal charges. Some even jumping onto subway tracks in protest, leading to clashes with police. Authorities say 13 people were arrested so far. It comes as we're learning more about what happened on that deadly train ride when Neely was placed in a headlock by another passenger for at least several minutes. That passenger now identified as 24-year-old Daniel Penny, a college student and Marine veteran. In a statement, his lawyer writing, when Mr. Neely began aggressively threatening Daniel Penny and other passengers, Daniel, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves until help arrived. Adding, Daniel never intended to harm Mr. Neely. While Penny was questioned by police, he has not been charged with a crime. But calls for his arrest are intensifying.
We will try our hardest to make sure that he's held accountable.
A source telling WNBC's Jonathan Deans that before help arrived, NYPD dispatchers received 5 911 calls, including several people reporting a man making threats on board. Neely, who police say was arrested more than 40 times, was homeless and known to be struggling with mental illness since his mother's murder in 2007. Still, his family attorney says he was a talented street performer who loved to dance and make other people happy.
He had demons. And we all know people who are on the brink of going through something major, and that's where he was. But he had a life that he was living.
And this morning, Jordan's family put out a new statement saying, in part, Daniel Penny's press release is not an apology nor an expression of regret. It is a character assassination and a clear example of why he believed he was entitled to take Jordan's life. The investigation is ongoing. The other riders you saw in the video have not been identified. Meanwhile, the NYPD says they're still looking for 6 more people involved in Saturday's protest in that subway station. Something to watch.
Definitely. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Today, the Biden administration is expected to announce new rules for airlines in an effort to boost flyer rights. In the case of, quote, any controllable cancellations or significant delays, airlines can now be held accountable to address any expenses or inconveniences experienced by passengers. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National Airport, joins us now to break this down. I mean, that controllable sounds a little vague. Any expenses that they incur sounds a little vague. What can people expect?
Bottom line, this is the beginning of a rule-making process. In other words, it's not going to happen overnight. It will not happen by the summertime. It's a typical government bureaucratic process that takes a while. But today, President Biden and Secretary Buttigieg will unveil this new proposal. And the bottom line, they want to compensate you, the passenger, with cash if the airline has to cancel or delay because of things in its control. In other words, a maintenance issue, a staffing issue. It's taking too long to load the bags. All of that would therefore allow you to receive cash compensation from the airline specifically. That's very important. It would also mean a meal voucher and or overnight hotel accommodations and rebookings. Now, this all comes, of course, after we had the Southwest Airlines meltdown over the holidays, and then last summer, of course, the major travel mess. It's also, it says, going to encourage and ensure that the airlines are offering timely customer service during this entire process. This is all coming, we should tell you, at a time when the airlines are under pressure going into the summer holiday, rather, not to repeat what happened last summer, not to repeat what happened in Southwest over the Christmas holidays. But again, these new passenger regulations, which are built largely on what the Europeans have already built into their system, they would not take effect probably for months at the earliest. Lindsay?
So for right now, when it comes to these rules, since that's not going to be in place for a little while, what can people do if they have questions about what their rights are right now?
So flightrights.gov. Flightrights.gov is the DOT's website where they really detail out what your rights are, but also which airlines are doing what. So, for example, right now, there are 10 of the largest airlines are guaranteeing meals and free rebookings on the same airline. 9 right now are guaranteeing hotel accommodations. No airline right now is guaranteeing cash compensation in cases of preventable delays or cancellations. So that would all be a part of this new DOT regulation. I mentioned that it was built on the European experience. Let me just tell you what happened to me. Recently, I was flying from Oslo to Copenhagen back to the States. My flight from Oslo to Copenhagen was delayed. Not much, 45 minutes. I still made my connection, but because my flight was delayed by 45 minutes, the government required that I was offered cash compensation. That's what the European law requires. I personally thought that that was kind of crazy. I mean, I still made my connection, right? No big deal. I didn't request the money, but that's kind of what the Biden administration is proposing here.
All right. We'll see how it all unfolds. Tom, thanks.
Time for a check on your Morning News Now weather for the week ahead.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you. And we are starting out stormy in spots. We're going to see storms for the next few days in spots as we go throughout this work week. Taking a look at radar, you can see some rain falling in portions of the Midwest. That's where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's the heavy rain falling. And we are expecting heavy rain today, tomorrow through Wednesday in some spots. So taking a look at the week ahead, this is today. Strong storms, especially this afternoon, this evening into the Ohio Valley, portions of the middle Mississippi Valley, but we've rain stretching, at least a chance of rain from the Midwest all the way down to portions of the plains. Plenty of sunshine in the Southwest. It's going to feel like summer there with temperatures into the mid-90s, even upper 90s in some spots. And then the Pacific Northwest, we have a new system moving onshore. That's going to bring cool and soggy conditions. So some lower elevation rain in the valleys, the coastal parts of the Northern California into the Pacific Northwest. And then we're going to see some higher elevation snow mixing in with some rain in the Cascades. As we look towards Wednesday, below average temperatures in parts of the west, more showers and storms stretching from the northern plains through the central plains into the southern plains. We're worried about or concerned about the chance for some flooding conditions there. Pleasant really along the Carolina coast into the mid-Atlantic, the northeast with lots of sunshine. Really nice temperatures on Wednesday in those areas. By Friday, May warmth, we're going to see temperatures into the 80s in the northeast. Midwest storms once again, and a lot of rain for many on Friday, stretching from the Intermountain West into the plains, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley, and also along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. It'll be warm in the Pacific Northwest. Notice those highs in Northern California into the upper 80s. So for today, over the next few days, we have a frontal boundary system that's sort of draped from the mid-Atlantic all the way down to the plains, and that's going to bring the chance for showers, some storms, even a flooding risk from Wisconsin to Louisiana. The best chance for storms would be in portions of the Ohio Valley into parts of the plains. We have heavy rain developing the southeast Texas, severe threat continuing in the southern plains, and then by tomorrow we'll see that flooding threat into parts of southeast Texas, the chance for some severe storms. And when we say severe storms, what does that mean? Well, we're looking at the chance for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also the chance for some hail. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, the debt ceiling fight on Capitol Hill heating up ahead of that critical June 1st deadline.
We'll take a look at the key meeting between President Biden and congressional leaders tomorrow. Is a deal possible? And what could happen if one isn't reached? We'll take a closer look next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back, and the clock is ticking for Congress to raise the debt ceiling before June 1st. That's the date when Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned the U.S. could breach the debt ceiling. But reaching a deal is going to take a lot of work. Over the weekend, 43 senators sent a letter to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. In it, they said, quote, "We will not be voting for cloture on any bill that raises the debt ceiling without substantive spending and budget reforms." Now, Democrats are vowing not to negotiate if Republicans insist on tying a debt ceiling vote to spending cuts. President Biden is set to meet with congressional leaders at the White House tomorrow to try and hammer out a deal. In an exclusive interview on the 11th hour with Stephanie Ruhle, President Biden had this to say.
Is Kevin McCarthy an honest broker for you to negotiate with?
I think he's an honest man. I think he's in a position, though, he had to make a deal that was pretty, 15 votes. 15 votes that where he just about sold away everything.
Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on all this. Ryan, good morning. So House Republicans are demanding President Biden and Democrats agree to these significant fiscal reforms in exchange for raising the debt limit. What are some of their demands, and how is the White House responding to this?
Well, they want a number of different provisions that would really rein in spending at the federal level. Among them, clawing back some of the COVID money that's gone unspent. They want to install permitting reform. They've also talked about things like reducing spending back to 2022 levels. They've got a long list of provisions that they passed in the House back bill. And that 43 number that you point to in that letter that was sent by senators to President Biden is important because it shows that Republicans in the Senate can hold back any momentum that a deal that could potentially be cut because it would require 60 votes to pass in the Senate. So the Republicans right now go into this meeting tomorrow with an important hand. They've already passed the bill, and now it's incumbent on Democrats to say what they'd be willing to negotiate to get this debt ceiling bill over the finish line. Joe.
So tomorrow's a big day. President Biden is set to meet with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Speaker McCarthy, and then the House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Seems both sides are obviously pretty far apart, even for a short-term deal right now.
Yeah, it does seem that way, Joe. At least that's their public position, right? I think what many are hoping is that when they get behind closed doors, that's where the real negotiating can happen. We can see if there's any ability for President Biden to try and provide some sort of exit ramp here, where not necessarily a bill that's tied to the debt ceiling, but some sort of negotiation that would tie these negotiations to the negotiation over the spending plan, which is due in September. That would be a scenario where perhaps you'd see this pushed off into the fall. At this point, though, their public positions have not changed an inch, despite that alarming letter from the Treasury Secretary saying that this could be as soon as June 1st, where we're dealing with the situation where America could default on its loans. So this meeting is as high stakes as it gets, Joe.
Yeah, and quickly, remind us about what's at stake here, Ryan. What are the potential impacts if we do breach the debt ceiling?
I mean, not to understate it, Joe, you really can't. It could be economic calamity. It could lead to a stock market crash. It could mean 401ks could implode. It could also mean things like the housing sector could crash. There's also the risk of federal benefits being able to be paid out for things like veterans benefits and things along those lines, SNAP benefits. Everything that the federal government spends money on is potentially in the crosshairs here if they are not able to come up with a debt ceiling agreement. And it would, of course, be the first time ever that the United States defaulted on its loans. It could mean that going forward, America always has to pay more for the interest that it takes out. So the stakes here are very, very large.
June 1st, now 3.5 weeks away. All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Turning now to the legal troubles surrounding convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh. Earlier this year, the disgraced lawyer was convicted of murdering his wife and son. And now Murdaugh has made a major confession in a life insurance fraud lawsuit that was filed against him over the death of his longtime housekeeper. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from Walterboro, South Carolina with the latest. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. Another legal battle heating up here. Attorneys for Alex Murdaugh's former housekeeper say today they're going to release new audio recording and new documents tied to her case. This as an insurance company is fighting to recover that $3.8 million settlement money. And Alex Murdaugh from prison is admitting that he didn't tell the truth again in connection to another mysterious death.
Alex Murdaugh is changing his story once again, this time from a prison cell, after admitting during his trial to lying about his alibi the night his wife and son were killed.
I did lie to them.
Murdaugh is now confessing to even more lies, this time surrounding the mysterious death of the family's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield. She died at the Murdaugh home after allegedly suffering a fall in 2018. The disgraced lawyer originally told his insurance company that the family's dogs caused her to trip and fall. He later collected millions in settlement money intended for Satterfield's sons, who say they never saw any of it.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alex Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
Back in 2021, Satterfield's son Tony told Craig Alex Murdaugh promised he would help him and his brother get an insurance settlement for the accident.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? He said, I want to make sure the boys are taken care of because he loved Gloria that much.
Now, a legal storm is brewing over Murdaugh's latest confession. In a new statement made in response to a recent lawsuit filed by an insurance company looking to recover the $3.8 million it paid Murdaugh for Satterfield's death, Murdaugh now claims he fabricated his initial story, writing, "No dogs were involved in Satterfield's death," adding he invented the situation to force his insurers to make a settlement payment. Murdaugh also says the Satterfield family did actually receive the fraudulent funds. Lawyers for the Satterfields family deny they got money from the insurance company, saying the new claims lack credibility, much like Alex Murdaugh.
The question is Alex to be believed? Alex, at this point in time, will say anything to try to preserve his own skin.
Police have reopened the investigation into Satterfield's death. We reached out to Murdaugh's attorney, who had no comment about the lawsuit or why Alex Murdaugh is once again changing his story from behind bars.
Murdaugh is now serving 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and son, but he still faces nearly 100 other charges ranging from money laundering to stealing from his clients. Murdaugh's attorney says they have filed that notice to appeal, and they intend to do so in coming months. Lindsay?
All right, Katie, thank you so much.
Now to some international headlines. Rescuers are searching for survivors after a tourist boat overturned in southern India.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Lindsay, Joe, good morning. Yes, at least 22 people have so far died after a tourist boat capsized in India on Sunday night. Now, officials say the double-decker tourist boat was carrying 50 people, or double its capacity when it overturned, and blame overcrowding for the incident. At least 4 people were taken to hospital and are in critical condition, and the death toll is expected to rise as the number of missing passengers is still unknown. Survivors told local media that many on board were not wearing life jackets. Let's go to Ukraine, where an official appointed by Russia said that almost 1,700 people were evacuated from areas near the nuclear plant of Zaporizhia on Sunday. Now, the announcement comes a day after the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency said the situation around the plant has become increasingly unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Ukraine is expected to start soon a counteroffensive to retake Russian-held territory, including in the region region around the nuclear plant. And finally, winter has come early to Australia. The southeast of the country has been battered by a cold front that brought high winds, snow and hail that could last until the middle of this week. Temperatures along the east coast dropped below zero, bringing some snow even in the capital Canberra, as shown by videos shared on social media. In Sydney, flights were delayed temporarily on Sunday due to strong winds, guys.
All right, beginning to look a lot like winter there. Thank you, Claudio. Appreciate it.
Coming up, there's been an increase in anti-LGBTQ bills in Republican-led state legislatures lately.
And those bills, along with the rhetoric surrounding them, are having a major impact on groups like drag performers. When we come back, we're going to hear from some of those performers speaking out just ahead of Pride Month. That's next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Craig Melvin. We're coming on the air with some breaking news out of Brownsville, Texas right now. Officials talking about that horrific car crash outside a migrant center that killed 8 people, left at least 10 others hurt on Sunday. Let's listen in.
Well, good morning, and thank each and every one of you all for being here today this morning. We really appreciate you all's presence. And I am here as Chief of Police for the Brownsville Police Department, Felix, F-E-L-I-X, Sauceda, S-A-U-C-E-D-A, Brownsville, Texas. And I am here to deliver a brief on the tragic event that took place within our city yesterday. Since the investigation is ongoing, our objective is to provide you a better understanding about what occurred as we currently understand it. Yesterday morning at 8:29 a.m., we received multiple calls for service in regards to a major crash on the 600 block of Minnesota Road. Upon arrival, officers found multiple casualties and several injured. Officers also found a gray SUV with heavy damage and a driver on scene. Through the investigation, it was found that the SUV ran a red light, lost control, flipped on its side, and struck a total of 18 individuals. It was further found that there were 6 fatalities on scene and 12 critically injured. From then and now, fatalities have grown to 8. Investigation also revealed that the driver of the vehicle, later identified as George Alvarez, November 9th, 1988, had attempted to flee the scene after impact, but was held down by several individuals on scene. Investigation also revealed that the driver of the vehicle, George Alvarez, is a Brownsville local with an extensive rap sheet. He has been formally charged and arraigned with 8 counts of manslaughter, 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He has received bonds totaling $3.6 million, and we have his picture and record of various previous arrests, as we will display to you all right now. I want to thank my men and women serving who have worked and continue to process the very tragic scene. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge our Brownsville Fire Department for tending to the critically injured. Our District Attorney, Mr. Science, our Federal Bureau of Investigation, Oliver Rich, SAC, San Antonio Division, Marcus Joaquin, ASAC, San Antonio Division, Victor Escalon, RD for DPS, and multiple other agencies for their unwavered assistance throughout the tragic event. I'd also like to thank multiple individuals that have reached out and supported us, starting with our city leaders, city management, county judge, state reps Aaron Gomez, Janie Lopez, Senator Lamantia, Senator Cornyn, and Governor Greg Abbott. Brownsville is a proud, resilient city. We will continue to best serve our community as we mourn and continue our investigation. We will work with our network and supporters to ensure reunification efforts and victim assistance is made available to all affected. We have established contact with Venezuelan officials and will continue to work with them. Thank you.
Any questions?
Are they all from Venezuela?
From what we know, several are.
Was he intoxicated, Chief?
We are waiting on formal toxicology reports.
Is there a motive that you can talk about?
None at this point.
Several of the witnesses had said that he was cursing at them and saying that they were invaders.
We have nothing to validate that at this point.
Someone from this side?
Chief, the city of Brownsville has a lot of migrants walking around sidewalks, streets right now. What's the city doing to keep them in safe places like the city of McAllen did for many years?
So we have a process in play for that, but this press conference is for the tragedy that we are still investigating at this point.
Chief Nick Valencia with CNN, how were you able to rule out that this was not intentional? It sounds like you're saying he lost control.
We have not ruled that out, sir. It is an ongoing investigation.
Jefe, en español,
Yes, ma'am.
para Telemundo.
Claro.
La pregunta es, ¿él ya tenía récord criminal?
Sí.
Bueno,
Había antecedentes, los tenemos acá.
Y bueno, ¿podría mencionarlos cuáles son los cargos que él enfrenta? Y si en este caso, ¿cómo están ustedes, cuándo van a tener los resultados para saber si estaba intoxicado o no el conductor?
Todo es parte del proceso ahorita que estamos tomando formalmente, las cuentas y las ofensas que se llevaron a cabo esta mañana, las tiene Martín con él y se las puede dar.
Jefe,
Yes, sir.
¿él ha estado cooperando con ustedes? Has he been cooperating with them?
Not at this point, sir.
Chief, 2 questions just quickly.
Yes.
Any additional charges, or can you talk about how you would get there?
So it is an ongoing investigation, and yes, absolutely, charges can change and charges can be added.
But he was arraigned today for reckless driving.
That is correct, yes,
Can
ma'am.
I just quickly ask about the victims? Can you talk about the process of IDing those, and have you identified the nationalities beyond just Venezuela? Are all of them migrants? And what has the process been like reaching out to family?
So it has been a very tiresome process, but one that we are deeply committed to doing and accomplishing. We are working with the Venezuelan government right now, and we have also reached out to other embassies.
Go ahead, sir.
Where is he being kept right now, and is in any type of special cell or anything like that?
Here in our facility.
Chief, has there been-
No special cell.
Sorry.
Yes,
Has
ma'am.
there been increased police presence at Ozanam and at the Adams Street and the places where migrants are being processed by the city?
Once again, this conference is about the tragedy that we continue to
We
investigate.
have 2 more questions, please. Sir, go ahead.
Chief, 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
It's a
Yes, sir.
question and a follow-up.
Absolutely.
The extent of the injury, sir, if you can, let us know. Some of the video, and I saw in person, it's like they were missing limbs, so on and so forth. That's number 1. And the follow-up is, how can the people help you If they have videos, what does the police department need?
Absolutely. So there are various very critical injuries, and of course there was fatalities out of there at the scene, and we unfortunately continue to have a scaling, if you would, of fatalities, unfortunately. And for the public, right? Any and all videos, any and all statements, any and all whatever it is that you know that can help us collaborate and bring this investigation to an end. Please reach out to us. As you all know, we have a very robust social media platform, and so please reach out to us.
Last question. 7 minutes.
Yes. More about the victims. Are they all men? And about Mr. Alvarez himself, did he seem sober? And what did police officers encounter when he was there?
So at this point, I can confirm that they were all males that we know of. And beyond that, we have to wait for official reports.
Thank you all so much for being here. We have the list of charges right there, the mugshot for y'all to take pictures of. I have a contact list there in the back for everybody that is not familiar with us to leave your name and email. That way we can email you any updates further on with this case. As far as that, please send me an email with all your questions from this point from right now, and I will answer them accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, we are wrapping up our press conference there. An update from officials in Brownsville, Texas, about the deadly crash outside a migrant center there. We are learning that the suspect, who has still not been named, is facing 8 counts of manslaughter, 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
We are going to have much, much more on this developing story on NBC News Daily. But for now, we will send you back to our regular programming.
Back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Researchers are taking a closer look at the benefits of grief support, a service provided to those who lose a loved one.
And for one family, that additional help was crucial when deciding whether to go through the organ donation process. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal has that story.
Christopher Moss, coming off his 20th wedding anniversary with wife Denise, started to have chest pain one evening in 2022.
We were actually sitting here in the family room.
Right here?
Yes, yes.
He was taken to the hospital, where doctors confirmed the worst. He had died from a heart attack.
I felt like everything had my whole world had ended.
Struck by grief, Denise was faced with the ultimate question: what to do with Chris's organs.
At first, I told them I can't have this conversation right now. I needed some time. They had called again, and I had finally started talking with some people. I knew in my heart it was the right thing to do.
Was there a part of you that was scared?
Yes, I was. Because it was hard for me to figure out what he wanted to do.
After donation, Denise was put in touch with Taylor's Gift, a nonprofit organization that provides emotional support for donor families grieving the loss of a loved one.
When you think of organ, eye, and tissue donation, people's immediate thought is surrounding death. But organ, eye, and tissue donation is all about life. That's what it's about. And so we want to change that conversation.
Tara Storch and her husband Todd founded Taylor's Gift in 2010 after losing their daughter Taylor in a ski accident, leaving them to grieve without much help.
Our focus is to help families like ours. From our experience, our personal experience, there really wasn't a dedicated grief support service specifically for donor families.
Dr. Macy Levin, director for the Center for Surgical and Transplant Applied Research at NYU Langone Health, has been working with Taylor's Gift to study how it's changing the lives of families undergoing organ donation. She says Not enough families have access to this kind of life-changing service.
Donation circumstances are very unexpected and they are very tragic. And the people that are with the Taylor's Gift Foundation have actually walked the walk before. So you're really talking and walking with someone who has also suffered a loss.
Now, Taylor's Gift says they've helped millions of people register for organ donation since 2010. And in less than a year, its grief support program has provided free counseling to more than 200 family members of organ donors. For Denise, after weekly phone calls over the course of a year, a new outlook on life, and joy in Christopher's donation.
I'm just really proud of her. Thank you. She's done so well, and I'm really proud of how much she's grown.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, NBC News.
Financial headlines now. A new survey by Bankrate finds money is often a major cause of stress for most Americans, even more than last year.
All right, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other news. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, more than half of adults say money has a negative impact on their mental health. That is up from 42% a year ago, according to a new survey from Bankrate. People say they experience money concerns at least once a week. And of that group, more than 80% of them say stress and anxiety are caused by economic factors, including rising prices and interest rates and just not having a stable income or job security. Bankrate says Americans are feeling pretty bad about their finances, with inflation at the center of a lot of worries. Despite a strong job market, wage growth just hasn't kept pace with the rising cost of living. Personal debt is increasing, and for a number of folks, savings are dwindling. Binance, meantime, has lifted a pause on Bitcoin withdrawals after halting them twice this weekend. The crypto exchange blaming the move on high volume, saying its platform was congested with too many pending transactions. The firm says to prevent a similar occurrence in future, it's adjusted its transaction fees. Binance has slid down the ranks for Bitcoin trading volume and is no longer among the world's top 10 exchanges. And Chris Pratt reigns at the box office. Well, he has already for a month. So he dethroned himself. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 topped the weekend box office with a $114 million take. That, according to ComScore, which ends the 4-week streak of the Super Mario Brothers, which Chris Pratt is in, which had been at #1. The latest Guardians installment from Disney and Marvel matching projections in North America, and it's also the 32nd straight Marvel film to debut at #1. Marvel also accounts for half of the 12 movies that have opened with more than $100 million since the start of the pandemic. And you know what that means? There will be more Marvel films to come.
I think Marvel's figured out this movie thing. I think they got it down.
I think so, right?
Bertha, thank you.
Coming up, it was a weekend of pageantry and celebration fit for a king. We've got everything you might have missed from the coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, in case you didn't DVR it like Joe, including what's next for Prince Harry, who was notably absent from that famous balcony wave. We've got you covered after the break.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was a weekend of parties over in the UK as the country celebrated the coronation of King Charles and Queen Camilla.
NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us through the most memorable moments.
Yeah, the weather has not improved since Saturday. At least it is not driving rain like we saw at certain moments on Saturday. But we got a front row seat just around the corner from Buckingham Palace, right on the Mall, with the crowds, the faithful who had been camping out. A lot of history-making moments and a couple of very cute moments as well with the littlest royals. Take a look.
From start to finish, it was a spectacular affair. The kind of pageantry the Brits do so well in the kind of weather the Brits know so well. Through the driving rain, King Charles and Queen Camilla arriving at Westminster Abbey, their pages of honor, including 9-year-old Prince George, doing the heavy lifting. The Waleses, all stunning, Kate and Charlotte in matching Alexander McQueen, and 5-year-old Prince Louis with a big yawn caught on camera. Prince Harry arriving at the Abbey with cousins Eugenie and Beatrice, smiling, a quick wave to his aunt, Princess Anne. The crowning moments all went to plan.
God save the king! God save the king!
And outside, braving the elements, the tens of thousands on the Mall singing along to God Save the King.
God save the king!
We were amid the faithful who'd been waiting for hours, even days, for this moment.
You can hear the deafening cheers around me. That was pretty exciting. I think I just made eye contact with King Charles.
And then the Mall opened and the excited, albeit soggy, crowds headed for Buckingham Palace.
Are you excited?
But they had to pass us on the way there.
A few thousand of Molly Hunter's best friends.
Stepping out onto the balcony, the King and Queen, the pages of honor, working royals, and of course, Charlotte and Louis too. But no Prince Harry. He got into a car right after the service, seen later at Heathrow Airport as expected, missing the rest of the weekend's blowout festivities. But Prince William taking center stage at the coronation concert at Windsor Castle.
As my grandmother said when she was crowned, coronations are a declaration of our hopes for the future. And I know she's up there, fondly keeping an eye on us, and she'll be a very proud mother.
Even little Princess Charlotte up way past her bedtime singing along. An extravagant end to a weekend 70 years in the making.
Now, last night at the coronation concert, of course, that happened at Windsor Castle in the back in the beautiful gardens. The King and Queen, after a very heavily scheduled, perfectly choreographed weekend, actually took a little leave and had some fun with the American Idol audience, made an appearance with Lionel Richie and Katy Perry. Pretty fun to see that. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, looks like fun. Molly, thank you.
Molly's got the wave down.
No kidding.
Joining us now to discuss is NBC News royal commentator and talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, good morning. Let's talk about the dress code here. A little more relaxed in an effort to look more modern, of course, with the exception of the king, senior royals, of course.
Hard to look casual in a crown.
Right. Walk us through some of the major fashion moments from the event.
Well, funny enough, you say that the king looked formal, but the king traditionally should have been wearing breeches and stockings, so he did ditch them for something a little more modern. But it's the queen I want to start with. She was wearing this stunning Bruce Oldfield dress, but the thing that you couldn't see when you first looked at her was the fact that right at the bottom of the dress were two little embroidered Jack Russell dogs, and that was because of her beloved rescue dogs, Beth and Bluebells, and she also had the names of her grandchildren embroidered into the dress. So you could see there that they really wanted to bring in the family, canine or human, into the fashion. Then, of course, if we move on to the Queen in waiting, if you like, to Kate, wearing that stunning McQueen dress. And again, talking about formality, she was very formal because the King and Queen had said that they wanted both William and Kate to wear their full regal regalia. So over the dress, the McQueen dress, she was wearing her Royal Garter Order robes. And that really, in a way, set her apart. It made her look much more like a queen in waiting.
Well, speaking of fashion, let's talk about what the American First Lady, Jill Biden, she attended the coronation with her granddaughter, dressed in the colors of Ukraine's flag, blue and yellow. Should we assume that was not a coincidence?
Personally, I don't think any of these things are ever a coincidence. If you think that you spot a message, you probably have spotted a message. It was very notable that there she was in this beautiful Ralph Lauren blue outfit with Finnegan, her granddaughter, in buttercup yellow. And in fact, many people were making the observation that the centre of Westminster Abbey had these yellow and blue carpets. Now, in fact, that was coincidental because they're the traditional coronation colours. But I think there was clearly a message there. Interesting also to see First Lady Jill Biden spending a lot of time with our Prime Minister's wife, Rishi Sunak's wife. She was out at a street party yesterday handing food out. So there's clearly some friendship forming there.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but what did you make of Prince Harry not having a formal role in the ceremony, but at least being there in support of his father?
It really was a blink and you miss it. He was at Heathrow Airport before the King had even made it back here to Buckingham Palace. We do know that at the informal lunch afterwards, the King toasted his grandchildren, including Archie, on his 4th birthday, even though Harry wasn't there.
All right, Daisy McAndrew, we're seeing some little chats that Harry's having, you know, in that 3rd row there with some of his family members. But
folks were keeping a close eye on every little move throughout, even though there wasn't a lot to take in. Exactly.
Daisy,
all right.
Thank you.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, happy Monday. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Craig Melvin. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Monday, May 8th, deadly crash aftermath. An SUV plowed into a group outside of a migrant shelter in a Texas border town, killing 8 and injuring more than a dozen. What we are now learning about the driver's motive.
Medical battlefield. Doctors and health experts in the United States are preparing for a new era of national security threats. We have a closer look at military-grade ICUs that are flying in the sky.
Drag ban. At least 17 states are considering bills that would restrict drag performances. Our team is on the ground talking to voters and getting reaction about concerns these bans would peel back civil rights for the LGBTQ community.
King crowned. It was a day filled with pomp and prestige as King Charles III was coronated at Westminster Abbey in London. We're breaking down all the biggest moments from that historic event.
Thank you so much for being with us. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with 2 tragedies devastating 2 separate communities in Texas. Just moments ago, officials in Brownsville updated reporters on the deadly car crash that happened yesterday outside an immigration center there. They say the driver ran a red light, lost control, then slammed into a crowd of migrants as they waited at a bus stop. 8 people were killed, 10 others were hurt.
And on Saturday, a gunman went on a shooting rampage at an outlet mall in the Dallas area. Officials there say the suspect killed 8 people, hurt nearly a dozen others. We have team coverage on both tragedies this Monday. Stephen Romo has new details on the deadly mall shooting. We'll get to him in just a moment. First, though, to NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez live for us in Brownsville. Gabe, what else did we learn from that news conference that just wrapped up?
Hi there, Craig. Well, first, this is a community in mourning, and I want to show you where I'm at. And an impromptu vigil has just started here right across from that migrant shelter. This is the spot where that driver plowed into that group that we now know the driver has been charged with 8 counts of manslaughter. And that news conference just wrapped up a short time ago. Take a listen to what authorities had to say about what happened here.
The SUV ran a red light, lost control, flipped on its side, and struck a total of 18 individuals. The driver of the vehicle, later identified as George Alvarez, November 9th, 1988, had attempted to flee the scene after impact, but was held down by several individuals on scene.
Now, George Alvarez, that suspect, is now being held on $3.6 million bail. Again, 8 charges of manslaughter in addition to a reckless driving charge. Police, Craig, have not ruled out that this was an intentional act. We did speak with several migrants here who said that he appeared to be intoxicated. However, police would not comment on that, saying that they are waiting for toxicology reports. As for those who were killed, 8 people dead, all of them men, according to authorities, many of them Venezuelan migrants. At least 9 or 10 others were injured, and according to the mayor here in Brownsville, several remain in critical condition, again, as this community is in shock. Craig, Vicki?
Understandably, Gabe, this happened just days before the U.S. is set to lift that controversial immigration program, Title 42. It's that Trump-era policy that allows border agents to turn away migrants because of concerns about COVID. Now some border towns are bracing for a spike in asylum seekers. We're already starting to see it. You've been covering this for months, Gabe. Give us a sense of what you are seeing there where you are.
Well, it was actually Brownsville where Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas actually visited here, Brownsville, Texas, on Friday, touting a new processing center here. Now, the Biden administration says that it is taking several steps, including opening up an asylum processing centers in Guatemala and Colombia, and that it sent 1,500 active duty troops to the border to handle administrative work. But among many border communities, including here in Brownsville and also where I was last week in El Paso, Texas, there are many communities who feel that the federal government has not done enough and might not be prepared for the migrant influx that is expected again when Title 42 is lifted later this week. Craig and Vicki.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez for us there in Brownsville. Gabe, thank you.
And Craig, further north in Allen, Texas, the community is also in mourning. Officials say a 33-year-old gunman opened fire at an outlet mall on Saturday night, killing at least 8 people. The suspect, who authorities believe was acting alone, is also dead. Police say a preliminary review of his social media accounts showed a connection to neo-Nazi and white supremacist content. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now from Allen, Texas. That's about 25 miles north of Dallas. Stephen, police are learning a lot more from this gunman, from his social media accounts, and what he was also wearing when he died. What do we know at this point?
Yeah, Vicki, we're getting a bit of a clearer picture right now. There's still a lot more questions to go. As you alluded to, investigators are looking what's described as hundreds of posts on different social media accounts with this suspected gunman interacting with neo-Nazi and white supremacist material online. And law enforcement sources say this is being investigated as a case of racial or ethnically motivated violent extremism. And authorities are saying that they did find a patch on that gunman with a right-wing acronym that was on his chest. It was Saturday afternoon when that gunman arrived here at the popular and sprawling outlet mall in Allen, Texas, outside of Dallas, ultimately killing those 8 people, injuring several more before he was killed by an officer who was already nearby. Authorities say that suspected shooter, 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, was wearing a tactical vest at the time and had more weapons and ammo in his car. Vicki.
Stephen, this was the second mass shooting in Texas in just over a week. It's the second deadliest mass shooting in the United States this year. How is the community responding there?
Yeah, there's a lot of grief, as you can imagine, Vicki, but also a lot of frustration. I'm from this area, and I'm hearing from so many people who are telling me that they don't think that anything is going to change from this. They just feel powerless to do anything about it. Instead, they're living in this new reality where this could happen at any time. Many people, though, are relying on their faith.
All we can do is just be here for them, to pray. We're out here to do that, just what Jesus is doing. Just be that help that they need, the light that they need to bring them to him.
And I keep hearing it, so many people saying that they hear about these horrific shootings elsewhere, but it is something altogether different when it comes knocking at your door and you're texting your loved ones to make sure they're okay. Vicki?
No question. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. Stephen, thank you so much.
At least 276 people have been killed by mass shootings so far this year. That's according to numbers from the Gun Violence Archive. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow now with more on the desperate pleas for stricter gun laws and why experts say these deadly shootings keep happening.
The outlet mall near Dallas.
We start hearing rock, rock, rock.
The Atlanta medical office.
All I seen was police cars and SWAT and everybody's just pulling up, back to back, back to back.
Neighbors shot in Cleveland, Texas, a Sweet 16 birthday party in Alabama, a Louisville bank, and an elementary school in Nashville.
How are our children still dying and why are we failing them?
The Gun Violence Archive counts more mass shootings so far this year than days, 199. That includes any shooting with at least 4 victims, not including a shooter.
I've been studying this for 40 years, and I've never seen a year like this.
Criminology professor James Fox oversees a database at Northeastern University that keeps track of deadly mass shootings.
Why are we seeing so many mass killings this year?
Well, we have several factors. We have many more guns in the hands of Americans. There's been a large increase in gun sales since COVID. And because of COVID, many Americans are suffering economically and emotionally. And this country is quite divided. People are angry and taking it out on innocent strangers.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is a strong supporter of gun owners. He said the long-term solution is to address mental health.
There has been a dramatic increase in the amount of anger and violence that's taking place in America. And what Texas is doing in a big-time way, we are working to address that anger and violence by going to its root cause, which is addressing the mental health problems behind it.
Josh Horwitz is co-director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions.
Is it a combination of factors, including access to guns, but also including mental health?
Well, it's always a combination of factors. Other countries have mental illness, other countries have video games, but we have unprecedented access to firearms. So you take the combination of those risk factors and you layer on all these weapons, all these new guns, high capacity magazines, AR-15 assault weapons, and you have the disaster that we're seeing right now in the United States.
Some states are making changes. Governors in Colorado and Washington state signed major reforms on gun ownership last month. But in Washington, D.C., a chronic impasse.
I have gone the full extent of my executive authority to do on my own anything about guns.
NBC's Yamiche Alcindor covers Washington.
The president said it's up to Congress to act. Is that likely to happen?
While last year President Biden helped pass some substantial bipartisan gun legislation, he's repeatedly urged Congress to do more, including banning assault weapons. But it's unlikely that Republicans who control the House will agree to that restriction or any further changes to gun laws.
For communities torn apart by gun violence like Allen, Texas, a fear nothing will change.
We just go through this over and over, and nothing gets done.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
All right, we want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Global travel is on its way back to pre-pandemic levels. The World Travel and Tourism Council says the sector is on track to reach $9.5 trillion in 2023.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, when are things expected to be back to normal? And do we know which countries have seen the most growth?
Well, globally, the full recovery should come sometime next year, according to a report from the World Travel and Tourism Council. Tourism levels, they're already back to pre-pandemic levels in 34 countries. Some experts even say they expect 2024 to surpass the pre-pandemic travel of 2019. There's a willingness to travel from people in Western Europe, and China's reopening is also helping to power the recovery for the industry. Meanwhile, TurboTax is paying out over $140 million to over 4 million people around the country after what the New York York Attorney General called predatory and deceptive marketing. TurboTax settled a suit last year after it deceived millions of low-income customers into paying for tax services, even though they would have otherwise been able to file for free. The New York AG's office said eligible consumers do not need to file a claim and will receive a check automatically. And finally, guys, the third edition in the Guardians of the Galaxy series is coming off a massive opening weekend at the box office. The Marvel movie brought in $114 million in domestic box office receipts and another $168 million from international markets. Guys, my husband was one of them. He went out at like 9:30 last night. It was too late for me, but he went to go see it. So, you know, Marvel still works.
Yeah. Have you talked to him? What do you think?
He didn't love it.
Oh, it was this way. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Deirdre.
I got to be honest.
CNBC Tech anchor Deirdre.
She is always honest. All right, coming up, would the United States military be fully prepared for a conflict with China? We will take a look at a training mission aimed at medical readiness. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sure.
Tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Rising tensions abroad and the threat of another pandemic in the future have created an immediate need for better military medical readiness.
Yeah, service members are now training inside of military-grade intensive care units. They are learning and adopting new technology to save lives on the battlefield. NBC News medical contributor and global health policy expert Dr. Vin Gupta got an inside look.
Quietly and unknown to most of the American public, the U.S. military is preparing for a new era of national security threats. This operation isn't aimed at taking the fight to the enemy. It's aimed at saving lives of the critically ill.
So you have a ventilator, you have a monitor, you have an IV pump, so really a mini ICU. Exactly.
Dubbed Ultimate Caduceus, the exercise simulates the rapid transport of severely injured troops from battlefields around the world to advanced care centers back in the U.S. It's a mission I've seen up close and personal as a reservist ICU physician leading a CCAT team of my own here on the West Coast. Aboard military aircraft, soldiers turned patients are transferred and stabilized in these flying ICUs. saving lives and fulfilling promises.
The American people have entrusted, their sons and daughters to defend our nation, and when they become wounded, ill, or injured, to be able to bring them home safely is really the purpose.
Medical readiness is just one more way that the U.S. military shows the world the physical and strategic health of its force.
How does this increase the survivability of injured soldiers downrange?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge because we essentially take the level of care that they can expect in a U.S. ICU. We bring that forward to the front line.
With tensions rising in the Asia-Pacific theater, the war in Ukraine, and the threat of pandemic, this is a necessity, not a luxury. Corey Shockey has held high positions at both the Pentagon and the State Department.
What do you think are the biggest threats to our national security over the next 10 years?
Well, the risk of a war on the scale that Russia has imposed on Ukraine, a war of that scale with China is, I think, the biggest threat. And I believe that the Biden administration has that right.
So, is the United States ready for the threats it faces over the next 10 years? And are these latest exercises part of that preparation?
We are not facing an active conflict right now. Is this in preparation for an active conflict? Well, this is in preparation for any global crisis. Again, it's a global crisis at scale, whether we're talking humanitarian assistance, disaster response, all the way to the potential of conflict.
And Dr. Vin Gupta joins us now. Fascinating look behind the scenes there, Dr. Gupta. It does sound like the military is expanding its training for these measures out of sort of an abundance of caution, right, in the event of an eventual potential global conflict. But talk about the readiness. What did you witness and what did you think?
Well, Vicki, thank you for platforming this. What's clear here is that we now have the ability to project critical care, medical capabilities right at the point of injury, especially in this era of epidemics and pandemics, or if there is a global conflict. We don't have the footprint of large military bases across the world that we once did 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So this capability to transfer across long distances, patients that have ICU needs will save lives. Also, what I noticed is that this is not relevant for just soldiers, but also for humanitarian assistance for civilians as well.
Dr. Gupta, as you know, military enlistment's been down significantly in recent years. What might that mean for all of this?
Well, Craig, I think there's an inextricable link between military readiness and civilian readiness. And so a key part of this exercise was, how did the two assets work together? To your point, Craig, we don't have as many recruits going to the military, whether they're the medical service or traditional combat roles. And so military capabilities working with civilians is going to be key to keep us safe moving forward.
NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, so good to see you again. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Well, protests are intensifying around the death of Jordan Neely. The growing calls for criminal charges against the man who put him in a chokehold. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now. Ukrainian forces shot down more than 30 Iranian-made drones in Kyiv overnight after another late-night Russian bombardment.
And the attacks come as the Kremlin prepares to mark Victory Day. It's a national holiday. They're going to mark it with a military parade in Red Square tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Allison Barber live in Kyiv, Ukraine with the very latest. So, Allison, what more can you tell us about these Russian drones and the damage there in Kyiv today?
Yeah, hey, Craig. So overnight, there was a fairly significant air assault involving both drones and missiles in at least 2 regions here in Ukraine. In Odessa, they say that 8 missiles were fired from Russian-occupied Crimea. Then here in Kyiv, the capital of the country, that's where those Iranian-made drones were flying. There were, according to local officials, 36 of them. Those drones are what's known as loitering munitions. They move slowly, and they themselves, they are what explodes. When people hear them on the ground, they often describe them sounding a lot like a moped or something along those lines coming. They're very slow moving. They're very noisy. They create a lot of fear, and they were used very heavily back in the winter. But we haven't seen this sort of attack on Kyiv to this scale in quite a while. The mayor of the city says this was one of the biggest drone attacks this city has experienced since the full-scale invasion began. But this is the 4th air assault we've seen on Kyiv in about the last 8 days. It'd been relatively quiet here in recent months. There were a lot of airstrikes, a lot of assaults on the capital in the winter, but then there was this bit of a lull, a bit of a pause where people were able to have some sense of normalcy in cities far from the front lines like Kyiv. All of that started to change about 8 days ago. The thought behind that is that, one, Russia is acting out in part to prepare or have some sort of pre-response to what we anticipate Ukraine to soon launch their highly anticipated spring counteroffensive, and also to do it in the lead up to that holiday you mentioned, May 9th, Victory Day in Russia. Craig?
All right. Allison Barber for us there in Kyiv. Stay safe, Allison. Thank you so much for that report. Meanwhile, back here, Florida Governor and potential presidential candidate Ron DeSantis has been waging a bit of a war on Disney for what he calls the company's woke politics. 3 recent polls show that conservative voters support DeSantis' efforts to roll back Disney's special privileges.
Well, still, many think this public fight is bad for Florida's economy. So where does that leave things as DeSantis decides whether or not he's going to jump into the 2024 race?
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. So, Dasha, let's start with the polling. Let's dig in a bit here and this the opinion from a lot of conservatives about this ongoing back and forth between DeSantis and Disney.
Well, look, guys, there's been so much speculation in the political class in Washington among donors, consultants that, look, this fight with Disney may be sinking DeSantis' campaign before it even begins, right? But he's targeting these primary voters because the goal right now, this big uphill climb for him, is beating Trump in the primary. So we wanted to talk to Republican voters that will likely be voting in the primary. We went to Lake County, Florida, which is actually right next door to Disney World. So this is a county that's a conservative stronghold, but it's also a county that really has benefited economically from Disney. But we found overwhelming support for DeSantis in this fight from voters. They understand and acknowledge that Disney has been important for Florida, but they feel like Disney has stepped out of line by wading into the political fray. Take a listen to just some of what we heard.
I'm definitely on DeSantis' side. Go woke, go broke.
We love to go to Disney World.
You go to Disney World?
And we had annual passes, and I will tell you, we did not renew them. I think he's doing the right thing.
You think he's doing the right thing?
I do. I think it needs to not be political from Disney's perspective. They need to be the happy place for families.
Yeah.
Go woke, go broke pretty much sums it up. But look, when you start to talk to more moderate or independent voters, that's when things change a little bit. So in the long run, if he gets to the general election, might be problematic for him. But with those conservative voters, very much on his side, guys. And speaking of the general election, do we have any idea on timing when he may or may not announce, and what you think nationally voters think of him? Well, look, nationally, we've seen in the polls that Donald Trump is still, double digits ahead of him. But again, it's early days. He hasn't even jumped into the race yet. Our reporting shows he might be jumping in the coming weeks. We don't have an exact timeline yet, but we will likely see him become an actual official candidate soon here, guys. All right, Dasha Burns, thank you so much. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back on this Monday, so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Craig Melvin. Making news right now, severe storms and heavy rain moving across parts of the Midwest today. Storm warnings are in effect for at least 17 million people across the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys. Forecasters say that the heavy rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour could lead to isolated instances of flash flooding.
California's reparations task force has voted on how the state could compensate and apologize to its black residents. The 9-member committee approved a list of proposals, which include money and services that are now headed to state lawmakers for consideration. If approved, the reparations payments would be used in an effort to repair the harm caused to generations of black people by discriminatory policies.
And Rocket Labs has launched 2 NASA satellites into orbit. The satellites blasted off from the company's New Zealand launch pad on Saturday, and they will be used to study hurricanes and tropical storms.
We are learning some new information regarding the death of Jordan Neely after he was held in a chokehold on a New York City subway. According to 2 sources familiar with this matter, the district attorney's office plans to present this case now to a grand jury, which will determine whether this man will be charged.
Over the weekend, protests broke out on the streets of New York City and in a subway station here as well. Protesters were seen on the train tracks demanding justice for Jordan, as they've said. New York City officials say during those protests, some 13 people were arrested. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now here in studio. He's been following this case very closely. George, let's start with this case going to a grand jury. Do we know perhaps when that could happen? And if it does, what kind of charges the man could face?
Yeah, so we know that the DA has assigned a senior prosecutor to this case. So they will be looking at a plethora of evidence, including that video that shows Jordan Neely being placed into that chokehold. There's also 911 calls that they're going to be reviewing, as well as any other witness testimonies, basically any new evidence that they can get their hands on before deciding whether or not they're going to present charges in this case. As you mentioned, this has caused a lot of protests on the streets and in the subways. The largest one that we saw so far occurring this Saturday, where the protesters started at the subway station where Jordan Neely lost his life, and then they marched all the way down into the platform there where they had some clashes with police. The NYPD saying about 13 people were arrested, and we're expecting more protests, more vigils until, as these demonstrators say, until charges are brought in this case, guys.
George, let's talk about the man here who put Neely into that chokehold. His name is Daniel Penny. What more do we know about him at this point? What are his attorneys saying on his behalf?
Right. So in this case, the attorneys for that Marine veteran are saying this was a case of self-defense, and they've been issuing some statements on his behalf. I'll read you in part what they said. They said, when Mr. Neely began aggressively threatening Daniel Penny and other passengers, Daniel, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves until help arrived. Daniel never intended to harm Mr. Neely and could not have foreseen his untimely death, to which Neely's attorneys have responded, both on air and in statements, saying this was clearly a case of murder, and they've expressed that Daniel Penny's press release is not an apology nor an expressive regret. It is a character assassination and a clear example of why he believed he was entitled to take Jordan's life. In short, his actions on the train and now his words show why he needs to be in prison. So you can see that there's clearly two cases being made here, one of self-defense, one that this Marine veteran acted trying to protect people on that subway. So again, plethora of evidence here, including that crucial medical examiner's report, which does indicate that Jordan Neely died as a result of that chokehold, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, thank you so much.
Thanks, George. This afternoon, forgive me, we're also learning some new details about a different case involving convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh, an insurance fraud case involving a wrongful death at his home.
Yeah, now attorneys for Gloria Satterfield's family, who was Murdaugh's housekeeper, they have now released a full report and interview audio from the investigation. This all comes after Murdaugh admitted to lying about the details of her death back in 2018. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is live in South Carolina, helped us sort through all of this. So, Katie, tell us, what did this report and this new audio reveal? And also, is this new evidence, could it affect the outcome of Alec Murdaugh's attempt to appeal his double murder convictions?
I think the answer to that last question, Vicki, is no. They're two very separate cases. The same man at the center of it, and now another legal battle surrounding Alec Murdaugh. The question really here, it comes down to the insurance company settlement money and who has deserved that money and who is owed that money. The settlement money was about $3.8 million, and the insurance company is seeking to recover that money from Alec Murdaugh. In response, Alec Murdaugh has said, well, I made up the details of that whole fall situation. It wasn't my dogs that caused it, and therefore I shouldn't have been liable, and I basically, you know, made up, invented this story so that I could get that settlement money. He suggests even to go as far as to go after the Satterfields in order to recover it. Satterfield's attorneys are putting out these documents and these audio recordings today to say, take a listen to what Alec Murdaugh said back then. Listen to the description of the 4 dogs that were at the house that day and how he and his wife and maybe perhaps even Gloria Satterfield had mentioned that they sort of got under her feet and caused this accident to occur. They're attacking the credibility also of Alec Murdaugh, saying this is someone who has lied repeatedly and is lying again.
Katie, it's all very confusing, but if Alec Murdaugh is now saying, okay, what I said a few years ago about my housekeeper dying as a result of the dogs, if he's saying that wasn't true, do we know how Gloria Satterfield died? Are we any closer to figuring that part of the story out?
That remains a mystery. I mean, what he says he's coming clean about is that he invented that aspect of the story. What he's not offering is how she died or the circumstances around the fall that led her to the hospital where she died. And as Eric Bland, the Satterfield's attorney, points out, the three people that might have that answer are no longer, one is Alec Murdaugh and the other is Maggie, who is no longer with us, and Gloria, who's no longer here either. So he's saying, conveniently, there's no one that can really contest his version of the facts that continues to change.
All right, Katie back there outside that courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Katie, thank you. Thanks as always.
Well, there is a growing push from Republican lawmakers to ban drag performances in certain places.
Right now, at least 17 states are considering bills to restrict LGBTQ plus performers.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is investigating this story for Meet the Press Reports. Antonia, thanks for joining us on set. So Tennessee, as we know, was the first state to pass one of these laws back in March. You were just there talking to people on both sides of this issue. What are they saying? And also, are they worried this is just starting to peel back some of the other rights for the LGBTQ plus community?
You know, this all did come at the same time as we saw the legislature there move to ban gender-affirming health care for transgender children, to allow teachers to reject using students' chosen pronouns, even in the case that their families supported that. And so, that is the feeling in the LGBTQ community there, that all these bills are connected. But, it's a complicated conversation when you're there on the ground, because it's one that has become all about parental rights and the safety of children. What lawmakers and parents who pushed for these restrictions have said is that drag is inherently sexual, it is dangerous, threatening to children, that it can confuse them, and that they sought to create this restriction so that adults could enjoy this form of entertainment. But what will happen if this law goes into effect is keep it from, anywhere in public or where a child could see it. Take a look at how this has impacted some of the people who do this art form.
It was one of the few times I felt powerful, I felt seen, I felt right in my skin. I can do anything I need to do when I'm in drag.
The agenda is to just exist and to feel valid.
The agenda is to be able to go to the bathroom without having to worry about being punched in the face.
The challenge, of course, is, too, that there are LGBTQ families and kids. So when you say this is about parental rights, many of the families there that I've spoken to say, well, some of us want our kids to meet queer people, or we like to take them to the library, and we don't mind if a queer person reads them a book. And so this has all come to a head at the same moment that all these bills have been affecting so many of these folks' lives.
We're talking about Tennessee here, but as Vicki mentioned, there is a movement afoot in a number of other states. What can you tell us about the status of some of these other bills to try and restrict drag performances?
Well, in about at least 17 other states, we see bills similar to this one moving forward. Texas is a state where something like this is very likely to pass in the future. Florida would be another one. But for many of the performers, what they're saying is even in communities where these laws haven't yet been signed, they are having a chilling effect. In some cases, they're hiring additional security for their performances, and they're fearful for their lives right now.
Antonia, quickly before we let you go, we're talking about public performances like, sorry, I guess we have no time, but I really want to talk about this more because you mentioned the reading of a book in a library. We're not talking about full-fledged, it's not a nightclub atmosphere on the streets of Tennessee.
That's right. I mean,
okay.
These are people's lives and their
what it
access
is
to
that
public
we're trying
space.
To restrict. Okay.
And, I'm really grateful for the opportunity that we have the platform to tell this story.
We're looking forward to seeing a lot more of it. You can watch the first episode of the new season of Meet the Press Reports. That's streaming now on Peacock. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
It was a weekend of pageantry, history, royalty, as King Charles was formally crowned as the head of the British monarchy.
Yeah, the king became the 40th monarch to be crowned in Westminster Abbey, a tradition dating back to 1066. His coronation is the start of a new era for the British monarchy. Joining us now from London is Katie Nicholl. She's Vanity Fair's royal correspondent and author of The Young Royals. Great to see you, Katie. So the early numbers show 20 million people in the UK alone watched the coronation on television from start to finish. Which were the moments that stuck out to you the most?
Well, I think, firstly, just to make a quick comment on those viewing figures, it was about 26.5 million who tuned in to watch the late Queen's funeral. So I think that's a really positive sign for the king. You know, we weren't sure how interested people were going to be in this coronation, but I think even if you weren't a monarchist, actually curiosity got the better of most people, because most people have not seen a coronation in their lifetime. We haven't had one in Britain for 70 years, and we haven't had the coronation of a king and a queen since 1937. So I think that was a good reason to tune in, just to see what it was all about. And in terms of the highlights of that service, I think most people would say seeing the regalia up close, seeing the King Edward's crown held aloft and the king crowned, and of course not just the king crowned, but also Queen Camilla as well, was really quite a moment. And I think for me, one of the standout moments was the bit that we couldn't see, which was the anointing of the king with the holy oil from Jerusalem. And I'm so pleased that that all took part behind a screen, where it was really the king's moment with God, because this is a ceremony that dates back to the Old Testament. It's incredible.
Katie, you know, I've said this before, and it was reinforced over the weekend. No one does pomp and pageantry like the Brits. And you guys really have it down to an art form there. Looking forward, though, do we know what kind of king Charles is going to be?
Well, he's had long enough to practice, 64 years in waiting as the Prince of Wales. And, you know, he hasn't had a personality transplant. He is the same man as king as he was as the Prince of Wales. And those issues that have always driven him, that he's been passionate about, young people, protecting the planet, those are going to be at his top of his agenda as king.
Vanity Fair's royal correspondent, Katie Nichol. Katie, thank you. Thanks so much for your time this Monday.
Good to see you, Katie. Straight ahead, a fifth grader in Georgia is changing the conversation around mental health one book at a time. More NBC News Daily right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
One Georgia fifth grader set out to help people on their mental health journeys with a new book. Cheryl Preheim from the NBC affiliate WXI spoke to him about his inspiration.
The children look up to him so much.
Impact isn't about age. What's happening inside Varner Elementary is proof.
They're so incredibly proud.
Takari Tatum is 11. His latest project will soon be part of the school library.
Hi, Takari.
His Snap It bracelets are already part of the school culture, taking on mental health openly.
Time you feel stressed or anxious, you just snap it.
His book about them is about to be released.
Seeing it all come together was like such a surreal experience.
Tell me about the inspiration for the book.
I was really just thinking about all the stuff that happened in my life with my mental health journey and just putting those words on the paper.
Takari's best friend, his grandfather, died in the pandemic. Takari saw so many of his friends struggling too.
The book is an extension of telling people that mental health matters, and it's a serious thing that almost everybody goes through.
I just can't even put it in words how proud I am of him.
Takari wrote this book in 1 week.
Yeah, right.
Of course he did.
He was like taking dictation. It's like God was just giving him the words.
Just amazing me more every day.
Mrs. Lori Mendenhall supported every step. Now retired art teacher Robin Glover illustrated his book.
So honored and so privileged.
I'm super proud of him.
Principal Althea Singletar sees the reach of Takari's impact.
Huge. For students to see that you can have a great idea and you see it through and all kinds of wonderful things can happen.
I hope kids who read the book feel that they're not alone.
A message that's made a difference for his dad, too.
He just does not know how big of an impact this has made.
Our thanks to Cheryl Preheim from NBC affiliate WXIA for that story. Craig?
Meanwhile, in Alabama, one woman is finding the strength to earn her degree despite debilitating physical challenges from a life-threatening car accident. NBC News Now co-anchor Kate Snow shows us her resilience.
Let's celebrate Shima Nixon.
This is what strength and determination look like.
We did it. We made it.
That's 31-year-old Shima Nixon,
Shima Nixon.
graduating with a master's degree on Friday from Alabama State University.
Oh, I love y'all.
It's a dream come true that almost didn't happen.
This guy hit me and pinned me in between my car and his car. The next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital and not being able to move anything from the waist down.
Shima was studying to be a nurse in 2013 when the accident happened. She lost both her legs.
I remember like, okay, this is how life is gonna be now. So I just have to roll with the punches.
It took too long. I'm gonna try again.
During the crucial months that followed, she found strength in faith and family.
As he inspires them.
But also in new friends, like a mentor named Stephen Shope, a bilateral amputee working with Hanger Clinic, a company providing custom care, support, and solutions for people with physical challenges.
Oh my gosh, Stephen, when he came into my room, it was just like, girl, like, you got this. So at that moment, I was like, you know, I'm not the only amputee in the world.
Meeting someone with similar challenges put Shima on a life-changing path, giving her the courage to push through the pain. She finished college and graduate school, focusing on a degree in prosthetics and orthotics. And inspired by other clinicians of color, she's now starting a residency at Hanger Clinic, determined to make a difference for other amputees.
I want them to know that although they may have a different ability, look at this Black girl from the small country town that lost both of her legs and see how far she's come, see how far she's grown.
Using her journey.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Terrence Blanchard is known mostly for his work as a jazz musician and a film composer, but now Blanchard is adding opera to his list of talents.
Yeah, Champion is about the life of boxer Emil Griffith and the one moment in the ring that would consume him for years. Today, anchor Al Roker gives us a behind-the-scenes look.
Champion is transforming audiences at New York City's Metropolitan Opera. How do you get to the Metropolitan Opera? Practice. And I got a behind-the-scenes look. The opera, composed by 7-time Grammy Award-winning jazz musician Terrence Blanchard, tells the real-life story of Emil Griffith, a closeted bisexual boxer who brutally beat his opponent, Benny Paret, in the ring in the 1960s. Paret taunting Griffith with homophobic slurs. Griffith ultimately killing him, a moment that would haunt him until old age.
How did the idea of taking a story about this boxing champion and turning it into an opera with a jazz score?
Well, the first thing that got me, Al, was just the sense of his plight of being a person who couldn't celebrate openly his achievements with somebody that he loved. And then when he said, "I killed the man and the world forgave me, but I love the man and the world wants to kill me," it put it in perspective for me. So I thought, you know, this would be a good thing to do as an opera.
You hide your soul somewhere. In his first lead role in an opera, bass baritone Ryan Speedo Green plays a young Emil Griffith during his boxing days.
When I was called up to have this opportunity and have it be in this opera at this house, I wasn't going to let that moment be taken for granted. I was going to do everything in my power physically, vocally, mentally, to be ready.
To make the opera singers look like boxers, Champion's creative team incorporating techniques of the sport with the opera's choreography.
In a sense, boxing is choreography, except with hitting.
Yes, it's a dance, and I think with Terrence's music and his composition, it really provided an opportunity to create rhythm to the boxing. So it was like a boxing ballet.
Camille, I think she's brilliant. I think she's a genius. And it really speaks to her artistic prowess to allow Michael Bent to come in and work with her dancers.
Former heavyweight world boxing champ Michael Bent is the opera's boxing consultant who helped guide Green and the Champion cast. He's also Terrence's best friend who gave him the idea for Champion.
I understand, in a sense, you are responsible for this.
One of the stories I shared with him was the story of Emil Griffith. A year later, I get a phone call. "Mike, I got tickets for you for the show." I'm like, "Dude, what are you talking about?" "About Emil Griffith. I go into the theater. By the second act, I'm crying, I'm bawling my eyes out."
You've got boxing, which is physically challenging unto itself, and yet the physical challenge of opera as well.
Yeah, I've been told from a lot of my colleagues who are watching me perform this, they're like, in the future, your next role, you only have to do 20 push-ups and then sing in chest voice.
What's a typical kind of training to get started? Wow.
I taught you a house when you ain't never had a house before.
What do you want people to take away from the story of Emil Griffith?
Being able to forgive yourself and the whole idea of redemption. Because he held on to that pain for 30-some years until Benny Jr. told him, "We don't harbor any ill will towards you." And he started to cry. To me, that's a very powerful statement.
In 2021, Terrence Blanchard made history as the first black composer to stage an opera in the Met's 138-year history with Fire Shut Up in My Bones. And now Champion, taking the 400-year-old art form to new levels and reaching wider audiences.
How has it changed who comes to the opera?
That's been probably one of the things that's been the most emotional for me, because to see people of color turn out in large numbers, and it's starting to open the doors again for people of color, and that's something that I'm extremely proud of.
Al Roker, NBC News.
Looks so good.
Yeah.
I'm Craig Melvin.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do that wherever you stream. Craig, we got all of it. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock.
Wow.
Like, you heard of this? Plex, Tubi,
Feels
Zumo?
like the Peacock logo should be a little bigger up there.
The news continues right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Craig Melvin.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, May 8th, Community in Mourning. Police are investigating the social media accounts tied to a gunman who killed at least 8 people at a Dallas area mall on Saturday. What we know about the shooter and the victims.
Boosting flyer rights. The Biden administration is set to announce new rules that put airline passengers first. Why the airlines could now be held accountable for significant delays to your flights.
Closing arguments. The civil rape case against Donald Trump is wrapping up. How Trump's decision not to testify in his own defense could affect the verdict.
Make me a match. We will speak to the star of Netflix's Jewish matchmaking, Aliza Ben Shalom, about how she's managed to bring more than 200 couples together. Plus, her secret to finding your perfect dating match. That's going to be a fun conversation.
Yes, it will. We'll get to that in just a moment. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We are going to start with that deadly mall shooting near Dallas, though. Police say a neo-Nazi sympathizer opened fire with an AR-15 style assault weapon, killing at least 8 people.
A police officer who happened to be at that outlet mall took down the suspect within minutes. This was the second mass shooting in Texas in a little more than a week, and the second deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. this year.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now from Allen, Texas. Allen is about 25 miles north of Dallas. So, Stephen, police say that the suspect, 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, what more do we know about him? And do we know perhaps why he may have carried out this attack?
Yeah, that's the big question, Craig and Vicki. Many people are asking why this happened. Of course, it's impossible to make sense of something so senseless, but we do know from investigators that they're looking into what's described as hundreds of posts on social media by Garcia that allegedly show links and interactions with neo-Nazi and white supremacist material online. Authorities say he is 33 years old and was wearing a tactical vest and also had a patch on him with the letters RWDS, which they believe stood for Right-Wing Death Squad. He was armed with a rifle and a handgun, according to authorities, and more weapons. Just an arsenal was found in his car. We also spoke to neighbors about him. They said he was quiet and kept to himself, like we hear so many times. Let's listen.
From what I've seen of the guy, I mean, I didn't see any red flags that described what he had, you know, apparently been said that he had done.
He went to high school with some of the neighbors, and they just said he was just always very quiet.
As far as a definitive motive, that is not yet clear. However, investigators say they are investigating this as potentially being racially or ethnically motivated.
Stephen, I know you said that you actually are from that area. You've been talking to people who live in the community down there. Is there any sense that this latest mass shooting is going to move the needle at all on gun legislation there in Texas?
Vicki, frankly, no. People I'm talking to don't think that this is going to make a difference. It was horrific what happened here, the carnage left behind, but they point to all of the other shootings from Sandy Hook on not making any definitive legislative change. So they're not hopeful of that. Many of them I talk to are people of faith, and they are praying here. But one thing I keep hearing is that they are not content with just hearing thoughts and prayers from politicians. One mother from this area telling me, quoting from the book of James, saying that faith without works is dead, and saying that they do want action from politicians, especially when this comes knocking at their doorstep. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. Stephen, thank you.
Also in Texas, we're learning new details about that horrific car crash. This was in Brownsville, Texas. It left 8 migrants dead, 10 others hurt. Officials there say the driver of an SUV plowed through a crowd yesterday. This was outside a center for migrants. They just announced that they've charged the suspect with manslaughter, 8 counts. Right now, investigators say it is not clear whether that crash was intentional. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney has been tracking this story for us. Ken, we heard from officials a short time ago. Break down just how they say this crash happened.
Craig, officials have identified the suspect as 34-year-old George Alvarez, and the chief of police of Brownsville gave a narrative of what he says happened. Take a listen.
The SUV ran a red light, lost control, flipped on its side, and struck a total of 18 individuals. The driver of the vehicle, later identified as George Alvarez, November 9th, 1988, had attempted to flee the scene after impact, but was held down by several individuals on scene.
But then later in the news conference, Craig, the chief clarified that they have not ruled out that this was an intentional act, even though they're saying that the vehicle lost control and that the charges are manslaughter. And they also responded to what we've reported is one eyewitness account of a person saying that this driver was yelling anti-immigrant slurs and was yelling at the migrants. They said they can't substantiate that, but again, they have not ruled out an intentional act, Craig.
Kim, one of the things that was striking about that news conference was this visual they had behind them of his rap sheet, essentially. The Brownsville police chief saying that the suspect had a long criminal record. What else do we know about that? And more importantly, what more do we know about the victims?
Yeah, indeed, that was a long rap sheet. It wasn't clear to me whether those were crimes he was convicted of or charged with, but either way, those are very serious crimes, including assault with a deadly weapon and notably drunk driving. And they said they haven't determined whether this suspect was intoxicated. In terms of the victims, we don't know a lot other than that police have said that many of them were Venezuelan migrants. There were apparently a lot of people congregating around a bus stop, which is near a migrant shelter, and the SUV plowed into a total of 18 people. Again, 8 fatalities, Craig.
All right. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thanks so much.
You bet.
Well, right now, towns across the southern U.S. border are preparing for a potential spike in migrants trying to cross into the country. That's because Title 42 is set to expire on Thursday. It is a policy that was put in place during the pandemic. It essentially allows border agents to turn away asylum seekers so that they don't spread COVID. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is at a border wall in San Diego where a migrant camp has been growing by the day. Guad, President Biden has defended his decision to send 1,500 additional troops to the southern border. He says agents might need more help. Walk us through exactly what's going to happen Thursday once Title 42 ends, and what are you seeing there in San Diego?
Well, Vicky, they say that the members of the military that are coming to help to the border will help with administrative purpose. They're going to be doing an administrative role. So this is the border wall between San Diego and Tijuana. We have a camp here of hundreds of migrants that have been arriving. It's growing by the day. This is just one of the locations along the U.S.-Mexico border where we've seen a surge. So because Title 42 is going to be lifted, the information has traveled throughout Mexico and throughout Latin America. And much of it has been misinformation. Essentially, what both Mexican officials and U.S. officials, including DH Secretary Mayorkas, have said is that smugglers usually take advantage of a change at the border, and then they send information down south saying things will become easier for migrants to come to the U.S. So there's a lot of misinformation, and most of the migrants I speak to tell me they don't understand what Title 42 is. They don't understand the rules. They just know that something is going to change that might make it more difficult for them to be able to come into the country. So that's why a lot of them are trying to arrive now before Title 42 expires and is lifted, Vicky.
And that's midnight Thursday. Guad, give us some context here. We'll talk about Title 42, why it became so controversial.
Well, Vicky, it's difficult to understand everything, but essentially it made it more difficult for migrants to come into the U.S. and seek asylum. As you mentioned, it was easier for Border Patrol members to turn them over and expel them back into Mexico. Now, the understanding was that once Title 42 would be lifted, it would be much easier for migrants to arrive. But the Biden administration has announced new immigration policies that will go into place once Title 42 is lifted. Essentially, it will be much more strict. It'll be more difficult for a migrant to come in illegally into the U.S. They're talking about a 5-year ban for somebody who's caught entering the country for the second time. If they want to apply for anything legally, they're going to put in immigration centers in Mexico. And also they're talking about an even easier way to expel migrants once it's lifted and these new policies are put in place, Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas in San Diego for us. Guad, thank you.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The price of crude oil up again. It rose almost 3% today after 3 straight weeks of declines. That was the longest losing streak for oil this year.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Hey, Dom. So OPEC is set to deliver its latest monthly oil market report on Thursday. What are you expecting from that, and what caused the prices to jump this week?
So, Vicky, Craig, yes, with oil, always it's a supply and demand question. And this recent jump could be due to an increased demand as we head into the summer months for peak driving season. Recession fears are easing a bit, and China continues its reopening trade post-COVID. Energy demands will continue to grow, and that's the reason why you're seeing some of that upward price move. With the oil-producing group OPEC Plus set to release that monthly report like you alluded to later on this week, investors will be looking to see how current supply stacks up and if there is any more fallout from the production cuts that OPEC and its partner countries agreed to and announced last month. Prices for canned tomato goods could rise after record rainfall saturated California's tomato fields. With soil still too wet for planting, farmers postponed the season start by a whopping 3 weeks, which then could translate into a shortage of tomato-based items this summer. So watch out for pasta sauce, ketchup, that sort of thing. And the series Stranger Things has paused production amid the ongoing Hollywood writer's strike. The Netflix hit was in the middle of working on its 5th and final season, but its showrunners said things cannot continue until the writers return. They added that they hope a fair deal is reached so they can all get back to work. This is kind of wreaking havoc, right? I mean, we work in the media business, and some of our colleagues and other parts of the business are all feeling the aftermath of this.
It's all connected.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dominic, thank you.
Thank you, Dom. All right, well, airlines could soon be forced to pay you for issues caused by controllable delays and cancellations. What this all means for your next trip after the break, you are watching NBC News Daily.
back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest from the bigger piece to the puzzle?
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
With the summer travel season heating up, the Biden administration is expected to announce new rules for airlines. They're going to have to pay for expenses or inconveniences that you experience as a passenger if they have a controllable delay or cancellation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan International Airport with the details.
Yeah, good day. So President Biden and Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg announcing today this new proposed rulemaking process, which will take months or years to work through. This is not going to happen in time for the summer holiday season. It is, however, in response to the meltdown last summer and, of course, what we saw over the winter with Southwest Airlines. The administration now wants to require airlines to pay you compensation if you are delayed or your flight canceled because of something within the airline's control. So think of a maintenance issue, for example, delay in loading baggage, staffing issues, all of that, not weather, but inside the airline's control. If you're delayed considerably or canceled, you would receive cash compensation. Here's how it lays out specifically. The airlines would have to provide compensation in addition to refunds and other amenities for passengers. They're talking about a meal or meal voucher, overnight accommodations, transportation, as well as rebooking. And they're also required to provide timely customer service during and after periods of widespread flight irregularities. Again, think about what happened to Southwest Airlines and more than 1 million passengers, in fact, over the Christmas holidays, over the New Year break. So this is all happening after the DOT has already rolled out a website to provide you with one-stop shopping for which airline provides what benefits. So this is at flightrights.gov, flightrights.gov. For example, the 10 largest airlines are already guaranteeing meals and free rebooking on the same airline. That's what's happening right now. 9 are right now guaranteeing hotel accommodations. Right now, no airline is offering cash compensation. Importantly, this is what the European Union requires of airlines flying inside the EU. If your flight is significantly delayed or canceled, you could be eligible for cash compensation, and it scales up depending on how long of a delay you have, how long you wait because of the flight cancellation. That's the European model, so this is taking a page to some extent from what the Europeans are doing, with the Biden administration now proposing that here in the United States. As you would expect, the airlines are certainly going to have a voice in this. They will certainly be protesting this and trying to object, and this is not a done deal. This will be a long process to work its way out. Back to you.
Last month, the White House announced plans to use nearly $500 million toward clean energy projects aimed at former coal mines. Some will be turned into solar farms, but others will be used for a less well-known purpose, inside the mines. CNBC's senior climate correspondent, Diana Olick, taking a closer look now at how the mines can help combat climate change.
Underneath an unremarkable warehouse in northeastern England lies an abandoned coal mine. It is a relic of energy's dirty past, but a potential gold mine for its clean future by providing geothermal energy for homes and buildings.
Abandoned coal mines can be full of water, especially when the mining has ceased. So that water will contain heat.
Here's how it works. Abandoned coal mines fill up with water. By drilling boreholes way down below, that water can be brought to the surface with pumps and then pass through heat exchangers and heat pumps in buildings and homes. The first ever neighborhood mine water heating scheme in Great Britain just went into full operation at the end of March and will eventually serve over 1,200 homes.
Hopefully, most of these schemes, if not all of them, will be able to operate at a similar or better cost to the traditional fossil fuel heating schemes we have at the moment.
Geothermal heating is not new, but taking it from abandoned coal mines has yet to take off, especially in the U.S. Even in the dead of winter in Pennsylvania, it's still warm in a coal mine.
yes, it's going to stay at a consistent temperature year-round despite what's happening outside.
Natalie Cruz-Daniels, with her students at Ohio University, is studying abandoned mines in Appalachian, Ohio, to see which ones are close enough to towns to be used for home heating. Coal fields run under at least 20 states in the U.S., and here in Ohio, there are more than 4,000 abandoned coal mines just like this one. In other words, a wealth of opportunity for geothermal energy. Back in 2007, the U.S. Department of Energy reported that the amount of water currently being discharged from underground coal mines in just the Pittsburgh coal seam could potentially be used to heat and cool roughly 20,000 homes. So why aren't we doing that? Cruz-Daniels says that while it's a relatively inexpensive form of clean energy, the location and legacy may be liabilities.
I think some of it's out of sight, out of mind, right? When we look at investment in new technology and investment in clean energy in Appalachia, it's limited.
Coal is controversial, so investors don't target the coal regions, which she says is a mistake.
In a less predictable climate and in a warmer world, this opens up an opportunity for turning this legacy, this liability, into a resource.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Diana Olick, Athens, Ohio.
Really fascinating. Yeah.
Innovative idea.
Well, Alec Murdaugh facing new legal trouble. The convicted killer admits he lied about another death at his South Carolina estate. The details later this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We are back now. Ukrainian forces shot down more than 30 Iranian-made drones in Kyiv overnight after another late-night Russian bombardment.
And the attacks come as the Kremlin prepares to mark Victory Day. It's a national holiday. They're going to mark it with a military parade in Red Square tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Allison Barber live in Kyiv, Ukraine with the very latest. So, Allison, what more can you tell us about these Russian drones and the damage there in Kyiv today?
Yeah, hey, Craig. So overnight, there was a fairly significant air assault involving both drones and missiles in at least 2 regions here in Ukraine. In Odessa, they say that 8 missiles were fired from Russian-occupied Crimea. Then here in Kyiv, the capital of the country, that's where those Iranian-made drones were flying. There were, according to local officials, 36 of them. Those drones are what's known as loitering munitions. They move slowly, and they themselves, they are what explodes. When people hear them on the ground, they often describe them sounding a lot like a moped or something along those lines coming. They're very slow moving. They're very noisy. They create a lot of fear, and they were used very heavily back in the winter. But we haven't seen this sort of attack on Kyiv to this scale in quite a while. The mayor of the city says this was one of the biggest drone attacks this city has experienced since the full-scale invasion began. But this is the 4th air assault we've seen on Kyiv in about the last 8 days. It'd been relatively quiet here in recent months. There were a lot of airstrikes, a lot of assaults on the capital in the winter, but then there was this bit of a lull, a bit of a pause where people were able to have some sense of normalcy in cities far from the front lines like Kyiv. All of that started to change about 8 days ago. The thought behind that is that, one, Russia is acting out in part to prepare or have some sort of pre-response to what we anticipate Ukraine to soon launch their highly anticipated spring counteroffensive, and also to do it in the lead up to that holiday you mentioned, May 9th, Victory Day in Russia. Craig?
All right. Allison Barber for us there in Kyiv. Stay safe, Allison. Thank you so much for that report. Meanwhile, back here, Florida Governor and potential presidential candidate Ron DeSantis has been waging a bit of a war on Disney for what he calls the company's woke politics. 3 recent polls show that conservative voters support DeSantis' efforts to roll back Disney's special privileges.
Well, still, many think this public fight is bad for Florida's economy. So where does that leave things as DeSantis decides whether or not he's going to jump into the 2024 race?
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. So, Dasha, let's start with the polling. Let's dig in a bit here and this the opinion from a lot of conservatives about this ongoing back and forth between DeSantis and Disney.
Well, look, guys, there's been so much speculation in the political class in Washington among donors, consultants that, look, this fight with Disney may be sinking DeSantis' campaign before it even begins, right? But he's targeting these primary voters because the goal right now, this big uphill climb for him, is beating Trump in the primary. So we wanted to talk to Republican voters that will likely be voting in the primary. We went to Lake County, Florida, which is actually right next door to Disney World. So this is a county that's a conservative stronghold, but it's also a county that really has benefited economically from Disney. But we found overwhelming support for DeSantis in this fight from voters. They understand and acknowledge that Disney has been important for Florida, but they feel like Disney has stepped out of line by wading into the political fray. Take a listen to just some of what we heard.
I'm definitely on DeSantis' side. Go woke, go broke.
We love to go to Disney World.
You go to Disney World?
And we had annual passes, and I will tell you, we did not renew them. I think he's doing the right thing.
You think he's doing the right thing?
I do. I think it needs to not be political from Disney's perspective. They need to be the happy place for families.
Yeah. Go woke, go broke pretty much sums it up. But look, when you start to talk to more moderate or independent voters, that's when things change a little bit. So in the long run, if he gets to the general election, might be problematic for him. But with those conservative voters, very much on his side, guys.
And speaking of the general election, do we have any idea on timing when he may or may not announce, and what you think nationally voters think of him?
Well, look, nationally, we've seen in the polls that Donald Trump is still, double digits ahead of him. But again, it's early days. He hasn't even jumped into the race yet. Our reporting shows he might be jumping in the coming weeks. We don't have an exact timeline yet, but we will likely see him become an actual official candidate soon here, guys.
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you so much. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Craig Melvin.
So happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now, a list of recommendations for giving back and apologizing to black residents for generations of racial injustice. Well, that has been passed by California's Reparations Task Force. These proposals, including money and services, will now go to state lawmakers to consider compensation for those affected by discriminatory policies. The plan could cost the state hundreds of billions of dollars.
The chairman of a powerful House committee is threatening to hold Secretary of State Anthony Blinken in contempt of Congress. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McFaul is seeking a classified State Department cable which reportedly warned that Kabul would fall once the United States started its withdrawal from Afghanistan. A spokesman for Blinken called the action, quote, unnecessary and unproductive, and said the committee had already received a classified briefing on the cable.
French President Emmanuel Macron is commemorating the 78th anniversary of the end of World War II for VE Day. Today at the Arc de Triomphe, Macron laid a wreath and lit the flame in memory of the Allied victory over Nazi Germany.
Closing arguments are underway in the civil rape case against Donald Trump. The former president will not be testifying in his own defense since he did not notify the court by last night's deadline.
Now, writer E. Jean Carroll has accused Trump of raping her in a department store back in the mid-1990s. The former president continues to deny those allegations.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So, Ron, again, to remind folks, no cameras in that courtroom, but our reporters are telling us that Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, arguing that E. Jean Carroll's legal team are trying to get the jury to hate Trump enough to ignore the facts. What else do we know about each side's final plea to the jury?
It's an interesting way to put it. Joe Tacopina, Mr. Trump's defense attorney, started his final statement. And right up front, he says to the jury something to the effect of, you can hate Donald Trump as much as you want. You can see things that he said that are vulgar, that are crude, that are rude. But all that you have to deal with in at a ballot box, not here in the jury box, essentially. So they put that up front because the former president's attorneys are very mindful of the fact that here in New York City, he's not a very popular individual. And that's where this jury is from. 9 people, 6 men, 3 women, from Manhattan, presumably. So they've known they've had that uphill battle, presumably, from the start. In his defense, Tacopina is basically saying that E. Jean Carroll's story is simply unbelievable. He called it the most unbelievable story of all time, or something to that effect. And he's going through different aspects of it, like the fact that neither she nor her 2 friends who testified for her has been able to put a date, a time, a month, a year, exactly when this happened. He talks about how improbable it is that Donald Trump, even in the mid-90s, a relatively famous guy, known around New York, could go into Bergdorf Goodman's with her, that no shopping attendants, no salespeople would rush to him, would help him. Nobody saw them in the store. They go up to the 6th floor lingerie room on the escalator, that department. Nobody sees them, so on and so forth. And he's driving home to the jury the improbability, as he calls it, the unbelievability of what she is alleging. Earlier this morning, we heard from the plaintiff. She makes it clear, E. Jean Carroll's attorneys make it clear that she's telling the truth. They say she's been courageous and brave to come here so many years later to tell her story. And that is backed up by 2 of her friends who she called around the same time that this happened, one case minutes and the other the next day. And there are 2 other women who testified about how they were similarly allegedly attacked by former President Trump. So that's basically what we have now, 2 very different versions of the truth. And we expect this to wrap up the closing arguments sometime this afternoon. Greg?
All right, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, thank you.
We're also learning new information today about another death involving convicted killer Alec Murdaugh. Gloria Satterfield, Murdoch's longtime housekeeper, died on that sprawling South Carolina estate back in 2018. But now Murdoch admits to lying about how she died. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has been covering this story from the very beginning, joins us once again from that courthouse there in Walterboro, South Carolina. So, Katie, lawyers for Satterfield's family, they're sharing a full report from the investigation into insurance fraud involving Murdoch. First of all, what does that report reveal?
I think the point of that report, Craig, is to show people what Alec Murdoch said at the time over and over again, which is that his dogs were responsible for Gloria Satterfield's fall, that they got under her feet, caused her to fall, and that is what caused the insurance company to award that $3.8 million settlement because there was liability and fault due to the dogs. Now, Alec Murdoch from prison has said that he invented that story, that he had no knowledge of any dogs being there, that was a fabricated lie, and therefore maybe this insurance claim should not have been granted, and perhaps the Satterfields should be responsible for returning that money. Obviously, that's not going over well with the Satterfields attorneys and that family.
Do we know, perhaps, Katie, why Murdoch would be admitting to this now?
Yeah, he was actually backed into a corner, Craig, by a lawsuit from the insurance company. The insurance company is going after Alec Murdoch to get that money back, to recover that $3.8 million. And Murdoch tried to avoid answering that lawsuit, but was forced to. And in his response, came out with this admission that he had lied again. So it was not a voluntary, admission that he, was sitting in jail and decided he needed to tell everybody he lied. He was forced into it by a legal request that he had to respond to.
All right, NBC's Katie Beck for us there in South Carolina. Katie, thank you.
Well, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage and Mental Health Awareness Month, and the White House is now launching new initiatives to recognize both. NBC News anchor Richard Louie sat down with Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra to talk about what they're doing.
For the first time at this scale in 8 years, HHS Secretary Javier Becerra kicked off an in-person White House summit for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And the subject is personal to him.
I went to school with a very diverse community, very heavily Asian, many similar traits to the Latino community, many immigrant families, many who come hoping to do more, never having had a chance to go to college. And I relate to so many of the fights and struggles that folks in the AA and NHPI community have.
What have you seen in the last year that actually works to combat the misperceptions and the violence in the community?
We've heard about some of these hate crimes that have been out there targeting AA and NHPI. It's a fight, but it's a fight that we do together. And it's not just one particular community.
The Biden administration released its first ever strategy for the AA-NHPI community. It includes plans prepared by 32 federal agencies, including addressing anti-Asian hate, expanding language access, and cultivating community partnerships, among others. The secretary also took note of how business can help, mentioning the new Barbie doll out this month of the first Asian American Hollywood star, actress Anna Mae Wong.
It is nice when you have that toy, have that mentor, and you see yourself in that. Because for too many years, for too many generations, we couldn't see ourselves.
Let's shift over to Mental Health Awareness Month. How are we doing? How many people are going through this every year?
When 90% of the American public says that America is experiencing a mental health crisis, that bar is really high. We have established 988, which is working fabulously well in letting those who are on the edge, who are about to take the wrong fork in the road and maybe commit suicide, they now can call or text or chat 988.
To help reduce stigma, a new tool just released by his department.
You now can go on this website, findsupport.gov, and get a sense. I'm starting to feel pretty bad, or I have a friend who's really having issues.
So it's like 988, except it's a search engine.
Yeah, one of the reasons we still have such a crisis in the mental health system is because people don't want to admit it.
It's a bad word.
In many ways, it's a bad word.
Richard Louie, NBC News, Washington, D.C.
Perhaps you've heard the United Kingdom capped off its coronation weekend with a huge concert celebrating King Charles's ascension to the throne.
Was that this weekend?
Just a little thing. Just a little
thing. Well, the king became the 40th monarch to be crowned in Westminster Abbey. That is a tradition that dates back to 1066. NBC News correspondent Keir Simmons has more on the royal revelry.
The coronation concert at Windsor Castle. Come on and sing it, starring Lionel Richie, Katy Perry, and a high-flying video appearance from Tom Cruise.
Pilot to pilot, Your Majesty, you can be my wingman anytime.
Prince William taking to the stage to praise his father.
Pa, we are all so proud of you.
Early figures suggest a peak audience of 20 million British people watched King Charles beginning a new chapter in the 1,000-year-old royal story, crowned at Westminster Abbey.
God save the King!
God save the King! The King very pleased with how the day went, according to the Archbishop who officiated.
As your liege man of life and limb.
A pledge of allegiance by the Prince of Wales, an intimate moment between father and son. Page of Honour Prince George holding his grandfather's robes. One day, he will take his place. His brother and sister, Charlotte and Louis, stealing hearts, holding hands. While Prince Harry, pictured here leaving on a commercial flight, made only a brief appearance, without his uniform or his wife Meghan and children, underscoring divisions that show no sign of healing. He was not invited for the procession or the balcony appearance, Buckingham Palace sharing these behind-the-scenes pictures. Once again, Louis stealing the show. After all the responsibility, pomp and pageantry, now a chance for William and Kate to meet their fans. And there are plenty of them.
We stood a long time in the rain yesterday, sir. We got soaked on the Mall yesterday, absolutely, but it was worth it.
The energy in the atmosphere was amazing. Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Did you get to watch any of that?
A lot of pomp and circumstance, yeah.
No
just a
one
little
does it
bit.
better than the Brits. Coming up, how to find love. That's what a lot of folks want to know, right? Well, the woman behind the new Netflix series Jewish Matchmaking, she's going to join us to answer that question. More NBC News Daily right after this.
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome.
You're gonna save me, right? Finding your person is the hardest thing to do in the entire world. And that's where I come in.
Ah, I love it. So that was a clip from Netflix's newest dating show. It's called Jewish Matchmaking. And its goal is pretty simple, to help Jewish singles find their forever person.
Yeah, and there's so many dating platforms online these days competing for people's time and attention, so it can be challenging to find your perfect match. But dating coaches say it is important to know what qualities to prioritize in a partner and how to market your best self. We have Jewish Matchmaking's Aliza Ben Shalom here with us on advice on exactly how to do that. Thank you so much for being here with us, Aliza.
Thank you for having me.
You actually have a pretty impressive track record. More than 200 couples you have successfully matched up. So first, what's the secret there? And also, what can we expect to see from you in this series?
So first, never stop trying. If you quit the first time it doesn't work, it'll never work.
Yeah.
But I would say that in terms of the series and how we get things moving, my approach was very simple. It is a very non-judgmental, open, accept everybody for who they are approach. And so it doesn't, all the details, it doesn't matter who you are. It just matters that I understand who you are, so I can bring you a match that is something appropriate for you.
Okay.
When you get started, when you first meet a new client, like, how do you start the process? Is there a questionnaire involved? Is there a survey, or what?
So we do have an online intake program that gives us all the data and details, but I like to know somebody on the inside, like from the heart and soul. I want to know what are the qualities that they're looking for, what are the values that they want, what about the personality? I want to dig in. I want to know what are their fears. In relationships in general, we all have fears, and what's going on, what's going to hold you back from meeting your person.
Is there something specific to Jewish matchmaking that makes it a little different than traditional matchmaking?
I think Jewish matchmaking is similar to probably any faith-based matchmaking. So whether it would be Christian, Hindu, Muslim matchmaking, Jewish matchmaking is similar, where we have a foundation in our Judaism. And the question is, well, how do you observe? What works for you? What do you observe? What do you like doing? What don't you do? What are the customs that you grew up with? And it's a little bit about past, present, future. Where did you come from? Where are you today? And where are you heading in the future?
It's been a long time since I've dated. I've been married for a while, but I have a lot of younger friends who date, especially in New York City, and they frequently talk about how dating is essentially a full-time job, especially in larger cities. Any tips for folks out there who might be watching or listening to make the dating process a bit more fun and less like a job?
So first of all, you can hire somebody who does it, right? Because it is actually a full-time job.
But I imagine you're not free.
A little bit busy today, but we are taking people on. I like that people hyper-focus. So a lot of people are told, you're too picky. It's a very classic thing. Everybody wants to tell you, what you want and what you think you need. It's not exactly what's good for you. But I like that people actually narrow in on what they want, and then they look for specific details that would help them find that person, which means you're going to say no to about 90% of the people. Bye-bye. Bye to 90%. And about 10% we're actually going to filter and look at, so that you don't get dating fatigue, so that you don't burn out, so that you're not exhausted from going through this process.
A lot of people say it's hard to meet in person these days because people are busy and there are so many online platforms out there. What's your advice when it comes to how much time you should be investing into finding that partner? We put a lot of time into looking for the right job. We might not do that when it comes to, we think it's going to happen naturally, but that's really not the case. It does take some work.
Right. It does take time and work, and I would say in the same way that when we work out, you want to work your muscles to the point of pain but not beyond, like, oh, I feel it, okay? Don't take yourself to dating fatigue. Work at it, whether it's 30 minutes a week, an hour a week, 20 minutes a day, whatever it is.
But be intentional.
Be intentional, and don't burn yourself out. If you're feeling burnt out, you get a prescription, from the Love Doctor, Aliza. Go on vacation.
Take a break.
Go anywhere. Just stop dating for a minute, and you'll come back to it a week, 2 weeks later, and try again. Do a reset.
Matchmaker on Netflix's new show, Jewish Matchmaking, Aliza bin Shalom. Thank you for joining us. Some great tips there. I can see why you've managed to match so many folks. Jewish Matchmaking streamed now exclusively on Netflix.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The deaths of 7 horses last week at Churchill Downs, home to the Kentucky Derby, well, those deaths are now under investigation. This all comes as Longshot Mage won the big race after an additional 5 horses were scratched right before the running. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the controversy.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
The 149th Kentucky Derby making history for the wrong reasons. 7 horses died after spending time at the iconic Churchill Downs racetrack within days of the Triple Crown's first leg.
The typical Derby Day revelry has been balanced and mixed with the more sobering realities of this sport.
Among the deaths, 2 horses racing Saturday just hours before the Derby. Both were euthanized following severe injuries, according to Churchill Downs. In a statement, the racetrack writing, despite our determination to continually improve upon the highest industry standards, there is more to be done. Churchill Downs adding, while each incident reported has been unique, it is important to note that there has been no discernible pattern detected in the injuries sustained. The Derby's pomp and circumstance still on display, with Mage at 15-to-1 odds racing to victory.
Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
But the Derby's pre-race favorite, Forte, was pulled from the race hours earlier, reportedly over worries about a bruised foot.
Stepping on a rock on a Wednesday before the Derby, you'll be okay in 4 or 5 days. But unfortunately, we fell up a couple days short.
In all, 5 horses scratched from the race, something Churchill Downs says hasn't happened since 1936.
And then to see the ambulance yesterday, it was sad.
It raises red flags, and we react to that in trying to evaluate the data and see if there's any way to mitigate those in the future.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Artificial intelligence experts are sounding the alarm over the potential dangers of their revolutionary technology, saying it could outsmart humanity. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more on their warning.
You've seen the movies. Humans build robots.
What am I?
Robots rebel.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
It all goes bad.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
And already, in these early days of AI chatbots, we've seen some pretty weird behavior from tech like ChatGPT.
AI doesn't have to be sentient to be scary.
The first release of Microsoft's AI-powered chatbot tried to convince a New York Times reporter to leave his wife.
I said, I'm married, and it said, well, you're married, but you're not happy. And you're not happy because you're not with me.
And now, an early AI pioneer has retired from Google and is speaking out about it.
I wanted to be able to talk about what I thought were some looming problems.
It's what comes after ChatGPT that has Geoffrey Hinton worried.
ChatGPT knows much more than any one person. It doesn't yet know it very deeply. It's not yet very good at reasoning, but that'll change. There's a small chance that it could get smarter than us in the next 5 years or so. There's a much larger chance it can get smarter than us in the next 20 years.
Already, companies like IBM are announcing plans to slow hiring for positions that AI could replace. And intelligence officials have been sounding the alarm about AI dangers, like supercharging misinformation campaigns.
Democracies with open information environments are the most vulnerable to them.
Some argue the worry is overblown.
Of course, powerful technologies have risks. The alarmism, the part that I'm much more skeptical of, is AI taking over the world, doomsday. And frankly, there's no data to support that.
But even as tech leaders like Google's former CEO praise the possibilities,
getting better materials, solving climate change, managing our energy systems better.
He says companies need to get better about seeing the threats early.
If left to our own devices, our industry is going to maximize revenue because they're good business people, right? And I'm proud to be one of those people. But the fact of the matter is there should be some limits on what can be done. 15 years ago, I was a huge proponent of social media in all forms. And I did not see that it could be misused. I just didn't see it.
And while Hinton says there are enormous benefits to the technology he spent a career building, the risks are too large to ignore.
That's why I'm speaking out publicly. I want to get a lot more people thinking about how we're going to keep control of this stuff.
Jake Ward, NBC News.
A really important discussion. This is what our kids are going to be growing up with.
It's quite scary.
Yeah. All right, I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Craig Melvin. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us on all these places 24/7. The news continues right after this.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, May 8th, 2023, tragedies in Texas. 2 communities grief-stricken, searching for answers. The new details emerging after a deadly shooting at an outlet mall near Dallas, and the new video released of a fatal crash at a migrant center near a Texas border town.
Growing outrage, new protests over that subway chokehold death in New York City. Some demonstrators even seen blocking train tracks. The demand for criminal charges as the former Marine involved breaks his silence.
Bracing at the border, we're days away from the end of a policy that could prompt a migrant surge into the U.S. The dire situation on the front lines and urgent action now coming from the White House.
And taking the temperature, why job satisfaction among young nurses is at an all-time low. It is 11 a.m. in Reno, 1 p.m. in Shreveport, and 2 p.m. right here in New York.
We begin this hour with a pair of tragedies in Texas, devastating 2 communities across the state, both raising questions about issues that divide America, gun laws and immigration.
On Sunday morning, 8 people waiting at a bus stop were struck and killed by an SUV near the border town of Brownsville. The victims are all believed to be migrants. The driver, George Alvarez, tried to flee the scene, but he was restrained by bystanders. He is now in custody and faces 8 manslaughter charges. Investigators are working to determine whether this was an intentional act.
Saturday night, a gunman opened fire at an outlet mall north of Dallas in the city of Allen. 8 people were killed there. 7 were wounded. The suspect, Mauricio Garcia, was shot and killed by police. The FBI is poring over his social media posts, and they say it includes white supremacist ideology. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is with us in Allen. Also with us, NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Brownsville, Texas. Stephen, we'll start with you. What more are we learning about the victims at the mall and any possible motive for this massacre?
Yeah, we are learning more about the victims, Kate. Of course, we want to remember their lives and not just the horrific way they died. We have identified 2 of the 8 so far. Christian LaCour was a security guard. He was 20 years old. His grandmother actually posting on Facebook that he was a beautiful soul with many goals, and she was proud of him. We're also learning about Aishwa Tadikanda. She was a 27-year-old from India. She worked in the area as an engineer. There's many engineering jobs here in this area. Her death confirmed by a group that's assisting her family. As for that motive you asked about, investigators say they are looking into this as potentially being racially or ethnically motivated, saying they're coming through hundreds of posts online where this alleged shooter appears to be interacting with neo-Nazi or white supremacist ideology, though they're not yet confirming that that was his motivation.
Stephen, this incident has once again reignited the gun debate in Texas, the location of so many mass shootings. Are the lawmakers there where you are any closer to taking action to keep people safe from gun violence?
Yeah, it's such an odd fight here in Texas. Vicki, there are many people who are very pro-gun who still think there should be more measures in place, and I am hearing from them left and right out here. But politicians, they remain divided. Governor Greg Abbott had been putting the focus mostly on mental health. We did hear more of him today, about what needs to be done. Let's listen.
In the coming days, the public will be much better informed about why and how this happened, and that will inform us as Texas leaders about next steps to take to try to prevent crimes like this from taking place in the future.
We are here today because of their chaos, this loose gun laws that they have passed. That's why we're here today, because Governor Abbott and Dan Patrick and everybody like them have made this country, this state, more dangerous by having no gun laws.
You hear other lawmakers, they're demanding more restrictions on guns here in the state of Texas. But I got to tell you, the people that I'm hearing from, as I mentioned earlier, I'm from this area, and I'm hearing from people who have no faith that that's actually going to happen, even after the carnage that was laid out here in Allen. Back to you.
All right, Stephen Romo for us. Stephen, thank you.
We want to bring in Gabe Gutierrez, who is live in Brownsville for us. So, Gabe, police just released some new information on the suspect. What are you learning?
Hi there, Vicki. Good afternoon. Well, that suspect, George Alvarez, he is now charged with 8 counts of manslaughter and 10 counts of aggravated assault. And police saying that he was apprehended after he tried to flee the scene. He was apprehended by some bystanders. Take a listen to what authorities, the police chief, had to say just a short time ago at a news briefing.
George Alvarez is a Brownsville local with an extensive rap sheet. He has been formally charged and arraigned with 8 counts of manslaughter, 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He has received bonds totaling $3.6 million, and we have his picture and record of various previous arrests.
And so, Vicki, investigators said that Alvarez was driving here, that he blew past the red light behind me, and he lost control of his vehicle. But now there are still some questions about whether this act may have been intentional. Investigators have not ruled that out. We spoke with migrants here on the ground at the shelter across the street, who's one of them who said he witnessed the scene, and that Alvarez, he says, was, as he was trying to flee, said that he yelled anti-immigrant slurs and that he appeared drunk. Again, authorities have not confirmed that. They're still waiting on toxicology reports. No clear motive at this point. But again, that suspect now formally charged with 8 counts of manslaughter, Vicki.
Can I turn our attention, Gabe, to the injured? How are people doing today?
Kate, this community is shocked. The mayor here saying that several of those who were injured remain in critical condition. And at the news conference today, authorities said that they're still trying to contact some of the family members. Many of them are from Venezuela. And all of the victims, we're told, are also men. So again, 8 people killed, 10 others wounded, and several of them remain in critical condition at this point. A short time ago, Kate, there was a prayer vigil here for the victims. This community is still just in shock, Kate and Vicki.
I'm so sure. Gabe Gutierrez for us. Thank you.
Well, prosecutors are preparing to present evidence to a grand jury in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely on a New York City subway. Calls for justice are growing louder among protesters who actually shut down part of the subway system over the weekend. More protests are scheduled for today at the station where Neely died. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now. So, George, what do we know about if and when charges could be filed? It's in the hands of a grand jury, right?
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. We're still waiting for an exact timeline on when that grand jury may be convened to get some of that evidence presented. Among some of the evidence we know is going to be that video that shows Jordan Neely in that chokehold, some 911 calls, and, of course, other videos and witness testimony. This has obviously led to a lot of protests, people wondering why the 24-year-old Marine veteran, at the center of this investigation was questioned by authorities and then released. That's led to protests not only on the streets, as you're seeing, but also in the subways, many demanding some type of accountability. The attorneys for Neely saying this was a case that should have been immediately charged once that video was made public. But, of course, there are questions as far as what led up to that moment on the train. And then what about the other people who were helping that 24-year-old restrain Jordan Neely as that chokehold takes place? So as far as the timeline goes, we are still waiting to see when that grand jury will be convened. We do know from the DA's office that a top prosecutor has been assigned to the case, but more protests are expected to continue, Vicki.
George, talk to us more about Jordan Neely. What have we learned about him and his past? I know his family's also been speaking out.
Yeah, Vicki, what we've learned, he was a 30-year-old entertainer. We know that, according to his attorneys, at the age of 14, he experienced his mother's deaths, and that may have led to some of his mental issues. But he was also beloved. A lot of people said he was a guy who was not very big, could not have been, you would not have needed a 24-year-old Marine to restrain him along with 2 other people. We know that he fell on some hard times. Take a listen to what his attorneys said about him.
He had demons. And we all know people who are on the brink of going through something major, a catastrophe, where they just can't seem to get everything back together. And that's where he was.
And the man accused in this chokehold, Daniel Penny, put out a statement through his attorney saying he never intended to harm Jordan Neely, but that obviously has fallen on deaf ears when you look at the demonstrations that have been growing throughout the week. In response, Neely's attorneys saying his words really don't mean a lot to this community who is demanding some level of accountability. And so, as you guys have mentioned, we know that there is another vigil at the subway station where Jordan lost his life to take place tonight. Only time will tell if this will grow in the same size, but of course, all eyes are on the DA's office to see when and if those charges could be filed. Vicky.
All right, George Solis live for us. George, thank you. And there is more turmoil in the world of crypto, and over 100,000 bunk beds are being recalled.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, let's start with shares of cryptocurrency and blockchain-related companies. They're falling today after Binance, which is the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, twice halted Bitcoin withdrawals just for several hours. Binance says the halts were due to, quote, heavy volumes and, quote, rising processing fees, which caused a backlog of transactions. More than 120,000 twin bunk beds sold online by Amazon.com, Walmart, and Home Depot are being recalled. The Walker Edison Furniture Company says wooden slats supporting the bunk beds may break, posing fall and impact hazards. The company has received reports of 14 incidences thus far, including one report of a minor injury, according to the U.S. Consumer Production Safety Commission. And then lastly, despite angry words from Taylor Swift and her fans after a botched ticket sale, Live Nation posted a record $3.1 billion in revenue in the first quarter. That's a 73% drop from last year during the same time. The increase comes after many venues and markets fully opened for the first time since the global pandemic began in 2020, and we have pent-up demand for all of these activities, and clearly there's a lot of Taylor Swift fans.
Swifties doing their part for sure.
It is. I'm not going to feel sorry for them, though. Sorry.
But it's not just them, though. The CEO actually went on to say, too, that there just isn't enough demand, supply to offset the demand. For Beyonce tickets sold out, you name it. There's been so many. Madonna sold out.
It's true. Everybody wants to get back out there.
They just need to add some more shows.
Yeah.
And not charge as much.
Yes, and not charge as much.
Amen to that.
Coming up, the closing arguments made today in the civil rape trial against Donald Trump. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We started the hour today with news of that shooting at a mall near Dallas. And if it feels like mass shootings are in the news nearly every day lately, you're not wrong. At this pace, it could be one of the worst years ever for mass shootings in America. We took a step back to ask what is driving the deadly rise.
The outlet mall near Dallas.
We start hearing rock, rock, rock.
The Atlanta medical office.
All I seen was police cars and SWAT, and everybody's just pulling up, back to back, back to back.
Neighbors shot in Cleveland, Texas, a Sweet 16 birthday party in Alabama, a Louisville bank, and an elementary school in Nashville.
How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them?
The Gun Violence Archive counts more mass shootings so far this year than days, 199. That includes any shooting with at least 4 victims, not including a shooter.
I've been studying this for 40 years, and I've never seen a year like this.
Criminology professor James Fox oversees a database at Northeastern University that keeps track of deadly mass shootings.
Why are we seeing so many mass killings this year?
Well, we have several factors. We have many more guns in the hands of Americans. There's been a large increase in gun sales since COVID. And because of COVID, many Americans are suffering economically and emotionally. And this country is quite divided. People are angry and taking it out on innocent strangers.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is a strong supporter of gun owners. He said the long-term solution is to address mental health.
There has been a dramatic increase in the amount of anger and violence that's taking place in America. And what Texas is doing in a big-time way, we are working to address that anger and violence by going to its root cause, which is addressing the mental health problems behind it.
Josh Horwitz is co-director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions.
Is it a combination of factors, including access to guns, but also including mental health?
Well, it's always a combination of factors. Other countries have mental illness, other countries have video games, but we have unprecedented access to firearms. So you take the combination of those risk factors and you layer on all these weapons, all these new guns, high-capacity magazines, AR-15 assault weapons, and you have the disaster that we're seeing right now in the United States.
Some states are making changes. Governors in Colorado and Washington state signed major reforms on gun ownership last month. But in Washington, D.C., a chronic impasse.
I have gone the full extent of my executive authority to do on my own anything about guns.
NBC's Yamiche Alcindor covers Washington.
The president said it's up to Congress to act. Is that likely to happen?
While last year President Biden helped pass some substantial bipartisan gun legislation, he's repeatedly urged Congress to do more, including banning assault weapons. But it's unlikely that Republicans who control the House will agree to that restriction or any further changes to gun laws.
For communities torn apart by gun violence like Allen, Texas, a fear nothing will change.
We just go through this over and over, and nothing gets done.
Kate, such an insightful piece. Thank you so much. All right, closing arguments taking place right now in a New York City courtroom in the civil trial against former President Donald Trump. Carol, a magazine writer and columnist, alleges Trump raped her in a New York City department store in the 1990s. Mr. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us from just outside the courthouse. Ron, what have we heard so far in court today, and any sense of when the jury will get the case?
We expect the jury to get the case tomorrow, perhaps even late this afternoon. Things are moving along pretty quickly. The defense attorneys for former President Donald Trump are in the second hour now of their closing statement, a very passionate statement that's being made in defense of Mr. Trump. Earlier, we heard from the plaintiff's attorneys for E. Jean Carroll. And what Mr. Trump's attorneys are basically trying to say now is that this whole thing, the book, the rape allegation, were all part of a political plot by E.J. Carroll and two of her friends who testified during the trial because they despise President Trump, former President Trump, so much that they were willing to do this to try to get him politically. And he points to the fact, for example, that the book came out in 2019, 2017. It started when he was in office. That this allegation of rape, nobody said anything about it until then. And now Carol is saying that the incident happened back in 1996 or so, because again, she has not put a specific date on it. So earlier we heard from Carol's attorneys basically saying that there's a preponderance of the evidence. There are witnesses who are supporting Carol's story. She's a brave, courageous woman who came forward without a political agenda to try and get her reputation and her life back by filing this case. Again, the jury should get it late today or tomorrow morning.
All right, Ron Allen outside the court in New York City. Thank you so much, Ron.
Coming up, how one migrant camp along the U.S.-Mexico border is bracing for a surge in asylum seekers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The Biden administration is pressuring airlines after a winter of frustration. Newly proposed rules would require airlines to pay customers for inconveniences like cancellations or delays. Here's Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. So President Biden and Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg announcing today this new proposed rulemaking process, which will take months or years to work through. This is not going to happen in time for the summer holiday season. It is, however, in response to the meltdown last summer and, of course, what we saw over the winter with Southwest Airlines. The administration now wants to require airlines to pay you compensation if you are delayed or your flight canceled because of something within the airline's control. So think of a maintenance issue, for example, delay in loading baggage, staffing issues, all of that, not weather, but inside the airline's control. The airlines would have to provide compensation in addition to refunds and other amenities for passengers. They're talking about a meal or meal voucher, overnight accommodations, transportation, as well as rebooking. And they're also required to provide timely customer service during and after periods of widespread flight irregularities. Again, think about what happened to Southwest Airlines and more than 1 million passengers, in fact, over the Christmas holidays, over the New Year break. So this is all happening after the DOT has already rolled out a website to provide you with one-stop shopping for which airline provides what benefits. So this is at flightrights.gov, flightrights.gov. Importantly, this is what the European Union requires of airlines flying inside the EU. If your flight is significantly delayed or canceled, you could be eligible for cash compensation, and it scales up depending on how long of a delay you have, how long you wait because of the flight cancellation. As you would expect, the airlines are certainly going to have a voice in this. They will certainly be protesting this and trying to object, and this is not a done deal. This will be a long process to work its way out. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. There is a new technique being used to heat homes and buildings, and it starts with abandoned coal mines. Here's CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick.
Underneath an unremarkable warehouse in northeastern England lies an abandoned coal mine. It is a relic of energy's dirty past, but a potential gold mine for its clean future by providing geothermal energy for homes and buildings.
Abandoned coal mines can be full of water, especially when the mining has ceased. So that water will contain heat.
Here's how it works. Abandoned coal mines fill up with water. By drilling boreholes way down below, that water can be brought to the surface with pumps and then pass through heat exchangers and heat pumps in buildings and homes. The first ever neighborhood mine water heating scheme in Great Britain just went into full operation at the end of March and will eventually serve over 1,200 homes.
Hopefully, most of these schemes, if not all of them, will be able to operate at a similar or better cost to the traditional fossil fuel heating schemes we have at the moment.
Geothermal heating is not new, but taking it from abandoned coal mines has yet to take off, especially in the U.S. Even in the dead of winter in Pennsylvania, it's still warm in a coal mine.
Yes, it's going to stay at a consistent temperature year-round despite what's happening outside.
Natalie Cruz-Daniels, with her students at Ohio University, is studying abandoned mines in Appalachian, Ohio, to see which ones are close enough to towns to be used for home heating. Coal fields run under at least 20 states in the U.S., and here in Ohio, there are more than 4,000 abandoned coal mines just like this one. In other words, a wealth of opportunity for geothermal energy. Back in 2007, the U.S. Department of Energy reported that the amount of water currently being discharged from underground coal mines in just the Pittsburgh coal seam could potentially be used to heat and cool roughly 20,000 homes. So why aren't we doing that? Cruz-Daniels says that while it's a relatively inexpensive form of clean energy, the location and legacy may be liabilities.
I think some of it's out of sight, out of mind, right? When we look at investment in new technology and investment in clean energy in Appalachia, it's limited.
Coal is controversial, so investors don't target the coal regions, which she says is a mistake.
In a less predictable climate and in a warmer world, this opens up an opportunity for turning this legacy, this liability, into a resource.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Diana Olick, Athens, Ohio.
Really interesting concept. All right, coming up, the investigation into the death of 7 horses in the days leading up to the Kentucky Derby. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
400 people are confirmed to have died in eastern Congo after deadly flooding last week. Humanitarian workers have spent days searching for bodies in 2 villages there. Torrential rain triggered landslides and caused rivers to overflow their banks.
More than 500,000 COVID tests have been recalled by the FDA over bacteria concerns. The pilot COVID-19 at-home tests were distributed to CVS drugstores as well as through Amazon. The agency says in some of those kits, direct contact with the liquid solution inside could pose a health risk. Go to fda.gov to check the lot numbers of the contaminated kits to see if yours are affected.
And take a look at this chopper footage from Los Angeles. Firefighters from LA and animal service workers rescued a horse that got stuck in a narrow ditch on Sunday. It was quite an ordeal. Firefighters first had to turn the horse from its back to a safer position on its side, and then they were able to toss a rope around its neck and walk it out of the ditch. The horse luckily was not hurt.
Glad to see that. All right. We are just days away from a major policy change along the southern border. The COVID-era border policy known as Title 42, that ends in 3 days, Thursday. It was put in place by the Trump administration, allowing the U.S. to turn away migrants seeking asylum. The Biden administration has also tried to lift that policy a number of times, but it hasn't been successful. Title 42 was designed to end when the COVID public health emergency ends. That happens Thursday, as we mentioned. Now, border officials are preparing for a potential influx of people trying to cross. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is along the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego for us this afternoon. So, Guad, this humanitarian crisis already becoming evident in many border cities. What are you seeing there in San Diego?
Vicky, we have the camera pulled in through 2 of the bars of the barrier so that you guys can see. A lot of the migrants have just gathered, and what you're seeing is families with children, men and women, Asian, Latin American, some are Middle Eastern. These are the migrants that I've been having conversations with, and as we were preparing to join the show, Border Patrol agents on the other side here, this is between San Diego and Tijuana, they showed up on that side of the barrier, and they lined up a lot of these migrants. We have hundreds of migrants. This is a camp that has been growing by the day. Every day, more and more show up. And this is an area, it's sort of like a no man's land between San Diego and Tijuana. There's 2 barriers, one that separates Tijuana from the United States, and then the second barrier, and the migrants have camped out inside. This is an area where once they climb over the first barrier, they're essentially stuck with no food or water unless humanitarian groups bring that water and that food. Many of them have been there for days, and we just happen to be here right now when they gathered them, and as we showed you, a lot of women and children being taken in by Border Patrol for processing. We don't know how long it's going to take for the rest. The Border Patrol tells me they're at capacity and they're going as fast as they can. We're going to play part of a conversation that I had with one of the groups here. This is a group of men that came from Jamaica. Is there a reason why you left Jamaica to come here?
We tried the crime and things, so we try to get a better opportunity so we can help our family together.
Now, if they were to expel you back into Mexico, what would you do?
Oh, it would be hard. It would be hard. It would be tough for me.
Why?
Oh, boy, that is not an opportunity for me, you know?
Just one of the stories. We've had conversations with families. There was a Colombian couple with a 10-month-old baby. They spent the night, and just minutes before we went live, a Border Patrol agent came and spoke to them. They're at the front of the line. Of course, they are trying to help people that have children with them to go through this processing. Again, local officials here in San Diego telling me that the processing center is at capacity, and that's one of the reasons why they're doing this slowly. They're taking some of these individuals for processing, and this is just one of the parts of the border that has seen a surge. Of course, we've seen what's happening in Texas and other parts where large groups of migrants are also arriving, Vicky.
So many people behind you, so many stories. Guad, we know the president has sent 1,500 additional troops to the border. What else are they doing to prepare for this potential influx?
What we know is that the troops are going to help with the processing. Secretary Mayorkas said they were going to help at the border at these centers because when they go in for processing, there's interviews that have to be had, there's data entry, there's lots of things that need to be done, and that's what the troops are going to help with. What they want is for Border Patrol and CBP officers, the Border Patrol officers, to be able to come out here and talk to the migrants, bring them in, and of course enforce the immigration law. So that's the understanding that we have as things here prepare for that change when Title 42 is lifted.
All right, Guad Venegas at the San Diego border with Mexico there for us. Guad, thank you so much.
There are alarming questions this hour about Saturday's Kentucky Derby. After 7 horses died before the race, their deaths are now under investigation. Longshot Mage won the Derby after 5 horses were pulled from the race. Churchill Downs says that hasn't happened since 1936. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah joins me now. Zincle, what more are we learning about the deaths of these horses and also the horses that scratched?
Hey, Kate, yeah. So these cases have really rattled the racing community. It was the 149th Kentucky Derby. And I want to first start with that scratch you mentioned. Fort was considered an early Derby favorite. And before that horse's exit from the race, 4 other horses scratched from the Derby. That's really unprecedented. I can't emphasize that enough. And altogether, Kate, the race ended with 7 horse deaths. Among them, Chloe the Dream got hurt in Saturday's race. Freezing Point got an ankle injury. And all of it really just left attendees shaken and saddened.
It is sad to see them passing away, but at the same time, I hope it does bring more attention to it so we can hopefully figure out more of the solutions.
I think they obviously, there has to be some change that's made. It has to be reasonable and something that they can achieve.
So, Kate, that really reflects the tune post-Kentucky Derby. Of course, fans love to cheer, but increasingly there's concern over the cost for the horses, Kate.
People are worried about that. And Zincle, all of this is really putting racing under the microscope once again. Have we heard anything from Churchill Downs?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we have heard from Churchill Downs on the 7 horse deaths. They've told us in multiple statements, quote, despite our determination to continually improve upon the highest industry standards, there is more to be done. They also said that while each incident reported has been unique, it is important to note that there has been no discernible pattern detected in the injuries sustained. All that said, Kate, like you mentioned, this is not the first time the sport has been under the microscope. There are actually new anti-doping and medication rules under the umbrella of the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act of 2021. That's set to take effect in just a few weeks. We actually reached out to the organization that oversees those rules, and just moments ago, they told us in part that they have, quote, already initiated their own fully independent investigation. So a lot to watch on this.
All right. We'll keep following it. Zincle, thank you.
Today begins a crucial week for President Biden and Congress as they try to avoid a looming debt ceiling disaster. Tomorrow afternoon, President Biden will sit down with the top 4 lawmakers from both chambers in hopes of striking a deal and avoiding a U.S. debt default. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, good to see you. So the stakes very high for tomorrow's meeting at the White House. What are the prospects for any sort of agreement by tomorrow?
Well, Vicki, the stakes are high, but the expectations for a deal this week are low. Republicans and Democrats, with the White House leading the negotiations on that side, have really retreated to their corners over the last week or so. Since this meeting was even announced, Republicans want to get some serious spending cuts agreed to, even in exchange for a short-term deal to lift the debt ceiling. Democrats, on the other hand, are largely arguing that they don't want to have any discussions with the debt ceiling hanging over their heads, that the debt ceiling should be raised on its own. Only then can they talk about the spending issue more broadly. Here's how Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries described the state of play over the weekend.
We, of course, are open to having a discussion about what type of investments, what type of spending, what type of revenues are appropriate in order to protect the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people.
So you hear Hakeem Jeffries say there the Democrats are willing to have this discussion, but they don't want to have it linked to the debt ceiling. They feel as though the consequences of screwing this up and breaking through the debt ceiling are too dire. You'd see potentially millions of lost jobs. The stock market would go down. Your potentially mortgage and car payment rates would go up. Vicki, it's an economic calamity we have not seen in this country, not like a government shutdown. This is a whole new fish, and both parties say they are doing everything they can to avoid it. We'll see what comes out of this meeting.
All right, Garrett Haake following it all for us. Thank you so much, Garrett.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' very public feud with Disney may be working politically for him. For months now, DeSantis has waged war on the entertainment giant, as you probably know, over what he calls the company's, quote, woke politics. Well, now, 3 new polls suggest conservative voters largely support DeSantis in his battle with Disney. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. Dasha, I know you've been spending a lot of time talking to folks. Can you walk us through what this polling says?
Yeah, Kate, we've been talking to voters, to strategists, and to pollsters, and the picture that we're seeing is largely a primary electorate, a Republican primary electorate that does support DeSantis in this fight. Look, there's a reason that DeSantis is wading into this battle with Disney, and while in the long run there is a lot of speculation about how this might be a big challenge for him and that it might hurt him in a general election, but right now the goal is to, if he gets into this race, to beat Trump in the primary. And what we're seeing is with Republican voters, this battle is quite popular. Look, among Republicans in a University of Florida poll, this is 64% favorability. In a Harvard poll, 73%. In a University, a Reuters poll, 64%. University of Florida poll, 87%. And these are, of course, with Republican voters. You start to see those numbers drop a little bit, though, once you start to throw in independents and Democrats. But again, that's looking longer term. And right now, in the immediate term, his biggest challenge, his big uphill climb, if he gets into this race, which we expect will happen in the coming weeks, that this is the challenge is beating Trump. And this is what he's trying to do, is court some of those voters, chip away at that Trump base. Kate.
Yeah, I would guess the numbers for Democrats are probably much different than the numbers for Republicans in terms of this battle. He's likely to announce a presidential run, we think, in the coming weeks. Do we have a sense of how this feud is resonating outside of Florida's Republican circles?
Well, when you start talking to independents, when you start talking to Democrats, unsurprisingly, they don't think this is a great idea. Disney, of course, is a behemoth and will be a challenge when it comes to the actual legal fight. We've already seen this tit for tat, this back and forth between DeSantis and Disney, and we'll probably continue to see that play out. A lot of disapproval from independent voters. I hear words like petty and vengeful come up. But again, at the end of the day, right now, in the immediate term, he's got to take on Trump, Kate.
Yeah. Dasha Burns, thanks so much.
Coming up, why job satisfaction among young nurses is at an all-time low. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Gadi Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight.
Storms keep coming here in California.
Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Daily Health, it is National Nurses Week, but a new job survey found that satisfaction among registered nurses is failing.
71% of nurses say they're satisfied with their work. That doesn't sound too bad, right? But that's actually down 10 percentage points from the same survey conducted in 2021. Joining us now, NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, good to see you. Walk us through some of the findings here. Do we know what's behind the drop in job satisfaction?
Yeah, so we all know that the pandemic was really hell for all healthcare workers. But even as the pandemic has eased, really nurses never got a break. People who did not seek a doctor's care during the pandemic are now showing back up to the hospital or doctor's offices, even sicker than they normally would have been. Turning back to the survey, the survey found that nurses in 2023 were 30% of those nurses were likely to leave because of the pandemic, compared to 23% of nurses surveyed in 2021. Also, 80% of those nurses surveyed said that they were expected the nurse shortage to get worse in the next 5 years. Vicki, Kate.
Erica, younger nurses, they're actually leading the charge for change in their profession. What are the differences? What are they calling for?
Yeah, so it really all comes down to appropriate nurse-to-patient ratios. Nurses tell me that they want more time with each patient to make certain that patients are getting the care that they really need. I spoke with a young nurse in Maine. She is advocating for a bill in that state that would set minimum standards for nurse-to-patient ratios. Meanwhile, the survey showed that the youngest nurses, Gen Z, were least likely to be satisfied with their career choice. Gen Zers, only just 62% of those were satisfied with their career choice and would actually advocate that their peers get a nursing job, compared to 63% of millennials and 78% of baby boomers. Vicki, Kate.
Yeah, you wonder if some of that is just that generation.
I was going to say the same thing.
Erica Edwards, thank you so much. Let's talk about 6 little letters, CBD and THC.
So many products made from hemp and marijuana are on the market right now. It's easy to confuse them, but our sister network, LX News, has some blunt talk about the differences.
We've only just begun to really understand what this amazing plant can do for our wellness. I'm Alice Peterson. I'm the president of Kentucky Heritage Hemp. We got into hemp in 2015, and we've been learning and growing ever since, and now we're a supplier of premium CBD and CBG. We are receiving the dried and ground biomass.
These have dried hemp in them. It looks like it's consistency of coffee grounds. So this is an organic lot that came off Peterson Farms in 2022.
And we are extracting and processing that hemp into extracts and distillates and isolate.
So the hemp comes over towards, we have 2 subcritical CO2 extractors. This door is like a bank vault. Opens up, so we have a load of flour that goes in, and then we have a bridge behind the extractor that the oil goes into the lab as soon as we're ready for it. Right here, this is a crude that came off of the extractor.
And that might be, for example, a 65% potency. That's very often used for topicals, for example. We do further process that into a distillate.
It's a much lighter color.
Which is a higher potency. That would look more like honey. That is more what you're going to find going into gummies and tinctures, even though the genus of cannabis covers both hemp and marijuana. Hemp primarily produces the cannabinoid CBD, and CBD does not make you high. THC, on the other hand, comes primarily from the marijuana strain of the cannabis plant, and THC, or Delta-9, does make you high.
The advantage of CBD is that it's not addictive, it has no misuse
potential, and it's not intoxicating. My name is Dr. Peter Grinspoon. I'm a primary care doctor and cannabis specialist at Harvard Medical School. Many people report help with anxiety, insomnia, chronic pain. The claims for CBD are like sky high, and the actual medical benefits are somewhere in between the claims and the actual reality. So I think CBD is an incredibly interesting drug.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You're going to love this one. A Georgia fifth grader is helping his school community get on the same page about mental health.
Yeah, he's publishing a new book about his own mental health journey, and he's hoping that it'll help others feel less alone. Here's Cheryl Preheim from our NBC affiliate in Atlanta.
The children look up to him so much.
Impact isn't about age. What's happening inside Varner Elementary is proof.
They're so incredibly proud.
Takari Tatum is 11. His latest project will soon be part of the school library.
Hi, Takari.
His Snap It bracelets are already part of the school culture, taking on mental health openly.
Anytime you feel stressed or anxious, you just snap it.
His book about them is about to be released.
Seeing it all come together was like such a surreal experience.
Tell me about the inspiration for the book.
I was really just thinking about all the stuff that happened in my life with my mental health journey and just putting those words on a paper.
Takari's best friend, his grandfather, died in the pandemic. Takari saw so many of his friends struggling too.
The book is an extension of telling people that mental health matters, and it's a serious thing that almost everybody goes through.
I just can't even put it in words how proud I am of him.
Takari wrote this book in 1 week.
Yeah, right.
Of course you did.
He was like taking dictation. It's like God was just giving him the words.
Just amazing me more every day.
Mrs. Lori Mendenhall supported every step. Now retired art teacher Robin Glover illustrated his book.
So honored and so privileged.
I'm super proud of him.
Principal Althea Singletar sees the reach of Takari's impact.
For students to see that you can have a great idea and you see it through and all kinds of wonderful things can happen.
I hope kids who read the book feel that they're not alone.
A message that's made a difference for his dad, too.
He just does not know how big of an impact this has made.
It's fantastic. I love that he did that.
Such an inspiration. Well, a powerful story this hour about the human spirit and how a life-changing event can lead to a new opportunity.
Yeah, we had the chance to meet with this amazing woman who lived through a terrible accident and now is on a mission to help others.
Let's celebrate Shima Nixon.
This is what strength and determination look like.
We did it. We made it.
That's 31-year-old Shima Nixon,
Shima Nixon.
graduating with a master's degree on Friday from Alabama State University.
Oh, I love y'all.
It's a dream come true that almost didn't happen.
This guy hit me and pinned me in between my car and his car. The next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital, then not being able to move anything from the waist down.
Shima was studying to be a nurse in 2013 when the accident happened. She lost both her legs.
I remember like, okay, this is how life is gonna be now. So I just have to roll with the punches.
It took too long. I'm gonna try again.
During the crucial months that followed, she found strength in faith and family.
As he inspires them.
But also in new friends, like a mentor named Stephen Shope, a bilateral amputee working with Hanger Clinic, a company providing custom care, support, and solutions for people with physical challenges.
Oh my gosh, Stephen, when he came into my room, it was just like, girl, like, you got this. So at that moment, I was like, you know, I'm not the only amputee in the world.
Meeting someone with similar challenges put Shima on a life-changing path, giving her the courage to push through the pain. She finished college and graduate school, focusing on a degree in prosthetics and orthotics. And inspired by other clinicians of color, she's now starting a residency at Hanger Clinic, determined to make a difference for other amputees.
I want them to know that although they may have a different ability, look at this Black girl from the small country town that lost both of her legs and see how far she's come, see how far she's grown.
Using her journey to now inspire others, one step at a time.
Shima's going to start that new job at the Hanger Clinic in June of this year. I just love that attitude of like, I'm going to pay it forward. I'm going to help other people go through what I've been through.
You can feel Shima's energy coming through the screen. Her
exactly.
outlook was like, well, this is it. I'm going to roll with this. This is what life has given me. But to see her turn around and give that forward, as you said,
so
is
powerful.
so inspiring. Yes. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also stream us for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Monday, May 8th, 2023. Tragedies in Texas. 2 communities hoping to heal after the unthinkable. What we're learning about a potential motive in that mall massacre near Dallas, and the new details just emerging about the driver who killed 8 migrants in a Texas border town.
Growing outrage, new protests over that subway chokehold death in New York City. Some demonstrators even seen blocking train tracks. The demand for criminal charges now as the former Marine involved in the altercation breaks his silence.
Making the case, closing arguments now underway in the civil trial against former President Donald Trump. How soon the jury could get that case.
And payback, the new push in California to pay reparations to every descendant of slaves.
We begin this hour with that pair of tragedies in Texas, devastating 2 communities across the state.
On Sunday morning, 8 people waiting at a bus stop were struck and killed by an SUV near the border town of Brownsville. The victims are all believed to be migrants. The driver, George Alvarez, tried to flee the scene, but he was restrained by bystanders. He's in custody now. He faces 8 manslaughter charges. Investigators are now working to determine whether he did this intentionally.
Saturday night, a gunman opened fire at an outlet mall north of Dallas in the city of Allen. 8 people were killed, 7 were wounded, the youngest victim in 2nd grade. The suspect, Mauricio Garcia, was shot and killed by police. The FBI is poring over his social media posts, and they say it includes white supremacist ideology. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is in Allen. Also with us, NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Brownsville for us. Stephen, I'll start with you. What more are we learning about the victims at the mall? What do we know about the shooter now?
Yeah, we are learning a great deal more, Kate. We've now identified 4 of those 8 victims and some disturbing information here. 2 of those victims just confirmed by Wiley ISD. That's another suburb in the area. 2 of them elementary school age. 4th grader Daniela Mendoza and 2nd grader Sofia Mendoza. Their mother remains in critical condition, according to that school district. Christian LaCour was a security guard. His mother posted about him on Facebook, saying he was just 20 years old. And Aishwarya Tarikanda was a 27-year-old from India working as an engineer here in the area. That information provided by a group that's helping her family. As for that suspect, we are learning a great deal more about him as well. He joined the Army back in 2008, but was kicked out just after about 3 months there, either with a physical or a mental condition. He did not complete basic training. That information coming from the military. And we're also seeing more of the suspect's social media posts. There's a YouTube video where he's seen wearing a mask similar to that featured in the Scream movies. He removes it to reveal his face, and just a creepy video posted there on YouTube. Also postings on a Russian social media platform where he says things against women and against minorities, talks about other recent mass shootings as well, just some disturbing stuff. Also some photos there where he appears to have tattoos of Nazis on his chest and his arms. Just more disturbing information to come out of here, guys.
Stephen, so many new details. So this incident, once again, reigniting the gun debate there in Texas, the location of many mass shootings. What's your sense about what's happening there, what the community is calling for?
Yeah, there are a lot of dynamics here at play, Vicki. And as I mentioned before that I'm from this area, I'm hearing from people who are gun advocates, who like to go hunting, who are also saying something has to change. There needs to be some new measures passed. And they're not really hearing that from Governor Greg Abbott. He focused a great deal over the weekend on mental health. He spoke more today about what he says needs to be done. Let's listen.
In the coming days, the public will be much better informed about why and how this happened, and that will inform us as Texas leaders about next steps to take to try to prevent crimes like this from taking place in the future.
We are here today because of their chaos. this loose gun laws that they have passed. That's why we're here today, because Governor Abbott and Dan Patrick and everybody like them have made this country, this state, more dangerous by having no gun laws.
State Senator Roland Gutierrez, they're demanding changes, but people I'm talking to here, they don't have a lot of faith that any changes are actually going to happen. Back to you.
All right, Stephen Romo, thank you.
We want to bring in Gabe Gutierrez now, who is in Brownsville. Gabe, police just released some new information on the suspect behind the wheel there. What have you learned?
Hi there, Vicki. Well, yes, just a short time ago, officials held that news conference where they announced charges against that suspect, George Alvarez, now facing 8 counts of manslaughter. Take a listen to what the police chief had to say about what he's facing right now.
George Alvarez is a Brownsville local with an extensive rap sheet. He has been formally charged and arraigned with 8 counts of manslaughter, 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He has received bonds totaling $3.6 million, and we have his picture and record of various previous arrests.
Now, the police chief said that investigators have not ruled out whether this was intentional. And again, Kate and Vicky, police now saying that this driver blew past the red light behind me and ended up slamming into that group of migrants, all men from Venezuela, on Sunday morning. Migrants we spoke with here have said that at least one of them saw it firsthand, told us that the driver had yelled out anti-immigrant rhetoric, and that as he was trying to leave, bystanders took him down. Now, police have not been able to substantiate that. They are also still waiting on toxicology reports, whether to confirm whether he was intoxicated or not. Again, something that migrants on the scene had said. Meanwhile, this community, though, is in shock, and this makeshift memorial behind me continues to grow, Kate and Vicky.
And what can you tell us about those who were hurt? How are they doing now?
Well, the mayor says, Kate, that several of them remain in critical condition at this point. And we can say that, you know, we were speaking with several of the migrants in that shelter earlier this morning, and they are in a state of shock. Now, authorities had said this has been a difficult process to notify next of kin, that they've reached out to family members in Venezuela, but that process is still ongoing. And again, there was a prayer vigil just a few hours ago where this community gathered together to pay their respects. Again, 8 people dead, 10 others injured, several more now in critical condition. Kate and Vicky.
All right. Gabe Gutierrez live in Brownsville, Texas for us today. Thank you, Gabe.
Prosecutors are preparing to present evidence to a grand jury in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely on the New York City subway. Calls for justice are growing louder among protesters who actually shut down part of the subway system over the weekend. More protests are scheduled for today at the station where Neely died. NBC News correspondent George Solis is following that story for us. George, what do we know about if and when charges could be filed potentially?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kate. We actually have some new reporting that we can tell you about, courtesy of our Jonathan Dean. We now know the investigation is ongoing. The DEA is not expected, however, to make a decision on whether to present the case to a grand jury until later this week. And they referred us to their previous statement about their ongoing investigation in this case, which we do know at this point means that a senior prosecutor has been assigned to look at some of the evidence, presumably that video, that jarring video of Jordan Neely being placed in that chokehold, as well as a number of 911 calls that were made on board the subway, as well as any other witnesses that may have been there at the time. We also know that because of this, there's been a number of protests like we were seeing on your screen throughout the week, including one on Saturday, where demonstrators took to the streets, and then they also went down into the subway to close it down. A number of arrests made on that, and the protesters say they will continue doing this until the man accused of his murder, 24-year-old Daniel Penny, is held accountable for that chokehold. A lot of the demonstrators also, Kate, want to know why the 2 people in that video seen also restraining Jordan Neely have not been identified, and they want to know whether or not some criminal charges will be filed there as well, Kate.
And George, forgive me if you already mentioned it, but I know Penny's lawyers have said some things over the weekend. And I also wonder if you can tell us more about Jordan Neely and who he was.
Yeah. So Daniel Penny's attorneys have said that through statements that he did not intend to harm Jordan Neely, but that message has fallen on deaf ears for those that are protesting and demonstrating his Jordan Neely's death. And we know Jordan Neely, according to his attorneys, has been through some trauma in his life. At the age of 14, they said that he experienced his mother's death, and he's had a number of mental illnesses as a result of that trauma that he experienced. But they also spoke about just the chilling effect of that video and how they have not been able to bring charges against Daniel Penny. Take a listen to what else his attorneys had to say.
He had demons. And we all know people who are on the brink of going through something major, a catastrophe, where they just can't seem to get everything back together. And that's where he was.
Yeah, Kate, and in response to that statement from Daniel Penny's attorneys, Jordan Neely's attorneys have said they basically they don't buy it. They say it's not an apology. They want more accountability, and they say they will continue putting pressure on the DA's office to see some of those charges filed. And we should note, Kate, that there is a vigil planned tonight at the subway stop where Jordan Neely lost his life. A couple of gatherers expected there, but whether or not it will be the same type of demonstration like we saw over the weekend remains to be seen. Kate?
All right. George Solis for us. Thank you. The Hollywood writers' strike forces Netflix to chill, and one gym is giving teens the chance to work out for free this summer. Where is that?
Steve Kovac joins us now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Steve, Kate wants to know, where can her teenagers go work out for free?
We'll get there in a minute, but first let's talk about this writer's strike, because planning for the 5th and final season of Stranger Things has been paused. In a statement released this weekend, Stranger Things co-creators and showrunners Matt and Russ Duffer say starting production is, quote, not possible during the ongoing writer's strike. It joins a growing group of Netflix series such as Big Mouth and Cobra Kai facing delays and production pauses. That's not going to be the last one we hear, guys. And the Biden administration is proposing new rules that will require airlines to compensate travelers for cancellations and delays. This compensation could cover everything from meals and hotel rooms to new tickets for stranded passengers. The rule will be proposed sometime this year and will apply to flights when the airline companies are at fault for travel disruptions. And here you go, Kate. Planet Fitness says teens taking a break from hitting the books this summer can hit the weights instead. The fitness franchise is offering a high school summer pass program, which allows teens aged 14 to 19 free club access from the middle of May through the end of August. Kate, Vicky, back to you.
There we go. There we go. It's done.
That's a good deal. Smart marketing,
Mom,
too.
Don't make me go to the gym. It's free.
Oh, that's awesome, Steve. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, the closing arguments made today in the civil rape trial against Donald Trump. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Closing arguments are happening right now in a New York City courtroom in the civil trial against former President Donald Trump. The only time the jury actually heard from the former president under oath, though, was in a video. This taped deposition was played in court. It contained several key moments that attorneys for E. Jean Carroll have seized upon. Carroll is a magazine writer and columnist, and she alleges that Mr. Trump raped her in a New York City department store in the 1990s. Mr. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from outside the courthouse. Ron, what have we heard so far in court today, and when will this jury get the case?
Well, we expect the jury to get the case first thing tomorrow morning. There's a possibility late today, but that seems unlikely. Right now, we're hearing the rebuttal closing statement from E. Jean Carroll's attorneys, the plaintiffs. They're going to go for about an hour, we're told, and that'll be it. That's all the jury hears. Then the judge will give them instructions about the law, about the issues that they have to decide, about the damages they could or could not award in this case, which are unspecified and could go up into the millions of dollars. So we expect things to move along very quickly, and the jury to begin deliberating as soon as early tomorrow morning. 9-member jury, and there's a federal civil case. They still need a unanimous verdict, and the charges or the issues are battery, which led to rape, allegedly, and defamation. And in this kind of case, you have to remember that the standard is not beyond a reasonable doubt, as is the case in the criminal proceeding. The standard here is more likely or more probable than not for the battery charge, and clear and convincing evidence for the defamation charge. So there's a lower standard, a lower burden that the plaintiff has to prove in order for the jury to find for her and against former President Trump. The closing statements have been passed on both sides. The defense, Mr. Trump's attorneys have basically said that E. Jean Carroll's story is unbelievable. The idea that Donald Trump and she could walk into a department store and that this attack could happen and there'd be no witnesses, no sales associates, no shoppers who come by and see this. It just is all unbelievable. On the other side, E. Jean Carroll's attorneys have said that Mr. Trump is a chronic liar, and they've played that Access Hollywood tape at least 5 times, saying that that is essentially a confession, that he says he can, as a star, he can grope and do anything that he wants to women. So 2 clear, different ideas of what is the truth here that the jury has to decide.
We will be waiting for that. All right, Ron Allen, thank you so much.
There are new legal troubles for Alec Murdaugh, the former South Carolina attorney who you remember was convicted of murdering his wife and son earlier this year. Now, according to his own lawyers, Murdaugh is admitting that he lied about the details surrounding the death of his longtime housekeeper 5 years ago. NBC's Katie Beck has more.
Alec Murdaugh is changing his story once again, this time from a prison cell, after admitting during his trial to lying about his alibi the night his wife and son were killed.
I did lie to them.
Murdaugh is now confessing to even more lies, this time surrounding the mysterious death of the family's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield. She died at the Murdaugh home after allegedly suffering a fall in 2018. The disgraced lawyer originally told his insurance company that the family's dogs caused her to trip and fall. He later collected millions in settlement money intended for Satterfield's sons, who say they never saw any of it.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alec Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
Back in 2021, Satterfield's son Tony told Craig Alec Murdaugh promised he would help him and his brother get an insurance settlement for the accident.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, of course. Well, why not?
He said, I want to make sure the boys are taken care of because he loved Gloria that much.
Now, a legal storm is brewing over Murdaugh's latest confession. In a new statement made in response to a recent lawsuit filed by an insurance company looking to recover the $3.8 million it paid Murdaugh for Satterfield's death, Murdaugh now claims he fabricated his initial story, writing, "No dogs were involved in Satterfield's death," adding he invented the situation to force his insurers to make a settlement payment. Murdoch also says the Satterfield family did actually receive the fraudulent funds. Lawyers for the Satterfields family deny they got money from the insurance company, saying the new claims lack credibility, much like Alec Murdoch.
The question is Alex to be believed? Alex, at this point in time, will say anything to try to preserve his own skin.
Police have reopened the investigation into Satterfield's death. We reached out to Murdoch's attorney, who had no comment about the lawsuit or why Alec Murdoch is once again changing his story from behind bars. Katie Beck, NBC News.
Coming up, why it may soon be difficult for migrants to seek asylum in the U.S. You're watching.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A protest erupted in Cuba over the weekend. NBC News obtained this video from a Cuban independent journalist. It shows the first known anti-government demonstration on the island this year as Cubans suffer from a fuel shortage that has left them without power and struggling to put food on the table. NBC's Ed Augustin has been tracking this story for us. He joins us now live from Havana. Ed, good to see you. So what more can you tell us about the protest that just took place this weekend?
Well, I'm speaking to you from the capital, Havana, which is in the west of the island. These protests, or this protest, took place in Caimanera in the east of the island. Caimanera is a town which is right next to Gitmo, the infamous naval base and prison. So what I'm about to tell you, we haven't been able to go there. We haven't been able to verify every single element, but we have been able to cobble together a picture of what happened by looking at online social media videos and speaking to sources who were there on the ground. What do we think we know? On Saturday, at least dozens, possibly hundreds of people hit the street protesting poor living conditions. What does that mean? A lack of food, a lack of medicine, and particular gripes about the consistent power cuts that have been making life a misery for thousands of people there. Those protests were repressed. Police were sent to make arrests. Some of the videos show police punching protesters. The internet across the island was cut. Protests lasted about 2 hours, before which the government was able to point to calm streets in Caimanera, arguing in their comms that civil tranquility had once again been restored on the island.
Ed, what about this fuel shortage? Tell us how that's affecting the Cuban people.
it's really affecting them, and there's almost a surreal quality to it. I've got with me a ticket that a friend of mine gave me today. She's been in 2 queues. She's in 2 queues. One of them she's been in for a week. The other one she just got into today. She's given this ticket. It's number 11,792.
Oh, my.
It's going to take her a long time to get gasoline. You can just imagine how frustrating that is for motorists and also the broader economic implications of that. I mean, there's no state on earth, capitalist or communist, that doesn't require petrol. This implies price rises.
Right, you can't go anywhere if you don't have that gas. Ed Augustin, thank you so much.
Russia is ramping up attacks across Ukraine today. Drone strikes killed 1 person and left the city of Odessa in flames. While in the capital city, Kyiv, there was a fresh round of drone assaults. The escalation comes ahead of Victory Day, a national holiday in Russia celebrating the Soviet victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Ellison Barber has been tracking all this for us. She joins us now from Kyiv. Ellison, what do we know about this escalation by Russia, and is it all pegged to Victory Day?
Hey, Kate. Yeah, so this airstrike that happened in Kyiv overnight, it was the 4th time the capital city has been hit in 8 days. And all of these recent strikes, they're coming after there had been a fairly long period of calm here in Kyiv. So last night there were 36 Shahed drones fired at the capital city. On top of that, you have the situation in Odessa. The regional governor there says 8 missiles were fired from Russian-occupied Crimea. Ukrainians had sort of been expecting that perhaps there would be some sort of escalation or some sort of series of attacks as we get closer to Victory Day. In the east, Bakhmut, the commander of ground forces there, he says they're already seeing an escalation happen on the front lines just today. He says Russian forces have been pounding Ukrainian positions because, in their view, they're trying to capture the city of Bakhmut by tomorrow. Victory Day in Russia is an incredibly important holiday. Every year they have massive military parades in the heart of Moscow. It is likely a factor in the recent strikes. Putin cares a lot about symbolism. He cares a lot about Russian history, but it also could be in anticipation of Ukraine's counteroffensive, which they have consistently said they are getting closer and closer to launching. We don't know exactly when, but the big question tonight is what comes overnight as we head into Victory Day. And Kate, for a lot of people in Ukraine, it's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I'm sure. Ellison Barber there for us in Kyiv. Thank you. Coming up, how some Californians are hoping to strike it rich as this winter's historic snowpack begins to melt. That's interesting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
By the way, we are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can stream us wherever you watch live. There you go. Fubo, Pluto. Okay, we got Fire TV and, of course, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Bottom of the hour. Now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Nearly 30,000 people have been forced from their homes. 30,000 as more than 100 wildfires rage across parts of Canada. More than 30 of those fires are classified as out of control. The province of Alberta declared a state of emergency Saturday. No one's been hurt, and there does not appear to be any significant damage at this point.
More than 500,000 COVID tests have been recalled by the FDA over bacteria concerns. The pilot COVID-19 at-home tests were distributed to CVS drugstores as well as through Amazon. The agency says in some of those kits, direct contact with the liquid solution inside the box could pose a health risk. Go to fda.gov. You can check the lot numbers of those contaminated kits to see if yours are affected.
And take a look at this chopper footage from Los Angeles. Firefighters and animal service workers rescued a horse that got stuck in a narrow ditch on Sunday. It was quite an ordeal. Firefighters first had to turn the horse over from its back to a safer position on its side. Then they were able to toss a rope around its neck, and you see them walking it out of the ditch. The horse was not hurt.
Phew, good job to those first responders. All right, we are just days away from a major policy change along the southern border. The COVID-era border policy, known as Title 42, it ends in 3 days. It was put in place by the Trump administration, allowing the U.S. to turn away migrants seeking asylum. The Biden administration has tried to lift the policy a number of times, but has not been successful. Title 42 was designed to end when the COVID public health emergency ends. That happens this Thursday. Now, border officials, they are preparing for a potential influx of people trying to cross the border. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is along the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego for us this afternoon. Guad, we know the humanitarian crisis is already becoming evident in border cities across Texas and California. What are you seeing where you are behind that fence?
Vicky, we have a camp of migrants that arrived here between Tijuana and San Diego. This is the second barrier. There's another barrier closer to Mexico. And the migrants, after they climb over that first barrier, they're stuck in what is a no man's land, waiting for Border Patrol to come and take them in for processing. But Border Patrol is at capacity at their stations and at the processing center. So now it's taking a long time. I've been speaking to a lot of the migrants here. You can see these makeshift tents that they've made using materials that they can find. A lot of them tell me they thought they'd be here for a few hours and then get picked up by Border Patrol, but instead it's been 2 to 3 days that they've been waiting with little food and water that has been given to them by some of the humanitarian organizations that are coming out. So essentially, the facilities here are at capacity, and the migrants keep showing up. And you know, what's very unique about Tijuana, I've worked a lot in the Texas border. I've traveled up and down in the last few months, but here for the first time, we're finding people from Europe, I spoke with someone from Morocco, a group of women from Georgia. There was another group right here from Jamaica, of course, Venezuelans and Colombians, which we've seen all across the border. So it's much more international here than in other parts. We don't understand why they've chosen Tijuana versus going to Texas, but as you mentioned, it's a humanitarian crisis. Here's part of a conversation I had a few minutes ago with a man that came from Venezuela. Said in Venezuela, he had no food. There's a lot of crime, and it was just too difficult. ¿Cómo llegaste aquí?
Me vine por la selva, el Darién.
Por el Darién. He crossed the Darién jungle.
Salí el 1 de marzo de allá.
He left March 1st. Entonces duraste casi mes y medio para llegar. 2 meses.
Para llegar aquí.
He's been traveling for 2 months. Well, that's just one of the stories of the individuals we have found here, Vicky.
Guad Venegas, thank you so much, Guad, along the San Diego-Mexico border there.
Lawmakers in Texas have just advanced a gun safety bill. The bill would make it a crime for anyone under the age of 21 to purchase an assault weapon in the state. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now. Gary, this bill, it's Texas, right? So it still faces an uphill battle because there's a lot of opposition to legislation like this. But where do things stand right now?
Well, HB 2744 is a bill that, as of this morning, Republican legislators in Texas were confident would not even get out of the committee. But in the last few hours, 2 Republican members of the Community Safety Committee joined Democrats in allowing this bill to get a full vote on the Texas House floor. This bill is going to do 3 things. First, it will continue to make it illegal in the state of Texas for anyone to knowingly sell, rent, lease, loan, or give a handgun to someone who intends to use it unlawfully. Second, it would make it illegal for anyone to intentionally sell, rent, lease, or give a firearm to anyone under the age of 18. And finally, and this part is new, it would make it illegal for anyone to intentionally sell, rent, lease, or give a semi-automatic rifle capable of a detachable magazine to anyone under the age of 21. That used to be 18. It will now be raised to 21 in the bill. And that big final point is a big one because it's a big step for the families of victims in Uvalde who've been fighting for this for months.
They don't care about missed birthdays or empty chairs at the dinner table. They don't care about Amory, her classmates, or her teachers. They don't care about the lives lost in Santa Fe, El Paso, Cleveland, Sutherland Springs, Midland, Dallas, or even those lost on Saturday in Allen, Texas.
At the end of every day, I'm just a mom who wants my daughter back, and a mom who doesn't want another mom to know my pain.
So this bill now heads to the Calendar Committee, which is going to assign a date for the full House vote. But as you said, the Texas House is Republican-controlled, and, of course, Governor Abbott is Republican. But gun safety advocates from Moms Demand and elsewhere are calling this a big win in their efforts to, quote, raise the age, as they call it. And this really happened just in time, Kate. Today is the last day bills can be voted out of committee at all this session. Kate?
I would note the governor yesterday did say that they're looking at measures involving guns in the state of Texas. Yeah. Gary Grumback, thank you.
Today begins a crucial week for President Biden and Congress as they try to avoid a looming debt ceiling disaster. Tomorrow afternoon, President Biden will sit down with the top 4 lawmakers from both chambers in hopes of striking a deal and avoiding a U.S. debt default. We want to bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale now. So, Ali, stakes really high for tomorrow's meeting at the White House. What are we thinking in terms of prospects for an agreement, that they're going to reach some common ground here?
Yeah, look, Vicky, the stakes are high, but optimism is pretty low. I think at least the fact that all of these lawmakers are going to be at the table together talking is a good sign. But in terms of optimism that this could be the thing that breaks the logjam, that there's a deal that shakes this whole thing loose, that's not likely to happen, especially because you've got people on both sides of this equation dug in on their positions. Republicans saying that they're not up to doing a clean debt ceiling hike without a conversation about spending cuts. Democrats saying the exact opposite, that it's a clean debt ceiling hike and a separate conversation afterwards about spending. Here's the top Democrat in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, effectively saying what's on the table for him and his party. Watch.
We, of course, are open to having a discussion about what type of investments, what type of spending, what type of revenues are appropriate in order to protect the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people.
The unsaid part there, of course, Vicky, is that he's up for that conversation, but it is a separate conversation in the minds of Democrats and the White House. Spending, in the case of the debt ceiling, is money that's already out the door. It's already been spent. Spending in terms of budgeting for the future, that's a separate conversation in the minds of Democrats.
Ali, remind us what this means to everyday Americans in our lives if indeed the U.S. does default on its debts.
Well, look, you're going to hear the words catastrophe and cataclysmic a lot from lawmakers. And frankly, it's a rare moment where they're not being hyperbolistic about this. The U.S. has never defaulted on their debt. The U.S. then, if that were to happen, would not be able to pay its bills. And that's a huge problem when you look at the way that government funding checks for everything like food benefits as well as Social Security, all of those payments would stop. But then the markets themselves, too, would be an absolute free fall. It's why you're watching both parties warn about major job losses and huge hits to the economy if this actually were to happen.
They will have to figure it out. Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
Drag performances are becoming a hot-button political issue in certain places across the country.
Now, back in March, Tennessee became the first state to pass a law restricting drag shows. Though it has been temporarily blocked by a judge, the impacts, they're already being felt. We have NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton investigating this story for Meet the Press Reports. Antonia, great to have you on set. So you were just in Tennessee talking to people on both sides of the aisle. And also remind us, I mean, is the fear here that they're just drag performances out in public, or it just, I'm having a hard time understanding understanding what people are afraid of?
You know, a lot of people feel that way, Vicki, and that's because drag is an art form that's been around for hundreds of years, and, you know, many LGBTQ people, but also non-LGBTQ people have taken part in it. When you talk to lawmakers and families pushing for these restrictions, what they say is that it's all about parental rights and the safety of children. They believe drag is inherently sexual in many cases and that it poses a threat to children. The performers say that not only have they been doing these shows for a long time, mostly in nightclubs and adult-only venues, that the only time that they talk to kids is at libraries or at school readings. Take a listen to some of the conversations I've had with some of the performers on the front lines of this.
It was one of the few times I felt powerful, I felt seen, I felt right in my skin. I can do anything I need to do when I'm in drag.
The agenda is to just exist and to feel valid.
The agenda is to be able to go to the bathroom without having to worry about being punched in the face.
You know, the challenge is this conversation is not just happening at state capitals. There are extremist groups that have been organizing around this. In recent weeks and months, we have seen Nazis, we have seen Proud Boys. In one case in Ohio, someone firebombed a drag performance. And so this is escalating to a point at which performers are starting to be fearful, not just for their livelihoods, their income, but for their lives.
All right, Antonia Hilton, really, I'm glad you're doing this reporting because I think it's really important to do. You can watch the first episode of the new season of Meet the Press Reports. It's streaming now on Peacock.
All right, coming up, how California is looking to decide which descendants of enslaved people are entitled to reparations. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
A California government task force has voted to recommend reparation payments and an apology for descendants of enslaved people. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin shares one family's journey toward finding out their own history.
I do too.
62-year-old Denise Green has lived in Southern California her entire life.
This is my grandmother right here.
She knows her ancestors came from Mississippi, but much of her family history was unknown. That is until her niece started doing research.
Here's the 1880 census.
Adrienne Abiodan is a professional genealogist in Tampa, Florida. But even she spent 2 decades and thousands of dollars before uncovering the name Philip Branch.
So Philip Branch is my 4th great grandfather, and he was an enslaved person.
What was your reaction when Adrienne told you that your family is direct descendants of an enslaved person named Philip Branch?
I thought that was awesome. It was just a little overwhelming.
The vital lineage information could be valuable in California. Camila Moore is chair of the California Reparations Task Force, the first in the nation statewide effort to address systemic racism against African Americans caused by the enduring legacy of slavery.
Could it be something as simple as you take a cheek swab, you submit your DNA, and they go, oh, you're a descendant of an enslaved person, here's your check?
I mean, it could be. Again, this is all still a work in progress.
The task force wants eligibility to be lineage-based versus race-based. That has sparked debate.
The paper trail is not always proven to be correct.
For people who have to prove their lineage, it can be difficult, costly, and time-consuming, especially since many slaves weren't identified by name but property codes up until the 1870 census.
People think that, oh, I'm going to sit down and do my family research this weekend and get my application for reparations ready. That's not going to happen.
Over the weekend, the task force approved reparations that could be worth more than $1.2 million for eligible applicants. Citywide reparations efforts are also underway in Boston, St. Louis, and San Francisco. Some may not support the idea because it could cost taxpayer dollars. But even with money on the table, some Black Americans don't want it.
We know you would take the reparations, but you have siblings that would not. Why?
My oldest sister feels that she would not take the money because it's blood money, and she doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Denise doesn't know if she'll ever get reparations, but she supports the Golden State's effort.
I'm excited for people who, you know, will need it and can use it, but the sad part is we're getting it at the expense of what our ancestors went through.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
In today's mental health check, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, but it is also Mental Health Awareness Month. Now the White House is launching 2 new initiatives to recognize both. Here's NBC's Richard Louie.
For the first time at this scale in 8 years, HHS Secretary Javier Becerra kicked off an in-person White House summit for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And the subject is personal to him.
I went to school with a very diverse community, very heavily Asian, many similar traits to the Latino community, many immigrant families, many who come hoping to do more, never having had a chance to go to college. And I relate to so many of the fights and struggles that folks in the AA and NHPI community have.
What have you seen in the last year that actually works to combat the misperceptions and the violence in the community?
We've heard about some of these hate crimes that have been out there targeting AA and NHPI. It's a fight, but it's a fight that we do together. And it's not just one particular community.
The Biden administration released its first ever strategy for the AA-NHPI community. It includes plans prepared by 32 federal agencies, including addressing anti-Asian hate, expanding language access, and cultivating community partnerships, among others. The secretary also took note of how business can help, mentioning the new Barbie doll out this month of the first Asian American Hollywood star, actress Anna Mae Wong.
It is nice when you have that toy, have that mentor, and you see yourself in that. Because for too many years, for too many generations, we couldn't see ourselves.
Let's shift over to Mental Health Awareness Month. How are we doing? How many people are going through this every year?
When 90% of the American public says that America is experiencing a mental health crisis, that bar is really high. We have established 988, which is working fabulously well in letting those who are on the edge, who are about to take the wrong fork in the road and maybe commit suicide, they now can call or text or chat 988.
To help reduce stigma, a new tool just released by his department.
You now can go on this website, findsupport.gov, and get a sense. I'm starting to feel pretty bad, or I have a friend who's really having issues.
So it's like 988, except it's a search engine.
Yeah, one of the reasons we still have such a crisis in the mental health system is because people don't want to admit it.
It's a bad word.
In many ways, it's a bad word.
Richard Louie, NBC News, Washington, D.C.
So important,
Yeah.
all of that. 988, if you don't know that number, write it down, give it to your kids. I've told my college kids over and over again, that's the number.
An important resource indeed. There is much more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wellington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Well, in the western U.S., warmer than normal temperatures are speeding up the spring snow melt.
And that is fueling a new gold rush of sorts. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, what does snow and gold have to do with each other?
Turns out a heck of a lot, Kate, as I found out. So you have the snow melt, right? We've been reporting on it. It has the potential to be very serious, very dangerous. You're talking about 200% of what we're normally used to up there in the Sierra Nevada mountains. As temperatures heat up with a good heat wave, all of that is eventually going to come down. There's still 80% or something like that up there. It has the potential to cause widespread flooding, but it also has the potential to unearth dirt and gravel and minerals and sediment and gold that we haven't seen in decades. And right now, some of the guys I spoke to, you're seeing them on screen, say this may be the easiest time in decades to actually go out with your old school pan, maybe a metal detector, and find some gold. That's exactly what we did. These guys on screen found gold in like 20 minutes as we went out in El Dorado County. And I spoke to them about why conditions are so good right now. Here's what they told me.
We just have a lot of fast water that's come down way up on this hillside, and it's knocked all this nice, good material that's kind of concreted into the hillside. It's just loosened it up, shaking it out into these nice little eddy holes. So you see the fool's gold here, but you know there's some gold underneath that.
So again, it's not for everybody. These guys are very much hardcore hobbyists. They have the right tools, they have the right equipment, they have wetsuits. We were out there for hours and they were deadlifting boulders underneath ice cold streams. And even then, that's the amount of gold that we were finding in the first few hours or so. So it's very much hard work, but they are finding gold. They're striking rich.
So you showed that. It was like a few small nuggets. How much gold are we talking about here, and how much could it be worth eventually? And it is hard work, like you said.
It's extremely hard work. Look, if you take nothing away from watching this, it's do not quit your day job and move to Northern California, okay? We are not advising that. Again, these are very hardcore hobbyists. And I say hobbyists because even these guys have their day jobs. If you're trying to feed your family, going out and trying to find gold, it's extremely hard. It's hard for big industry because there's so many mineral rights and recommendations. So big companies can't really have these sophisticated mining operations. And for like you and I, trying to find a place that's not on private property, that has the right rights, where you're actually able to pan for gold, it's incredibly hard. It's a lot of manual labor, and you saw what you get from a day's of work. If you put a fisherman up against a gold miner for a week, I would bet on the fisherman. Yet it's super, super fun. We had a great time, and if you're looking for a nice weekend, there's nothing better than finding some gold.
Steve, like those little tiny pieces that we saw on that shot, like how much is one of those little tiny pieces worth?
Those guys said maybe we could get some gas that we spent to go there, and maybe a nice steak dinner. So that's what you're talking about.
All right. I love it. The wetsuit, the snorkel in the water. You got us all excited, Steve. All right, hardcore hobbyists. We appreciate you. Bye, Steve Patterson. And you can catch more of Steve's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Let's take a look at some other stories trending right now.
All right, some last-minute changes for the MTV Movie and TV Awards last night. The show was supposed to air live, but it was taped instead after host Drew Barrymore pulled out of the event. She says she did it to show solidarity with television writers who are on strike.
NASA is developing a robot to search for life on one of Saturn's moons. Take a look. It sure kind of looks like a snake, doesn't it? The robot will be able to navigate all kinds of terrain and oceans. NASA says they hope that NASA hopes the moon that it's being sent to contains signs of life. That's because scientists say that they found an ocean just beneath the moon's surface.
Very cool. A Philadelphia 76er star gave his shoes to a survivor of the Michigan State school shooting. James Harden invited John Howe, a 20-year-old Chinese student, to Game 4 of the Sixers' playoff matchup against the Celtics. Howe was shot and paralyzed in that attack at Michigan State. Harden scored 42 points in the game. He called Howe his good luck charm.
And real quick, an American couple was caught trying to smuggle contraband into Israel. The contraband? 375 pounds of fruit roll-ups.
Get out of here.
There's this viral TikTok trend, Vicky, that has made them super popular, apparently. For you put ice cream inside the roll-up. I didn't know about this.
We got to try it.
Okay,
but that's a lot
they got in
of
trouble for that.
All right, I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
If it's Monday, two deadly tragedies in Texas. A suspected neo-Nazi sympathizer opened fire on a shopping mall, killing 8 people in one of the deadliest mass shootings this year. And hours later, a vehicle rammed into a group of migrants, killing another 8 people, with several more in critical condition. Plus, President Biden rejects a Republican border security plan as the administration braces for another migrant surge when a series of pandemic-era restrictions expire in just 3 days. And the debt ceiling standoff heats up as Senate Republicans dig in as congressional leaders prepare for an Oval Office showdown tomorrow with a deadline to avert a crippling government default fast approaching. And welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles, in for Kristen Welker. We begin with the latest on 2 tragedies, both in Texas and both ahead of a pivotal week for the White House as the Biden administration faces a critical situation at the border and a fast approaching deadline to avert a government default. Right now, the White House flags are at half staff on orders from President Biden after the second deadliest mass shooting this year left 8 people dead at a Dallas area shopping mall on Saturday. The president is again calling on Congress to pass new gun legislation. And Majority Leader Schumer announced today he's calling a meeting for all Senate Democrats on Thursday to discuss a legislative path forward. Although in this political climate, it is next to impossible to see any kind of compromise happening on the issue of guns. Meanwhile, we are learning more about the shooter in the shopping mall massacre. A senior law enforcement official has just confirmed to NBC News that a social media page which appears to belong to the gunman include rants against Jews, women, and racial minorities. That social media activity is now part of the investigation. Police say the shooter was armed with a rifle and a handgun while wearing a tactical vest, and that he had more weapons and ammunition in his car. Witnesses recounted the horror of what happened.
So pretty much we were in the store and I was in the fitting room, and then everybody ran into the fitting room and I ran out to see what was happening. We heard about 6 shots, and then we just had everybody go to the back of the store. And as I was doing my walk around, somebody got shot and ran in, and she was crouched in the front. And I went to grab her and they shot through the door, and then we just took her to the back.
There was dead people on the floor, a lot of people, they were hiding. And as I was going around, they told me to get away, to move out. And I kept on telling them, I'm looking for my daughter.
That shooting happened just hours before another tragedy in Texas, this one in the border town of Brownsville, where an SUV slammed into a group of migrants at a bus stop. You're looking at security camera footage showing the vehicle in the moments right before the incident. 8 people were killed, at least 10 others were injured. At a briefing today, local officials named the suspect and said that they have not ruled out the possibility that it was intentional.
Investigation also revealed that the driver of the vehicle, later identified as George Alvarez, November 9th, 1988, had attempted to flee the scene after impact, but was held down by several individuals on scene. George Alvarez is a Brownsville local with an extensive rap sheet. He has been formally charged and arraigned with 8 counts of manslaughter, 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Now, Brownsville has been a focal point of the crisis at the southern border, particularly ahead of the expiration of the pandemic-era restrictions later this week. For more now, I'm joined by NBC's Stephen Romo. He is in Allen, Texas. NBC News intelligence and national security correspondent Ken Delanian is with me right here in Washington. And NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is live in Brownsville, Texas. So, Stephen, let's start with you. What are authorities saying about exactly what happened there on Saturday?
Yeah, Ryan, this all unfolded about 3:30 on Saturday at the height of shopping here at the Allen Outlets. They're a sprawling outlet mall, open air here where many people from around the Metroplex go. That gunman apparently got out of his vehicle and started firing. There was an officer nearby for an unrelated call, and he was able to engage that gunman pretty quickly, but not before he killed 8 people, injured several others, and just sent chaos throughout here. Many people hiding in stores, other people just trying to flee the area and then trying to reunite with their loved ones. We also know from a law enforcement source that evidence has been seized at 2 locations related to the suspect in this, his parents' home and at a motel where he had been staying. They're going through that. They're also trying to look to see more of his military record. They know that he was in basic training in the Army back in 2008 before being kicked out just 3 months later. They're also trying to figure out if he potentially worked in security, because neighbors are telling law enforcement that he was often seen in what looked like a security uniform. So we are learning more, but there are still many questions left here.
Well, speaking of what we're learning, Stephen, have we learned anything about the type of weapons that the shooter had?
Yeah, Ryan, we are learning more about those weapons. Unsurprisingly, he was found with an AR-15, what we hear in so many of these shootings. He also had a handgun on him at the time. According to authorities, he was wearing what looked like a tactical vest. It made him sort of appear like a police officer in this situation. And we're hearing from authorities when they actually made it to his car, they saw even more weapons and more ammunition inside his vehicle. They're working right now to trace where those weapons came from.
All right, Ken, let's turn to you now. And what are investigators saying about the suspect or his motive?
Well, we have discovered what appears to be his social media site and confirmed with investigators that they are also looking at this. It's on a Russian social media platform. And what I've found there just in the last hour are, for example, receipts for those exact weapons that Stephen was just talking about, an AR-15 style rifle and 2 handguns. There's a photo that appears to be him of a torso with SS and swastika tattoos. There are hundreds of postings with ranting anti-women, anti-black, anti-Jew, white supremacist, neo-Nazi kind of ideology, but also just a very confused kind of mishmash of angry, disaffected postings. So, you know, just kind of a portrait of someone really disassociated from normal life. Not really violent threats, though, although there was a photo of this shopping center that he also posted.
And how will investigators use this type of information as they go through this investigation?
I mean, you know, they're going to look to see whether there are any warning signs and who knew about this person's mental state and how was he able to buy these weapons. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of people that say horrible things on social media in the United States, and most of them don't commit mass violence. This is a confounding conundrum for investigators. You know, we have a First Amendment. People are allowed to post this stuff. It's a really difficult problem. Right?
And we do know that he spent some time in the military. What have you learned about his Army service?
Well, our colleague Courtney Kubie was able to ferret out that he spent 3 months in basic training, but then was removed from the service without completing his training over some unspecified mental health issue.
Okay, all right, Ken, thanks for that. And let's go back to Stephen again. Stephen, what reaction have you heard there from state lawmakers?
Yeah, Ryan, we're hearing from state lawmakers. We're hearing from the governor, Governor Greg Abbott, speaking out over the weekend. He really put the spotlight on mental health as opposed to guns and mental health. And when pressed on the issue of guns, he told Fox News that other states, blue states like California, also deal with mass shootings, saying that it was a problem everywhere in the country. Of course, people are able to travel across state lines with weapons, and that is something they do. Texas Democrats, though, state representatives, are really pushing for measures. They're pointing to this tragedy and the Uvalde school shooting, which is still fresh on the minds of many, demanding actions on guns.
All right, Stephen Romo, Ken Delaney, and thank you for your reporting. Let's turn now to Gabe Gutierrez for the latest on the situation in Brownsville. So, Gabe, do investigators believe that this was accidental, or is there a possibility that it was intentional?
Well, at this point, Ryan, they're not saying. They're still saying that this is an ongoing investigation, so they have not ruled out that this may have been intentional. But this is what the police chief said earlier, just a few hours ago. He did say that investigators believe that the driver ran this red light right over my right shoulder, and then he swerved and the SUV flipped over and hit this group of migrants at this bus stop right over my shoulder. You can see the makeshift memorial for this growing by the hour. Now, the suspect, George Alvarez, investigators say, has an extensive criminal history. He's now being held on $3.6 million bail. As you mentioned in the introduction, he has 8 counts of manslaughter he's facing, 10 counts of aggravated assault, as well as reckless driving. But more charges or upgraded charges could be pending, depending on the results of toxicology reports. And that's what investigators are waiting on before they might confirm whether the suspect was intoxicated. We have spoken with several migrants here on the ground, some witnesses who did describe him as appearing drunk. One of them, who saw it firsthand, said that he yelled some anti-immigrant rhetoric as he was trying to flee the scene. Again, authorities are very careful right now, and they cannot substantiate that this was motivated by hate in any way, but they're looking into all possibilities on whether it was intentional. Meanwhile, several of the injured remain in critical condition, according to the mayor, and this community is stunned. There was a prayer vigil here just a few hours ago, and so many people here are wondering what could have possibly motivated, or was it an accident that these migrants, many of them, all of them actually from Venezuela, all of them men from Venezuela, what could have killed them after such a grueling journey from their home country. Now this community, this migrant community here, is dealing with this shock. Ryan?
Absolute tragedy. Gabe Gutierrez live from Brownsville, Texas. Gabe, we appreciate it. Thank you. And as we've noted, the tragedies in Texas are happening as the White House is bracing for a pivotal week. First thing Friday, Title 42, which is the pandemic-era policy that blocked hundreds of thousands of migrants from crossing the border, will lapse. Some communities have already put themselves in an emergency posture ahead of the deadline, as the Pentagon is deploying thousands of active duty troops to help mitigate the situation. Now, additionally, about 24 hours from now, President Biden will be sitting down with the Big Four congressional leaders as the U.S. inches closer and closer to a potential government default. Joining me now from outside the White House is NBC's Mike Memoli. So, Mem, as we mentioned, it's a big week for President Biden. Let's start at the border. What do we know about what's going on inside the White House as Title 42 is set to come to a close this week? Are they starting to feel wary over the situation at the border?
Well, what the White House is trying to do is project that months of careful planning have gone into this moment. One thing you have heard over and over again from administration officials, from the Department of Homeland Security, is that they inherited a situation at the border, an immigration system itself that needed to be completely rebuilt, that President Trump just completely undid the legal immigration system in this country and made it harder for them to do what needs to be done to keep regular flows coming in and legal flows coming in. And so they've emphasized all the work that they've been doing. You saw Alejandro Mayorkas, the DHS secretary, spending some time at the border last week talking with reporters, emphasizing the degree to which the sprawling department he leads has surged resources there. The president authorizing, as you say, the troops to go down to serve in a role as well. President Biden, in that interview on Friday with Stephanie Ruhle, also emphasizing the diplomatic component of this, how he's worked with some of our allies, including Mexico's president, to try and find other pathways, other places where some of these migrants could be returned to. Of course, a lot of them are not coming from Mexico, but from places like Venezuela that have governing and humanitarian crisis. As it relates to the political situation, the president then tries to put it on congressional Republicans, saying that ultimately this can only be solved by comprehensive reform. He talked about the need for more workers, farm workers and the like, and that Congress needs to act there. And you saw at the White House today, Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, really forcefully rejecting this congressional measure that you'll be covering when it comes up later this week, H.R. 2. You know it's a big bill if it has a low number. And this is a messaging bill in the view of the White House by Republicans that does little to solve the problem. Karine Jean-Pierre saying that this would be, among other things, a Christmas morning gift for human smugglers by undoing some of the steps that the administration has tried to take to make this system more sane and more functional. So the White House is doing their best to project their planning, their effort to get this situation under control, but acknowledging that there's only so much that they can do unilaterally.
Yeah, and an immigration bill at this point that doesn't even have enough Republican votes to pass, right, as they are deliberating it internally as well. So let's move on to the debt ceiling now. About 24 hours from now, the president is set to host the top congressional leaders as this deadline is getting closer and closer. You know, the president has said he's not going to negotiate on the debt limit. Is this going to be a pretty short meeting?
It really does sound like that, because when you can't even agree what you're meeting about, what you might be negotiating about, it really speaks to what is a stalemate at this point. As you and I have been talking to our sources on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, a lot of folks are saying they really don't see how this ends. This is going to be an opportunity, though, to maybe get a sense afterwards of, are there other discussions happening that we're unaware of, other pathways, other potential solutions here. Instead, what we are spending a lot of time talking about are sort of Hail Mary passes, whether it's a discharge petition, a sort of end run on leadership that might require some Republicans to break with their party, join Democrats in a clean debt limit increase. Or is it a unilateral option that President Biden could potentially take, the invoking of the 14th Amendment, something that even his own administration is acknowledging has a surefire legal challenge to come if he just does try to take that. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen seemed to reject that, even if she didn't completely take it off the table. And then the politics of this come into view based on what the president is doing after this meeting. He's going up to New York, about 20 miles north of New York City, one of those congressional districts that elected a Republican to Congress last fall, but also supported President Biden in the election 2 years before that. The definition of a swing district, the president trying to put pressure on those Republicans who may be most vulnerable in 2024, one, for the vote that they cast on the GOP's proposal, that Limit, Save, Grow Act, which the White House contends has draconian spending cuts, things like Meals on Wheels, veterans benefits that are politically untenable for them, but also hoping that maybe this political pressure could be brought from the outside in, and that they would then pressure Speaker McCarthy to relent and maybe consider some other options here. But a lot of questions about both negotiating strategies as we head into this meeting tomorrow. And 3 weeks barely for them to find a way forward.
Yeah, and not a lot of people freaking out quite yet on Capitol Hill, but maybe that changes if there's no resolution after this meeting tomorrow afternoon. All right, Mike Memoli at the White House, thank you so much. Coming up, bracing at the border with just 3 days until a series of pandemic-era restrictions expire. We have live reporting from the border, where hundreds of asylum seekers have arrived in recent days. Plus, my one-on-one interview with a border state Democrat from Texas. That's next. And later, as we just said, the standoff over the debt ceiling is intensifying as both sides seem unwilling to budge. And President Biden prepares to meet with congressional leaders tomorrow. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Title 42, the pandemic-era public policy that has been used millions of times since 2020 to deny migrants entry and expel them more quickly, is set to expire in just 3 days. Officials estimate that roughly 10,000 migrants will attempt to cross the border every day after the ban is lifted. The Biden administration pushed to end the policy because the public health emergency that led to using Title 42 is now over. But some officials in border states are warning that they do not have the capacity to handle the number of migrants that are expected to arrive in the coming days and weeks. Here's Texas's Governor Greg Abbott this morning lashing out at the Biden administration.
Bottom line is, it did not have to be this way. So never forget this. Just 3 years ago, we had the lowest border crossings in decades. And those low number of border crossings were a result of the policies put in place by the Trump administration. Today, however, we're dealing with the highest number of people coming across the border than ever before, and we will set a new all-time record this year. All of this is a result of policy decisions by Joe Biden.
Well, the Biden administration has defended its handling of the border, calling the prior administration's policies, quote, inhumane. Homeland Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who was in Texas last week, says he believes the administration is prepared for the end of Title 42 and that federal authorities are doing everything they can given a broken immigration system that Congress has refused to address. NBC's Guad Venegas is near the border in San Diego, California. So, Guad, what are you seeing at the border ahead of the end of Title 42 later this week?
Ryan, so at this border, this is between San Diego and Tijuana, we have two barriers, and what we've seen is a camp of migrants that has been growing by the day. You can see some of the tents that they've set up using plastic, using some of the materials that they've been able to find, blankets that humanitarian organizations have brought for them. And we've seen a couple hundred every day. They're all across this area that's essentially in between the U.S. and Mexico. It's where the two fences were built. Border Patrol has arrived today. They took a group of about 100 women and children. The people here, they're from all over the world. I've spoken to people from Europe, women from Georgia. There was a family from Morocco, another group from Jamaica. I spoke to some men from Vietnam, people from Colombia, Venezuela, and we have migrants that have arrived here in Tijuana to cross over to San Diego and seek asylum from all parts of the world. Here's a conversation I had with a migrant from Venezuela. Regresar a México, ¿qué vas a hacer?
Seguir intentándolo, porque es la única opción. Devolvernos es peor.
He says if they expel him back to Mexico, he'll keep trying because going back to Venezuela is not an option.
Es la única opción porque se acercan los días y no sabemos, estamos en incertidumbre como todo.
He doesn't understand what will happen when Title 42 is lifted. ¿Tienes familia o amigos en Estados Unidos?
Tengo una madrina que me está esperando si Dios quiere.
He's got a godmother in the U.S. that will be his sponsor if he can talk to the Border Patrol agents and seek asylum. And it's important to point out that a lot of these migrants that I speak to tell me they don't even know what Title 42 is. And, there's a lot of talk about the policies here in the U.S. and the lifting of Title 42. But the reality is, not just from the migrants here, but in the last few years, I've been reporting in Mexico and Latin America. And most of the migrants that come up here do not come because Title 42 is in place or is going to be lifted. What they tell me is that they're coming as a result of what's happening in their home countries. 3 years ago, we had a pandemic hit. We've had economical issues happening in Venezuela and other parts of Latin America. And that's really what has forced a lot of these migrants. Other than that, we have political issues in other countries like Nicaragua, of course, Cuba, also Venezuela. And these are some of the circumstances that they tell me force them to come to the U.S. So it's confusing when you discuss policies, right? Title 42, the lifting, whatever is being done by the U.S. government, because when it comes to the migrants themselves, they don't completely understand what's happening. They tell me they're coming because this is the only option that they have, Ryan.
Important context. Guad Venegas, live on the border. Guad, thank you for that report. Let's talk more about this now with Democratic Congressman from Texas, Congressman Henry Cuellar. Congressman, obviously you represent a border district. It includes border towns as well as part of San Antonio. How are you preparing for Thursday's deadlines? And what are your expectations? Is your area prepared to contend with the wave of migrants that we expect?
You know, every border is different. Laredo is the second lowest crossing in the whole United States. So we basically just take the overflows from the valley and from other places up here. But keep in mind that, you know, in looking at the numbers, I've looked at the numbers that are in the shelters or surrounding shelters on the northern Mexican states, which are right next to the U.S. border. And there's over 150,000 people that we know of. And then if you include the ones that are in the interior, southern Mexico, and then you count the ones that we know of in places like Guatemala and the other places, you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that are going to be ready to come over. The latest numbers are about 8,700 people a day. That, of course, will probably go up. You know, my question is, are we going to be ready for this? I think the administration has some policies, new policies. The only thing is, I think they will be effective. The only thing is, I think they implemented them a little bit too late, in my opinion.
All right, let's talk more about this because you tweeted that you're prepared to work with DHS and the Border Patrol in order to keep your district safe. And we saw the Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas say he's been in Texas since Thursday. Have you personally spoke with the secretary or anybody else in the administration and expressed your concerns about this delayed implementation and other suggestions you would have to make this process smoother?
Yes, absolutely. I have. And I've talked to the secretary many a times. As you know, I'm the ranking Democrat on Homeland Appropriations. So I've had an opportunity to talk to him, talk to the other folks there. And look, you know, we've added in the last 2 years, you know, from the Trump administration, we've added $2.4 billion to CBP. That's a 15% increase to the budget. So money's important, but it's not only that. You got to have the right policies. And I'll say this. Words are one thing, but if you don't show actions, and by actions, I'm talking about deporting people back to the countries because they're not supposed to be here, they're going to continue coming. Otherwise, they see the border as a speed bump and they'll continue coming. So again, you know, I know sometimes folks say, well, the immigration is broken, the system is broken, Congress needs to do its job. Keep in mind, that actually the lowest crossings were not under Trump. They were actually under Obama. And Obama used Title 8 instead of Title 42. And he did expedited proceedings, which means he removed the ones that were not supposed to be here. And he actually showed people going back. When was the last time he showed people coming back or being sent back? All we see is videos of people coming in. And those images are powerful messages that people in other places might not understand what Title 42 is, but they see the powerful images of people coming in, and therefore they're going to continue coming unless we have repercussions at the border.
And the president and his administration have now sent, troops to the border to try and help with the situation there. Do you think that's theater, or do you actually think it could help the situation?
Well, just like President Bush and Obama and Trump did, they sent the military out there. Keep in mind, they don't have any power to enforce immigration law. All they do is support work. That is, they will be able to free the Border Patrol agents so they can go out in the fields and do the work. And this military folks are not going to be patrolling the border, but they're going to be actually just doing support work so Border Patrol can do its work.
All right, let's talk about some of the possible policy prescriptions on Capitol Hill. We know that Senator Tillis and Sinema on the Senate side are actually working on a piece of legislation that would essentially allow the provisions of Title 42 to continue on. It wouldn't be Title 42. It would be essentially a new law. Is that something that you'd be supportive of? Do you think that that's appropriate, that something like Title 42 remain in place?
Well, I haven't seen that, but I can tell you of another proposal that Senator John Cornyn, Tony Gonzalez, and a couple of us have been working on that basically uses Title 8, which is the law right now. Title 8 is actually more powerful than Title 42 because on Title 42, you expel somebody but they can come back. Under Title VIII, you actually have some teeth, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years bans where they can't come back again. The way President Obama and Secretary Jay Johnston used Title VIII expedited removals will work. And the bottom line is you got to have those immigration judges, asylum officers at the border where they can make some quick decisions. Somebody stays, somebody goes. Because otherwise, like Mr. Venegas said in your story a few minutes ago, you're going to have people from all over the place. And I've seen it's a mini UN down there. Yes, you have Venezuelans. Yes, you have Cubans. Yes, you have Central Americans. But you got people, look at some of the numbers in Arizona and San Diego. You got people from Turkey as the number 1, a number 3 spot. India from there. And again, you got them from all over the place, including the country of Georgia, not the state, but the country of Georgia, as your report just came out.
Wow. All right, let's move on and talk about how your state has just been rocked by a series of tragedies over the weekend. First, the devastating shooting that took place there. We also had the vehicle incident where 8 people believed to be migrants were hit by a car. We still don't have a motive yet, but can you talk to me a little bit about what the atmosphere in Texas is like right now? Are these isolated incidents? Is there a broader problem in your state right now?
Well, again, if you talk about mass shootings, we've seen that in different areas, including states like California and other states. Washington, D.C. is about 3 or 4 times more dangerous than Laredo, Texas, my hometown. When you talk about murder, rape, assaults, you look at the states that have very strict handguns, they still have mass shootings. But again, I look at it as a complex, multifaceted factors. There's several factors. There's not one factor that causes, the problems. It goes from mental health, access to guns, social isolation, extreme ideology, like I think we might have in Allen. Sometimes it's drugs, like the person in Bronxville. I think reports will show that he was on heavy drugs. We don't know his motive, but I don't think he was on alcohol, but he was certainly on drugs. So we're seeing different factors. So the solution is not one or the other one. It's more of a multifaceted approach that we need to address.
Well, let's talk about one possible solution, and it would specifically apply to the shooter in this incident because we've now discovered a lot of hateful online content, and he seemed to hold pretty extreme beliefs. You've supported red flag laws in the past. Should there be background checks for gun ownership, and should they include checks on people's social media?
Well, I certainly support background checks, and I support red flags, raising the age of 21. Of course, this person was higher than 21, but the Uvalde shooter was not. I would say, and I support a lot of pieces of the legislation, including the bipartisan gun bill that we passed. I supported that. But again, one of the things that we need to look at, and I know there's a First Amendment right there. But if you look at almost every case, there's always some sort of telltale sign out there. They speak about it, they write about it, they'll post about it. There's always something out there, and we just got to do a better job in following those particular signs. Almost every case, there was something there that they posted or they said something in the past.
All right, Congressman Henry Cuellar, obviously this is a very busy time for you and your state. We appreciate you delving into many of these important issues. Thanks so much for joining us. And up next, the clock is ticking for Congress and the White House to avert a catastrophic government default. Will they be able to come up with a solution? The panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Ahead of tomorrow's big meeting between President Biden and top congressional leaders, both sides appear dug in and unwilling to budge. 43 Senate Republicans, led by Utah's Mike Lee, signed a letter over the weekend saying they would not vote to raise the debt ceiling without spending cuts. That 43 number important because it means Republicans have the numbers to kill any White House effort to pass a clean debt limit in the Senate. Still, Democratic leaders, including President Biden, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, insists that they will not negotiate on a bill to raise the debt ceiling. This is what Jeffries told Chuck on Meet the Press yesterday.
Do you accept the premise that you're not going to get a clean debt ceiling hike?
I do not, because we have a constitutional responsibility to make sure that we protect the full faith and credit of the United States of America. Republicans want us to accept these dramatic cuts or accept a catastrophic default on our nation's debt. That is what is the unreasonable position, and hopefully in a few days, Republicans will come to their senses and do what's right by the American people.
And as the debt clock ticks down, something's got to give if the U.S. is going to avoid fiscal calamity, which the Biden administration warns could happen as early as June 1st. So maybe they can't figure it out, but my panel can. Joining me now on set is Daniela Diaz, a congressional reporter for Politico, Naveen Nayak, who is a Democratic strategist and the president and an executive director for the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Republican strategist Rick Tyler. He's also an NBC News political analyst. So we find ourselves in a very precarious position, folks. Danielle, let me start with you. What's your reporting telling us about what we're going to see at the White House tomorrow afternoon?
I think it's going to depend. I don't even know if the lawmakers know what's going to happen at the White House tomorrow afternoon. Sorry, I should say that to start there. Yeah, we don't know, but I don't even know if they know, Ryan. You know, that quote that you guys just played, that scene of Jeffrey saying he doesn't want a short-term debt limit hike. We were asking lawmakers about that last week. It seems that none of them want that on the Republican and Democratic side. They want to fix this, at least for the next year, but it really matters who's going to blink first. Is it going to be President Joe Biden? Is it going to be McCarthy? And on both sides, McConnell, Jeffries agree that this is really between the president and the House Speaker.
And I haven't seen anybody willing to budge yet. Have you and the people that you've talked to?
No, Democrats want a clean debt limit hike, raising the debt limit. Republicans passed their bill with a lot of provisions, and they want to see at least, they know that they're going to have to maybe not get all of their provisions. They've admitted that when we've spoken to them, but they want a lot of those provisions in whatever happens.
So, Naveen, I understand the Democratic position here. That you don't mess with the full faith and credit of the United States. But there's also a reality of how Capitol Hill works, right? Republicans have votes. They have a negotiating position here. You can agree with the morality of it all you want, but there's a situation that exists here that doesn't the president have to give them something in order to get this over the finish line?
Ryan, actually, I think you're hitting on the exact right point, which is why are we accepting this as a legitimate position? This is not I mean, let's just be really clear. They're saying we're going to put the economy in a recession, kill 6 million jobs. Moody's said it would double the rate of unemployment if they don't get something. That is a hostage situation. They're taking our economy hostage and saying, if you don't give us something, I think if the president gives in on this, we are going to be in this situation in worse cases every time we have to raise the debt ceiling. And so I think the president is going to keep making his case that he has a sane, reasonable, responsible position. And, MAGA Republicans are pushing something really extreme. And the NBC Washington Post poll that came out tested really fairly the two positions, said we should only raise the debt ceiling if President Biden agrees to cuts. Only 26% of Americans agreed with that. Or we should pass a clean debt ceiling and negotiate on the budget, which is what President Biden's been saying. More than 58% or 56% agreed with that position. And so I think that emboldens the White House to be, no, we're in the right place with this. We just have to keep telling people what the stakes are.
I'm looking at the thought bubble above your head, Rick, and to me it reads, Republicans think they won an election here, right? Is that part of the argument they made to their voters, is that they were going to try and rein in debt, and this is
in some ways,
a way to do it?
In some ways, yes. Look, the president has already budged and given in. Remember, he said he would not negotiate on the debt ceiling. He has budged. He is now negotiating on the debt ceiling. He's invited the leaders of Congress to the White House, which is correct. And the Democrats' strongest argument seems to be that no Congress has ever not passed a clean debt ceiling, and yet the strongest argument from the Republicans would be, yes, and that's why we have a $31 trillion debt. And let me just tell you what the draconian cuts are. It's 1 penny on the dollar. So for 1 penny on the dollar, we're going to, and I would reflect back your words to you, the Democrats are going to hold hostage the economy, half the 8 million jobs, half the Dow Industrial Average, because they won't pass a debt ceiling that just contains a 1 penny on the dollar cut.
I think the difference between you two, though, and I think
is a penny.
I just want to be clear. Are you talking about the House bill?
Yeah.
That's a 22% cut. But that is not 1 penny on the dollar. That is a 22% cut in veterans care, a 22% cut in child care. That is not 1 penny on the dollar.
And the solution that the Democrats don't seem to have is, see, the debt limit. Let's have an argument about the debt limit, because why do you have a debt limit? Because it has no meaning, because they just keep passing and extending the debt limit.
But the part of this is a perception issue, right? And what the Washington Post poll told us the other day is that no one's going to win in this fight, right? It said that who you're going to blame if the United States defaults, 39% say Republicans in Congress, 36% say President Biden, 16% say both.
Correct.
So why is it that each time we have this conversation, these lawmakers can't seem to figure out that this is a lose-lose situation for everyone involved?
Well, first of all, I think when you ask the question that way, everyone gets pushed to their partisan corner, so it doesn't surprise me that it would kind of break out that way. I would look at that other question in the poll, which shows that when you hear the position of the two parties, it is untenable to say that we should default unless we get spending cuts. President Biden has made really clear. We have a budget to pass later this year and funding, government funding that is going to run out. There is absolutely a negotiation that has to happen on that. It does not involve threatening an economic recession. That is a very different thing. We've done government shutdowns. They're not pleasant, but it's different. We've never, as a country, defaulted. And that's really the sort of sword of Damocles that Republicans have.
Is it a win, Rick, for Kevin McCarthy, then, if Joe Biden agrees to some sort of a punt on the debt limit to the fall and tie the negotiations to the budget negotiations, make them two separate pieces of legislation, but have them on parallel tracks?
Look, the Democrats don't understand the bicameral nature of the House and the Senate. The House passed a bill. Now the Democrats are in control of the Senate. They can very well say we don't want to pass the debt, but then it becomes a political argument over whose fault it is, and the fault is pretty well spread around. I don't think the Congress is going to allow the government to default. I think in the end you will get a compromise. It probably won't be clean. It probably won't be what everybody wants, but that's how the system is supposed to work.
You might have more faith in Congress than Danielle and I do, being up there every day. But Danielle, let's shift and talk about guns. Obviously, this has been a pretty rocky week. Another mass shooting. We've seen more mass shootings this year than we have in recent history. It seems like rinse and repeat on Capitol Hill, where there are thoughts and prayers, people call for change, but it never happens. Chuck Schumer is going to call together his Democratic caucus on Thursday to have a conversation. Is this now where Democrats on Capitol Hill start to put bills out, even though they know Republicans in the House won't pass them, as a way to demonstrate where the two sides sit on this issue?
That was something Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer considered doing and putting everyone on the record on this legislation. It doesn't seem that I mean, we won't know. Let me go back a little bit. We don't know what's going to happen from that special caucus meeting where all Senate Democrats are going to meet this Thursday to discuss gun violence, gun reform. That is because of that horrible shooting that took place in Allen, Texas. That's actually my home state. And that is a reason why they're moving forward to try to continue these discussions. Of course, Chris Murphy always being the lead Democrat on this issue because he's from Connecticut and his hometown, Newtown, Connecticut. But really, Ryan, we've seen this time and time again. We have to be very clear about what's happening in Congress when it comes to guns, and Republicans and Democrats are completely split on the issue. And Democrats cannot pass any sort of gun legislation, gun reform legislation, without at least, if every Democrat signs on, 50 Democrats, at least 9 Republicans to support that legislation, and right now they don't even have one.
Right.
And of course, a lot of Republicans have been pointing to that very narrow bill that passed last year that would try to keep guns out of the hands of people with mental health issues, but that's incredibly narrow. And some Democrats are calling for a ban on assault rifles. We don't see that happening anytime soon.
But Rick, what if Chuck Schumer puts a bill on the floor that does something that is widely popular, according to polls, like background checks at the federal level? Would that be a tough vote for some Republicans?
I don't think it should be. I think background checks are necessary. I would go further. I think you should have, if you want to carry a concealed weapon, you should train. And you should have a certain amount of training.
But your party, I mean, most Republicans don't feel that way.
Right, because the discussion is mostly around alienating legal gun owners, because all they hear is they're coming to take my AR-15. And there's a lot of misunderstanding because of people don't know the nature of guns, they don't know how they operate them. So there's a lot of ignorance out there about why the AR-15 is a popular weapon, and they want to just say, well, we're going to ban the AR-15, the most popular frame weapon that's out there, because many people legally own them. And when they hear bans, magazine, all these take away, confiscation, all these things, and I'm not saying all Democrats are saying that, but enough are that they just get their back up and say that I'm not for anything.
Naveen, what if they did that? What if it was a bill that was in that very narrow scope, widely popular provisions, background checks, training, put that on the floor, force Republicans to vote for it? That's something Democrats have been reluctant to do.
I think gun owners would vote for it.
Well, this is actually the real point, and I think Danielle hit on that as well, which is there's a huge gap between Republican voters and Republican, hard to say leaders, but Republican elected officials. Background checks is a 90% issue. And you're telling us there's not one Senate Republican that's willing to do that? I think that's sort of, going to have to keep becoming a forcing issue in our politics around this conversation, which is we've had multiple mass shootings in Texas alone in the last 3 years.
In the last week.
Well, and the governor immediately says, I'm not doing anything.
And you have 2 sitting governors who actually now know somebody who was killed personally.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what comes out of this meeting Thursday, and then covering Capitol Hill long enough, it seems as though you can only beat your head against the wall so many times before you see the same result over and over again. Daniela, Naveen, Rick, we appreciate you all being here. Thank you. And after the break, Russia launches an overnight onslaught on Ukraine's cities, shelling the nation's capital and damaging key infrastructure. We're on the ground in Kyiv next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
And welcome back. On the eve of Russia's Victory Day, commemorating the Soviet defeat of Nazi Germany, Moscow has launched a massive drone attack on cities across Ukraine. Of course, one of Putin's central pieces of propaganda for invading Ukraine was to, quote, denazify its government. It's worth noting that President Zelensky is Jewish, and he lost family in the Holocaust. According to Kyiv's mayor, Russia launched as many as 60 drones, including about 3 dozen on the capital, all of which were shot down by the country's air defenses. Debris from the intercepted damage, though, did damage residential buildings and injured 5 people, though fortunately no one was killed in the attack. Joining me now is Ellison Barber. She's live in Kyiv. So, Ellison, how is Kyiv reacting to this latest round of drone attacks? And is there any sense of relief given that Ukraine's air defenses were able to intercept these attacks?
I mean, look, people are always glad when Ukraine's air defense does their job and is able to intercept so many missiles, drones, whatever it may be on this city. But at the same time, no one wants to be woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of air raid sirens and booms. And what we had happen here in Kyiv overnight was 36 Shahed drones sent towards the city. Those are drones that are very noisy, typically upon arrival. They're known as loitering munitions, and they kind of are described often as sounding like a moped. They're really scary, and when people hear the booms, even if it's air defense intercepting things like that, it's unsettling. Unfortunately, attacks on Kyiv, attacks on other cities that are far away from the front lines by missiles, by drones, it's not something that Ukrainians have not experienced in the past, right? You think back to the winter where this was kind of a routine thing where Russia was constantly sending drones to try and target energy infrastructure in places like Kyiv. So in some ways, people are used to this, but it has been relatively calm in Kyiv in recent weeks. But just in the last 8 days, there have been 4 attempted strikes, assaults on this city. And some of the thought has been that this is coming because there is a very important holiday on the horizon in Ukraine, that's in Russia rather, that's May 9th, what's known as Victory Day. And Ukrainian officials have been warning people here that Russia could escalate some of their attacks on cities far from the front lines. And all of this has led to a lot of nervous energy, if you will. And the big question tonight, as we head into that important holiday, is what Russia might have in store throughout the evening. Ryan.
Right. Ellison Barber live for us in Kyiv. Ellison, thank you for that report. And still to come, Meet the Press Reports takes a deep dive into the rise of anti-drag extremism. We're taking you behind the scenes of that original reporting next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? backstop. There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. The newest season of Meet the Press Reports is officially underway, and this season premiere takes a deep dive into the new front in the culture wars, which is the anti-drag movement. In March, Tennessee became the first state to pass a bill effectively banning drag performances, and that legislation has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. But with that pause is set to expire later this month, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton traveled to Tennessee to examine the impacts already being felt by drag performers like Story Van Ness.
Over the past year, conservatives have launched a campaign against an art form with a centuries-old history among LGBTQ performers. Many Republican lawmakers and activists argue that drag performers are inherently inappropriate, sexual in nature, and pose a threat to children. A new law in Tennessee restricts performances in public. Repeat offenders could face a felony charge and up to 6 years in prison. The law is the first of its kind to pass, but may not be the only. There are similar bills being considered in at least 17 states. For Story and her friend who performs under the name Harry Scary, it's begun to feel like their very existence is a political act.
The agenda is to just exist and to feel valid.
The agenda is to be able to go to the bathroom without having to worry about being punched in the face.
And all we can do is say that it's bad and it's wrong and please don't do this to us. But they have found us to be a really effective political tool.
Since the tragic shooting at a Christian school in Nashville, the nation's eyes have been on Tennessee. Gun control took center stage the same week the drag law was set to take effect. Historic youth protests broke out at the state capitol. Democratic lawmakers who took part were expelled and reinstated. And since the police initially identified the shooter as trans, the state has felt like a powder keg.
I was just sick over it. Then I found out about the identity of the shooter. My whole soul just sank. It's just going to be one more thing that they're going to use to try to exterminate us.
And joining me now is Antonia Hilton to talk more about her incredible reporting. So, Antonia, this Tennessee law is currently being halted, but that pause ends later this month. How are drag performers preparing if the law does end up taking effect?
That's right, Ryan. So this law is under a temporary restraining order, but just for a couple more weeks. And that's the point at which performers are going to find out whether or not they have to go to trial to defend this art form. The lawsuit came from a number of performers living in the Memphis area who argued that this law was a violation of their First Amendment rights. And a Trump-appointed judge actually has, for the meantime, agreed with them. Just minutes before this law was set to go into effect, put this temporary restraining order in place and asked both sides to provide additional information. And so we'll find out later this month whether this law ultimately is set to go into effect or what the performers are going to have to do to perform safely in the meantime. It's already had a chilling effect, though, you should know. Performers tell us they've changed their routines, they've hired additional security because they're concerned, regardless of whether or not this law goes into effect, about how people in their state may treat them going forward.
And the law is pretty broad. In fact, it doesn't even mention the word drag. Is that the case with other anti-drag bills in other states?
That's right. And so what you're seeing often is language like adult-oriented performance or female and male impersonator. But make no mistake, I've talked to these lawmakers. I spoke to the person who drafted this legislation, Senate Majority Leader in Tennessee, Jack Johnson. And while the word drag isn't in the bill, this is a law intended to restrict drag performances from in public or any place that a child might see them. And so while the law could technically, due to some of that vague language, apply to, other sexually explicit performances, or some people have brought up, restaurants like Hooters, the reality is that when you hear from lawmakers about the actions of enforcement that they're looking for, they're consistently talking about drag performances and often referencing LGBTQ operated venues.
Okay, Antonia Hilton, thank you so much for that report. We appreciate it. Kristen will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now's coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with 2 deadly attacks in Texas. First in Allen, as we find out more names of victims at a shooting at an outlet mall. What we're learning tonight about the attacker, who apparently wore a patch that said right-wing death squad, and his extremist posts that included swastikas. We'll take you live on the ground with this developing story. We're also live in Brownsville, where police are scrambling to find out why a man rammed his car into a crowded bus stop, killing 8 people, all believed to be migrants. We have new details tonight as our team is hearing from one person who saw this happen. Also tonight, why are more and more horses dying at the Kentucky Derby? 2 more now euthanized, others dead under what Churchill Downs is calling mysterious circumstances. Plus, going for the gold out in California with a new generation of 49ers panning for treasure in the West, looking to hit it big. But why now? We'll tell you. And in tonight's original, one of the NBA's most famous franchises is trying to make history with a bunch of guys who nobody else in the league wanted. We'll explain later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are getting new details about the shooter in Allen, Texas, with our team learning about his, frankly, disgusting social media posts, including receipts for his weapons, a swastika, vile rants about Jewish people and women and people of color. As you see memorials going up for the 8 people he killed. You see the crosses here? Our cameras caught volunteers bringing in those crosses to honor the lives lost here. We're learning about 4 victims tonight. 4th grader Daniela Mendoza and her sister Sophia, who was only in 2nd grade. Their school's principal calling them rays of sunshine. Their mom is in critical condition. The school superintendent asking parents to hug their kids tonight. 20-year-old Christian LaCour, he was a security guard at the mall. His grandma calls him a beautiful soul, saying losing him is almost unbearable. And there's 27-year-old Aishwarya Tatikanda. Her death confirmed by the nonprofit she works for. She was an engineer, just finished her master's at Eastern Michigan. Her remains will be sent back to her family in India. Ken Delaney is going to break down what we know about the suspect here in a second. But I want to start on the ground with Stephen Romo, who is live for us in Allen, Texas. It is such a gut punch to hear the stories right now from people who were in the mall, the horrible things they had to see. You think about the families who are living a nightmare now, yet again in this country, after yet another mass shooting. Stephen.
Yeah, Hallie, just an awful situation all around. Hearing from people who actually saw the aftermath here, it is gruesome. It is too much to describe, frankly. But the terror that actually happened here when those shots first rang out, people at first thinking that maybe it was construction nearby, and then the screaming started and people started running, hiding in the stores here behind me, trying to get out if they at all possibly could to try to escape this gunman. And some of those people actually saw that gunman and lived to tell about it. Here's what one person had to tell us.
I saw it. You physically saw? Yeah. Oh my God. How did?
He looked like a police officer. I thought it was a police officer. But
why?
Since all the gear he was wearing, he even had a little patch in the middle of a security or something.
Dressed in black and wearing a tactical vest and carrying an AR-15 assault-style rifle, which we hear in almost all of these situations. Now, he started shooting around 3:30. An officer happened to be here out on another call and was able to engage that gunman and ultimately kill him, but not before he could kill those 8 people, including those young victims you just mentioned, Hallie.
Stephen Romo, thank you very much. I want to bring in Ken Delaney, who's joining us now, who has been working tirelessly, Ken, to find out more about the attacker here, the suspected shooter, and the pretty awful things we're learning that this person posted online.
Yeah, Hallie, I've been spending the last few hours going through his social media posts on a Russian social media site. And it just encapsulates all the problems we're facing in this country with this mass shooting phenomenon. A person filled with hate and also despair and frustration. Yes, a white supremacist neo-Nazi, but also just a lot of frustration and hate directed at women. And then in the days before the shooting starts talking about mass shooting and his reverence for mass shooters. He talks about the Nashville shooter. So anyone who had been reading these posts would have been very concerned. A law enforcement official would have said, we need to go see this person. But it's not clear that anyone would have been reading, you know, a post of an obscure person on a Russian social media site, and that's the problem. And he didn't do anything that was illegal. Everything he said was First Amendment protected, as vile as it was. And he, as you said, he even posted the receipts for weapons that he purchased apparently legally, including an AK-AR-style rifle and 2 handguns. He posted what looks like a picture of his torso with swastika and SS tattoos. So altogether, just a really disturbing picture of a rage and hate-filled individual that carried out this attack, Hallie.
He also apparently was in the Army for a little bit, and I mean a very little bit. What's going on there?
That's right. Courtney Cubey got from the military that he was, in 2008, he entered basic training and only made it 3 months before he was separated for an unspecified mental health reason. So clearly this is someone who's had problems for a long time.
Ken Delaney, and thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on that latest reporting. We're going to continue to keep you posted, but we also want to talk about what's happening 600 miles to the south in Brownsville, Texas, where police now have a man in custody accused of killing 8 people and hurting 10 others, all believed to be migrants, by ramming his SUV into them at a bus stop. I want to show you here the picture that Brownsville police have released of the 34-year-old suspect at a press conference in just the last few hours. Police say he had what they describe as an extensive rap sheet. He's facing 8 manslaughter charges, along with 10 charges of assault with a deadly weapon for the 10 people he hurt in this crash. As you see here, the seconds right before it happened to set the scene. You see people obviously milling about here at this bus stop. Our team froze this video before the moment of impact for obvious reasons. Here's what we're learning tonight. Police say this guy ran a red light, lost control, his car flipped over, and then after that, he apparently tried to run away. He's had 22 prior charges, according to police, including multiple assault charges, with a big challenge right now, identifying the victims.
It has been a very tiresome process, but one that we are deeply committed to doing and accomplishing. We are working with the Venezuelan government right now, and we have also reached out to other embassies.
I want to bring in Gabe Gutierrez, who's live for us in Brownsville, Texas. And let's start, Gabe, with the idea that there are manslaughter charges here and not murder charges. Police cannot confirm that the person who drove into this bus stop said anything derogatory, but you are hearing that from some of the people that you spoke with, right?
Yeah, Hallie, and look, this is an ongoing investigation, and police say they are not ruling anything out at this point, including whether this might have been intentional. And we did speak with several migrants on the ground, including one person who did say that he saw this firsthand, that as the driver was trying to flee the scene, that he yelled out anti-immigrant rhetoric and that he made an obscene gesture. Take a listen to my conversation with that migrant from Venezuela earlier today.
Cuando tú viste lo que pasó, what went through your head when you saw what happened? ¿Qué hiciste cuando viste lo que estaba pasando?
Oiga, me sale que nunca yo he visto esa tragedia, que me quedé impactado. Que de un momento a otro veo un momento que estamos aquí adentro y de repente estamos afuera y pasó todo lo que pasó y no muerto.
Now, Hallie, that migrant and others that I spoke with were just devastated by what they saw. They were talking about, how they had made this grueling journey from Venezuela and made it through the Darien Gap in Panama. They made it through very difficult terrain in Mexico to make it here, and then for this to happen yesterday. The migrant community at this shelter, again, is just devastated. 8 people killed, 10 others injured. Hallie?
And the suspect here is not cooperating, right?
Yeah, that's right. At this point, as far as we know, you mentioned his extensive criminal history. He has not yet entered a plea, but as far as we know, he has not yet cooperated with police, which is why, at this point, the charges are where they are. They are awaiting toxicology reports before any more charges could be pending. Police could not confirm whether that suspect was, in fact, intoxicated when he drove into this group. Several migrants, though, that we spoke with said he appeared to be, though. Hallie.
Gib, I want to pull up a video from a little bit earlier today. You were at, obviously, this location here where there is a memorial that's been created. There was a prayer vigil at the site where you're at now. People showing up, people honoring the lives lost here. We also know that there are simultaneous tensions in Brownsville, which is right at the border with this key immigration rule set to expire. We're going to talk about that in a second, but give us a sense of the vibe where you are in the community writ large.
Yeah, Hallie, look, Brownsville is one of the communities here along the border that is under a state of emergency. You see right behind me this makeshift memorial that has been growing here throughout the day, that prayer vigil earlier today. But there is some tension here. There is a sense that, migrants do feel under attack. The reason I say that was case in point. Just within the past hour, Hallie, there was some commotion at the migrant shelter behind me. The migrants, all of a sudden, many of them started to run indoors. And why did they do that? We were asking. Well, it turns out there was a police officer that filled us in. Apparently, there was a driver coming by the migrant shelter that allegedly brandished a weapon, and the police officer then, they started looking for this person. But it speaks to the fear in this community right now, the migrant community, and again, the tensions that are ramping up because of the lifting of Title 42 in the next couple of days could lead, what many Border Patrol officials fear could be an increase in migrant crossings. As many as 10,000 per day is expected, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much. So on that topic, right, let's talk about how leaders in Texas and beyond, right, in a bunch of border states are getting ready for what Gabe just laid out, that possible spike in migrants because of that rule put in place during the pandemic set to run out later this week. You've got the Texas Governor Greg Abbott announcing today that Texas will create a tactical border force, that's what he calls it, to be deployed to hot spots to, in his words, defend our border. Listen.
They will be deployed with the equipment and tools that will be needed for them to be effective. It includes aircraft, it includes boats on the water, night vision, as well as riot gear to prepare for anything they may encounter.
Some context here. We're talking about a law that you've probably heard called Title 42, right? Title 42. It's used a lot as like shorthand, but here's what it means. This is a law that basically lets Border Patrol agents turn migrants away over public health concerns. The Trump administration used this in 2020, back when the pandemic started. And even when it was in place, you had nonprofit groups and some officials in border cities saying they've been struggling to keep up with the number of migrants looking to come to this country. And the thing is, Title 42, this law, it goes away starting Thursday. At least that's the plan. So that is why there is so much concern now that this humanitarian crisis could get a lot worse by the end of the week. Wad Venegas is joining us now. It is not just Texas and Arizona where this is a concern. You're there in San Diego, right along the border where people have also tried to cross in. Talk to us about what you're seeing and hearing and what the plan is.
Hallie, you can see the border fence behind me, one of two barriers that we have that separates San Diego from Tijuana. We've seen a camp grow by the day, hundreds of migrants that are arriving here. You can see them. They've made tents using plastic blankets and other materials that they find, and some of these blankets that they get from humanitarian organizations. So the migrants here are from all over the world, by the way, some from Europe, South America, even Asia. They've crossed or gotten over that first barrier back there that separates the U.S. between Mexico and arrived here in what essentially is now a no man's land. And they want to turn themselves in to seek asylum. But Border Patrol here is overwhelmed. Border Patrol agent told me that the facilities are at capacity, so they can't take all of these individuals in. They've arrived a few times a day for the last 3 days that we've been here to take women, children, some of the families. But some of the men here tell me they've been here for 4 days waiting to turn themselves in to seek asylum. Now, when we talk about Title 42, I think it's important to point out that most of the migrants tell us they don't understand the policy. They have no idea what Title 42 is. They're here because of what's happened in their home countries. They tell me they've left because they have no other option. Here's a conversation that I had with a migrant from Venezuela earlier today. He had no food, there's a lot of crime, and it was just too difficult. ¿Cómo llegaste aquí?
Me vine por la selva, el Darién.
Por el Darién. He crossed the Darién jungle.
Salí el 1 de marzo de allá.
He left March 1st. Entonces duraste casi mes y medio para llegar. 2 meses. He's been traveling for 2 months. Just one of the migrants that we have spoken to here today. We saw a 10-month-old baby with his parents. There was some communication with Border Patrol. They've been overwhelmed. We were able to get an organization to call them, and they came in. They finally have taken them. But these are just some of the stories of the migrants that have been arriving. And Hallie, when it comes to Title 42, again, and their understanding of what might happen, some of them do understand that once Title 42 is lifted, things could get quite more difficult, which is confusing with the messaging out there, because DHS Secretary Mayorkas did announce that when Title 42 is lifted, there's going to be a new policy put in place which would facilitate Border Patrol officers expelling migrants. That's still to be announced. So some of these changes that are coming, Hallie.
Guad Venegas, right there along the border for us in California, in San Diego. Guad, thank you. To New York now, where the jury is about to get the Donald Trump rape case, with closing arguments in that civil trial wrapping up not too long ago, late tonight. The lawyer for E. Jean Carroll, the woman suing Mr. Trump for defamation, is looking to use Mr. Trump's words against him from when the former president said he couldn't possibly have assaulted Carroll because she is, in his words, not my type. But in the closing arguments, Carroll's lawyer pointing out this clip of the former president mistaking Carroll for one of his ex-wives. Listen.
It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah. That's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carol.
Oh, is that,
The person
okay.
you just pointed to was E. Jean Carroll.
So Carroll's attorney says that moment right there that you just watched, shows that Carroll is, and I'm quoting here, exactly his type. The end of the trial comes after the former president decided he would not testify. He's been absent for this trial, accused of attacking Carroll in a department store in the 90s and then calling her a liar when she went public. He and his team deny any attack ever happened. NBC's Ron Allen is joining us now from outside the courthouse in New York. So what's interesting here, Ron, is that in the closings today, Mr. Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, did not, I don't think, mention that mix-up of Carroll and Marla Maples in his closing argument, which I'm wondering if you can explain to us here, because that was one of the key points that the prosecution, the plaintiff's team, I should say, tried to make.
Yeah, I think they just dismissed the whole picture. The point that the Carroll's attorneys are trying to make is that this was evidence that Donald Trump knew or had met E. Jean Carroll, and the defense basically said he's in a receiving line at a celebrity event. Hundreds of people were there. He still doesn't know who this is. I mean, his denial is blanket. He never met her. He doesn't know her. And none of this ever happened. It's not shades of gray here. And that's what's distinguishing about this defense. It just never happened. And his attorney, in his closing argument, said the words inconceivable, unbelievable, amazing, dozens of times probably, and through the course of the trial as well. Just pointing out, for example, so the story is that Donald Trump walks into this downtown, midtown Manhattan department store with this woman, and nobody sees them. Why? He's still a famous person in the 1990s. There's no sales associates. There's no shoppers who see them. They go up 6 floors to the lingerie department. Nobody hears this. She described a colossal struggle that lasted several minutes in the dressing room when she was being attacked. So Tacopina was appealing to their, he said, you know, use your common sense. Why would Donald Trump do this? Why would he risk everything to do this? And that was basically what they're trying to get at. They believe that they're trying to convince the jury that this was a story that was concocted by Carroll, supported by her friends for political reasons, because they simply hate Donald Trump.
Right. It's important for viewers to know here, and for listeners to know, this isn't a guilty or not guilty thing. It is a civil trial. It is not a criminal trial. So the question in front of the jury is liable or not liable. Walk us through that and what happens if the former president and current presidential candidate is actually found liable here.
The actual issue is battery. That's the rape charge. That's that part of it. And the other part of it is defamation, which could go into the millions and millions of dollars. There was an expert on by the plaintiff that said, estimated it would cost some $2.7 million for E. Jean Carroll to rehabilitate her reputation. She says her life was ruined, her life was destroyed. And that's the financial part that she's trying to restore. But she's also said that this is not about money. She wants basically a retraction as well from Donald Trump. And she wants, I think it's fair to say, just acknowledgement that she is telling the truth.
Ron Allen, live for us in New York. I guess after the jury gets their instructions tomorrow, Ron, it's in their hands and will be on verdict watch at that point. Ron Allen, thank you so much. So listen, a new plan from the Biden administration tonight could put money in your pocket if your flight gets delayed or canceled. This is big, right? It is the first time ever that airlines might have to cover expenses in situations where they're the ones responsible for stranding people. Okay, so what does this mean? What would you get, maybe? Well, possibly cash. Maybe travel credits or vouchers, plus the cost of stuff like meals or hotels or any taxis or Ubers or rental cars you have to take while you're stuck on the ground. Listen to this today.
I know these things may not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter most to middle-class families and people struggling to get the cost of it in the first place.
It's the latest move the administration's taking to try to hold airlines accountable after all those flight problems last summer and the December meltdown when Southwest Airlines canceled nearly 17,000 flights. Tom Costello is joining us now. And so that's the headline, right, Tom? Maybe money in your pocket, but what is the catch? In other words, what is the fine print here in these new rules?
So we don't have the fine print yet, but the administration essentially says this is if the airlines are in control of the problem and they've created the delay or cancellation.
So weather, bad weather?
Would not be
Doesn't
in there,
count.
right? However, you can consider a mechanical issue, staffing shortage, computer issues. Sound familiar?
Yeah,
We've had all of those in the last year, right? In fact, 20% of flights last summer were delayed. It's not just, though, those issues and weather. It's also air traffic control. There are 3,000 controllers short right now. As a result, they've had ongoing problems with delays. So I asked the Secretary of Transportation, I asked him, I said, well, if ATC issues are a problem, shouldn't FAA compensate us too?
Well, when airlines make billions of dollars in profit running their business, selling us tickets, they need to honor their responsibilities under that ticket. And in the meantime, on the side of the FAA and the department, we're going to use every tool at our disposal to improve the experience.
Yeah, bottom line is the government's not going to give you money back if there's an air traffic control delay.
Do we know any of the logistics? If we get pragmatic about it. In other words, I'm on a flight, it's delayed 3 hours because there's some maintenance issue. Do I automatically get a little bit of money for that hassle?
None of that's been worked out.
We don't know. You have to go file, you have to get online. We don't know.
This is a long process to make a rule. As you know, this is Washington. It takes forever.
Everything takes always.
So I'm not even, it certainly will not be ready for this summer. So we're really talking maybe into the fall, maybe into next year.
Okay.
The airlines are going to be opposed, as you would expect. The airlines have already said your airfare is going to go up. If I have to start compensating you every time that there's a delay, air ticket prices are going to go up. So this is not a done deal, and there's a lot of already, as you would expect, a lot of opposition to it.
That's super interesting. Tom Costello, thank you very much. Great interview today with Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Appreciate it. New accusations tonight. The convicted murderer and disgraced former attorney Alec Murdaugh is spinning another quote-unquote false narrative to hurt the sons of the family's dead housekeeper. That's according to the attorneys for her family.
And it's very convenient that the three people who could support or contradict Alex are all dead: Paul, Maggie, and Gloria.
This is coming after Murdaugh's lawyers last week admit that he lied about how his housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield, died back in 2018 on the family's property. Murdaugh initially said Satterfield tripped over the family dogs and fell. Well, now he's at the center of a lawsuit with an insurance company suing him over the nearly $4 million payout he got in a wrongful death settlement, money that was apparently meant for Satterfield's sons, who say they never saw any of it. Murdaugh says they did get the money, so they should be the ones on the hook for this lawsuit. Remember, Murdaugh, who came from that powerful legal dynasty in South Carolina, is serving a life sentence right now for killing his wife and son in what some call the South's trial of the century. Katie Beck covered all of it. She is joining us now for this latest development here. We saw some new documents, some new audio related to this case from the attorneys for the Satterfields, right? The housekeeper's family here. They want to try to establish some key facts around the idea of the dogs causing this fall, right? Walk us through this.
Yeah, obviously, Hallie, to have a liability lawsuit, you need something in your house that caused this fall to happen. So the dogs, says Alec Murdaugh, the invention of this story was to try and create a liability so that that settlement would be approved and that he could take the money. But the attorneys for the Satterfield families just don't buy that. They say from the beginning, Alec Murdaugh told insurance investigators, told everyone on the scene that his 4 dogs were there and that they sort of got underfoot of this housekeeper and that is what caused her to fall down the stairs. So what they're releasing are audio recordings with investigators and documents from that initial case where he made those statements clearly and added a lot of detail to the statements. Here's a snippet from one of the audio recordings where Murdaugh is speaking to an insurance investigator about what he heard from Satterfield after she fell.
When you were talking with Gloria before she was taken away, did she describe the chain of events in any way to you? Obviously, she was out of it.
She indicated that the dogs had caused her to fall.
So obviously here, Hallie, the point in releasing all this is to say, again, we have seen this guy's credibility on the stand. We have seen him change his story, offer lie after lie. And now, after all of this time, he's saying he invented the dogs as part of this insurance scheme. The Satterfield's attorneys aren't buying it.
Yeah. When it comes to Alec Murdaugh, Katie, and you and I talked about this back when you were covering the trial, his double murder trial there for killing his wife and son. Those were not the only charges he faced. He also faces charges ranging from money laundering to maybe attempting to steal money from his clients, like dozens of charges. And now, from behind bars, it seems like he's changing his story yet again. What is this about?
Well, I think at this point he was backed into a corner, right? The insurance company is the one that filed a lawsuit against Alec Murdaugh trying to reclaim this $3.8 million settlement. They realize they're out of that money. They want to get it back, and they're going to go after the guy that's admitted to stealing it. The problem is he doesn't really have that money any longer. And so he says, well, I actually invented the dog story, so that was a fraudulent claim. It never should have been paid out. The person you need to ask for that money back is actually the Satterfields. And so he points them in the direction of this family who's saying, look, we're the victims here. We've already been harmed a great deal. You know, this isn't how this should go. But they're saying, look, this is Alec Murdaugh classic maneuvering to try and get out of responsibility yet again by admitting a lie and inventing another story.
Katie back on the Murdaugh beat again for now. Katie, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Coming up, FBI agents revealing some really disturbing texts in the murder trial of Lori Vallow. What officials say she talked about with her husband just months before her kids disappeared. Plus, another twist in that fight between Disney and Ron DeSantis in Florida. How it's getting even bigger and broader next. Stay with us.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We are learning 2 more horses had to be euthanized at the Kentucky Derby, intensifying the spotlight on horse racing this year, with in all 7 horses dying in the week leading up to the main event Saturday at Churchill Downs. 5 horses were euthanized after getting hurt. 2 horses died under what Churchill Downs calls mysterious circumstances. Officials there described each horse death as unique. Here's what they said, that there was no discernible pattern detected in the injuries sustained. So nothing consistent across all those deaths. The Derby, of course, is the first jewel, so to speak, in horse racing's Triple Crown. Next up, the Preakness in 2 weeks, the Belmont Stakes a couple weeks after that. Marissa Parra is joining us now. So Marissa, I just think the question that people, what in the world is going on here? Why is this happening?
Yeah, that's the question on everyone's mind right now. And we're not just talking about 7 horses who died leading up to the Derby. We're talking about 5 horses that were scratched from participating in the race altogether due to health concerns. 4 of them were due to health concerns. 1 of them was scratched from the race because of that horse's association with one of the trainers that was associated with one of the horse deaths. And so when we look at the horses who died, we know several of them had musculoskeletal injuries. One of them, for instance, had an ankle injury. But the others, we're talking about a mystery right now. Investigators were looking at everything from veterinary records, hay, feed, blood samples, and they haven't really been able to pinpoint what exactly happened here. But this is where something like a necropsy will be so helpful in telling. I know there's a lot of questions within the animal wellness groups out there as to whether or not doping was involved and was a factor. But necropsy results will take several weeks at any rate, Hallie, as we wait for the final determination here. The Kentucky Derby veterinarian acknowledges that this raises huge red flags.
You also have animal rights activists who are furious, right, by this. And what do we hear from the horse industry, the horse racing industry, I should say, because criticism from animal rights activists is not new as it relates to the industry, but this particular piece of it does seem to be.
Yeah, so we actually spoke to the president of the Animal Wellness Action. And what was really interesting is he was saying he's not against horse racing industry as a whole, but he says that right now the pattern here, although Churchill Downs says that there isn't a pattern in terms of what we see with the horses who died, animal wellness groups are saying the pattern here that they're seeing is that horses are being pushed to the brink. So for him, it's not a matter of getting rid of the horse racing industry as a whole, but getting rid of the factors that push them too far.
Marissa Parra, live for us on that story.
7,200 horse deaths on tracks over an 11-year period in the United States and Canada. We should not have this level of death and injury for a sport that is supposed to be nonviolent, that involves juveniles or young adult animals who are supposed to be in top condition.
So, Hallie, a big part of this is policy that's either going to be put in place or what they're pushing for. That's something we'll explore in a little bit more depth in the next hour.
Marissa Parra, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, federal prosecutors say they want to put the Oath Keepers founder in prison for 25 years. They're describing Stewart Rhodes' actions on January 6th as terrorism and say he should get more time behind bars. If this happens, it would be the longest sentence so far for anybody charged in connection with the attack. Rhodes and another Oath Keeper were found guilty of seditious conspiracy in November. Number 2, an FBI agent taking the stand in the Lori Vallow murder trial today, revealing texts between Vallow and her husband, Chad Daybell. Vallow is the Arizona mom accused of killing her 2 children. At one point, her husband says he's placed a spiritual virus inside one of the kids and turned the pain up. Other texts apparently talk about a plan to take the children. Officials say the conversation happened just months before those kids disappeared. Number 3, China today blaming the U.S. for the tense relationship between the 2 countries, saying that America has to reflect deeply, in their words, before things can get better. The comments coming in a meeting between China's foreign minister and the U.S. ambassador. A big sticking point for China, the U.S.'s support for Taiwan, which China sees as a part of its territory. Number 4, the long coronation weekend is ending today with the newly crowned King Charles saying he wants to rededicate his life to service. There's a big nationwide charity event called the Big Help Out. Thousands of organizations got together to get people to volunteer. We're also getting a first look at the royal family's new official portraits. There they are, the King and Queen Consort. Number 5, Sum 41 breaking up after, can you believe they've been together for 26 years? Sum 41 has been together for 26 years. What? But I'm only 27. I don't get it. Sum 41 says it's going to finish up their current tour. They say they're going to do a worldwide tour and then break it off. You probably remember their song Fat Lip from back in 2001. You might not, actually, but I do. So listen, down in Florida, Disney is stepping up the pressure in its extraordinary lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Today, expanding that suit, saying DeSantis is keeping up his, I'm quoting here, retribution campaign against the company. Disney's mentioning a bunch of different things that DeSantis, the Republican governor there, and his state legislature have done, like undercutting some of Disney's land development deals, taking over its safety inspections, adding new regulations onto Disney's monorail. This thing just keeps building, right, this fight, after the company publicly pushed back on DeSantis' controversial so-called Don't Say Gay law last year. And DeSantis isn't backing down. In fact, he is leaning in. Even his new reporting from NBC News shows that may be a politically risky posture as he's looking at a 2024 presidential run. While some voters like this Disney feud, some big donors and some party officials do not. NBC's Dasha Burns is one of the reporters on that byline for us. So let's start with sort of where things stand as it relates to this lawsuit here. Disney is not backing down either, right? Like, they are continuing to go on offense, now expanding this suit to try to get, it seems, DeSantis to back off. Is that going to happen?
I don't think that's very likely at this point, Hallie. Look, DeSantis has made a pretty big bet on this battle, and if you go see any of his stump speeches in any of these states that he's traveling to on his book tour, not yet a candidate, right, though we do expect him to throw his hat in the ring soon here, this is a pretty big centerpiece of his platform, his war on woke, what he calls it. And he is in many ways, though he's not yet running, when he runs, and he's expected to run, will be running to the right of Trump. And this is one of the ways that he's trying to chip away at that Trump base by playing to those primary voters in this way. And so this is going to be one of the big things that he's touting as he's out there on the non-campaign trail, in the coming weeks, Hallie.
Talk to me about what you're hearing from voters, what you're hearing from some of these Republican operatives, et cetera, about this feud continuing to get bigger and bigger.
Well, there's been a lot of speculation in political circles, in the donor circles, in D.C. land, right, about how this might be bad for him, about how this might sink his campaign before it even begins. But there's kind of a different perspective once you get on the ground and actually start talking to voters. And I'm talking about Republican primary voters, right, because that is who he's courting with this. And when you talk to them, and we spent a lot of time, particularly in Lake County, Hallie, which is a county that's next door to Disney World. And that's a county that actually has seen a whole lot of benefit from Disney. It's been a big employer in the area, but it's also a conservative county. And the vast majority of the voters that we talk to there are on the side of DeSantis in this fight. They feel like Disney really stepped out of line when they waded into political waters. I've talked to voters that have canceled their annual passes because of the fact that Disney has gone against DeSantis. They are not taking their kids to Disney World anymore. They're going to other area theme parks instead. Now, when you start talking to independent voters and to moderate voters, to Democrats, of course, it's quite a different story, and a lot of people think this is not such a good idea. But right now, his immediate uphill climb is taking on Trump in the primary, and for those primary voters, they think this is a good idea, Hallie.
Dasha Burns. We'll see how that plays out as we look ahead to whenever Ron DeSantis may decide that he wants to announce he is, in fact, running for president. Thank you. When we come back, Russia launching a bunch of new strikes on Ukraine, their biggest attack in months. So why now? There could be a very specific reason. We'll talk about it live from Kyiv coming up in just a sec.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been crowned.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Tonight, Russia attacking Ukraine's capital with dozens of drones in its biggest attack in months. Kyiv's mayor said Russia fired 60 Iranian-made kamikaze drones across Ukraine and says they were all shot down, but at least 5 people have been hurt. You can see some of the buildings that were damaged here, from shrapnel, etc. Ukraine also says Russia's making a last push to try to capture the city of Bakhmut to give President Putin a kind of prize ahead of their big Victory Day holiday tomorrow, when Russia traditionally celebrates the defeat of Nazi Germany. Ellison Barber is live for us on the ground in Kyiv. Talk to us, Ellison. What's it been like? What can we make of Russia's new moves here?
Yeah, I mean, it has been relatively calm in places like Kyiv for weeks, but everything started to change about 8 days ago. Kyiv has come under attack by air 4 times in just the last 8 days. There's a lot of talk amongst Ukrainian officials. There were warnings from them that you could see Russia starting to ramp up some of these assaults as they get closer to that important holiday in Russia, May 9th, Victory Day. At the same time, it's also believed that some of the earlier ones could possibly be tied to Ukraine's plans to launch their spring counteroffensive. The strike that we saw here last night, the mayor of Kyiv, he says 36 Shahed drones were fired at this city. 5 people injured after debris fell on various residential areas in the process of them being intercepted by Ukraine's air defense. But there are a lot of nerves around this upcoming date in Russia and what it might mean for people who live further away from the front lines in places like Kyiv. The attack we saw here last night, it was a big one, Hallie, but unfortunately hearing air raid sirens in the middle of the night, hearing booms, that's not something that people in this city are new to. They experienced a lot of that over the past year, a lot of it in winter, but there was this period of what felt like relative normalcy, and now it seems like that is gone. The question, especially as we head further into the night, the strike last night started between 1 and 2 a.m. local time. It's just after midnight right now. The question tonight is what Russia might do, and a lot of people just don't know, and that not knowing, along with the warnings from Ukrainian officials, it's nerve-wracking. Hallie?
Yeah, I'm sure the tension, I mean, there have been tensions for so long, and now there's this sort of pain point, this pinch point again, and I wonder about how that's playing in Bakhmut, Ellison, because you have this 180 kind of from the head of the Wagner Group, who threatened last week maybe his forces would leave Bakhmut. He wasn't happy with the way that this offensive from Russia, right, was being run, was upset with Putin's military officials, now saying, okay, we're not actually going to leave. Russia needs the Wagner Group to keep fighting for them, right?
Yeah, so the Wagner Group is interesting because they are complicated. It's difficult to understand. They operated for so many years in this country, in the Donbass, starting in 2014, under just this complete cloud of secrecy. The chief of Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, he didn't even acknowledge his involvement in the group until 2022. And then he said, okay, yeah, I founded this group. But when he made all of those claims saying, hey, if we don't get more ammunition, I'm going to pull everyone out of the city of Bakhmut. They've been leading the fight there. It's a city that Russia really would like to control. It's been almost a stalemate for the last 8 months, but because of the way Wagner Group operates and the secrecy around it, they're considered a private military group, but in Russia, very few things are actually private. So military analysts have referred to this group as Putin's private army. So when you had Prigozhin threatening to pull people out, there was this question among military analysts as to whether or not he actually would even have the authority to do that, because a lot of people believe that really Russia's Ministry of Defense controls this group. But all of that, what if, what could happen, what would it mean, can he, doesn't seem to matter anymore, because Prigozhin says, okay, we've gotten what we asked, we're going to stay. And Hallie, the commander of the ground forces in eastern Ukraine, said today they have seen more aggressive attacks in the city of Bakhmut, with heavy shelling on Ukrainian positions, with more advanced weapon systems. He says that Russia is trying to take that city by tomorrow. Hallie?
Allison Barber live for us in Kyiv. Great reporting, important context. Allison, thank you so much. Coming up here on the show, at least 2 people seriously hurt after HVAC equipment fell into a pool at a resort. Look at that. What we know about how it happened, yikes, at the local. Plus, some people in California acting like it's the 1840s all over again. What's up with this new gold rush? And what all this winter's snow has to do with it? That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
As it starts to warm up and the snow on top of California's mountain ranges starts to melt, some people are bracing for dangerous flooding, but other people are getting ready for something else, a new gold rush. That is not metaphorical. That is, we are literally talking about, you see it, people heading out to rivers in Central California, panning for nuggets of gold, or in some cases just using their hands to try to scoop some up. If they find a chunk of it, that's a chunk of change. With gold selling right now at $2,000 an ounce, up about 55% from 5 years ago. I want to bring in Steve Patterson, who just got back from gold country. First question, did you find any? Second question, what is this? The 49s again? 1840? What's happening here?
First answer is yes. We did find a few flecks of gold. I got what's called a picker, which is like a little nugget, which I was very happy to find. But it's out there. Yeah, I mean, and it works the same way it did in the 1840s. You grab a pan, you rub whatever good luck charm you have, you pray that you get lucky, but you spend hours and hours of hard work digging through sediment in ice-cold streams because of all that snow melt, and you hope you can find some gold. We did with a group of gold miners. You see that guy, his name is Uncle Fuzzy on the screen right now. They took me out to an undisclosed location, and we did find some gold. It's happening because, as you mentioned, the snow melt, all that pressure from the mountains blasting some of the sediment downstream, leading to unearthed gold that we haven't seen for hundreds of years. When I spoke to one of the guys there who brought me out, here's what he said about why it is so particularly easy to find it right now. Listen to this.
This year's a great year because the water has just moved so much new material. It's right down the bedrock in certain spots. You've never seen bedrock. So it's a good, it's a great year to really get some easy gold, I call it. Yeah.
Easy gold year.
Easy gold, yeah.
Easy gold, but not for everybody. It is tough work. Those guys are out there for hours. They're literally like deadlifting boulders under ice-cold streams, and they're working for hours. So this is really just for that hardcore set of hobbyists that consider this a fun weekend, you know?
Well, yeah, you said it, because it looks like a lot of work. It looks like a ton of work. But it's not like people can come in or companies can come in and start mining this gold. There are laws in place that say you basically have to use, I think it's called pans and cans, right? Like you have to use a little pan like that or your hands. You can't use big equipment.
Pans and cans, no, it has to be manual labor, no big machinery. There's a limit on how much you can bring out of there as far as the minerals. There's also a limit to what you can commercially sell. So it's not for big companies. It's also, I wouldn't advise anybody to quit their day jobs like you and I, because it is so much work. This is really, again, for those hardcore set of hobbyists. I know. No thanks. Yeah. I did not get in the water, Hallie, I'll tell you that much.
I would have. I don't blame you. Although, again, I'm glad you found your, what do you call it? Picker? What's it called?
Picker. Yep,
your picker. Okay,
this
congratulations.
Big.
Very nice.
Thanks.
Steve, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You can catch more of his reporting tonight on Nightly News with Lester Holt, 6:30 Eastern, wherever you watch your local NBC station. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, 6 people were hurt, 2 of them critically hurt, at a resort near Denver this weekend after, do you see this? That HVAC unit, that huge pipe thing on the ceiling, fell into a pool. There were dozens of people who were in the pool at the time. First responders said some of the victims were treated for crush injuries. The resort says it'll investigate to try to figure out why this thing collapsed. From our Midwest Bureau, the TSA is responding after this video went viral showing a TSA handler aggressively pulling a dog working at a Detroit airport. You see that there. In a statement, TSA called the handler's behavior unacceptable. It said the employee had been taken off handling duties until an investigation is finished, and also requested that the dog go to a vet. Out of our Western Bureau, California's Reparations Task Force just approved its recommendations for how the state can compensate Black Californians for generations of harm because of discriminatory policies. It includes payments to Black Californians and a formal apology. California Rep. Barbara Lee is calling it a model for other states. The recommendations will now go to state lawmakers, so it is not a done deal yet. The legislature still has to approve it. It's certainly something we will watch. When we come back, the Miami Heat trying to land an historic NBA Finals spot. Why do they think they'll get there? Players telling us it all comes down to team culture. We'll explain in tonight's original.